And just to remind you that just after 10 o'clock this morning, we're going to bring you those pictures of the Queen's funeral cortege as it begins its final journey. So do stay with us for that. And also do join Trevor Phillips tonight for a special programme. It's at 9 o'clock every evening on the death of the Queen. Well, let's turn our attention to some other news now. And at least 16 people have been killed in a large earthquake in northeastern Papua New Guinea. The head of the local Red Cross said the 7.6 magnitude earthquake was one of the largest to ever hit the country. A tsunami warning was initially issued, but has since been withdrawn. The war in Ukraine has seen a major development, with Ukrainian forces making gains in the east of the country. President Volodymyr Zelensky has welcomed Russia's withdrawal from key areas after a Ukrainian counter-offensive.
The movement of our soldiers in different directions of the front continues. To date, as part of active action since the beginning of September, about 2,000 kilometers of our territory have already been liberated. The Russian army in these days is demonstrating the best that it can do, showing its back, and of course, it's a good decision for them to run. There is no place for the occupiers in Ukraine, and there never will be one.
Well, Russia is said to have been taken by surprise by Ukraine's advances. Ukraine launched its counter-offensive in the east earlier this week. And in a daily update, UK defence officials said Ukraine's forces have made advances in around 31 miles into previously Russian-held territory. The attack is said to have left thousands of Russian troops increasingly isolated near the key city of Izium. The offensive is now seeking to sever the Russian supply lines near Kupiansk and trap thousands of troops in Izium. Overnight, President Zelensky said Ukraine had retaken 30 settlements in the Kharkiv region. Our security and defence editor, Deborah Haynes, has this report from eastern Ukraine.
This is the gateway to a key city that Russian forces captured in the first weeks of the war. But these are Ukrainian troops. They're part of a lightning advance, retaking swathes of territory across the Kharkiv region, punching through Russia's defences, driving its troops back.
In
order to achieve the stated goals of the special military operation to liberate Donbass, a decision was made to regroup the Russian troops stationed in Balaklia and Izium regions to build up our efforts in the direction of Donetsk.
Regrouping sounds more like retreating to reinforce Russia's positions in the crucial Donbass region. The sudden Russian order came as Ukrainian troops celebrated the recapturing of the small city of Balaklia, the national flag flying high once more.
Today we are completing the liberation of Balaklia, the first major city in our offensive. I'm sure that it will not be our last.
Russia's worst nightmare appears to be unfolding in eastern Ukraine. It could be their gravest setback since the failure to capture Kyiv back in March. These pictures were taken from the city of Kupiansk. Recapturing this place would deal a significant blow to Russia, as it's been an important supply route to support Russian forces in Donbass. Russia's decision to pull back some forces from eastern positions is extraordinary, but Ukraine is also waging counterattacks from the south. The simultaneous operations, backed by Western weapons, mark the biggest Ukrainian offensive of the war and could be a key turning point if the gains are sustained. For those who've spent months under Russian occupation, the relief is all too clear to see. They've waited a long time for this. Deborah Haynes, Sky News, in eastern Ukraine.
Well, the walkabouts in Windsor are dominating the morning's front pages. I'm joined now by royal historian Tessa Dunlop and political editor at the Sunday Mirror, Nigel Nelson, for a look at the papers. And we dealt with those front pages in some depth in the last hour. A lot of them had the two brothers, the grandsons of the Queen, of course, doing their walkabout in Windsor yesterday with their wives. But we're delving inside the papers now, aren't we? And Nigel, you want to kick us off with an article that you've seen in The Observer focusing on the new era of King Charles.
And the difference between Prince Charles and King Charles. He gave a sort of a slight impression yesterday he's going to uphold the Constitution. And of course, that means he's going to be a completely different person. If you go back to his Prince of Wales days, he got involved involved in an awful lot of politics. He was very keen on climate change, dealing with pollution, getting up good opportunities for young people, and also having a go at architecture he didn't like. All that changes.
Monstrous carbuncles.
That's right, indeed. And so he used to send prime ministers what were called the black spider memos in his black spidery handwriting, complaining about this, complaining about that. Tony Blair used to get really fed up with it. But the whole thing is, all that changes. And the one thing that was interesting about his accession speech yesterday is him saying, yes, that will change, that now I am the king, I don't get involved in that, I'm above politics. I mean, we're very lucky to have a non-political head of state, not beholden to any political party, and just there to give advice to prime ministers, which, of course, always remains private.
But the difference is, of course, we know, for example, he's obsessed with the climate. He was known as the sort of potty prince who talked to pot plants. So while he may no longer intone on that, you know, what the government then chooses to do about renewables or so forth, we actually have this inside track on what's going on in our king's head. I rather like that.
Which we never did with the Queen,
No,
of course.
we
We
didn't.
never had a hint,
No.
did we, really? And let's move on to focus on Prince William and the walkabout yesterday. This is a story inside the Mail.
Yeah, he released a statement. So the headline on the Mail is, you know, a take from the new Prince of Wales statement, which was very moving and thought through. She was by my side at my happiest moments, and she was by my side during the saddest days of my life. I was listening yesterday, actually, to when he was at school in Windsor. He used to pop across, at Eton rather, school at Eton. He used to pop across to see his grandmother at Windsor and pick up tips. And we know he very much models his style of sort of I don't know, not royal posturing, but the way William is modelled very much on his grandmother. And I was particularly taken with one line in that statement where he wrote, "I thank her for her kindness, and I thank her on behalf of my generation for providing an example of service and dignity in public life that was from a different age, but always relevant to us all." And I work a lot with war generation, those the same age as the Queen. In fact, I talked to Betty yesterday at 99. She said, "I do wish they'd stop calling her everyone's grandmother. She was younger than me." You know, and there's quite a few of those women who suddenly feel, gosh, our key contemporary, the only pin-up nonagenarian, has suddenly gone, and they feel a different sort of bereavement. But they do certainly have this dutiful stance, the best foot forward stance. In fact, Betty still wears those little court heels the Queen wears, determined, even if it makes her a bit unstable. And I noticed on the second last day of the Queen's life, when she met Liz Truss, she was still wearing little stacked shoes.
But it is really interesting how people relate to the royal family, isn't it? I mean, we have these amazing, big formal occasions, but it is that sense of people thinking, my granny's like that, or my son's like that, or we had a bust-up in our family like that. And I think that's how the royal family do make those personal connections in some
They're like
ways.
a gigantic mirror. But what's interesting about the Queen is she's been alive so long that, you know, for those in the 50s, she was like the pin-up, sugar pink princess. Then you move into the 60s, she was everyone's mother. And now, of course, grandmother and great-grandmother. Just incidentally, they also pick up on him calling her granny, but with an IE. Apparently a more modern form of spelling granny.
Is it really? I didn't know
By
that.
all
I'm clearly
accounts.
not very
I
modern.
didn't know
I didn't know that. Let's move into the Sunday Telegraph, shall we, Nigel? Because, of course, the state funeral, we now have the date of it. It is tomorrow week, Monday the 19th of September, isn't it? And we're getting a few more details, that's right.
Yes, and a number of things have obviously had to be cancelled because of what's been because of the Queen's death. And the TUC, for instance, would have begun their conference today, but they can't do that. They've had to cancel their conference. The Liberal Democrats are cancelling theirs. They will lose an awful lot of money on the basis of that, and people won't be able to get their hotel bookings back and so on.
Nigel, when are we going to start talking about the cost of this?
Well, it'd be interesting to find out if they're talking about something like this arrangement is like doing the Olympics, but in 10 days. There is going to be a cost.
With a gigantic financial crisis that's the backdrop.
That's right. But the good news is we get a bank holiday on the day of the Queen's state funeral. We didn't get that when George VI was there. And there's holding out the possibility we might get another bank holiday when King Charles when the coronation happens. So we've got two bank holidays to look forward to. I mean, certainly kids will love that, but and all you need to do is make sure your employer will give you the day off. Schools will close, banks will close, shops will close, but not all of us will be able to actually take time off.
But on the subject of the coronation, interestingly, in 1952, the Queen ascends the throne. The coronation isn't till the following June 53, so nearly 18 months later. One of the reasons given by Churchill was to get the bailiffs out of the house, because, of course, we were still rationing, and it was to save up money to have this coronation. So whether we'll exercise the same restraint and have one in a year or so time, of course, we have a much older king, so that might be a reason to sort of crack on with it.
And, of course, the paper was dominated by coverage of the Queen's death. And, in fact, I had a guest yesterday who said that in France they devoted pages and pages of coverage to the Queen's death, and yet there and here we've got a cost of living crisis, haven't we? Liz Truss features in the article that you've picked out here.
Headline.
Is this the Mail on Sunday?
It's the Mail on Sunday again.
Yeah.
Liz Truss to join the King on tour of the four corners of the UK to lead a nation in mourning. Now, she doesn't have to do that. Protocol doesn't stipulate that a Prime Minister goes with her monarch to visit those four corners of Britain, the United Kingdom. I slightly feel a cynic in me is wondering if Liz Truss isn't piggybacking a little bit off King Charles's moment. I wonder what your thoughts are.
Well, I also wonder what King Charles thinks about it. I mean, it's meant to be his tour. He's meant to be seeing all the devolved nations. How keen he will be with having Liz Truss as a backseat driver, I'm not quite so sure.
In terms of the Prime Minister's involvement, she will join the King as he leads the nation. You know, it's all rather sort of, tiptoeing around this idea that Liz, very, very new, couldn't be more new in her premiership. And we know that actually these great royal moments, they are big national moments. Tony Blair, the death of Diana, really made a name for himself just 4 months into his own premiership with the People's Princess and slightly leading and helping, guiding the royal family. And likewise, Churchill, with the death of George VI, very famously made a valedictory speech that hit all the headlines.
OK, and we've only got about a minute, so we can talk about the Queen's friendships or we can talk about corgis. I know there are two other stories.
Which would you like to do? Would you like to do corgis or friendships?
The Queen would say they're one and the same. There's no more loyal a friend.
Nigel, go ahead with your friendship. Sorry, we'll come
very
back to
quickly,
corgis
yeah,
later.
very quickly. It's Sir Jackie Stewart, who's been a great friend of the Queen. Met her through the Princess Royal, who he became a friend of as well. Went on shooting parties with her, and he spoke on the telephone to her only 2 weeks ago and said she was in fine form. He'd seen her a few weeks before that. What is interesting is, like everybody else, he won't say what they talked about. So he talks about how wonderful she was and how nice she was, but won't reveal their private conversations.
That's very good of him, but obviously for us we would be absolutely fascinated, wouldn't we? Anyway, we will no doubt cover the subject of corgi, so dear to the Queen's heart, in the later hours. But for the moment, thanks both very much indeed. Tessa and Nigel, we will see you later. Do stay with us. We've got live coverage from Buckingham Palace and from Balmoral later on this morning as the Queen's coffin will begin its journey to its final resting place. It's been described as King Charles as his mother's last great journey. We'll have plenty of coverage on that throughout the day and plenty of reaction to the crowds arriving here at Buckingham Palace too. Do stay with us.
One voice and consent of tongue and heart, publish and proclaim that the Prince Charles Philip Arthur George become our only lawful and rightful liege lord, Charles III. 3 cheers for His Majesty the King. Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip!
Bye, everyone. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much.
Hello, good morning from Buckingham Palace. The Queen's funeral cortege will leave Balmoral, making its way to Edinburgh in what King Charles described as his mother's last great journey. No Republic referendum in my first term. In an international exclusive, Australia's Prime Minister tells Sky News there'll be no break with the monarchy in the near future.
It will need to continue to move with the times. But the bigger questions about our constitution are not ones for this current period.
But the Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda says he will call for a referendum on a republic as the King prepares to meet the Commonwealth Secretary-General this morning. Reunited in their grief, the new Prince and Princess of Wales joined the Duke and Duchess of Sussex during a walkabout at Windsor. From portraits to pop, celebrating the Queen as a cultural icon. And we'll take a look at how this morning's papers are marking this moment in history. Hello and a very good morning from Buckingham Palace. The Queen's coffin will this morning begin the journey to its final resting place in what King Charles has described as his mother's last great journey. Thousands are expected to line the route as the Queen's funeral cortege moves along the first part of its route to Edinburgh. Well, the Queen's coffin, which is currently in the ballroom at Balmoral, will be carried by 6 gamekeepers from the estate and lifted into the hearse at 10 o'clock this morning. The funeral cortege will make its way to Aberdeen, passing through Ballater, Aboyne, Banchory and Peter Cooter, arriving in Aberdeen at around 11:20 this morning, and will move through the city's suburbs. The King George VI Bridge, which was opened by Her Majesty's mother in 1941, is also en route. Next, the cortege will head through the Angus countryside, past Brechin, arriving in Dundee at around 2 p.m, where it'll drive around the city on the Kingsway. It will then head towards Perth, across the Friarton Bridge, and cross over the Queensferry crossing, heading towards Edinburgh. The cortege will pass by Edinburgh Castle and head down the Royal Mile to the Palace of Holyrood House, arriving at around 4 p.m. The coffin will rest in the throne room to allow staff at the palace to pay their respects. Well, meanwhile, new details have been released about the Queen's lying in state in London and her funeral at Westminster Abbey, which will take place on Monday, the 19th of September. That as the new Prince and Princess of Wales and the Duke and Duchess of Sussex were reunited in Windsor for a walkabout. Our royal correspondent Laura Bundock reports now on what will unfold in the coming days.
From traditional ceremony, heralding and proclaiming a new sovereign, to a Windsor walkabout, bringing brothers together and differences set aside. These are historic moments which crowds are gathering to witness.
I think it's important to have that unity at the moment, so despite whatever is going on outside of that. So it's nice to see.
I like to see them mending the bridges and that sort of thing, but who knows?
It's been very hurtful for the Queen, for her family. So, yeah, if they can put that to rest and start afresh, that would probably be best for everybody.
Your Majesty.
The new King has duties and meetings. He also has to plan his mother's funeral. This morning, the Queen's coffin will leave Balmoral for the Palace of Holyrood House in Edinburgh. On Monday afternoon, the coffin will be taken to St Giles Cathedral in Edinburgh. The King and Queen Consort and other members of the family will follow in procession. For 24 hours, the coffin will rest in the cathedral so the public can pay their respects. Later that evening, the King and other royals will hold a vigil. On Tuesday, the King and Queen Consort will visit Northern Ireland, and that evening the Queen's coffin arrives in London and rests at Buckingham Palace. The following day, on Wednesday, the coffin will be taken to the Palace of Westminster in silent procession.
The Queen's coffin will arrive here at Westminster Hall for the lying in state. 5 days during which members of the public can pay their respects in person.
And on Monday, the 19th of September, now a bank holiday, at 11 o'clock, the state funeral at Westminster Abbey, with a committal service afterwards at Windsor as the late Queen is finally laid to rest.
It will be beautifully put together, bringing together all the agencies of the state and the armed forces with the finest drill, the best pageantry, and the noblest of ceremonial in Westminster Abbey. It will be a great salute to a wonderful Queen.
The crowds have been growing, with thousands and thousands expected in the coming days, bringing tributes to the Queen and a welcome to the new King. Laura Bundock, Sky News, Westminster.
So, as we've been telling you, the Queen's coffin will leave Balmoral at 10 o'clock this morning. Sky's Greg Milam is there for us today. So, Greg, a difficult, a poignant moment for the royal family, this. What are the plans?
Yeah, I think it is a real moment for the royal family and the members of the royal family who are still here, of course, but also for the community and for those members of the royal staff on the Balmoral estate. The coffin has been at rest in the ballroom inside Balmoral for a number of days now, draped in the Royal Standard of Scotland with a wreath of flowers as well, so that those estate workers, many of whom have been in the service of the royal family for many years, have been able to pay their respects there. Of course, the Queen's relationship with them built over many years here. And then at 10 a.m. that final journey begins with 6 gamekeepers from the estate here, taking the coffin from that ballroom through a small dining room to the entrance portico, and then the hearse will begin the journey here. I think symbolic that those members of staff are taking part in that process because of those years of that relationship. And then the journey will continue from here. The first port of call, if you like, is a place called Ballater, about 6 or 7 miles from here, a place that the Queen was a regular visitor to, where they considered her to be one of their neighbours, one of the community, and where pretty much everyone has a story about their meetings and their chats with the Queen. Over the years, there will be a salute there by the Lord Lieutenant of Aberdeenshire, and it then continues that journey through a number of small communities where people will have the chance to line the streets and pay their respects before it reaches Aberdeen and makes its way past Duthie Park there down to Dundee and finally to Edinburgh and the Palace of Holyrood House. So that journey, which will last, they tell us, about 6 hours, a chance for the people of Scotland to mark this last journey of the Queen through Scotland.
Greg, thanks very much indeed. And so from just after 10 o'clock this morning, we will bring you those pictures of the Queen's funeral cortege as it begins its final journey. Well, let's bring in now our International Affairs editor, Dominic Waghorn, as well as the Queen's former Royal Protection Officer, Dick Griffin. Good to see you both. And Dominic, first of all, let's just take a look at the scene, shall we, here at Buckingham Palace. The gates, more people arriving there in front of the gates, perhaps a little bit quieter than at the same time yesterday. But people still do seem to want to come to pay tribute.
Yeah, I think the numbers are steadily building. I think people are probably a bit put off by what they saw yesterday, and a number of people I've been speaking to over there outside the gate saying they got up early just because they wanted to beat the crowds, all saying the same thing, which they felt they had to come here, and that they couldn't stay at home. They felt that, you know, just watching on TV wasn't enough. They've come to lay flowers, to be with others, and to pay their respects, and sort of just be part of the moment, I think. As one woman said, you know, 70 years of service, doing a fantastic job. For her, it's not too much to get up at 3 in the morning and drive in from Leicestershire to pay her respects. And some people can't. A lot of people want to come to the funeral, but say they can't because they've got holidays and things. The weather not cooperating again. This time it's sort of fog, rather gloomy, and unlike the rain we've had previous days, but the same kind of atmosphere of a mixture, I think, of sadness, people wanting to be part of the moment, to pay their respects, and also saying they're quite sort of apprehensive about the future, but they've been pretty reassured, they say, by what they've heard from King Charles and what they've seen of the succession process so far.
And Dick Griffin, you were a Royal Protection Officer to the Queen for 14 years, so you knew her well. I mean, do you think that she would have been surprised if she could have seen the scenes of this outpouring of love for her across the nation on the news of her death?
I don't think she'd have been surprised, but she would be very, very touched. I mean, she was loved by everybody, and it's just a great testament to her service and everything she did for this country, the way everyone was turning up. I mean, I was around on Friday when the announcement was here, and I could not get to Victoria Station. I mean, there were just so many thousands of people arriving, and there were people arriving with flowers who I wouldn't really expect. Skinheads with earrings, bringing big bunches of flowers, and it was just wonderful to see.
Really has reached so many people, hasn't
Absolutely.
it? And tell us a little bit about your time working with her. You actually told a story to us on Sky News in the Platinum Jubilee, which has now gone viral again on Twitter, because you had such a rapport with her that she had a real sense of humour, didn't she?
Well, she did. And in fairness, I mean, all the police officers who work with Her Majesty became very close to her because of all the time you spent to her. But yes, you're right. She did have a wicked sense of humour, and you could pull a leg. And of course, the story about the tourists, I didn't realise, because I was driving back from a funeral in Exeter yesterday, how viral it had gone. But my son said to me last night, if I hear that damn story about the tourists again, I'm throwing you out the window.
Should we increase his agony and just... You might have to give us a little potted-up summary of it, because some people might not know it.
Oh, really? Do you want to know?
I think very briefly, if you can, so people know what we're talking about.
Well, we were up at Balmoral, and the Queen would go out for picnics, and on this occasion it was just myself and Her Majesty, and we'd gone for a walk up in the hills, and there's nobody normally around, and there were two hikers approaching us, and it turned out there was two American tourists on a walking holiday. So the Queen would obviously stop and say hello, and from the moment we spoke, it was obvious they hadn't recognised the Queen, and they were telling the Queen where they'd come from, where they were going to next. And then the American gentleman said to the Queen, "And where do you live?" "Well, I live in London, but I've got a holiday home just the other side of the hills." "How often do you come up here?" "Oh, I've been coming out here for over 80 years, ever since I was a little girl." And he says, "Oh, if you've been coming out for 80 years, you must have met the Queen." She says, "Well, I haven't, but Dick here meets her regularly." And then the next thing, he comes over, puts his arm around my shoulder, gives his camera to the Queen, and asks him to take a picture of the two of us.
That's fantastic,
Yeah.
not realising who she was. I just
Absolutely.
love that story. And Buckingham Palace, obviously, an important place of work for you at times. And you had your retirement party there, didn't you? Tell us about that.
Well, I was very fortunate, because Christopher Guide, who was then the Queen's private secretary, asked me what I was going to do for a retirement party, and I hadn't really thought of it. He said, "Well, there's no need. Her Majesty wants you to have your retirement party in the State Apartments at Buckingham Palace. You can invite 200 people, and she'll pay." And, of course, I said, "I don't know 200 people," but I soon did. But what was really lovely is when I actually arrived with my family for the party, one of my fellow colleagues who was taking me to the office, he said to me, "There's a little old lady coming to your party tonight." I said, "What little old lady?" He said, "The Queen." I said, "Don't be silly. She doesn't go to anything like this, because once she does it for one person, she's got to do for everyone." She said, "Well, she's coming to yours, because I was with her this afternoon, and she said, it's Dick's farewell party tonight. I'd love to have gone, but he hasn't invited me." So Colin said to her, "Well, of course you can go, Mum. It's your party. You're the hostess." "Well, do you think it's OK if I go unannounced?" And, of course, it was a great thrill, because both her, Prince Philip and the Earl of Wessex all turned up at my retirement party and met all my family. So that was probably the highlight of my career, the fact that she did that for me.
Yeah, that's very special, isn't it? Well, Dick Griffin, I'm pleased to say that you're with us for a few hours this morning,
really?
so we will... I'm sorry about that, but it's lovely for us. Anyway, we will come back to you very shortly, and to you as well, of course, Dominic. Thank you. Now, the Australian Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, has told Sky News that he will not hold a referendum on whether the country should become a republic in his first term. In an international exclusive interview, he said this was a moment to show gratitude for the Queen's service to Australia, the Commonwealth and the world. The Queen's death has reignited a debate about Australia's relationship with the monarchy. Well, let's speak then to our correspondent, Cordelia Lynch, who's in the Australian capital, Canberra. And Cordelia, it was you that did this interview, of course, with the Australian Prime Minister. So get us up to date with exactly what he said about Australia's relationship with the monarchy.
Well, Anthony Albanese has long been known as a Republican. Back in 2018, he said that Australia needed an Australian head of state. But I think what he recognises now in this moment is that this is a critical time for the country to show its respect and its gratitude to the Queen. I think whatever debate we have seen in the past rage around Australia's relationship with the monarchy, is separate to its relationship with the Queen. I have witnessed a really deep love for the monarch here. She visited the country 16 times. She always spoke of her fondness for it. And Anthony Albanese said that she was able to console, to comfort at the times when the country most needed it. That's during floods, for instance, during natural disasters. She was there for them. And he doesn't think that this is a time to discuss politics, and he confirmed that he would not be holding another referendum on whether indeed Australia should become a republic. But I did press him on whether he felt that Australian people wanted to see the institution of the monarchy evolved. Here's what he had to say.
Of course, and it has evolved, and it will continue to evolve. It will need to continue to move with the times. But the bigger questions about our constitution are not ones for this current period. This is a period in which we are showing the grief that so many Australians are feeling at the moment, showing our deep respect and admiration for the contribution of the Queen to Australia. And today, of course, the transition formally here to recognise that with the Queen's passing, King Charles automatically became the head of state of Australia.
One of the perceived successes of Queen Elizabeth's reign here is that many people felt she stayed outside of politics. And Anthony Albanese said he felt that King Charles would be very conscious of the need to do that too. He will be going to the United Kingdom for the Queen's funeral, and he will also be meeting the King.
Cordelia Lynch in Canberra. Thanks very much indeed for that. So let's just bring you these pictures from overnight now. I'm not sure if we can bring you those pictures, but let me tell you what was happening there in Australia. Today marked the formal proclamation of the accession of Charles as King of Australia in a ceremony in the country's capital, Canberra, from where Cordelia was just reporting from. The proclamation was marked by a 21-gun salute. Well, meanwhile, in New Zealand, there have been two 21-gun salutes to acknowledge the proclamation of King Charles III. Well, the salutes took place in Wellington and in Auckland, and Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern spoke of the loss felt by the death of Queen Elizabeth, but also the welcoming of a new era.
For 70 years, Queen Elizabeth served the people of Aotearoa, New Zealand with unwavering duty. For the vast majority of New Zealanders, she is the only monarch we have known. And so, upon her death, we enter a time of change, one filled with sadness for her passing, but also gratitude for the life she led and the example she set. King Charles has long had an affection for Aotearoa, New Zealand, and has consistently demonstrated his deep care for our nation. This relationship is deeply valued by our people.
Let's take a look now how the front pages of the Sunday papers are covering the story of the Queen's death and its aftermath. And Reunited for Granny reads the front of the Mirror as the Prince and Princess of Wales and the Duke and Duchess of Sussex are pictured together for the first time in mourning. And there's the inside page coverage of it. Peace for Gran reads the front of the Sunday People as they also lead with that same story. The Sunday Times also leads with the Royal Walkabout. Their headline, Warring Windsors, awkward truce to honour the Queen. The Daily Star on Sunday looks at the two royal couples' reunion as well, with the four pictured together in mourning. Reunited in Sorrow reads the front of the Sunday Telegraph. The Sunday Express goes with the headline, Together with Granny, William hands olive branch to Harry. And this same story is on the front of the Sun this morning. The Sun on Sunday, their headline, all for one. The front of the Observer this morning, in contrast, pictures our new King Charles III as he ascends the throne. So joining me now is the former policy advisor to the Queen and royal household, Mary McLeod. There is the Observer's front page. You can see it there now. Mary McLeod, we will talk about that Windsor walkabout in a moment. But first, let's turn our attention to what's happening today. And the funeral cortege begins for what's been described by King Charles as the Queen's final journey. And I noticed that there are gamekeepers who are going to be first moving her coffin. And it has been lying in the ballroom in Balmoral for the royal household to visit and pay their respects. Just wondered, from your inside point of view, what this will be like for the royal household at the moment.
Well, I feel every day just now we're living a whole lifetime each day as we see so much develop. And today will be another real, I think, really sad day as we get a glimpse too of the cortege for the first time. But it's starting off in a very personal way, and I think it was a lovely touch to let the gamekeepers actually move that body, because I think they're ones who she would know the Queen at Balmoral, and I've just come back from there. I mean, the Queen was always, it was a home, it was some of her family were there, they had freedom to relax and enjoy and have fun, and she was very close to the land and the people on the land. So it's again a really personal community touch, which is just so embodies what the Queen was like. And therefore, and then of course we will see that cortege travel through Scotland from Aberdeenshire down towards Edinburgh, and again people will be able to see that, express their sorrow, and so I think it'll be a really sad moving day. And then of course get to Holyrood House, where I remember my time with the Queen there, and it was again it's a lovely small palace, very personal, and she will be in the throne room. So I think this will be a really sad moving day for everyone involved. But it feels right that the Queen is, travelling the length of Scotland before, of course, she travels to London. But it'll be, again, people will just have a chance to express that sorrow and sadness at seeing the passing of the late Queen, but great that the sort of community can be involved in it.
And we did see members of the royal family up at Balmoral. Were you there when that happened? You say you've just come down from Balmoral.
No, I was there before the Queen died. But again, just seeing the members of the royal family yesterday, both in Scotland and in Windsor. But in Scotland, you saw the emotion. This is a family grieving, and it was therefore, just getting a glimpse of that. I mean, we knew that would be the case, but just coming out to read some of the messages, of course, that brought up additional grief. But I think that's comforting too, to see the amazing things that people are doing, reaching out, writing their thoughts and memories about the Queen and what the Queen meant to them, and therefore it was lovely that they did that.
Well, yes, and you mentioned that there were two moments, well, more than two, in fact, but there was one at Balmoral. But let's talk about the Windsor walkabout as well, where we saw William and Harry seen together for the first time for a while with their partners. How important do you think that was, that kind of symbol of unity?
I think incredibly important, and really good for the new king. He expressed already in his address how important each member of his family is, and therefore just seeing them together, there's real strength in that, and there always was strength in the four of them working together, and they're sharing in this grief. And it reminded me also about their mother's death, where they were there together supporting each other, and in times of grief and in really difficult moments, sometimes grief can bring you together and unite, and I thought that was a lovely way to do it yesterday.
Well, yes, and obviously, I mean, some of the papers are suggesting that the atmosphere was a little awkward, and a lot of people will be watching closely to see how they interacted. But from having worked with the Queen, one can only assume that this was something that she would want to see.
Completely. I think it's really, really important. And you sort of feel that the Queen will be looking down and just smiling and very warmly at seeing the four of them together. It's definitely something that she would have, and she kept close, of course, to Prince Harry whilst he has been abroad. But I think just for right now, it was really important to do that, and more so, I think, for the new king too, where he is starting off his new reign as sovereign, and he showed very clearly his family right behind him.
Well, yes, and what do you make of how he is handling this new weight of responsibility?
Yes, I mean, and he's grieving too. So, and it's not long since he buried his father. So it really is a momentous time for him. But I thought the Accession Council yesterday was done really well and professionally. And what a special thing for us all to get a glimpse of that and see how the Privy for the first time. Yeah. So, and the Privy Council doing the task they had to do for that. So, we're getting to see the glimpse of what the process is like, and I think that just includes all of us in it, so makes us feel more bonded and part of the process. But everything he has said over the last few days has just, I think, touched the hearts of people right across the country and around the world, as he pledges to be there and have that loyalty, duty to the country and to the people of this country, and of course to the Commonwealth and beyond.
And just a quick thought on the week ahead. We now have a date for the funeral, a state funeral, Monday week, tomorrow week, a bank holiday for people. How do you expect the week to pan out?
Well, I think, there will be things going on each day, and I think it gives people time to come and express their sorrow and be involved in some way. I think everybody wants to do something because they want to show that this is a new era, and you want to both show that you miss and mourn and grieve for the late Queen, but at the same time you're there to support the new king, and I think people will want to feel part of that too, so it feels like that we will be.
Well, Mary McLeod, former policy advisor to the Queen and Royal Household, thanks very much indeed for joining us this morning. We appreciate it. Well, Queen Elizabeth became monarch 5 years after India's independence. She made 3 state visits to the country during her reign. So let's find out how her death has been received there. Neville Lazarus is in Delhi for us this morning. So, Neville, what has the reaction been?
Anna, it's been a bit muted out here. The government has announced a day of mourning where the national flag will fly half-mast and there will be no government function of entertainment today at all. Now, the Queen has visited India 3 times in the past, in 1961, 1983 and 1997, 25 years ago, and each one with her life partner, Prince Philip. They have been driven down this very Rajpath, which you see the building behind me is the President's house, and the other buildings which are the seat of power and government, and where she would have been given a ceremonial welcome. Now, the Queen has often said that she is very grateful for the hospitality of India, and the diversity of the country is an inspiration for all. She has been the chief guest of the Republic Day parade in India, which is the highest, the most important government calendar date in the country. She's also given speeches to thousands of people at the Ramlila Maidan, which is a few miles away from here. But most importantly, she's travelled quite a lot in the country, in different parts in the south and the west and east as well. And people are in awe and admiration for the unwavering duty and dedication she has towards the institution. This is now a new India. It is a confident, buoyant, aspiring and assertive India, where the younger population is almost half of this country's population, and they are quite disconnected with the royal family, monarchy, and now it's left up to King Charles III and his family to make that strong, bonding, enduring relation with the largest Commonwealth country in the world.
Neville, thanks very much indeed. Now, Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has told Sky News that he will not hold a referendum on whether the country should become a republic in his first term. He said this was a moment to show gratitude for the Queen's service to Australia, the Commonwealth and to the world. So here's that international exclusive interview with our correspondent Cordelia Lynch.
The Australians' relationship with the Queen appears enduring. What do you think? The Australians' relationship with the Queen appears enduring. What do you think it was about her reign that achieved that special connection?
I think the Queen was with Australians during times of celebration, but was also with Australia at our times of difficulties. And Queen Elizabeth always reached out to give that comfort to Australians at our time of need. And she was such a respected figure, regardless of where people stand on the political spectrum. That 70 years of public service, that devotion to duty, is something that holds her in such high regard.
It's reignited a debate about a republic. Do you think in this moment that that is appropriate or perhaps even opportunistic?
Well, I am of the personal view, and I've made it clear that now is the time for us to pay tribute to the life of Queen Elizabeth II, to give thanks for her service to Australia, to the Commonwealth and to the world, and that is the focus that I have.
When it comes to the monarchy, do you think, though, Australians want to see the institution evolve?
Well, of course, and it has evolved, and it will continue to evolve. It will need to continue to move with the times. But the bigger questions about our constitution are not ones for this current period. This is a period in which we are showing the grief that so many Australians are feeling at the moment, showing our deep respect and admiration for the contribution of the Queen to Australia. And today, of course, the transition formally here to recognise that with the Queen's passing, King Charles automatically became the head of state of Australia.
You will be attending the Queen's funeral. You'll be meeting with the King. How do you want to see your relationship with him?
I look forward very much to meeting King Charles. I have met him before in his previous capacity, and I had the honour of meeting Queen Elizabeth at Buckingham Palace, and Prince Charles was there on that occasion at the first meeting of the G20. And I thought it was a beautiful statement that King Charles made in his first statement as our new sovereign.
There. And as we've been telling you, the Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda has said that he will call a referendum on the country being a republic within 3 years. Well, the latest country to become a republic was Barbados, which parted ways with the monarchy last November. And I'm joined now by Guy Hewitt, the former High Commissioner of Barbados to the United Kingdom. Guy Hewitt, very good to see you here. So Barbados cut ties with the Queen last year. We now have the Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda saying that he intends to hold a referendum on the subject. Anthony Albanese in Australia is saying he's ruling that out for one term. But do you think there will be more sovereign states who are reconsidering their relationship with the monarchy now that the Queen has died?
I think in light of the transition, there is going to be more consideration given to this. But I think there's an important point to make about Barbados' journey to become a republic was not an anti-monarchic stance, but really a progression in terms of the journey towards self-determination. We broke previously with the Privy Council, and the Caribbean has a court of justice, has our final court. We saw becoming a republic and having a citizen as our head of state as just the expression of a national aspiration of self-determination. So I think when countries look at this, it's more along the lines of how do we see ourselves in the future, representing and speaking of ourselves, for ourselves, rather than necessarily a break with monarchy. Although that is a necessary result, I think what the motivators may be one towards that self-expression.
And how will the people of Barbados then respond, do you think, to the Queen dying? I mean, there was a complicated relationship. Some might see Barbados as having cut imperialist ties, for example, and a difficult past. So how are people
Well, I would say, I mean, speaking personally, there is that sense of personal loss. Her Majesty was an icon of the 20th century and into the 21st. Her life of service is one to be celebrated, and let me use this opportunity to convey condolences to all those around the Commonwealth, particularly the members of her family who are suffering this loss at this time. But Barbados will feel that loss because up to last year, she was our queen. She was the Queen of Barbados. And this is an individual that was held in very, very high regard in Barbados, and I dare say around the Commonwealth, which is an important point because even as Barbados and other countries may decide to create its own head of state, they will always be linked back to the UK, back to the monarchy in terms of being members of the Commonwealth. And I think one of the lasting legacies of Her Majesty around the Commonwealth was her role in keeping this family of nations together. As Sir John Major said, she was the invisible glue that kept the Commonwealth together, and we are very, very thankful for that.
And you met her on many occasions, didn't you?
I had the privilege of, and we shared two passions, the Commonwealth and horse racing, not necessarily in that order. Sir Michael Stout is from Barbados, and we have celebrated him as a champion trainer in the UK, and Her Majesty's passion for horse racing, everyone knew how great that was.
So how was she to deal with? How did you find her?
There was a resilience, a dignity, but also, I would say, a quiet faith that will have a lasting impact, I say, on me and all those who had the privilege of meeting her.
And what about King Charles? You've also come into contact with him, haven't you, in your work?
We have, and we worked, the Princess Trust International did a project in Barbados, and I was pleased that we were able to collaborate on that. But also, Barbados took an active role in ensuring the stability of the Commonwealth by supporting his succession as the head of the Commonwealth. And I think, given the time he has had to prepare for this role, given his experience in the Commonwealth, he is going to make an outstanding head. He has spoken to much of the issues that the Commonwealth is concerned about, sustainable development, the environment, small states. So we think he's coming into the role understanding its members, understanding its needs, and is going to help it go from strength to strength.
And tell us a little bit about why you think that the Commonwealth is so important. It's clearly a big priority for King Charles and was for the Queen. Why does it matter?
I think it reflects a significant legacy that is unusual within a European colonial setting. If you look across Europe, many of the former colonial powers have strained relationships with their former colleagues. The Commonwealth is considered a family of nations, and that family, I think, has been kept together because of Her Majesty, or through Her Majesty, who was able to move away from old redundant notions of imperial loyalty or European superiority and engage with the emerging heads of state from around the Commonwealth as her equals. And I dare say they responded very favorably and have stayed in the Commonwealth simply because she was able to make that adjustment and put aside old, antiquated notions. And I think King Charles is going to do the same and continue the legacy that his mother created.
Well, Guy Hewitt, former High Commissioner of Barbados to the UK, pleasure to have you here this morning.
Thank
Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Well, over the course of her reign, the Queen became perhaps the most photographed person ever to have lived, and her image has been used in everything from pop art to punk. Katie Spencer has been looking at the life of a cultural icon.
She was the most portrayed woman in the world, her face in profile ubiquitous, her image at the core of British culture. The Queen's coronation was groundbreaking, the first ever to be televised, watched by 27 million. It was the premiere of sorts for the lifelong pivotal role she'd play in maintaining the allure of brand Britain.
I remember when I was a little girl, a little teenager, when she was engaged to Prince Philip, who was about the best-looking man in the world. I mean, everybody at school had a crush on him. And I kept scrapbooks of the Queen. Everything that was in the papers or the magazines I cut out. And it was Princess Elizabeth's wedding. And she was a fairy tale princess. She really was. She was gorgeous. She had a handspan waist, big, wonderful eyes. We all just loved her.
And decades on, record audiences once again tuned in for her Platinum Jubilee.
Perhaps you would like a marmalade sandwich. I always keep one for emergencies.
So do I. I keep mine in here.
Celebrations which brought people back together following the challenges of the pandemic. During lockdown, of course, many binged on The Crown, one of the countless screen portrayals fuelled by the relentless public infatuation with this woman.
If you imagine I'm going to drop everything and come down to London before I attend to my grandchildren who've just lost their mother.
Celebrated by our greatest artists, from Lucian Freud to Andy Warhol, her portraits now a huge part of her legacy.
I remember when I was first commissioned, it was a daunting prospect. You know, the Queen, the most portrayed woman in history. I asked if man would like to rest in between shots. That'd be fine. I was conscious of all the light onto her. So she closed her eyes and that was the moment. It was, you know, I didn't go in there to capture that moment, but being so tuned to meditation at the time, you know, in that moment of calmness, you know, there's a kind of vibration to it, and which we all resonate at.
Sitting for artists was part of her cultural duty, but she also inspired some significant unofficial art. An anti-establishment target epitomised on the cover of the 1977 Sex Pistols single, her defaced lightness an easy act of rebellion.
If you went to most West Indians' home at the time, they would probably have a picture of the Queen on the wall as well as a picture of Jesus.
While rock photographer Dennis Morris's parents admired the Queen, for his generation she represented everything he was rallying against. In 1977, when the punk movement collided with the Queen's Silver Jubilee, he was following the Pistols' provocative boat trip on the Thames.
At that time, the monarchy was very, very strong. We were not particularly liked for being anti-monarchy in that sense. As I grew older and knew more and more about it, I have a very, very deep respect for the Queen. And my respect for the Queen is this, that basically it takes a lot to hold something like that together in the way she has over the years. So, you know, for me, big respect for that in that sense.
While many British artists have clashed with the establishment, the Queen, a loyal supporter of creativity, handed out thousands of honours for services to the entertainment sector. For 70 years, she was champion of the arts. For those who embraced her magisterial authority or rebelled against it, she inspired. Her influence over British culture, irrefutable and unique.
Thank you for everything.
That's very kind.
Katie Spencer, Sky News.
Well, here with me once again is our International Affairs Editor, Dominic Waghorn, as well as the Queen's former Royal Protection Officer, Dick Griffin. So welcome back to you two. And Dominic, The crowds are beginning to build, aren't they? A bit of a slower start this morning than yesterday, but people do still want to come and pay their respects here at Buckingham Palace.
Yeah, maybe it's Sunday morning, or maybe they're a bit put off by what they've seen over the last few days. And a lot of people I've spoken to wanted to get here early and got up very early, 3 or 4 in the morning, to beat the crowds. And maybe people think they don't want to sort of come out in such great numbers today. We'll see. The weather's certainly not cooperating again, but we have seen thousands of people, haven't we, over the last few days coming, and I think numbers that have surprised a lot of people. And I think the question a lot of us had, even before, when we knew the Queen was ill, was when she dies eventually, will it be like Diana's death and what happened after that? Because that's the only real event that we can sort of connect it to or have a reference to. And I think it feels different, but it's still similar numbers. And a lot of people saying that they feel they want to come here and pay their respects to people I've been talking to today. And it's just simply not good enough being at home. It doesn't sort of work emotionally for them. They feel they need to make the effort, make the journey and come here and pay their respects. And obviously we'll see that in coming days. And today, as the coffin emerges from Balmoral in the hearse, people will be lining the route there. As one woman said to me, that's when she thinks it will really hit home. A heart-wrenching moment, she said it will be, to see the coffin come out, and as we sort of see physical proof of what we know has happened, but see it's there, and the hearse is making its way finally down towards here for the funeral next week.
And it's interesting, isn't it? I think people do want to come here and have some connection with others and kind of have that sense of shared grief for someone that I think lots of people feel that they knew in some ways. Obviously, seen her on television screens over the years, but Dick, you actually did know her and you knew what she was really like. And there's many sides of her, no doubt, that the public never saw and that you did. One example of that, I know, is that you, I know, have a little story about being in one of Prince Edward's plays.
Oh, right, yes.
Do tell us.
OK. Well, when we were at Cambridge, 83, 86, Edward was into amateur dramatics. And they were doing this one student play. And for some reason or other, one of the students never ever used to come to rehearsals. And then the night before, Edward handed me this piece of paper and said, "You need to learn this." I said, "Why do I need to learn it?" "Well, you're the missing actor. We didn't want to tell you because you'd have made 101 excuses not to do it." So anyway, the next night I had to go and do this little sketch, and it seemed to have gone OK, and I thought no more of it. Next morning, the Commissioner's staff officer rings up. "Mr. Griffin, the Commissioner is furious with you. What on earth were you doing at Cambridge last night?" So I said, "I did this little student play." He said, and the Commissioner came on and said, "I was watching News at 10 last night, and your face was everywhere. Don't act anymore." I said, "Well, there's a slight problem there. The Princess of Wales is coming up to watch the show tonight. I haven't got an understudy." "Well, you can do tonight, but no more." I said, "I'm afraid not, sir." I said, "On Saturday, we're going down to Windsor Castle to do it for Her Majesty the Queen and the entire royal family." Oh, my God. Anyway, we go down to Windsor Castle and they build a beautiful...
He let you do it, then?
Yes, we had to. He built a beautiful stage in the Waterloo Chamber. All the royal household and the guests come. And Her Majesty the Queen had a dinner party before, and then she came in and sat down. And where she sat down, she was directly below a skylight, and it was an awful night, and the rain was coming in, and the rain was dripping down onto her head. So all the members of the household started offering her seats, and she said, no, that's OK. She literally gets up, goes and sits on the floor, puts a programme over her head, and she sits there for an hour and a half watching the show. I mean, that just shows how wonderful the Queen is.
And how down to earth.
That's right.
And another instance of her being very down to earth was actually when she had an accident. She broke her wrist, didn't she?
She did, yes. We were at Sandringham, and she fell off a horse and broke her wrist. And we obviously had to take her to the local casualty hospital. And members of the public think you have problems getting seen to in a casualty hospital. You try walking in with Her Majesty the Queen. The young nurse that met us, first of all, she was absolutely fine. But then the first doctor came. "Oh, no, I can't touch the... You're the Queen. We'll have to get my boss." So we get the senior consultant to come in. "Oh, no. I can't touch you, you're the Queen." So anyway, they did the X-ray to prove the break was there. And then we had to take Her Majesty back to Sandringham while we waited for the big white chief to come in from his home, because it was a Saturday. And they eventually rang us up and said, "Yeah, he's arrived now, you can bring the Queen back." So I think it took 4 hours to get the Queen's arm put in plaster.
So she had to wait like everybody else.
Longer than everyone else, probably.
That's right. Oh, and she dealt with it with good humour, didn't she?
She did. They put her arm in a sling, we took her away and brought her back for the plaster of Paris to be put on.
OK, well, Fabulous to hear your stories from someone who really knew her. Dick Griffin, thanks very much indeed.
Pleasure.
And Dominic, thanks very much to you too. So here is the scene at Balmoral this morning. As you can see, a huge number of flowers have been brought by people locally to pay tribute to the Queen. Balmoral, of course, where she spent her last days, and from where her coffin will begin its final journey today. From 10 o'clock this morning, it will leave Balmoral. It'll be carried by some of her gamekeepers out of Balmoral to begin that journey. So involving some of the royal household in that beginning of its final journey that will end up, of course, at the state funeral in Westminster Abbey, which we now know will be a week on Monday. So that's the scene there at Balmoral this morning, a rather sombre mood there in Scotland ahead of that funeral cortege beginning its journey. Flowers here too at Buckingham Palace being brought, but many of them being removed by officials, taken to a memorial flower garden in the nearby Green Park. But a few are still attached to the front gates of Buckingham Palace, and there are a few candles there as well that have been burning overnight. So we'll return to Balmoral a little bit later when they start to move the Queen's coffin. That's from about 10 o'clock this morning. But in the meantime, let's take you through how some of the newspapers are covering this story. I'm joined now by royal historian Tessa Dunlop and also political editor at the Sunday Mirror, Nigel Nelson, for a look at some of the inside pages. You'll have to tell me who's kicking off because I haven't been organised enough to look ahead. Nigel, take it away.
Yes,
where are we?
We're on the Sunday Mirror, and I was researching her 15 prime ministers that she's gone through, 16 if you count Harold Wilson, who popped up twice. So that's the total she appointed. She also went through 7 popes and goodness knows how many presidents. What was interesting about it was just how much detail the Queen had and her prime ministers didn't. So Winston Churchill had dismissed her as being a mere child, and he was certainly pulled up on his first audience that he'd not read all the telegrams from ambassadors around the world. She had, and picked him up on one from Baghdad and said, "Isn't it interesting what's going on there?" Churchill knew nothing about it. Harold Wilson came a cropper when she suddenly sprung on him that there's a very interesting new town about to be built in near Bletchley. Harold Wilson didn't know anything about it, he hadn't read his papers. That was Milton Keynes. But she seemed to have the grasp of detail that even her prime ministers didn't. And over the years, they came to value what she knew, the knowledge she'd built up, the fact that basically she had much more experience than they did about the whole world of politics.
And they went to her for advice.
And they went to her for advice.
I noticed in your article you think she wasn't too partial to Boris Johnson.
No, I mean, I think that because of his lack of attention to detail. And obviously it didn't help terribly with Boris Johnson that he had to apologise to her formally twice. First, proroguing Parliament when the Supreme Court said that he couldn't have done that. And the second time, and probably more seriously, was when he held that Number 10 held a lockdown party on the eve of Prince Philip's funeral.
Oh, yes. Timing was never his strong point, was it, Boris Johnson's? To the Times, and looking at politicians overseas, I've been fascinated by Macron over the last few days. The headline in the Times is "Republican France mourns monarch," referring, of course, to their heads chopped off of their monarchs way back in 1793. But Macron there flying or raising the Union Jack in front of the Élysée Palace and talking to us in English for 3 minutes, saying, you know, she might well be your queen, but to us she's the queen. Questions, of course, of whether he will come to the funeral. Certainly in 1952, the French president came to George VI's funeral, and the Edinburghs, as they were before Princess Elizabeth became queen, their first overseas tour was to Paris in 1948, and she wowed them. And it was all the time of the Dior new look, really tight waists and big skirts. And the Queen was pregnant with Charles. Nobody knew, but she couldn't wear this new fashion. She was in a rather stodgy Hartnell dress. But they loved her, and she spoke brilliant French, better than Prince Philip's.
Oh, that's interesting to know. And in fact, I think it's the Sunday Telegraph, am I right? Not the Times, in case anyone's trying to find it.
Forgive me,
no,
it's in the Telegraph.
It wasn't a correction, it was just information for the audience. And let's move on, shall we, to your next choice. And this is focusing on Keir Starmer, isn't it?
Yes, I mean, this this was the fact that Keir Starmer affirmed the oath rather than swore to God yesterday in Parliament. Keir Starmer is an atheist, although he respects people of faith. What was interesting, I think, that I only sort of mentioned that because of the way that Charles dealt with it at the Accession Council, where he described himself as defender of faith. And it was faith in the singular. There had been some speculation he wanted to be defender of faiths, to actually represent our multicultural, multi-religious Britain. And in fact, he's obviously decided no, that what he actually is the Supreme Governor of the Church of England. That is the faith that he is the defender of. It goes back to Henry VIII. And so he's decided that that is the way he should be as the monarch. It wouldn't stop him embracing other faiths, but I think that it was quite good he stuck rigidly again to the Constitution.
He might have looked a little bit presumptuous if he'd suggested he was the defender of all faiths. What do you think?
Yes, because he's officially got the role as the head of the Church of England.
That's right, exactly.
And now to the Mail on Sunday, and back to those boys, William and Harry. Two points to be made on this page. The first is, of course, the Mail have got a body language expert to have a look at what they're referring to as Prince Harry's barrier gesture. This is when, apparently Prince Harry does this a lot, he sort of puts his hand across his jacket like that. This is the protective, defensive, slightly insecure move, apparently. They reckon that the new Prince of Wales is much more secure. And, of course, we do know that William apparently instigated this walkabout yesterday, which has dominated all the front pages in today's papers. But after all, he is in the more secure position. He is now officially heir to the throne. He's fully embedded in this giant institution of monarchy. And I really feel it's got to be front-footed, that rapprochement by William and by Charles, because they've got the big seats. Whatever people may say about Harry and Meghan and the millions that they're earning, you know, they are just a couple on their own. And I think it has to come from the royal family, really, those efforts to build bridges.
Well, yeah, and interesting how important that is to the public or not. I mean, what do you think, Nigel? I mean, people love to see these scenes, to see these four together, meeting the crowds. Do people want to see them because it is a soap opera, or do they want to see them because they feel a connection with the royal family and they really care, they want unity, they think that's what the Queen would have wanted?
I think it goes above the idea of they're just seeing celebrities. I think that it really is something that they knew the Queen really did want. They wanted William and Harry to get back together. And the joy that you saw at Windsor Castle yesterday when unexpectedly they both came out for the walkabout, you could see that people were really happy that they were back together. It might have been a little bit awkward, there may be a lot of ground to cover still, but people were really delighted that they would actually come out together.
It's a bit of both, isn't it? It is a soap opera and it's a family that we feel fully invested in.
And it's a real family.
Yeah. Also, at the bottom of this page, a tag on to the relationship and the institution of monarchy versus this new sort of American royal family. Archie apparently is still not a prince. This was an announcement or a post made by Buckingham Palace yesterday. Archie and Lilibet in line to succession. Obviously, they've moved up to 6th and 7th place. Now, under what was stipulated by George V in 1917, the grandchildren of the monarch are automatically prince and princesses, but by all accounts, those titles haven't been taken up. They remain Master and Miss Mountbatten Windsor, which is interesting. Now, does that mean Harry and Meghan have chosen, because they wanted their children to be ordinary people, not to give them those titles, or has it come from Charles himself? Who knows?
Very interesting. Have we've got 15 seconds. Can we talk dogs very quickly?
Yeah, well, Susie, who was with the Queen, she took Susie, her
Susie's
first
a corgi, by the way.
Yes, Susie the corgi. she took her with her on a honeymoon. She was given it for an 18th birthday. There were 3 in that marriage from the very beginning. Apparently, Philip used to frequently trip over them. Corgi's descendants right through to 1918. The last one died, Willow. But she then had doggies, which is a hybrid, by the way, of a dachshund and a corgi, because you know, one corgi got busy with Princess Margaret's dachshund.
Interesting. On that note, we will leave it. Anyway, Tessa and Nigel, thanks both very much indeed. Good to have your take on the papers. Do stay with us. We're going to have live coverage from Buckingham Palace and Balmoral throughout the morning this morning as the Queen's funeral cortege begins at 10 o'clock. Do stay with us.
One voice and consent of tongue and heart, publish and proclaim that the Prince Charles Philip Arthur George become our only lawful and rightful liege lord, Charles III. 3 cheers for His Majesty the King. Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! Long live the King! Bye everyone, thank you so much. Thank you everyone.
Hello, good morning from Buckingham Palace. The Queen's funeral cortege will leave Balmoral, making its way to Edinburgh in what King Charles described as his mother's last great journey.
A final farewell to Scotland. The Queen's neighbours here in the village of Ballater will have the opportunity to say goodbye as the cortege passes through the village.
No Republic referendum in my first term. In an exclusive, international exclusive, Australia's Prime Minister tells Sky News there'll be no break with the monarchy in the near future.
It will need to continue to move with the times. But the bigger questions about our constitution are not ones for this current period.
But the Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda says he will call for a referendum on a republic as the Queen prepares to meet the Commonwealth Secretary-General this morning. Reunited in their grief, the new Prince and Princess of Wales joined the Duke and Duchess of Sussex during a walkabout at Windsor. From portraits to pop, celebrating the Queen as a cultural icon. And we'll take a look at how this morning's newspapers are marking this moment in history. Hello, good morning from Buckingham Palace. The Queen's coffin will this morning begin the journey to its final resting place in what King Charles has described as his mother's last great journey. Thousands are expected to line the route as the Queen's funeral cortege moves along the first part of its route to Edinburgh. Well, the Queen's coffin, which is currently in the ballroom at Balmoral, will be carried by 6 gamekeepers from the estate and lifted into the hearse at 10 a.m. The funeral cortege will make its way to Aberdeen, passing through Ballater, Aboyne, Banchory and Petercouta, arriving in Aberdeen at around 11:20 this morning and will move through the city's suburbs. The King George VI Bridge, which was opened by Her Majesty's mother in 1941, is also en route. Next, the cortege will head through the Angus countryside, past Brecon, arriving in Dundee at around 2 p.m, where it'll drive around the city on the Kingsway. It'll then head towards Perth, across the Friarton Bridge and cross over the Queensferry crossing, heading towards Edinburgh. The cortege will pass by Edinburgh Castle and will head down the Royal Mile to the Palace of Holyrood House, arriving at around 4 p.m. The coffin will rest in the throne room to allow staff at the palace to pay their respects. Well, meanwhile, new details have been released about the Queen's lying in state in London, as well as her funeral at Westminster Abbey, which will take place on Monday, the 19th of September. That, as the new Prince and Princess of Wales and the Duke and Duchess of Sussex were reunited in Windsor for a walkabout. Our royal correspondent Laura Bundock reports on what will unfold in the coming days.
From traditional ceremony, heralding and proclaiming a new sovereign, to a Windsor walkabout, bringing brothers together and differences set aside. These are historic moments which crowds are gathering to witness.
I think it's important to have that unity at the moment, so despite whatever is going on outside of that. So it's nice to see.
I like to see them mending the bridges and that sort of thing, but who knows?
It's been very hurtful for the Queen, for her family. So, yeah, if they can put that to rest and start afresh, that would probably be best for everybody.
Your Majesty.
The new king has duties and meetings. He also has to plan his mother's funeral. This morning, the Queen's coffin will leave Balmoral for the Palace of Holyrood House in Edinburgh. On Monday afternoon, the coffin will be taken to St Giles Cathedral in Edinburgh. The King and Queen consort and other members of the family will follow in procession. For 24 hours, the coffin will rest in the cathedral so the public can pay their respects. Later that evening, the King and other royals will hold a vigil. On Tuesday, the King and Queen consort will visit Northern Ireland, and that evening the Queen's coffin arrives in London and rests at Buckingham Palace. The following day, on Wednesday, the coffin will be taken to the Palace of Westminster in silent procession. The Queen's coffin will arrive here at Westminster Hall for the lying in state. 5 days during which members of the public can pay their respects in person. And on Monday, the 19th of September, now a bank holiday, at 11 o'clock, the state funeral at Westminster Abbey, with a committal service afterwards at Windsor as the late Queen is finally laid to rest.
It will be beautifully put together, bringing together all the agencies of the state and the armed forces with the finest drill, the best pageantry and the noblest of ceremonial in Westminster Abbey. It will be a great salute to a wonderful Queen.
The crowds have been growing, with thousands and thousands expected in the coming days, bringing tributes to the Queen and a welcome to the new King. Laura Bundock, Sky News, Westminster.
So, as we've been telling you, the Queen's coffin will leave Balmoral at 10 o'clock this morning. Sky's Greg Milam is there for us this morning, and James Matthews is also on the route of the coffin. Greg, to you, first of all, this is quite a moment for the royal family, isn't it, as the coffin leaves Balmoral?
Yeah, I think very poignant for the members of the royal family who are still here at Balmoral. We saw some of them yesterday, of course, but also for the community and the people who work on the estate, the people who live in the surrounding area. A very significant moment. The Queen's coffin has been at rest in the ballroom inside Balmoral for a number of days now, draped in the Royal Standard of Scotland with a wreath of flowers on top of it. It's been a chance for those workers on the estate, many of whom have been in the service of the royal family for many years, to pay their respects before the coffin begins its journey. And that journey will begin at 10 a.m. when 6 of the gamekeepers from the estate will lift that coffin and carry it from the ballroom through a small dining room, then to the entrance portico and into the hearse for that journey to begin. And I think the symbolism there of the members of staff, the people who the Queen knew and worked with for so long, being part of that procession is really key, I think, for those arranging what's happening here. And then that journey will begin. They describe the scene here inside Balmoral as one of quiet dignity, and that, I think, fitting for what will be the beginning of the Queen's last journey through Scotland.
And James Matthews, you're in Ballater, which is on the route. Are people gathering there? Do they want to be able to witness this moment?
They are. It's early. It's still a couple of hours to go, and already you can see behind me several dozen people booking their places in the village that is a 15-minute drive from the Balmoral estate. They knew the Queen here. They know the royal family here because their village was the Queen's village. She used to come here on a regular basis, shopping, walking around the village, nodding hello to the local people here. She was regarded with pride as a member of the community. Let me show you a tribute knitted for the Queen on top of the postbox in the central square here. That's Her Majesty. That was put up overnight, and you can see a knitted angel and flower at her feet with the message, "Thank you, Your Majesty, made with love," by Facebook Torfin's knitted postbox. That's a nice touch by the villagers here this morning. Let's speak to a prominent villager here in Ballater, the Reverend David Barr of Glenmick Church.
Good
David,
morning.
hello. Talk to me about this occasion, what this means here to people here.
Well, Her Majesty has been coming here all her life as a child, and if you could imagine when she was in the big cities and she had to be maybe stand prim and proper with her wee sister and not be able to play, but when she got to Balmoral she would be able to do cartwheels with her sister. She would be able to be a child, and I think that stuck with her, so that's why Balmoral became really special. And then when she became Queen, she held on to that and knew that, and so she would, I think when she came in through the gates, she hung her crown up on the door, and then went in and she was a loving wife, a mum, a gran, and then later on a great-gran and an aunt, and been able to do normal things. And because she's really served our country all her life, majority of people who are living all her life, she's been our queen, this village wants to, historically, I've only been here 8 years, but historically wants to give something back. And I think giving that back was trying to give that little bit of normality. So, yes, in their younger years, Her Majesty would come in and shop here. The royal family still do to today. And this is a time to say that with pride and honour. But in 5 weeks' time, if you were to come up here today and say, did you see a royal? I would say no. Even if I saw one 2 minutes ago, I wouldn't. I definitely just would lie through my teeth. So no. So that there's that part of here.
The privacy was guarded.
Privacy is guarded and cherished because she is her neighbour. This is her village. I'll give you a kindness now for the royal family that I thought about this to try and put it into perspective. Our King Charles maybe said to his younger brother Edward, Manchester United's playing Dortmund. Let's go down the pub and watch it. Never happened, never will. But we take that as a normality. So to try and give back that, because they are so precious to us, yeah.
And tell me about the sense of loss.
Oh, a great loss. When it was announced, I came down to ring the church bells, 70 bells, one for each year of reign. I'm a 6'3" guy, ex-Navy, ex-Royal Naval Commando, wee guy from Glasgow. I went up that church. And I cried. Everybody here, you'll see them all crying. And I think the TV, it's been on TV. It's on world TV, and it should be, it's our Queen, it's the Commonwealth, the world's Queen, the Commonwealth Queen. And it's been subliminally in our lives as well. She's been on our money, on our postage stamps. We all had Christmas dinner. We all go round 3 o'clock. Our Christmas dinners are all set round 3 o'clock, so we can hear the Queen's speech. She's been that rock, that stability through the world wars, through the Cold Wars, through COVID. She was our constant. So subliminally she's been there. And in this village we've been cherished, but there'll be a lot of people, I've talking from people who've travelled from the south of England to be up here today. When Her Majesty's cortege comes through, it's a physical, tangible thing. And I think it'll be an awful lot of a whelm of emotion then. So, yeah.
Reverend David Barr from Glenmick Church here in Ballater, many thanks for your time. Today, it's the public's chance to pay their respects. There was that window yesterday, of course, in Crathie Kirk when members of the royal family were able to pay their respects during a short service. They were joined by some members of the royal household, an intimate gathering. And I can tell you that during that service, in the pews where the royal family normally sit just to the side of the altar, there was a space left for where the Queen normally sits, in that front pew right in the middle. Respect, a space left for Her Majesty, and the tune that played them out at that short service was a haunting, very beautiful tune played on the violin, the death of King George VI, the Queen's father, of course, a tune much loved by the Queen.
James Matthews there in Ballater. Thanks very much indeed. And just to let you know that from just after 10 o'clock this morning, we will bring you those pictures of the Queen's funeral cortege as it begins its final journey. Well, here now at Buckingham Palace, I'm joined by our International Affairs editor, Dominic Waghorn, as well as the Queen's former Royal Protection Officer, Dick Griffin. And Dominic, people gathering once again today here at Buckingham Palace, wanting to pay their respects.
Yes, and we've seen them in their thousands coming, slightly fewer in number, I think, so far this morning, possibly put off by the weather. Quite overbearing security as well. It's quite hard to move around here. Some people saying they just can't. It's taken a while to get here. But the people I have spoken to have got up pretty early to try and beat the crowds, and they've been determined to come here because they have said it's just not been good enough sitting at home watching it on telly. They've wanted to come and connect with it and be part of it, which is a reminder of what people were saying 25 years ago when Princess Diana died. I remember people then saying that just being at home just didn't cut it. They felt they had to come and pay the respects and be part of what was going on here. So I think we have been wondering whether we would see similar scenes to what happened 25 years ago. Obviously very different in character and tone and circumstances. But I think in terms of numbers, we are seeing a lot of people coming out and wanting to pay their respects, wanting to be part of history and wanting to be involved. And obviously we're going to see more of that, I think, and more emotion as the Queen's coffin is placed on the hearse in Balmoral and then begins her last journey out of Balmoral through Ballater, through Scotland, and then on the way here in London.
And as Greg Milam, our correspondent there in Balmoral, was saying, it's a very poignant moment. How difficult do you think this will be for the royal family to see the coffin begin this journey?
It's going to be an exceedingly sad day. Balmoral Castle meant so much to Her Majesty the Queen and the royal family. It was without doubt the Queen's favourite residence. She would always go up there late July and she'd stay there with the family. Well, the family would come and go, but she would always stay right there till the beginning of October. And even she'd always have the odd private weekend as well. There was a little house on the estate called Cragowan. She'd go up there in May, early June, and spend 4 or 5 days up there. And it was noticeable when we used to bring her back from Balmoral to come back to Buckingham Palace. It was one of the few times you'd see her grouchy, you know, because she was leaving a beloved Scotland to come back to London and resume, obviously, all the work she had to do, although she carried on working in Balmoral anyway.
And, of course, the family will have so many happy memories from up there. And, as you say, a place that she would associate with being happy, with having fun. And I know that you will have witnessed a fair few of those fun times.
Well, Balmoral was very, very special because the Queen would go out picnicking in the evening, barbecuing with Prince Philip, which she actually loved doing. But she also was a great... made sure the staff were all happy. They used to have at least 2 big fancy dress parties, and the Queen would always come along and personally judge it. There would always be 2 Gillies balls, which all the staff were invited to, and used to do a Paul Jones, so you had a good chance of ending up dancing with the Queen. And so everyone was included. It was just such a happy place to be.
And you had a story about a hat that you were keen to tell.
One of my colleagues tells me the story. He won't thank me for telling him this story, but it's... Ian was on duty with Her Majesty the Queen, and he was taken to the Crathy Church on the Sunday, and from Cragowan House, which is about a mile's drive. And when the Queen came back to London, I said, how did you get on with the new protection officer over the weekend? And she said, oh, he's exceptionally nice. I like him a lot. He can stay. But you must get him to relax a bit more. He's very, very nervous. I said, well, we're all nervous when we first started working with you. Yes, she said, but he's especially nervous. I was getting in the car to go to church, and I was only halfway in the car, and he slammed the door on me, and it banged my shoulder, knocked me back against the door, and as the door shut, my big hat stuck in the top of the door. So she said, rather than upset him, I went to church with my head stuck in the top of the... And I remember seeing the news film that day of the Queen going to church, and I see the Queen in such a funny angle. And I thought, what a lovely lady. Rather than upset a policeman who was new in the job, she decided to just... And obviously, Ian gets her, opens the car door when he gets to church, and she's released. She's managed to sit upright.
Oh, that's a really lovely story. What a lovely touch. Well, good to see you, Dick Griffin, and Dominic, we will catch up with you again later. Thank you for now. Now, the Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has told Sky News that he will not hold a referendum on whether the country should become a republic in his first term. In an exclusive interview, he said this was a moment to show gratitude for the Queen's service to Australia, the Commonwealth and the world. The Queen's death has reignited a debate about Australia's relationship with the monarchy. So let's speak to our correspondent Cordelia Lynch, who's in the Australian capital, Canberra, and who's carried out that interview. So, Cordelia, tell us a little bit more about what Anthony Albanese told you.
Well, Anthony Albanese's Republican views have long been known. Back in 2018, he spoke of Australia's need to have an Australian head of state, but he recognises the gravity of this moment, of the need for the nation to mourn and of their deep affection and connection with the monarch. She was the first reigning monarch to step foot on Australian soil. She visited the country 16 times. He spoke very fondly of her ability to support the nation in its time of need, whether that was in floods, droughts or natural disasters. In the wake of her death, there has been a discussion once again about a referendum on a republic in Australia. There was already a referendum that's taken place back in 1996, but he has made clear that he will not be holding one in his first term of office, and he very much wants to dedicate this time in really respecting the honour of the service that the Queen gave this country and of the deep affection everyone had for her here. I did ask him, though, about whether he felt evolve.
Of course, and it has evolved, and it will continue to evolve. It will need to continue to move with the times. But the bigger questions about our Constitution are not ones for this current period. This is a period in which we are showing the grief that so many Australians are feeling at the moment, showing our deep respect and admiration for the contribution of the Queen to Australia, and today, of course, the transition formally here to recognise that with the Queen's passing, King Charles automatically became the head of state of Australia.
Australians love the Queen for many different reasons, and for her ability to understand those that work the land here. They also respected her for her ability to stay out of politics. And I asked Anthony Albanese if he believed that King Charles would also be able to do that, and he said he felt he would be deeply conscious of it. Anthony Albanese will be travelling to the UK for the Queen's funeral, and he will also be meeting with King Charles.
Cordelia, thanks very much indeed. So let's bring you now these pictures that have come in overnight. Well, today marked the formal proclamation of the accession of Charles as King of Australia in a ceremony in the country's capital, Canberra. The proclamation was marked by a 21-gun salute. Meanwhile, in New Zealand, there have been two 21-gun salutes to acknowledge the proclamation of King Charles III. Well, the salutes took place in Wellington and in Auckland. Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern spoke of the loss felt by the death of Queen Elizabeth, but also the welcoming of a new era.
For 70 years, Queen Elizabeth served the people of Aotearoa, New Zealand with unwavering duty. For the vast majority of New Zealanders, she is the only monarch we have known. And so, upon her death, we enter a time of change, one filled with sadness for her passing, but also gratitude for the life she led and the example she set. King Charles has long had an affection for Aotearoa, New Zealand, and has consistently demonstrated his deep care for our nation. This relationship is deeply valued by our people.
Let's take a quick look at the front pages of the Sunday morning papers now. And Reunited for Granny reads the front of the Sunday Mirror as the Prince and Princess of Wales and the Duke and Duchess of Sussex are pictured together for the first time in mourning. Peace for Gran reads the front of the Sunday People as they also lead with that same story. The Sunday Times also leads with the royal walkabout. Their headline, Warring Windsors, awkward truce to honour the Queen. The Daily Star on Sunday looks at the two royal couples' reunion as well, with the four pictured together in mourning. Reunited in Sorrow reads the front of the Sunday Telegraph. The Sunday Express goes with the headline, Together for Granny, William hands olive branch to Harry. And this same story is on the front of the Sun on Sunday as well this morning. Their headline, All for One. Front of the Observer this morning, in contrast, pictures our new King Charles III as he ascends the throne. Let's speak now to royal sculptor Francis Siegelman, who has sculpted the Queen among a number of other members of the royal family. So, real pleasure to have you here, Francis Siegelman. Thanks so much for talking to us. So, you made a sculpture of the Queen.
Yeah.
How was that? Talk us through that process.
Okay. Well, it was just such an amazing privilege, obviously, to be sculpting the Queen. I had 3 sittings in the room, you know, in the palace, which was set aside for artists. And it was just awe-inspiring, you know. I went beforehand and I was able to choose the tiara and the jewellery, really, that the Queen was going to wear. And at the first sitting, she was so amazing because, for me, I was going up and measuring her all the time with calipers.
So you had to measure her head?
I had to measure her head. So
was that quite scary?
It was amazing. I mean, you know, my hands were definitely shaking. And I was supposed to go back and write these measurements down, but I just couldn't. So I thought for the first sitting, I'm just going to listen to her and be with her, which was, excuse me, amazing. Excuse me.
Is that because you want to get a sense of personality as well when you're creating a sculpture or
yes,
movement of the face? Or
yeah, well, when I'm sculpting, something comes through, I knew that it was important to just listen. And she was so concerned about the people walking around here because at that time it was a road, and she was very concerned that people would get run over, and she just came across as such a wonderful person. She was amazing.
And she did chat to you, didn't she?
She did, all the time. Yeah,
did she?
All the time.
So, I mean, you don't have to divulge anything that was private, but yeah. What kind of discussions were you having?
Well, she was telling me all about her journey she was going to make up north on the train. I think it was very imminent to the first sitting. And then she was talking about visitors that were coming to stay at the palace. And various things, really, which were very interesting. And I only had an hour, so it was, you know...
But did that put you at ease? Was she good at... We've had a lot of people saying that they were quite intimidated meeting her, but she was very quick to put people at ease.
She was such a dream, really. Amazing. It makes me quite sad because after the 3rd sitting, I got very, very, very emotionally involved, you know. I could tell you some unusual things about the 3rd sitting, if you like.
Please do.
Yes, OK. Well, on the 3rd sitting, I decided I had to find a way to see if she liked the bust before it went to the foundry. So I said to Her Majesty, you know, are you happy with the hair, this length? And she said, well, perhaps a little bit shorter. So I worked on it while she was there until she said, yes, that's fine. And then I said to her, are you happy for this to go to the foundry now? And she said, yes, but don't fiddle with it. So I knew, with a finger out like that, I knew that she liked it, which was such a good feeling, you know.
And also that she wanted some control and you wouldn't go away and change it.
Yeah.
And I was also intrigued when you said that you got to choose the tiara.
Yeah.
I mean, did you have a selection of possibles, or did you have free rein?
Do you know, I remember meeting Angela Kelly, and I had to go there before I did the sculpture, and there were numerous amounts of things on display, and it felt as though I was choosing the tiara. So yes, I think it was.
Did that surprise you? Because obviously she could presumably dictate what she wore for you. Did it surprise you that you were given that level of freedom?
I know, absolutely. And it's surprising how she would get up and just go to the table and put it on. You know, it was so unusual. The experience was out of this world unusual because she, to me, seemed so ordinary in some ways, you know, so much just like everybody, but so special. And she had such magic about her, and her face and her skin and the way she walked, you know. And I felt terribly emotional at the end.
And did you get to see her after the piece was finished?
Yes, she came. She unveiled it at Baden-Powell House for the Scouts. I met her on numerous occasions, but, you know, just things that we went to at the palace, Jack, my husband and I. So, yeah.
And we've got a picture there on our screen now. It really is very beautiful.
Yeah.
And so how long did the whole process take?
I think because of her, in between there were big gaps because she was away. Probably a year from start to finish. Yeah.
That's a pretty good result from a year's work, I would say.
Lovely,
it looks absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah.
And I think you've worked with other members of the royal family as well and done other sculptures.
Yes, I have. I've sculpted Prince Charles. Oh, King Charles. King Charles. Amazing.
We're all getting used to that new
Oh, my
title.
God, yeah. King Charles, Princess Anne, Countess of Sussex, and Sophie's Countess Sussex, yeah. Wessex,
yes.
And the Duke of Kent. And, yes, it's been a privilege, just amazing. I am working on an exhibition at the moment for a memorial of the Queen, which will be at Qantas Gallery, so that would be really, really good, because I need to keep that feeling going for me, because it was such an amazing time in my life.
Oh, well, thank you so much for coming and
Thank you
sharing
very
some of
much.
the details of it. It's really interesting.
Thank you.
And beautiful piece of work at the end of it. Frances Eagleman, thank you.
Thank you, bye-bye.
Well, over the course of her reign, the Queen became perhaps the most photographed person ever to have lived, and her image has been used in everything from pop art to punk. Katie Spencer has been looking at the life of a cultural icon.
She was the most portrayed woman in the world. Her face in profile ubiquitous. Her image at the core of British culture. The Queen's coronation was groundbreaking, the first ever to be televised, watched by 27 million. It was the premiere of sorts for the lifelong pivotal role she'd play in maintaining the allure of brand Britain.
I remember when I was a little girl, a little teenager, when she was engaged to Prince Philip, who was about the best-looking man in the world. I mean, everybody at school had a crush on him. And I kept scrapbooks of the Queen. Everything that was in the papers or the magazines I cut out. And it was Princess Elizabeth's wedding. And she was a fairy tale princess. She really was. She was gorgeous. She had a handspan waist, big, wonderful eyes. We all just loved her.
And decades on, record audiences once again tuned in for her Platinum Jubilee.
Perhaps you would like a marmalade sandwich. I always keep one for emergencies.
So do I. I keep mine in here.
Celebrations which brought people back together following the challenges of the pandemic. During lockdown, of course, many binged on The Crown, one of the countless screen portrayals fuelled by the relentless public infatuation with this woman.
If you imagine I'm going to drop everything and come down to London before I attend to my grandchildren who've just lost their mother.
Celebrated by our greatest artists, from Lucian Freud to Andy Warhol, her portraits now a huge part of her legacy.
I remember when I was first commissioned, it was a daunting prospect. You know, the Queen, the most portrayed woman in history. I asked if man would like to rest in between shots. That'd be fine. Just, I was conscious of all the light onto her. So she closed her eyes and that was the moment. It was, you know, I didn't go in there to capture that moment, but being so tuned to meditation at the time, you know, in that moment of calmness, you know, there's a kind of vibration to it, and which we all resonate at.
Sitting for artists was part of her cultural duty, but she also inspired some significant unofficial art. An anti-establishment target, epitomised on the cover of the 1977 Sex Pistols single, her defaced lightness an easy act of rebellion.
If you went to most West Indians' home at the time, they would probably have a picture of the Queen on the wall as well as a picture of Jesus.
While rock photographer Dennis Morris's parents admired the Queen, for his generation she represented everything he was rallying against. In 1977, when the punk movement collided with the Queen's Silver Jubilee, he was following the Pistols' provocative boat trip on the Thames.
At that time, the monarchy was very, very strong. We were not particularly liked for being anti-monarchy in that sense. As I grew older and knew more and more about it, I have a very, very deep respect for the Queen. And my respect for the Queen is this, that basically it takes a lot to hold something like that together in the way she has over the years. So, you know, for me, big respect for that in that sense.
While many British artists have clashed with the establishment, the Queen, a loyal supporter of creativity, handed out thousands of honours for services to the entertainment sector. For 70 years, she was champion of the arts. For those who embraced her magisterial authority or rebelled against it, she inspired. Her influence over British culture, irrefutable and unique.
Thank you for everything.
That's very kind.
Katie Spencer, Sky News.
Let's just show you the scene live this morning in Balmoral, which is where we will see the Queen's coffin being moved and beginning the funeral cortege from there. Ultimately, of course, it will complete its journey at the state funeral, the date for which we now have. As you can see, a number of police officers are now arrived at the gates of Balmoral ahead of the beginning of that funeral cortege's journey across Scotland this morning, and we're going to have plenty of coverage of that journey, which begins at 10 o'clock this morning. Now, the Australian Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, has told Sky News that he will not hold a referendum on whether the country should become a republic in his first term. He said this was a moment to show gratitude for the Queen's service to Australia, the Commonwealth and the world. So here is that international exclusive interview with our correspondent, Cordelia Lynch.
The Australians' relationship with the Queen appears enduring. What do you think it was about her reign that achieved that special connection?
This is a land of cyclones, of floods, of natural disasters. And Queen Elizabeth always reached out to give that comfort to Australians at our time of need. And she was such a respected figure, regardless of where people stand on the political spectrum. That 70 years of public service, that devotion to duty, is something that holds her in such high regard.
Part of the success of Queen Elizabeth's reign here seems to be that people perceived her as being politically neutral. Do you think her son will be able to achieve that too?
I'm sure he's very conscious of the need to be above politics, and he certainly has always been that in terms of Australia. But he's someone who has a deep relationship with Australia. I hope that he is able to visit here on an occasion as soon as possible. But he's been a regular visitor here, and we're very familiar. This, of course, is a substantial change. The only monarch that we have known in my lifetime and in the lifetime of most Australians has been Queen Elizabeth. So this is a change.
It's reignited a debate about a republic. Do you think in this moment that is appropriate or perhaps even opportunistic?
Well, I am of the personal view, and I've made it clear that now is the time for us to pay tribute to the life of Queen Elizabeth II, to give thanks for her service to Australia, to the Commonwealth and to the world, and that is the focus that I have.
When it comes to the monarchy, do you think, though, Australians want to see the institution evolve?
Well, of course, and it has evolved, and it will continue to evolve. It will need to continue to move with the times. But the bigger questions about our Constitution are not ones for this current period. This is a period in which we are showing the grief that so many Australians are feeling at the moment, showing our deep respect and admiration for the contribution of the Queen to Australia.
Do you think this moment, this pause for reflection internationally, might actually consolidate people's belief in the power of the monarchy?
Oh, look, that we will see what occurs. I think the important thing is, I think, to commemorate the moment that we're in now. And it is a moment of reflection about an extraordinary life.
She certainly had a powerful connection, and we've witnessed that firsthand here in Australia. And just to confirm, though, no referendum in your first term?
No.
Anthony Albanese there speaking to Cordelia Lynch. Well, Queen Elizabeth became monarch 5 years after India's independence. She made 3 state visits to the country during her reign. So let's find out how her death has been received there. Neville Lazarus is in Delhi for us this morning. So, Neville, what has the reaction been like there?
Well, it has been quite muted out here. The government has called for a day of mourning today. The national flag is to fly half-mast, and no government official programs will take place today. Now, the Queen has visited India 3 times, 1961, 1983 and 1997, with her lifelong partner, Prince Philip. And it's been probably on this same very route she would have taken to go to the building behind me, which is the President's house, where she would have been given a ceremonial welcome. And over these three periods of visits that she has made, she has known all the leaders in India, starting from Mahatma Gandhi to the present Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And she has also been talking about how the diversity in this, the sort of broad diversity in the country is an inspiration to all. Now, India has changed over the last 75 years since its independence from Britain in 1947. It is now a new, buoyant, confident India, where the young population is disconnected with the bygone eras of kings and queens, and now it's left up to the new monarch and the young family of Prince William to make that connection and endure the relations with the largest Commonwealth country in the world, with a population of 1.3 billion people.
Neville Lazarus there in Delhi. Thanks very much indeed. Well, let's take a look at the Sunday papers now. And here with me to go through the front pages, I'm joined by the royal historian, Dr. Tessa Dunlop, and political editor at the Sunday Mirror, Nigel Nelson. And Tessa, I know that you've spotted a story about Australia. We were talking, of course, about Australia a minute ago with that interview with the Prime Minister. So this is in the Sunday Telegraph, isn't it?
Yeah, fascinating sort of global reshuffle, reflecting not just on our royal family, Elizabeth and now Charles, but so too on Britain's place in the world and what it means. Anthony Albanese saying, understandably, now is not the time to discuss our future head of state. Of course, they are, Australia, one of the other 14 realms that has our sovereign as their titular head. Interestingly, though, the headline in the Telegraph is King's Green activism wins favour among young Australians. This is because obviously, they're massively impacted by climate change, those terrible bushfires, a feeling there's been a bit of lethargy within their own political elite dealing with this subject. And, of course, Charles famously being this long-term green activist back in the day when we all thought he was a bit of an eccentric. What was he going on about? And by all accounts, the younger generation, Gen Z, is it? Those under 24 are more pro the British monarchy, particularly Charles, because of his green credentials, than those, say, of my generation up to the age of 49, who, of course, remember the fallout of Diana. They particularly were passionate, you'll remember about Diana, and they feel a bit less generous towards Charles. But when we're talking about this polling, I'm afraid none of it is tilting in the right direction for Charles in the long term. 46% of those Jedzens pro retaining Charles, just 36% in favour between the ages of 30 and 49.
That's in Australia,
That's
that poll.
in Australia,
yeah, interesting. OK, and let's move inside the Mail on Sunday, Nigel, shall we? Because this focuses on Prince William, Prince of Wales.
Yes, indeed. And the important thing was to remember, especially as behind us now crowds are beginning to gather outside Buckingham Palace, this is an intensely public event, but also there was an awful lot of the private in it, and this is what Prince William showed, and I thought that his statement got it absolutely right. A public statement about his private feelings, and so he was saying the Queen had been with him during his happiest times, also his saddest times. And so he's obviously talking about the death of his mother. So I think it was right for him to actually say that and say it to the public that, hey, folks, look, I have lost my beloved granny. Please understand what I'm feeling, as well as actually doing his public duties to try and deal with what everybody else is feeling.
Yeah, and reflecting what his father has done as well, hasn't he? Been very open about his grief as well as his duties.
Yes.
Yeah, interesting. And inside the Sunday Express, Tessa, a story about Camilla.
Yeah, that other big player. Interestingly, quite a favourable article, Consort, who has earned her new role, referring to the way in which she was sort of slowly ingratiated or upgraded within that royal pecking order, being introduced to the Privy Council a number of years ago. And then, of course, the Queen saying early on in this Platinum Jubilee year that she would like her to be Queen Consort, which she now is. I think it's interesting. There is clearly a difference between the way British people feel towards Camilla. We've got used to her. We respect her. She's taken on some difficult issues, domestic abuse and sexual violence. And we see her much more. She's in our press a lot. Whereas overseas, of course, their big memory, that big, huge last funeral, 2.5 billion people watching Diana's funeral, the sort of bitter aftertaste of the fallout of Charles's divorce means that Camilla's a slightly harder act to sell in the overseas territories in the Commonwealth and foreign realms.
Yeah, interesting that. And inside the Sunday Express as well, a focus on bishops, is that right?
Yeah, indeed. Yeah. It's a funny story because they've been doing tributes in both the House of Lords and the House of Commons. It's the Archbishop of York who tells a story about, so this is the Reverend Stephen Cottrell, tells a story about the Queen's car breaking down. And so he went up to it and put a cross right over the car. It was a bit of a joke, really, but the car started. And later, when he met the Queen, when he thought he might have gone too far, she comes up to him and says, "Oh, Archbishop, you've healed my car."
That's fantastic. I love that. And Nigel, I think you're going to take us on as well to a story from a former press secretary about... Tells us a little bit about King Charles and his everyday routines, is that
Yes,
right?
that's right. This is Julian Payne, who was press secretary to the King when he was Prince Charles. What he says is that he's not impressed by people who try to show off their intellect with him or their titles or their standing. That Prince Charles and now King Charles wanted to meet ordinary people. And again, he tells an anecdote of going to the latest James Bond film to go and meet the cast. Now, Julian Payne was really excited about meeting Daniel Craig, but they didn't get there till quite late because Prince Charles wanted to talk to all the crew, the lighting people, everyone behind the scenes. He seems to be fascinated by ordinary people, and obviously that stands him in great stead to be the future king.
Absolutely, and something that I think people will think was true of the Queen too.
True of the Queen too.
Nigel Nelson and Dr. Tessa Dunlop, always good to see you. Thanks for keeping me company this morning, going through the papers. It's been good to see you. So let's just show you the scene at Balmoral this morning. As you can see, a huge number of flowers outside the gates there. We saw a number of police officers as well arriving at the gates of Balmoral just a short time ago. And this, of course, the scene of the beginning of the movement of the Queen's coffin from Balmoral. The journey will ultimately end here in London and at the state funeral, which will take place in Westminster Abbey a week on Monday. That movement of the coffin, the funeral cortege, will start at 10 o'clock this morning. And just to remind you that we will have full coverage following the route as it crosses Scotland this morning. Meanwhile, here at Buckingham Palace, here with me is Dominic Waghorn, our International Affairs Editor, as well as the Queen's former Royal Protection Officer, Dick Griffin. So welcome back to both of you. A sombre day, a poignant day for the royal family, of course, Dominic. People still gathering here to pay their respects, but there will be people, of course, lining the route of that cortege in Scotland too.
Yeah, I think it's a reminder that what's happening now in the run-up to the funeral is a twin-track process. On the one hand, you have the mourning process, ending the reign of the now dead monarch, and on the other hand, we have the accession and succession process that is bringing the new king to the throne, which happened automatically once the Queen died. Prince Charles became King Charles. But then yesterday we saw the Accession Council and then the proclamation of his accession. Yesterday was all about that, but I think today the mourning process, which obviously began a couple of days ago, now really picks up pace and continues in earnest as the cortege leaves Balmoral Castle and makes its way towards here. And what we're seeing outside Buckingham Palace is people doing what they've been doing for the last few days, which is coming here to pay respects, to be part of it. And the people I've been speaking to say they just felt they had to get up, they had to leave home, they had to stop watching it on television and come and do something and lay flowers, and also wanted to just be with others as they're still working out what their emotions are. And they were saying that some of them, they're nervous about what is to come, but reassured by what they've seen so far in terms of that succession process. But yeah, the focus now today will be on the mourning process beginning.
Well, yes, and of course, Dick, there will be many people in Scotland who want to see that cortege make its way across Scotland and gather there. But we should remember that this is a very personal and poignant time for the royal family. How do you think, you've worked very closely with them and with the Queen, how do you think the royal family will be feeling about today?
Absolutely devastated, all of them. And, you know, such a shock for everybody. I mean, the Queen was obviously in health for the last year, and probably people were expecting it, but when it actually happens, I mean, it's just devastating. I remember sitting here with you guys on Thursday evening, and we were all chatting away when the news came, and you could just see the reaction of the crowds here. It was just devastation for everybody.
Of course, and felt all the more keenly by her family too. Dick Griffin, Dominic, thanks both very much indeed. And we can take you to Balmoral. As we were telling you, the Queen's coffin will travel from there to Edinburgh today, and the Queen will lie at rest in the Palace of Holyrood House overnight. So let's take you over to Anna Botting now, who's in Edinburgh. Anna.
The Scottish capital later on today. Well, let me introduce a man who's been absolutely key in organising what we're going to see today, tomorrow and indeed the next day. I'm joined by Councillor Robert Aldrich, who is the Right Honourable Lord Provost and Lord Lieutenant of the City of Edinburgh. The sun is shining and really the focus will be on the Scottish capital later on today. Just talk us through the events that will happen.
Well, yes, at lunchtime today, about midday, there will be proclamation of the new king from the Market Cross, which is in the middle of the Royal Mile, and a further proclamation up at Edinburgh Castle about half an hour later, with a procession between the two places. And around about 4 o'clock this afternoon, the Queen's funeral cortege will come past. Sorry, it's very, very moving. Tomorrow I have the privilege of greeting His Majesty the King when he arrives in the city, and taking part in the ceremony of the keys. It's an ancient ceremony where we offer the keys of the city to the sovereign, and up until this time at least, every time the sovereign has handed them back for our safekeeping. So I hope that the new king will be pleased enough to give us the keys back then. And then later on, the Queen's coffin will move up to St Giles Cathedral, where she will lie in rest, and there will be a church service and many more things. So it is a very busy few days here in Edinburgh. I know the people in Edinburgh are determined to give the Queen a show of just how much respect we had for her.
It is emotional, isn't it? You are not alone, and you were the person who welcomed the Queen here in late June when she took her time here at the palace. How was she then, and how did she seem to you?
She was we'd heard lots of reports about her being unwell, but she was remarkably sprightly. She was very chatty. She was a little frustrated that she was unable to inspect the troops at the ceremony of the keys, but she was really, she made my life easy as a brand new Lord Provost. Of course, I made a slight mess of my lines that I had to say to her. She gave that broad smile, the twinkle in her eye, and responded, of course, word perfect, as the true professional she was. But she made it easy for me.
And I notice your chain has been covered up. Why is that? What's happened?
Well, this magnificent chain has got an even more magnificent medal on the bottom of it, with diamonds and so on it. And it is traditional at times of national mourning that we would cover this with a dark pouch for the entire mourning period, out of respect.
It'll be around 10 o'clock that we see Her Majesty's coffin for the first time. It is always a very difficult time, that,
yes.
And certainly people will be lining the route. She's going through some of the
Absolutely.
main cities in Scotland as well. How important is this for Scotland, do you think?
This is absolutely important for Scotland, but I think it's more important for all those individuals who have a personal connection with Her Majesty. I think I heard somebody say that something like 30 million people in the United Kingdom had had some contact or other with the Queen, and I think that when the cortege goes past, suddenly it will become very real to a lot of people, and different people will manage their thoughts and their grief in different ways right across the city and the country. And yes, I hope we can all be respectful. I hope we can all be proud of what she gave to us and give back in some way or another.
There is so much organisation that goes into these events. I know at 5 a.m. this morning there were rehearsals for the procession which will take place tomorrow from the Palace of Holyrood
Yes.
House behind us up to St Giles Cathedral for those important events there, including a vigil with the royal family.
Yes.
You know, how have you prepared for this?
Well, obviously there had been a lot of preparations, actually many years in advance. In fact, the Queen was involved in many of the plans herself, so it's something that she would have wanted herself. But I have to pay tribute to the service personnel, the council staff, whole range of people who have been involved in putting in huge numbers of hours over the last 2 or 3 days to get the city looking magnificent and to prepare to try to make this the best possible show that we can put on of our respect for Her Majesty the Queen.
I'm sure you will succeed. Thank you very much indeed for joining us.
Thank
Councillor
you.
Robert Aldrich there, Lord Lieutenant of the City of Edinburgh.
Thank
you
you.
very much indeed. And very emotional for everybody involved in this. And as we heard there, the Queen very closely involved with all of the plans that we will see unfold today. Anna.
Anna Botting there in Edinburgh, thanks very much indeed. And we will be rejoining you for continuing coverage in the next few minutes. But in the meantime, let's just show you the scene here at Buckingham Palace, where we are this morning. There's the scene outside the palace. A number of people now gathering there. Security feels a little bit tighter this morning. There are more barriers up, and it's harder to get to the palace gates, but people are still coming. We are expecting more and more people to come and bring flowers, make their own tributes, have their own moments in front of the gates to reflect on the Queen's death. And meanwhile, of course, at the events of the day, focusing largely on Scotland today. We heard there from Anna Botting just a few moments ago in Edinburgh, and talking about the journey of the Queen's coffin, which will start here in Balmoral, where you can see now, focusing on the floral tributes that are brought from people locally there. The Queen's coffin will be moved today. It'll be the first time that the public have seen her coffin, of course, so it's a poignant moment for her family, of course, primarily, but also for members of the public. And the coffin is then going to make a 175-mile journey, arriving at the Palace of Holyrood House in Edinburgh at around 4 o'clock this afternoon. It's a 6-hour trip, and police have been arriving. We've seen them throughout the morning arriving to help with that process. And A day of overwhelming emotion is how one local minister along that route described it. We'll be with it every step of the way. That journey begins at 10 o'clock this morning, but we'll have coverage throughout the day. Please do stay with us.
One voice and consent of tongue and heart, publish and proclaim that the Prince Charles Philip Arthur George become our only lawful and rightful liege lord, Charles III. 3 cheers for His Majesty the King. Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! Long live the King!
Bye everyone, thank you so much. Thank you everyone.
This is Sky News live from Holyrood House in Edinburgh. A last great journey. The Queen's coffin will begin its journey to its final resting place. 6 gamekeepers will lift it into a hearse at the Balmoral estate in about an hour's time as it travels to the Palace of Holyrood House, the Queen's official Scottish residence here in Edinburgh. No Republic referendum in my first term. In an international exclusive, Australia's Prime Minister tells Sky News there'll be no break with the monarchy in the near future.
It will need to continue to move with the times. But the bigger questions about our constitution are not ones for this current period.
But the Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda says he will call for a referendum on a republic as the King prepares to meet the Commonwealth Secretary-General this morning. Reunited in their grief, the new Prince and Princess of Wales joined the Duke and Duchess of Sussex during a walkabout at Windsor. And from portraits to pop, celebrating the Queen as a cultural icon. Hello, good morning. I am live at the Queen's official Scottish residence in Edinburgh, where this afternoon the Queen's coffin will arrive as the monarch begins the journey to her final resting place. In about an hour's time, we'll see the Queen's coffin leave Balmoral, having been lifted into a hearse by 6 of the estate's gamekeepers. Thousands are expected to turn out on the streets as the cortege begins a 6-hour journey to Edinburgh. The Queen's coffin, which is currently in the ballroom at Balmoral, will be carried, as I said, by 6 gamekeepers from the estate and lifted into the hearse at 10 o'clock this morning. The funeral cortege will make its way to Aberdeen, passing through Ballater, Aboyne, Banchory and Petercouta, arriving in Aberdeen at around 11:20 this morning, and will move through the city's suburbs. The King George VI Bridge, which was opened by Her Majesty's mother in 1941, is also on the route. Next, the cortege will head through the Angus countryside past Brechin, arriving in Dundee at around 2 p.m, where it will drive around the city on the Kingsway. It will then head towards Perth, across the Freaton Bridge and cross over the Queensferry crossing, heading towards Edinburgh. The cortege will pass by Edinburgh Castle and head down the Royal Mile to the Palace of Holyrood House, arriving here at around 4 p.m. The coffin will rest in the throne room to allow staff at the palace to pay their respects. So, as we said, the Queen's coffin will leave Balmoral at 10 o'clock this morning. Sky's Greg Milam is there for us today. And certainly already, Greg, thousands of people have paid their respects there and expected now to line the route.
Yeah, well, I mean, yesterday alone there were thousands who made that journey. Quiet, reflective, patient, very thoughtful lines of people making that journey here today. They're not here at the moment because in the next hour we are expecting that final journey from Balmoral to begin for the Queen, and a poignant moment for the family members who are still here inside Balmoral, and we saw them yesterday looking at some of the tributes. The coffin standing in the ballroom at Balmoral, currently draped in the Royal Standard of Scotland, a wreath of flowers on top of that standard, so that the estate workers of Balmoral can pay their tributes to the Queen. People who've been in royal service for many years, able to have those few moments with her. And then at 10 o'clock we will see, as you say, those 6 gamekeepers from the estate lift that coffin and carry it through a small dining room to the entrance portico and into the hearse. We understand the Sovereign Piper will play Balmoral and Glengelder as that happens, and then the hearse will come down the driveway and we will see it exit the estate. So a symbolic gesture, I think, for those staff members here, the people who've worked on the estate for many years, to be part of what is taking place today. A quiet dignity is how they've described what's going on inside Balmoral as that journey begins, that final journey for the Queen through Scotland.
Greg Milam there in Balmoral, thank you very much indeed. Well, let's bring in our royal commentator, Alistair Bruce. And Alistair, obviously the passing of Her Majesty in Scotland has brought in all these extra events into the programme effectively.
Yes, and it gives Scotland a chance to see the Queen of Scots leave, and to do so in great simplicity along roads that everyone uses and knows well, and through places that the Queen knew and visited often. Of course, when her father, the King, died at Sandringham in 1952, he was conveyed to London on board the Royal Train. And all the way along the route, the train passed very slowly, and people gathered in fields and at railway junctions and bowed their heads to the King as he passed. Those railways have reduced in number, and it's perfect that the roads that go so much more through the communities that the Queen served will provide people who wish to a chance to come and pay their respects as she passes by.
And Balmoral, so much loved. This is obviously her saying goodbye to this place that was her sanctuary, you know, her peace, her quiet, her tranquility. It was so important to her as a child and through her life.
The Queen was born in April 1926, and later that year, while she was still an infant, she was brought to Balmoral during the royal family's holidays. And so for the entire of her life, this has been her haven, and it was from this haven that she has gone to heaven. And I think that it is therefore appropriate that she leaves this place surrounded by her family as she is, and is conveyed through the people that she did her best endeavour to serve on her way to the capital city of Scotland. And as Queen of Scots, she has, I think, always carried in her that great sense of the landscape that she will pass through, particularly because she will pass by where her mother's family, the Bowes-Lyons, lived at Glamis Castle, quite close by. And it's a reminder that she did always have this extra Scottish element in her passion, and that it's appropriate that she passes through the land of Scotland on her way to her final rest.
And this, as we saw yesterday, when the family came to look at those flowers and those tributes outside the gates of Balmoral, it's a very upsetting time for the royal family as well, Alistair.
Well, they all absolutely adored her. They had a profound respect for the stability that she provided, not just for their family, but they saw it for the nation and for the realms and for the Commonwealth. And for the Queen, this was her greatest joy, her family. And yes, life in the public eye for many of them was a challenge, but I think the Queen recognised what a challenge that was for them all, and tried to give them a great deal of continuity and stability, which was really the centre of her faith and being. And in the loss of her, I'm sure each of them are feeling it very deeply. And strange things trigger emotion and grief. And reading the heartfelt messages of passers-by who perhaps didn't know their mother and grandmother, that can add to the impact of the feelings that they have.
Well, the Queen, as we know, currently lies in the ballroom of Balmoral Castle in an oak coffin covered with the Royal Standard for Scotland and with a wreath of flowers on top. It has been described by Buckingham Palace as a scene of quiet dignity. And they've made the point, Alistair, that the Queen's coffin is at rest like this in Balmoral to allow Balmoral estate staff to pay their respects, many of whom, they said, have spent a good deal of their life in royal service there.
And also, I think it's at home. And the Queen served her family, the private staff of her estate and her royal household. But today, she will be released to the nation that she served. And she will, as it were, pass in the start of her journey away in some respect from the family and the people who served directly to her in a very private capacity. So I think that the procession we see leave that gate at Balmoral today is profoundly poignant. And while she was at Balmoral, there was a chance for the nation to prepare what we are told by the Earl Marshal who's organising this event will be the greatest salute the nation could possibly give to a monarch who has served for more than 70 years.
And then here to Edinburgh, a series of events. We know that the King will be arriving tomorrow as well. This is a city you know so well, Alistair. How important is it for the city of Edinburgh to say its farewell to?
Well, Edinburgh as a city has been such a key part of her life because, after all, since she married the Duke of Edinburgh, she's been the Duchess of Edinburgh. And her annual visits there, I had the privilege of welcoming her this year when she arrived as Governor of Edinburgh Castle. And I said to her as I gave a salute, "Welcome home, Your Majesty." And there was a great grin. She was obviously delighted to be back. It had been, through the period of COVID, quite difficult, and it was splendid that she was able to come back again this year, and she was able to take part in so many of the events that had been prepared very quietly for her, not least an act of loyalty from the armed forces to her in the garden at Holyrood. So the links between the Queen and Scotland have always been deeply profound. She will pass by the great Castle of Edinburgh, and she will then make her way down through the Royal Mile to Holyrood, where she will rest again at peace within the Palace of Holyrood House, giving her Scottish household the chance to spend time and pay their respects before tomorrow she is conveyed to the High Kirk of St Giles for a service, for the opportunity of the King to pay his vigil, and also for the people of Scotland for 24 hours, if they wish, to come and pay their last respects.
Alistair, thank you. Well, the Queen's neighbours in Ballater will have their chance also to say goodbye as the cortege passes through. Our Scotland correspondent, James Matthews, is there. And James, so many people feel like they knew her. This was her community, was it not? Have many already come to line the route for the cortege?
Yeah, they have, Anna. They knew a different Queen here. They knew a friend and neighbour. She was regularly seen around here. And as you can see, many people, several hundred, have already turned out, lining the streets to pay their respects. You can see many media here from around the world, many local people, joined by several dozen from out of town who've travelled some distance to be here. You can see just in the foreground by the curbside, just to the right, the Lord Lieutenants of Aberdeenshire learning the drill for when the cortege passes. It's due in something like 50 minutes. Reverend David Barr, the local minister, coordinating operations. If you look this way, you can see something that yet another connection between a tangible connection between this village and Her Majesty the Queen, a cairn that was put together in 2012 to celebrate the Diamond Jubilee, and you can see it's a focal point for floral tributes, many of them laid from far and wide. Let's go and speak to this gentleman. Hello, sir. We're from Sky News. We're live. Tell me, what are your thoughts today?
Our thoughts of great sadness, but also remembering with much gratitude for somebody who lived and served with great duty and great respect. So thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Your name, sir?
Andrew Simpson, Lord Lieutenant of Hampshire.
Thanks very much indeed, Andrew. David Cobbin runs a gift shop in Ballater. David, this is Ballater. This is your village. It's the Queen's village. And you came across her. Tell me about that.
Yeah, my wife and I have a gift shop in Ballater, and we had a big flood here, as you know, in 2015, and the shop was completely destroyed. So the Queen, a few months later, decided to come to the village and show her support for everybody, make sure we were all recovering properly. So she came into the shop for a while and had a chat with my wife and I, and you know, it was a very special day for us. It lifted everybody's spirits, but that's the compassion that the Queen showed, you know, and it's a sad day for us here in Ballater.
Tell me about the last time you saw her.
Yes, we're involved with the Highland Games in Ballater, so as a tribute for the Jubilee, we went up to Balmoral about 4 weeks ago with a pipe band, and they played for her, which I'm so glad we went, because she loved the pipe band, she loved the Highland Games, so that was our chance to pay our own tribute to her.
What did she say? Tell me about her mood that day.
Well, I wasn't speaking to her that day in particular, but I know she enjoyed it, because she told some of the committee people afterwards, and you know, Highland music, pipe music, and all things tartan was the Queen. So, and yeah, it's an emotional day now here for us in the village. It's our chance to say goodbye.
Thanks very much indeed, David. Yeah, they say here, Anna, that the Queen hung up her crown when she entered the gates of the Balmoral estate. Let's take a walk that way. I'll follow on behind you and take a look at some of the people who've turned up here. David talking about her love of the pipes and all things Scottish. Of course, the Queen was played a rendition every morning, wherever she went. At 9 a.m. she had the Queen's Piper, who would play a 15-minute medley of tunes that she was so fond of, and which she grew to love as a youngster at ceilidhs, at balls and so on, which she enjoyed throughout her lifetime. So there are some people here who've come from far and wide. You're from Singapore.
That's right.
Tell me, why come here today?
Well, it just happened to be coming through. Brought my mum and dad here to visit Scotland for sentimental reasons. Just, you know, the timing was just a historic moment, yes.
Yeah, and your thoughts on Her Majesty the Queen?
Well, actually, we were reflecting last night with my mum and dad over dinner. We had a dram of whiskey in her name. And my mum was actually saying to me, and, you know, don't forget, to me, said, don't forget she was our queen. I said, what do you mean? We come from Singapore. She goes, yeah, but before Singapore was independent, we were a British colony. So she was our queen. And, you know, that kind of brought into context everything. And it's very meaningful for my mum to be here.
Thank you very much indeed. We have a couple from Glasgow.
Yeah.
You've driven up to be here.
Yes.
Tell me why.
Just to pay our respects to the Queen. She gave her life to the country.
Thank you.
For what she's done for the country. I've known her personally, but she's been there my whole life. So, just to say thanks.
Tell me about the sense of loss that you're feeling.
Very much so. It's almost like a family member. Yeah.
As I say, you've seen her every day on TV, not personally, but on TV or some sort of somewhere in the world. I mean, she was
our queen.
The biggest female icon of the whole world. That's how I would say.
Madam, can we ask you, what are your thoughts today?
It's brought together all the losses of the last few years, really. I've driven 8 hours to come here I thought this is a good location to come to, and I'd be a bit closer.
Why was that important to you, and where have you come from?
I've come from Cheshire. I've driven from Cheshire, so it took me 8 hours. And normally my staying power is about 2.
And why was it important to be here in Ballater?
I just wanted to be closer. I wanted to be closer. I've been to the Balmoral area about 40 years ago when I was a soldier. But I just wanted to be here today to wave her off.
Why is that important? Tell me about you.
She's been the constant figure in my whole of my life. Yeah.
Thank you very much indeed. Well, there you are. Cheshire, Singapore, Glasgow. Many local people too have turned out to pay their respects, lining this route. Let's take a final just look up the street here. The cortege due in around about 50 minutes. It is the nearest village to Balmoral, a village that the Queen knew extremely well. She knew this route very well. Indeed, it's the village, her village, where she did the shopping, where she spent time with other members of the royal family. She was familiar with this place. They were familiar with her, and this is their chance to say goodbye.
James Matthews, thank you very much indeed. And Ballater, obviously one of the first villages that the cortege will pass through. We have more details, in fact, of the cortege. We understand that the Princess Royal and her husband, Tim Lawrence, will be following that cortege in a vehicle which is made up of let me tell you, a hearse, a motorcycle from Police Scotland, a Metropolitan Police Service car, the royal car, as I said, containing the Princess Royal, another royal car with the Lord Chamberlain and the Minister of Crathy Church, and another police car from Police Scotland. So that will be the cortege as it passes through Royal Deeside on its way to Aberdeen, first of all. Well, let me bring in Louise Tate now, the Queen's Scottish Press Secretary for almost 15 years, who's with me this morning. It's such an emotional time, isn't it? We heard people there travelling from all over the world, you know, hours and hours of travelling to get to see her. But it's that really emotional moment when you see the coffin and the realisation of that loss. And for people like you who knew her, very difficult.
I think many people didn't realise the depth of their own feeling and affection for this monarch, and that moment when we do see that car leave the gates of Balmoral will be quite something. And yeah, I'm not looking forward to seeing it myself.
Just remind us what she meant to people like you who worked with her, because part of the programme that we've seen, the events we've seen, is to allow household staff to say their goodbyes. That she's in the ballroom right now at Balmoral in order for those staff who've worked with her, for many of them for much of their lives, to say their own farewell.
It's a really important moment to allow them to do that, and there's been every provision made for staff to do that, to help them understand that transition. But also it's about the continuity of monarchy. They'll still be serving the new king.
Continuity of monarchy. We know that King Charles will be arriving at the Palace of Holyrood House, where we are, tomorrow. There'll be a procession up to St Giles Cathedral, a vigil too of the royal family. And all of this, as they process up the Royal Mile, will be watched by everybody who want to come and see. And it is about coming to see that process, isn't it?
Well, it's part of history. You know, we've never known a monarch on the throne for 70 years. We'll possibly never see it again. And I think people have that real sense that this is something they want to do, and they'll make a determined effort to do it. We always felt that would be the case, and every provision was always made for people. Always thought people, people, people. But also these media positions. It's very, very important for people who can't travel, who are not able to stand, or you know, for long periods of time. It's very important to get these pictures for everyone who can't be here themselves.
And how important do you think it is that Princess Anne will be following and accompanying her mother, if you like, as she makes this journey?
Oh, I think it's very poignant, and I think it comforts me that she's got some family on that journey, which that journey was so familiar to Her Majesty and all members of the royal family, and these places have been frequently visited, and it's lovely that there's been provision made for that journey, and to have that companionship, knowing that the Princess Royal and her husband, Sir Tim Lawrence, is going to be right there with her.
And having worked so long at Balmoral with her, you know,
my office was here. At
your
Palace
office was here.
House. Yeah, it was, and I just feel incredibly fortunate to have served her. To have, there's no words. She was just such a joy to work for. She was very, very straightforward in many, many respects, and you always found you had to be yourself. Because number one, they'd see right through to anything else. And number two, it's far too exhausting to be someone else. And I always find her just such a pleasure to work with, both on public engagements and when she wasn't officially on duty. It was a joy to be around.
A very emotional day for so many people who worked with her, her family, and all those who've watched her over the years, and she is our whole life, isn't she?
You know, it is. This is the strength of feeling that I don't think people realise they had. In times of flux and change, and there's been a lot of that recently, I think she has been the rock, that steadying hand, that symbol of, you know, everything's changing, but some things are not changing, and now this is changing. And change is always unsettling. And this is going to be a big change and a lot for people to adjust to.
Louise Tate, for the moment, thank you very much indeed. Well, let's speak now to the Queen's former Royal Protection Officer, Dick Griffin, who is at Buckingham Palace. And, you know, we will all watch on with our own emotions today. 30 million people were supposed to have had contact with Her Majesty, but you with your own recollections on a day like this.
Well, I was lucky enough to work for Her Majesty and His Royal Highness Prince Philip for almost 30 years. So you can imagine, I can't imagine the grief the family are having, but even for myself and my family, it's very, very deeply upsetting. I was just listening to Louise Tate then with her recollections, and, you know, it almost brings a tear to your eye. Just, you know, it's so upsetting.
So upsetting, but so important, do you think, that people get their chance to see the cortege pass by, her beloved Balmoral, onto all those cities that she would have visited so often, as we see the crowds there at Buckingham Palace and everybody still wanting to pay their own respects. You know, how important is it for people to be allowed to do that?
Oh, it's massively important. I was outside Buckingham Palace on Thursday evening when the death of the Queen was announced, and I was amazed with the hundreds and hundreds of people who were turning up. And I walked amongst the crowd, and there were people turning up with flowers who I wouldn't really expect. I mean, I saw a couple of skinheads with the earrings and huge bouquets of flowers, and I chatted to a couple of them, and they said, we just really, really want to pay our respect to the lovely, lovely Queen. And certainly today, the cortege driving through Ballater. I mean, Ballater was probably 8 miles away from the castle itself. And for the people there to be able to turn out, to be able to wave goodbye to the Queen and say their farewells is very, very important. Her Majesty was always very concerned about Ballater and obviously the floods in 2015 when the town was almost written off. The caravan site was blown away. Lots of the shops were devastated. But the Queen, and in fairness, King Charles, were very, very instrumental in helping rebuild the place.
And you obviously came into contact with the Queen's children beyond King Charles. How do you think they will all be bearing up right now?
I can't imagine the grief they're in. I mean, it's not just the children. You know, it's people like Sophie, who was very close to Her Majesty, the grandchildren. And it just comes as a huge, huge shock. I think we were all expecting it. It was obviously going to happen sometime in the next couple of years. But when it does happen, it just strikes like a dagger between your back. I mean, it's terrible.
And what are your memories of the Queen at Balmoral? We know that she liked, being with her dogs, with her horses, riding her Land Rover Defender, meeting people who were walking through the estate. It was such a joy for her to be there, wasn't it?
Well, it was, and I spent many, many happy hours just privately with Her Majesty the Queen, either walking or going out with her when she had her picnics at lunchtime. And Balmoral was definitely her favourite place. The staff would have fancy dress parties. The Queen would always come along and judge them. There'd be a couple of Gillies balls that all the royal family would turn up for. And if you were lucky enough, you'd end up dancing with the Queen, which was just wonderful. But the Queen, she adored it. I mean, I remember once when I was up at Balmoral with her, Zara was competing in the Olympic Games and looked like she was going to win a medal. And I thought that we'd be flying down to Greenwich to watch her get on. But the Queen said to me, I just can't, I'm just so nervous, I can't face up to it. Let's go out for a picnic. So we drove up onto one of the mountainsides and one of the cabins, and we had a little private picnic, just the two of us. And eventually the Queen said to me, I can't stand it any longer. Can you radio your backups and find out how Zara got on? So I radioed them, found out she'd won the silver medal. And I remember the Queen just grabbed me, and we were dancing around in circles on this hill in Scotland. And that's a memory that will stay with me forevermore.
Well, some wonderful memories there, Mr. Griffin. It's extraordinary to hear those experiences close hand, and certainly you will be among those people who will be, watching the cortege depart Balmoral in about half an hour with us, and we much appreciate your time. Thank you very much indeed this morning.
Pleasure. Thank you for talking to me.
Well, the Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has told Sky News that he will not hold a referendum on whether Australia should become a republic in his first term. In his first international interview since the Queen's death, Mr Albanese said this was a moment to show gratitude for the Queen's service. Well, let's speak now to our correspondent Cordelia Lynch, who is in the Australian capital, Canberra, and there will be other territories across the world who are also having this conversation, Cordelia. So what did he say to you?
Yes, many that are considering their position, but I think Anthony Albanese has understood the gravity of this moment, the need of his nation and others to mourn and to show their gratitude for the reign of Queen Elizabeth. He spoke about her deep connection with the Australian people, her support for them in their trying times, whether it be droughts, floods or natural disasters. He himself is a Republican, his views are well known. Previously, he has spoken of the need for a vote on the future of Australia's relationship with the monarchy, but he knows now is not the time to be talking politics, and I think he wants to make that very clear at this stage. He ruled out the prospect of any kind of referendum in his first term, but I did ask him about whether he thinks the Australian people want to see the royal family, the institution itself, evolve.
Of course, and it has evolved, and it will continue to evolve. It will need to continue to move with the times. But the bigger questions about our constitution are not ones for this current period. This is a period in which we are showing the grief that so many Australians are feeling at the moment, showing our deep respect and admiration for the contribution of the Queen to Australia. And today, of course, the transition formally here to recognise that with the Queen's passing, King Charles automatically became the head of state of Australia.
He has declared a public holiday to mark the death of the Queen. And we also today witnessed a moving ceremony at Parliament House where King Charles was declared sovereign of Australia. We have seen the Queen visit this country 16 times in the past. She was the first reigning monarch to step foot on Australian soil, and that has had a lasting impact here. Her legacy appears enduring, and now Anthony Albanese will be making the trip to the UK to attend her funeral, and he will also, he tells me, be meeting King Charles.
Cordelia, with that update from Australia, thank you very much indeed. Well, crowds of people are still gathering at Buckingham Palace and the Mall to pay their respects to the Queen. Sky's Kamali Melbourne is there, and many people, Kamali, just feeling it's a journey they have to make.
Yeah, absolutely right, Anna. It's really become a point of pilgrimage for people to come here. I was just struck. I've been here a couple of hours now, and just more and more people keep on arriving. They're leaving flowers along the railings here. And, at the moment, they're kind of being moved away by security to keep them moving through. But at one point, about 10 minutes ago, it was about 15 people deep trying to read the tributes, come and pay their own respect in their own way, and want to be a part of history. And a group of people that we spoke to earlier who came here to do exactly that, to try and pay their respects. These guys who came in from Sutton to come and see us. Thank you so much for waiting around. I know that it's been a couple of minutes, but we do appreciate your time. And just tell us, why did you decide to come here today, do you think?
Queen has always been a great part in our life. We need to pay our respect to our beloved Queen. I'm from India. From childhood, I have heard lots and lots about our Queen. It's really a great shock to believe that our Queen has died. I'm sure she'll be living in our heart forever and ever.
Thank you
for all the services she has done to our country and to the world.
And Sophia, you say our Queen, don't you? I mean, DJ, you're Sophia's wife. You see Her Majesty as our Queen, even though you come from India.
Yeah, no, I've been from India. I'm living here for almost 15 years, but I see her like she's our Queen. And she has been not only for UK, she has been for the whole world as well. So now I feel like part of us is gone now, because she has always been constant, but now it's going to be different in life. So we just want to pay respect. We just want to say thank you to her. So we just brought our family as well. So fantastic. The kids, we just want to say thank you and respect to Queen.
And it's a really lovely thing that you guys have done here. And dear, you've come and you want to pay your respect as well. What did you want to say? What are your feelings about the Queen?
Queen Elizabeth, she's very inspirational to me, and she's a role model. And I think she's witnessed many major developments throughout her life. And I think her reign has created history, and I feel proud to be here at this moment.
Lovely sentiment. It's your little sister as well, isn't it?
Yes.
Hi, sweetheart. What did you think about the Queen? What did you want to say?
Queen Elizabeth has developed UK in lots of different ways and has done things that no other queen could do. And she is like a world queen. She's done lots of things for not just UK and Commonwealth countries, but for other countries too.
She certainly has. Deepti, thank you so much for that. I know you were a little nervous about talking, but that was excellent. Thank you for paying that tribute. And Nivdi, you're friends with the family, aren't you? But you're from Mauritius, and now right, Mauritius is fascinating, because Mauritius joined the Commonwealth in 1968, so it's made the decision to join the group of Family of Nations.
Yeah, so same, like we've all come with our friends today, so I've known the Queen ever since when I was in Mauritius as a child. My dad even had a portrait of the Queen in our front room with the royal family. So really today being here is also to let our kids know how important she has been in our life. So we are here to pay our respect. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Nadine. Lucia, just tell us, I know you've been thinking about what the Queen meant to you. Just tell us about your thoughts this morning.
Yeah, so I decided to come down here today because I feel really proud to be living in this country, as we have a kind-hearted Queen who's well known around the world. And I feel like she'll be memorable and her legacy will be carried out.
Certainly will, Lucia. We really appreciate that. Lucia, Nivdi, Deepti, Dia, DJ and Sophia, thank you all so much for this morning. Thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of the day. So look, that is a family of people who've come from the Commonwealth that come to Buckingham Palace today to pay their respects to a monarch and a royal family who they respect and who they want to honour with their memories. And that is what we're really finding from everyone we're speaking to here, Anna, that people have taken this moment out of their lives on a Sunday morning to come and just share in the sadness of the nation and the Commonwealth.
Kamali, live there in Buckingham Palace. Thank you very much indeed. Well, Queen Elizabeth became monarch 5 years after India's independence. She made 3 state visits to the country during her reign. Let's find out how her death has been received there. Neville Lazarus is in Delhi for us this morning. We understand there is a day of vigil, Neville.
That's correct, Anna. Though it has been quite muted out here, the government has ordered for a day of mourning where the national flag will fly half-mast and there will be no government official ceremony at all in the country now. The Queen has made 3 trips to India, 1961, 1983 and 1997, all accompanied with her life partner, Prince Philip. She literally went down this this road down to the President's house, which is behind me, where she would have been given the state ceremonial welcome out there. And as you mentioned, she was just 5 years after India gained its independence in 1947 from Britain, and has known all the leaders, right from Mahatma Gandhi to the present-day Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who's met her twice. But after 75 years of independence, this is new India. This is a very confident, assertive and buoyant, and a very young India. More than half of India's population is under the age of 25, and they are disconnected with the bygone eras of kingship and kings and queens. And now they are confident to be dealt with at par. They want equitable. And just this week itself, India overtook Britain as the 5th largest economy in the world. So it will be quite a lot for the new monarch, who has been here 10 times in the past, to forge and strengthen these relations with not only the largest democracy in the world, but more importantly, the largest Commonwealth country with a population of 1.3 billion people.
Neville, thank you very much indeed. And we know that the Commonwealth was desperately important to Her Majesty the Queen. And King Charles is now due to meet the Commonwealth Secretary-General, Baroness Scotland, later on today at Buckingham Palace. Will also host High Commissioners and their spouses from countries where he is head of state at the Royal Residence's ballroom. Well, our International Affairs editor, Dominic Waghorn, is at Buckingham Palace for us. And, well, 1/3 of the globe is in the Commonwealth. Dominic, we know it was really important to the Queen, but certainly the monarchy will be under consideration for a number of those nations.
Yes, I mean, hugely important to the Queen, going right back to when she was a princess. On her 21st birthday, she gave this address to all the Commonwealth, or the imperial countries as it was then, when she was on tour in South Africa. And in that speech, she said she would devote her life of duty and service to the imperial family of nations, as she put it. And of course, in the early stages of her reign, that empire broke up into independent nations and became the Commonwealth. There are 56 independent nations now in the Commonwealth, and they form a large proportion of the world's population. 2.5 billion people are in the Commonwealth. At the core of the Commonwealth, there are those nations who still regard the monarch as their head of state. 14 nations, as well as Britain. And Prince Charles will be meeting high commissioners from those nations, as well as meeting the Secretary-General Baroness Scotland, who will be representing all the other nations as well. That number has been dwindling over the years. The Queen began with 32 nations who regarded her as the head of state. 17 left that number during her reign, to say 14 plus Britain now. But numbers of countries are beginning to move away from it, as they have been over recent years. Barbados has already become an independent republic. Jamaica's in the process of doing so. And the Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda, in the wake of the Queen's death, has said there will be an independence referendum in his state over the next 3 years. The Prime Minister of New Zealand says she expects her country to do something similar, become a republic in her lifetime. And the Australian Prime Minister saying that for now, at least, for his first term in office, even though he has expressed sympathies and support of the Republican cause, there will be no repeat of the referendum that in 1999 rejected the idea of Australia becoming a republic. But that is the direction of travel, for now at least. But Prince Charles does have this number of nations whose high commissioners he'll be meeting. And I think we'll expect him to give a similar level of commitment to the Commonwealth as his mother did. It's a hugely important group of nations. It's not an empire anymore, but it's hugely important in terms of cultural, political, commercial, diplomatic ties and exchanges. So successful, actually, that countries are trying to join it who weren't members of the British Empire. Gabon and Togo applying for membership, even though they're francophone countries and originally have been falling in the sort of French sphere of influence in Africa. So it remains a vibrant, important organisation that King Charles, as he is now, will be hoping to commit himself to as much as his mother, the Queen, did throughout her reign.
Dominic, thank you very much indeed, and certainly full coverage of those meetings a little later. But let's focus on Australia now, and as we've been hearing, the Australian Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, has told Sky News that he will not hold a referendum on whether the country should become a republic in his first term. He said this was a moment to show gratitude for the Queen's service to Australia, the Commonwealth and the world. And here is that international exclusive interview with our correspondent, Cordelia Lynch.
Prime Minister Albanese, you have announced a public holiday to mark the Queen's death. Why was that so important to you?
I think it's important that we commemorate the remarkable life and indeed the service that Queen Elizabeth gave to Australia as our head of state for 70 years, the longest serving British monarch ever, but also a great deal of affection from Australians towards the Queen. And on Thursday, the 22nd of September, protocol requires a National Remembrance Day to be the day after myself and the Governor-General, the now King's representative in Australia, return from the service in London. So here, that will occur in Parliament House at the Great Hall. I've declared it a National Day of Mourning. And together with the states and territories, we agreed yesterday to have a national one-off public holiday.
The Australians' relationship with the Queen appears enduring. What do you think it was about her reign that achieved that special connection?
I think the Queen was with Australians during times of celebration. The opening of this house, Parliament House, in 1988, the opening of the Sydney Opera House during our great historic events, but was also with Australia at our times of difficulties. This is a land of cyclones, of floods, of natural disasters, and Queen Elizabeth always reached out to give that comfort to Australians at our time of need. And she was such a respected figure, regardless of where people stand on the political spectrum, that 70 years of public service, that devotion to duty, is something that holds her in such high regard.
How do you think the dynamic will change under the reign of King Charles?
Well, of course, it's the end of the second Elizabethan era and the beginning of a new one. King Charles, of course, is very well known to Australia. He did some of his, as a student here, was in Victoria. He's someone who's been a regular visitor to our shores. I think on a range of issues as well that King Charles has expressed opinion on over the years. Not party political opinion, but opinion about humanity's direction, the need to take action on climate change, the relationship with the built environment and its relation to our natural environment. King Charles, of course, is very familiar to all of us, and today we have proclaimed him the King of Australia.
Part of the success of Queen Elizabeth's reign here seems to be that people perceived her as being politically neutral. Do you think her son will be able to achieve that too?
I'm sure he's very conscious of the need to be above politics, and he certainly has always been that in terms of Australia. But he's someone who has a deep relationship with Australia. I hope that he is able to visit here on an occasion as soon as possible. But he's been a regular visitor here, and we're very familiar. This, of course, is a substantial change. The only monarch that we have known in my lifetime and in the lifetime of most Australians has been Queen Elizabeth. So this is a change. One of the reasons why I think Queen Elizabeth is held in such affection is that if you think about the last 70 years, it's been an era which has seen more change than any era in human history. The nature of technology and the way that it's transformed, the way that our society functions. Queen Elizabeth was able to change with that times in terms of her interactions with the public, and King Charles will, I'm sure, do the same.
It's reignited a debate about a republic. Do you think in this moment that is appropriate or perhaps even opportunistic?
Well, I am of the personal view, and I've made it clear that now is the time for us to pay tribute to the life of Queen Elizabeth II, to give thanks for her service to Australia, to the Commonwealth and to the world, and that is the focus that I have.
You've talked about the need previously to have an Australian head of state, but you said you won't commit to a referendum in your first term. Is that still the case?
Yes, look, my priority, and I said this before the election, and I've maintained it since my election as Prime Minister, is the recognition of First Nations people in our Constitution. Our Constitution at the moment would have you believe, if you read it, it's our nation's birth certificate, that history began in 1788. And of course, that was an important part of our history. But we are home to and share this continent with the oldest continuous culture on the planet that goes back some 65,000 years. That should be a source of national pride, and we should recognise Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people in our Constitution. That is absolutely my priority.
When it comes to the monarchy, do you think, though, Australians want to see the institution evolve?
Well, of course, and it has evolved, and it will continue to evolve. It will need to continue to move with the times. But the bigger questions about our Constitution are not ones for this current period. This is a period in which we are showing the grief that so many Australians are feeling at the moment, showing our deep respect and admiration for the contribution of the Queen to Australia. And today, of course, the transition formally here to recognise that with the Queen's passing, King Charles automatically became the head of state of Australia. But today we've formalised that with the ceremony. One of the things about, I think, the Queen's affection that she was held in as well is that there is that tradition. And we've gone through those processes here in Australia in the last few days. It's a sad time, but it's also a time to celebrate what is a long life well lived.
You will be attending the Queen's funeral. You'll be meeting with the King. How do you want to see your relationship with him?
I look forward very much to meeting King Charles. I have met him before in his previous capacity, and I had the honour of meeting Queen Elizabeth at Buckingham Palace, and Prince Charles was there on that occasion at the first meeting of the G20, and I look forward to, on behalf of Australia, expressing face-to-face, person-to-person, my condolences and the condolences of our nation for the loss, not just, of course, of Queen Elizabeth as the head of state, but as his beloved mother. And I thought it was a beautiful statement that King Charles made in his first statement as our new sovereign.
Do you think this moment, this pause for reflection internationally, might actually consolidate people's belief in the power of the monarchy?
Oh, look, that we will see what occurs. I think the important thing is, to commemorate the moment that we're in now. And it is a moment of reflection about an extraordinary life And one of the videos I saw this morning, I remember seeing the joke video that the Queen did with Paddington Bear recently. And that says something about her character as well. That's one of the reasons why Australians, who were a pretty relaxed lot, can really relate, I think, so well to the life of Queen Elizabeth.
She certainly had a powerful connection, and we've witnessed that firsthand here in Australia. And just to confirm, though, no referendum in your first term?
No.
That's great. Thank you so much, Prime Minister. Really appreciate you speaking with us. And something we saw yesterday was just the amount of people who talked about her enduring legacy, no matter what people's perspective on the institution may have ebbed and flowed, waned over the time. She in particular seemed to really garner a lot of respect and love here.
Well, that's right. I think that Australians might have different views about the full range of views about the institution. My views are there very much on the record. But regardless of that, I don't think that gets in the way of an admiration and respect for Queen Elizabeth and for her contribution.
Cordelia Lynch speaking to the Australian Prime Minister there, who paid his own tribute to her. Well, the police are preparing the route for Her Majesty's cortege. In a few moments' time, we will see her departing Balmoral Castle. She has been at rest in the ballroom since her death there on Thursday. She is in an oak coffin covered with the Royal Standard for Scotland and with a wreath of flowers on top. Those picked from the gardens of Balmoral, some of her favourite flowers, we are told: phlox, dahlias, sweet peas, limonium, white heather and pine fir atop the coffin as it will depart, accompanied by Princess Royal, Princess Anne and her husband, Tim Lawrence. Well, let's bring in our correspondent who is there, Greg Milam. And the tranquility of Balmoral, the quietness there, Greg, for all to see.
Yes, and we know that away from the cameras at the castle, that what we expect to happen, out of sight of all of us, that very private moment for those members of the estate, those staff who worked here, members of the household staff for many years, many of them, and those 6 gamekeepers who will carry the Queen's coffin from, as you say, the ballroom through the small dining room to the entrance portico. We understand that the Sovereign Piper, who has been a feature of many of the Queen's visits here, will play Balmoral and Glengelder to accompany the Queen's coffin to the hearse, and then she will begin that journey down the driveway into those gates that you see there, which opened a couple of minutes ago. We saw the police outriders taking up position at the end of the driveway across the bridge for the beginning of this journey, but of course the final departure from a place that meant so much to Her Majesty and her family over so many years. And as you say, the Princess Royal, her husband Tim Lawrence, will accompany the hearse on that the entirety of that journey, 6 hours they anticipate, to Edinburgh. The other members of the royal family, the new king's other siblings, their partners, children, will make their own way to Edinburgh, and what's due to happen there later. But a hugely symbolic moment, I think, for Balmoral, certainly for the community here, the people who believe and have always believed the Queen is one of their neighbours, one of their community. A private moment inside the estate there, but a very significant one for the community and for the royal family to make this final farewell to Balmoral.
Described by Queen Victoria as her dear paradise in the Highlands, it was bought privately by Prince Albert for his wife in 1852, and this place, this 50,000-acre estate with its sense of wildness and beauty in the Cairngorms National Park, has provided joy too for Her Majesty the Queen, a sanctuary, a community for which she could become a part. And the journey will take the cortege along the River Dee, like a lifeblood flowing through the villages along its course towards Aberdeen, bursting with life and full from the rain of last week. And there, Alistair Bruce, people will come out and, you know, pay tribute to their Queen, the woman they saw out and about in the local community.
Undoubtedly, it is a very special place for the Queen and her family, and in this intermittent sunshine, which always elevates the beauty of this place, the Queen will be conveyed now from the small dining room in Balmoral Castle by 6 of her gamekeepers, all of whom she will have known extremely well. She'll know their families. She will have heard the news of the birth of any of their children, and they will convey her with the company of the man who was the Queen's piper, who is the Sovereign's piper, who will play her to the hearse, and accompanied by the minister of the Crathy Kirk, the Reverend Kenneth Mackenzie. It will be a profound departure from a much-loved castle.
This coffin at rest like this in Balmoral has allowed Balmoral estate staff to pay their respects, many of whom, Buckingham Palace tells us, have spent a good deal of their lives in royal service here. The royal family employing approximately 50 full-time and about 50 to 100 part-time staff to maintain the estate. And it's a working estate too, all 50,000 acres, grouse moors, forestry, farmland, as well as managed herds of deer, Highland cattle and ponies, and approximately 150 buildings on the estate too. So lots going on. And certainly the royal family who are there still with her. We saw them coming outside yesterday to these gates, heavily protected now, as you can see, to see those flowers, the tears of her grandchildren, Zara and Eugenie, as they read those tributes to Her Majesty. And the thousands of people who have come to pay their respects, many from far and wide. They've had to put on bus services from the nearby towns of from Braemar and Ballater, one of the first villages through which this cortege will pass. They will be preparing now, Alistair, it is 10 o'clock, to lift Her Majesty's body, the 6 gamekeepers whose role it will be to begin this journey for her.
When she emerges from the castle, the Ballater Royal Guard, formed by Balaclava Company of the Royal Regiment of Scotland, will present arms in a royal salute to their sovereign of happy memory. The links that the Queen had with the regiment went right back to the beginning of her reign, and during that reign the many threads of Scottish military tradition were woven into that regiment, and so she had great pride in being their Colonel-in-Chief. As she's brought from the castle in private at the moment, she'll be watched by those who looked after her in the final hours of her life. She'll be watched by the estate staff, and then the simple procession will leave, and we'll see her shortly appear through the gates that recall and reflect her grandparents, King George V and Queen Mary. And it was during their reign that she was born, and in the very first year of her life as an infant, she was brought through those gates to share one of those great summer holidays with the royal family, for which Balmoral has continued to provide the perfect haven. And it was at the end of one of those holidays that the Queen was called upon to receive a new Prime Minister. And so shortly after that, her last constitutional work done, the angels came to her haven and started her journey to heaven. The police have stepped aside, and shortly that slow journey, the final journey from Balmoral, will begin for the late Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, Queen of Scots. From the gate, they will pass across the River Dee and then turn right towards Aberdeen. She'll pass through a number of different villages on the way, and each of them known very well to her because always she made sure while here at the castle she took part in the civic life of Aberdeenshire. The sign for the suggestion that all cars drive very slowly here, which Prince Philip insisted upon because of the red squirrels that were so rare and so beautiful, and really danced about on this drive. We wait now for the Queen to start a journey which will take her through land that her family knew well. She was a Bowes-Lyon through her mother, and the Bowes-Lyons as Earls of Strathmore and Kinghorn, who themselves descended from the Stuart kings and King Robert the Bruce, lived at Glamis Castle, not far from Balmoral. While we wait, the royal family are saying goodbye in Balmoral to a beloved mother and grandmother, and the staff here in Scotland are taking their leave as they hand the monarch and family matriarch, after her death, back to her nation, to her realms, to the Commonwealth, and to people across the world who have been moved by the ending of a reign of more than 70 years and a life of more than 96. The sun will be illuminating the turrets and spires of Balmoral as the Queen leaves her beloved home. Elizabeth II, by the grace of God of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, Queen, Head of the Commonwealth, Defender of the Faith, Queen of Scots. Now turning down towards Aberdeen. The oak coffin covered with the Royal Standard of Scotland. And while she passed on to the main road, the police had their heads bowed, police who, throughout her life as sovereign, had been responsible for maintaining her security, not least here in her holiday home. And the beauty of Aberdeenshire, the hills that she knew, themselves scattered with memorials to Queen Victoria's time here, to marriages of the royal family, and of course to the Queen's own jubilees. There are places she went for her picnics with her family, particularly this year, in her declining health. But she had, right to the end, the joy of her family around her, and they have now sent her on her final journey. She's accompanied in the car following the hearse by her daughter, the Princess Royal, with her husband, Admiral Sir Tim Lawrence. And also following is the minister of the kirk where the Queen worshipped regularly at Crathy, just at the point that we saw her pass from our sight. Every week she would go and attend divine service, led by the minister, the Reverend Kevin Mackenzie. Reverend Kenneth Mackenzie was a great orator and gave the most wonderful sermons, and was often asked back for a drink with the Queen so she could talk about it, and particularly with the Duke of Edinburgh, all part of the life of this community here in Aberdeenshire, of which there are so many. The Dee Valley is where farmland juxtaposes beside the wildness of the heather and rocks of the mountains of Aberdeenshire. And quite quickly, as the convoy moves to the east, the hills give way to shallow hills and finally come to the sea. But the Dee, which is a thread all the way through this valley, has always been part of the life of Balmoral. And the farmland here where the Queen's cattle have grazed. She heads towards Abergeldy Castle, which was still used by the royal family when she was very young. Just see it there at the bottom of the picture. And part of the neighbouring estate of Balmoral Castle. Looking westward towards the hills of Invercold, and again the family that used to live at Invercold were close friends of the Queen and Prince Philip, and would also worship quite regularly at Crathy Kirk. From the rooms that the Queen occupied on the first floor of Balmoral Castle, and where she daily attended to the red boxes of state papers that were sent to her from the realms and from the Commonwealth, the Queen could always glance out of the window at her horses. There were always horses for Her Majesty to enjoy. She knew all their names. She bred plenty of them, particularly up here, the hill ponies, that she cared so much about, and regularly went down to check how they were getting on. It's not a great distance to Balmoral, the first town close to Balmoral. And it was at Balmoral where, until the 60s, the railway line used to come, and it was to Balmoral station that the royal family came by train to start their holidays. And so Balmoral has always been important to the royal family, and here is where the Royal Guard, who have just presented on behalf of the armed forces the first salute to the late sovereign on this journey. It's where they're based. At Victoria Barracks, named after, of course, the monarch who fell in love with these hills and who decided that this was where the Royal Highland home would be. The Queen particularly loved going for picnic lunches and picnic suppers. And whilst that sounds like rather a cold and wet thing to do, there were a number of old cottages on the Balmoral estate that Prince Philip and she developed so that there were places to go to and from which to have walks across the countryside. Of course, the great thing about Scotland is that there is no rule of trespass. And very often when the Queen would arrive at one of the cottages, there would be members of the public who just happened to be having a picnic too. And they would hear a cacophony of corgis barking. And the Queen would always be very courteous, because that was very much her nature. And she would always be very interested in how they'd found their way there and learn their story. There's an art gallery near here on the road where often members of the royal family would go in and spot paintings of Balmoral which would be brought to the Queen's attention, and she would consider whether they should be held in the private collection which the royal family holds for the nation. The glint of the yellow and red of Scotland's lion rampant coming through the roof, caught in the sun as it lies across Elizabeth II, who carried the lion rampant as Queen for over 70 years and did her best to serve the kingship of Scots and that of the United Kingdom, the realms, and her headship of the Commonwealth. Other members of the royal family who were at Balmoral to see Queen Elizabeth leave will make their way now to Holyrood, where this procession will arrive in about 6 hours. Shortly they will turn towards Balmoral and make their way through the main street there, where very often, particularly as a child, Princess Elizabeth of York would go shopping with her nanny and sometimes with her mother, then Duchess of York. They lived at Birk Hall, which is quite close to where the cortege is now. And it was only when her uncle abdicated, King Edward VIII, to marry Mrs. Simpson, that this young girl's life changed completely. Her father unexpectedly became king and emperor at a time when there was a responsibility for the crown for an empire that stretched across the world. And suddenly this young princess was the heir presumptive to the throne. Almost immediately on the point of accession, King George VI, the Queen's father, became very concerned that if anything happened to him, that his daughter should be properly protected, and made arrangements for Parliament to adjust the Regency Act to make sure that this young girl, whose life had now completely changed, would be protected. But by her father's side, particularly during the Second World War, and of course the Second World War began while the royal family were at Balmoral, and the King and Queen had to leave in order to return to London on the advice of the Prime Minister. And it was at Balmoral, when the royal family were gathered around the dining room table one evening, that the equerry came in and asked the King to leave the room. And the Queen watched as her father left. Then the Queen was called out too, and there was some concern that something might have happened to Churchill, but it was the Queen's uncle, the Duke of Kent, had been killed, as the Queen now comes into Ballater for the chance of the people of Ballater to show their respect to one of the locals who has died, who just happened to be the Queen. The Queen will be passing the entrance of the road now to Victoria Barracks, where the Royal Guard have stood station upon her protection right throughout her reign when she's been here, and also past the station. a salute from the Lord Lieutenant of Aberdeenshire and other members of the Lieutenancy as the Queen passed by the War Memorial of Ballater. She passes the fishmonger, the baker, the bookshop, the clothing stores of the main street, most of them holding above their places of trade royal warrants that they have earned from the Queen and from the new King as Prince of Wales. And the Queen and the Prince of Wales were deeply distressed when terrible flooding caused enormous damage here. And they took a part in supporting the reconstruction as the final part of the procession passes by, and we see the Lord Lieutenant of Aberdeenshire. Just before the bridge, where so much damage was done due to trees being pulled down the Dee, they got caught at the bridge, and that led the flooding of Ballater. The Queen's procession will turn and head towards Aberdeenshire. But across that bridge, had there been more memories that one can tell of the Queen heading across that bridge in order to go to stay at Birkhall as a girl in those early days when the very thought of queenship was not even considered. And yet from this place, the town she knew so well, the quietest and most Scottish of salutes, from the accession of her father, King George VI, it was clear to him and his wife, Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother as we knew her, that the careful upbringing of Princess Elizabeth and her younger sister, Princess Margaret Rhodes, was going to be of particular importance to prepare Princess Elizabeth for one day being Queen. Every parent does their best for their children, and a bond was developed between the Queen and her father that was as profound as any daughter can have for a father. And whatever he did, it must have been entirely inspired. Because whilst her father was dealing with the impediment that he had in his speaking, which made public moments like his own Accession Council in 1936 so difficult for the new King George VI, at the same time, the King took such immense confidence from his wife, Queen Elizabeth, and from his two daughters. They were a really powerful family. The King used to call them "we four." And of course, as the eldest daughter, she had to be part of the stability for her father during the challenges of the Second World War. The war began only a few years after her father became king. There had been noises from across in Germany as nationalism took a grip. And during the war, the king's stability and quiet voice and hesitancy was itself inspirational. There are pictures of the Queen as a young princess beside her father as he went through the red boxes. And those pictures give a sense of the bond between them as she studied and learnt the way in which he was learning to be sovereign, to be separate, to be alone. I had the privilege of a conversation with the Queen about her coronation in 1953. And she recalled how difficult it was for her to really remember much of it because she was involved and making sure that she did what she needed to do correctly in a long ceremony. But she said she remembered her father's much better. And had I read her recollections? And indeed, there's an exercise book written by the young princess very soon after she came into the palace after returning from this extraordinary moment of splendor for her father as he was elevated to kingship. And its delightful description of an ancient ceremony.
Louise Tate, Her Majesty's Communications Secretary here in Scotland, joins us now, and a deep sadness for people like you who knew her there, that the Queen has left Balmoral and this part of Royal Deeside for the last time.
It is her beloved Balmoral. It's incredibly sad. It's a place that obviously she loved, and she knows this countryside so well. And these small towns and villages were so important, and they visited these areas often publicly but also privately. They're very familiar faces to many of these people, and it will be a desperately sad time.
And each of them with its own history. They went over Balmoral Bridge, this wrought iron girder bridge, a single-span bridge, the only structure in Scotland designed by the notable engineer Isambard Kingdom Brunel. It was built on the instructions of Prince Albert, and when Queen Victoria saw it, she didn't like it because it lacked ornamentation for her. The history of this place is steeped, is it not, in the royal family for 150 years?
Yes, I mean, Prince Albert built that castle from granite that was hewn from the estate, and it's a Scottish, in the Scottish baronial style, and I've said it before, it's a castle, but it's still an intimate castle. And everything in Scotland always feels a little bit magnified. And, that's always struck me that whenever the royal family are out about, especially Her Majesty, they were very visible but never troubled by anyone.
And the Queen, of course, would have arrived by train, as Alistair was saying there. And in fact, the small station at Ballater is a tea room now, is it not? And it hosts the Queen Victoria's waiting room, and is still much loved by locals and visitors alike.
Yes, I believe it's the Rothsey rooms now, actually, the tea room. But yes, I remember when the railway carriage, the restored railway carriage, was opened by the now King many years ago, and it's a popular, very popular visitors' experience that I know endures.
And you were saying that only recently you drove the Duke of Edinburgh from Edinburgh all the way to Balmoral. What was that journey like?
Well, it was after the floods in Ballater when the Dee burst its banks, and there was, I think we can all remember some of the pictures. And His Royal Highness wanted to go and see for himself the damage on the estate, but he also wanted to visit local shops and businesses just to see how they're recovering. So I picked him up off a sleeper from Edinburgh, sleeper from London. Picked him up in Edinburgh at 7 o'clock in the morning, and we drove to Balmoral, and he went into the village, and I accompanied him for that part. And then he went onto the estate and had a tour of the estate. And I picked him up again, and we drove back, and I put him back on a sleeper. And he was 95 years old. He never wasted a single minute of his life, and it was an extraordinary experience, and one I'll treasure.
And it was the two of them together, wasn't it, who loved Balmoral. Before that, it was the Queen's parents as well. At the time, Duke and Duchess of York, before he came King George VI. So it really is rooted in her and her happy memories as a child. But in later life, too, what did she get out of being there and in this part of the world?
Well, I think she did love being outdoors. And that, not the midges, not the weather, nothing fazed Her Majesty in my experience. And just that opportunity to go and do the things she enjoys. And no doubt it was a blessed relief from some of the heavier official things that she inevitably had to do each morning.
And they say the red boxes, there were only 2 days of the year where she didn't receive them. One was her birthday, one was Christmas Day. Yeah. So amidst all this glory, the beauty of Royal Deeside and the Cairngorms National Park, she still had to go through her papers on a daily basis.
Yes, I mean, that's just understood. That was her duty. She was very determined. Her work ethic is something extraordinary. It really was.
How would she spend her days? What would they be like there?
Well, members of the public would often encounter the Queen and other members of the royal family just out when she was riding sometimes, or just out on a hill, or some of the places used to go for barbecues. These are just generally understood kind of typical country pursuits. And I said, not the weather, not the midges, nothing would deter them from enjoying that countryside, because it is absolutely beautiful. And it is a shame that traditionally the court used to end at the end of September into October. Before that part turns into autumn, that part of the world becomes autumn, and the trees just turn, and it is stunning. It's just a stunning, very atmospheric place.
As the cortege makes its way through further villages of Aberdeenshire, like Dinnet, where again it had that railway station, the Deeside Railway, serving the village and locality from 1866 to 1966. And this village said to be the gateway to both the Highlands and the Cairngorms National Park, despite the fact that it is well within the boundaries of present-day Aberdeenshire. It's the first village along the Dee to be located inside the park. And there you can see, once again, the people on the streets to say goodbye. And how important is it, do you think, that people are being afforded this opportunity to see the cortege like this?
Well, they want, they have the opportunity, which is really important. They have the space. Provision has been made so that members of the public can, where it's possible and safe to do so, line the route. And they desperately, I think, have been very keen, from the people I've spoken to, and very determined to be there at whatever they could to get a view and just take a moment as that coffin goes past.
And at Balmoral, constant visitors, her family and others. I remember being told on Friday while I was there that a visiting dignitary had said, "Oh, look at those little brown hills." I think they were American, and the Queen was quite affronted that the mighty Munros had been described thus. That would have irritated her.
Well, she's so familiar with that landscape, and she knows all the, Loch Mick and all these lovely, charming names that don't trip off the tongue necessarily. She knows it so well, and she would always be keen to just be proud and show off. I don't know about that story, but perhaps it would be a little bit just me that they weren't perhaps impressive enough. But it's a stunning, stunning part of the world.
And all of the cities that she will pass through, Aberdeen, of course, the first one, there on the coast, such an important oil city. She will have visited all of these as well, would she not?
Oh, many times. I've done countless royal engagements with Her Majesty in Aberdeen. And interestingly, I met a young Italian man in a city called Macerata in central Italy, and we got chatting, and he told me that he went to see the Queen in Aberdeen when he was working in Edinburgh, and he went to Aberdeen to see the Queen, and he was Italian. It was that important to him, and it was just a very random encounter. But I think that was the power of her. You know, she was a draw. People desperately want to see her, and I think this is no different. Obviously, the circumstances are so different, but that sense of wanting to be there for her and to have that experience of saying they were there, that part of history, I think is very powerful.
She had this amazing smile, did she not? Which put people at their ease, and that's what everybody says, that she had this ability to put you at your ease, including the photographer on Tuesday who took the photograph of the Queen with the new Prime Minister. And the Queen at the time commented that the skies had got dark and the weather was coming in, talking about the weather out the window. And I know you were outside Balmoral on that very wet day, but inside with the fire raging and still that warmth, the sunshine smile that comes from her.
And that smile was there just as much behind the scenes as it was in public. I just remember her real kindness and care and her humour. She was personally very kind to me. A few years ago I had a rotten health diagnosis and I had to take a bit of time off work, and when I came back the following year she asked me to be a lady in waiting at the garden party. Traditionally there are 2 ladies in waiting, and I was incredibly touched, and then she asked that I wear the brooch, the E diamond and platinum brooch on pink ribbon, and you know, she didn't have to do that. She didn't have to do that, but the gesture I know was meant as welcome back.
You're not the only one who talks about the kindness, and in fact the household staff who've had the opportunity to pay their respects with the coffin resting in the ballroom at Balmoral, and then it will come here later on today to the Palace of Holyrood House, where the same time will be afforded for those household staff, many like you who worked for years, decades with the Queen. And how important will it be for staff who are so deeply affected by this to be able to pay their respects?
Well, I think it's... to say it's a punctuation point, perhaps, it's not the right choice of words, but they need that moment because we still have a monarch and they still continue to serve that monarch, but they have to have that moment where they can pay their last respects because of the many years of service that they've enjoyed. And I think it is part of the fabric of being part of the royal household and royal life that they have to have that moment, I think. And I think it's going to be quite moving.
We talked about the visitors she had at Balmoral, and in fact, last weekend, it is only last weekend, she was host to the Right Reverend Dr. Ian Greenshields, the moderator of the General Assembly of the Church of Scotland, who will play such an important role, obviously, here in Edinburgh. And he said that she enjoyed eating ice cream made with berries from the Balmoral estate, that she loved making jokes as well, and talked about the afterlife as well. And at one point he asked her what her favourite hymn was, and she said she couldn't possibly tell him, because then that was the only thing they would play. And she was very contemplative and talking about some of the remarkable people she'd met. She was just reflecting on that, reflecting on life and where this life leads to. And we just talked about that and eternal life and resurrection even, he said, and what these things meant. And then as these things happen in conversation, you move on to something else. But extraordinary that only last weekend they talked about that as they shared a beautiful meal, an intimate dinner, he said, consisting of a fish course followed by lamb and strawberry ice cream that she particularly liked, made with those berries from the Balmoral estate. So enjoying the convivial company of her family and guests only last weekend.
I know, she's extraordinary woman. I mean, extraordinary. I was very fortunate too to have many lunches and dinners in the Palace of Holyrood House when the Queen was in residence, and it was always a wonderful experience. There's always some nerves when you're trying to move a fish course, perhaps onto a plate from a tray, but to have those kind of memories is incredibly special, and I have many of my own.
Some people describe her as shy, but clearly she enjoyed company. How did you find her?
I wouldn't say shy. No, I found her to be very forthright, very straightforward in many regards. And it's that humour that always came across. That humour, she got me a couple of times. But that was what had that, that twinkle. Just, you could be in a room full of extraordinary people, impressive people, but there's only one person in that room, really.
Well, that is exactly what the former Prime Minister Theresa May said, that she was the most remarkable person she had ever met.
I would agree. I would agree.
And the twinkle perhaps saved most for her husband, the Duke of Edinburgh. What were they like together on the estate and here at the palace?
Well, on the estate, that was private time. But officially, the Duke of Edinburgh, well, I wasn't where I was supposed to be one day. I was in Glasgow looking at the following engagement for the following day, and I didn't think I'd be missed. And when I joined the party that evening before dinner, she immediately came and said, "You weren't there today." And the Duke of Edinburgh said, "Here we are again." So there was always, she knew exactly who was meant to be where and when and what they were supposed to be doing. And I had to explain myself.
Did they make each other laugh?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. There was always a lot of laughter. There was always a lot of laughter. I mean, I used to sit, because the way the seating usually goes, there's usually a woman wouldn't ordinarily sit next to Her Majesty. And so I often sat next to the Duke of Edinburgh. And there was one conversation that I was having with him that I had to say, "Sir, I've navigated myself into some rather tricky water. Can we change the subject?" And he said, "No, we can't." So I'm going to have to say it. So I did, and he was roaring with laughter. And just at that point, Her Majesty started speaking to the other person on the other side of her. So he turned, still laughing. And I had the Lord Chamberlain on my right, and he said, "I don't care what you're about to say, I want to know what you've just said to him." And I had to go through it all again. But you had to be yourself, as I said earlier. Sycophancy and all that, in my experience, that was not something that they appreciated. And so I found that they very much put you at your ease. Clearly, you're always respectful and mindful. But the sense of history as well with both of them. I remember watching something on the news, and it was about a steam ship that had been restored, that had been part of the small ships at Dunkirk, and me and a couple of colleagues were talking about it. And the Queen came and joined our small group. So I explained what we'd been talking about, and she started talking about her recollections of that day. And first you're just enraptured, thinking someone who remembers, and then you remember she's the Queen. And the Duke of Edinburgh on the drive north, that time I drove him to Balmoral. On that occasion, he talked as we were going over the bridge about his life at Rosyth in the Navy, and just to think about these roads and this journey. He actually talked to me about where the old A93, this is A93, used to be, and the recall was sharp, never dipped.
And through the villages of Aboyne, Kincardine, O'Neill, they'll go, Aboyne Castle, the Loch of Aboyne. Aboyne itself, home to the oldest 18-hole golf course on Royal Deeside as well. Kincardine, O'Neill, since ancient times, a crossing of the Dee River at Kincardine, O'Neill. So again, you can see the people lining up there. And it seems, as the cortege go past, quiet, respectful, contemplative, does it not? The atmosphere there on the streets.
It does. It has slowed to, I think, just almost walking pace now, to allow people to have that quiet moment. And, we'll never see this like again.
And we talked earlier about the importance of the Princess Royal following the cortege alongside her husband, Admiral Sir Tim Lawrence, as well. And the fact that she has her family by her side for this journey, which we will see here too when King Charles arrives in Edinburgh tomorrow.
Yes, and it gladdens my heart that the Princess Royal and Sir Timothy Lawrence are accompanying this journey, because to see her alone just feel very heartbreaking. It does feel very heartbreaking. And the Princess Royal is Scotland. She's in Scotland a lot. She is the Chancellor of Edinburgh University, and she took that role from her father, from the Duke of Edinburgh, and she's very diligent in that role. So she's a very familiar. I would say she's the most regular visitor here to the Palace of Holyrood House. She visits Scotland a lot.
And they, of course, were married at Crathie Kirk as well, were they not? Because it was a remarriage, and the Church of Scotland allowed that at the time. So clearly that is a very important spot to her as well.
Well, it's very personal, and it was interesting that her daughter Zara and Mike Tyndall chose to be married at Canongate Kirk, just up the Royal Mile there, and I was closely involved with the media planning for that and working with Mike and Zara, and it was just so clear how important it was, Edinburgh and Scotland, to the whole family.
We will certainly see that over the next couple of days, when the coffin arrives this afternoon later, and then tomorrow when the cortege will process up the Royal Mile from the Palace of Holyrood House to the historic Cathedral of St Giles. 11th century, some of it still.
It's a very Gothic cathedral.
Very Gothic cathedral.
Yeah.
It's been through many incarnations, has it not? Been destroyed by the English or the Jacobites, and through the ages it has changed. But, you know, a very important site too for the royal family.
It's the High Kirk. I said, you know, when the Queen was in residence, she worshipped at Canongate, but St Giles was also a familiar church for her. Cathedral. Kirk. Kirk, as we say in Scotland. Yeah.
Exactly. Louise Tate, for the moment, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
And Alistair, we see once again the cortege slowing to a walking pace as it makes its way through these villages on its way to the coast and Aberdeen.
Yes, and past estates that the Queen knew well, particularly Glentana, which marches very close to Balmoral, where the Great Hall there used to be a scene of many an event that gathered people from this area, and Prince Philip and the Queen often attended events there as they passed by Aboyne and head now further towards Aberdeen, and they'll head through Banchory. It's this ribbon of one major trunk road and the river and the old railway line, all meandering through the remaining hills as they head further and further to the east. I've had phone calls from friends of mine who live in the area around there, from Echt and Dunecht and places they were going to go to a nearby village. Some people have pulled their cars to the side of the road to watch, and this may continue all the way down. It is a chance for people to stop and reflect. And when the King died in 1952, it was by train that he was conveyed to London. But the hearse is a much more effective way of taking the Queen on her journey through so many more parts of Scotland. Meanwhile, the King has a busy day back at Buckingham Palace, and we should remember that from the principal proclamation at St James's Palace yesterday, when flags were put up to full mast in order to celebrate the accession of a new king, the flags remain at full mast, and we are in a period of celebration until 1 o'clock today, which will be an hour after the remaining proclamations within the United Kingdom, particularly in Edinburgh and Cardiff. And it is an irony that while we watch the mournful journey of the late Queen to Holyrood Palace, that further up the Royal Mile, the opportunities to mark the new monarch's accession will be taking place, much as we saw them before. We see the people there on the side of the road who've come down to this artery of life into the Highlands of Aberdeenshire. The King's Day at 2 o'clock, he will receive the Secretary-General of the Commonwealth, Baroness Scotland, in the 1844 room at Buckingham Palace. Half an hour later at 2:30, the King will attend a reception with the High Commissioners of the realms, of which he is now King, in the Bow Room at Buckingham Palace, which is next door to the 1844 room. And at 3:30 this afternoon, the King will receive the Dean of Windsor. The Right Reverend David Connor is Dean of Windsor and responsible for St George's Chapel at Windsor, where we witnessed the funeral under COVID restrictions of the Duke of Edinburgh, and where ultimately the committal service for the Queen and the private family interment will take place. The King will receive the Dean of Windsor in the 1844 room at 3:30. And the King will also be dealing with appraising himself of the vast amount of business that the sovereign needs to attend to in order that the function of government, not only in the United Kingdom, but also in the realms and across the Commonwealth, such as he takes part, are delivered. That burden laid down by the Queen as she is now taken by a grateful nation to the process of the obsequies, the acknowledgement of her life in death, which will end with the funeral on Monday week at Westminster Abbey. Coming into Banchory, I believe. A dotted ribbon of the community and officials along the side of the road as she passes through this main street, past the ruins of the old kirk. Leaving Banchory and heading on down towards Aberdeen, when the procession will head south, make its way past Dundee and close to Perth, before crossing the Queen's Ferry, crossing the great bridge that the Queen herself opened not all that long ago. Then finally Cramond Bridge and into Edinburgh itself. All the way, recognition being given to the Queen in these small towns and villages where, just like the village around Balmoral itself, the Queen has been a neighbour and friend. As the procession conveying the Queen to Edinburgh comes into Banchory, we will have a chance to see more closely the hearse as it conveys Her late Majesty, and a chance to see more closely the Royal Standard of Scotland, with its lion rampant repeated twice, the Lions of England once, and also the Harp of Ireland. And then over that, the wreath that has been prepared from the garden at Balmoral Castle. The gardens at this time looking absolutely wonderful for the Queen's visit, always timed so that her favourite flowers, which are in the wreath, including phlox, dahlias, sweet peas, limonium, white heather, of course, from the hills, and pine fir, Queen's favourite flowers, which sit upon the coffin, and because it's so open, it's visible to see the strong yellow of Scotland's lion rampant wherever this journey goes. Banchory is the first big town on the road from Balmoral down to Aberdeen. Thriving community. Again, further down the Dee, we keep seeing the Dee appear in the shot just beside this road. Meanwhile, in Banchory, they're waiting for the arrival of the Queen's procession. A reminder that she's being followed on this journey in the car behind by her daughter, the Princess Royal. Princess Anne with her husband, Admiral Sir Tim Lawrence, keeping the Queen's company on this journey on behalf of the King to Holyrood. After resting overnight in Holyrood Palace tonight, the Queen will be conveyed to the High Kirk of St Giles on the Royal Mile at the heart of the old city of Edinburgh. The cathedral there is the home to Scotland's most ancient and noble Order of the Thistle, of which the Queen was sovereign head. "16 knights brethren and ladies of the Order of the Thistle, who, wearing green velvet robes, are deemed by the monarch to be the most august contributors to Scottish life, and it's an order that is within the Queen's personal gift. The Queen was graciously happy to be photographed in the robes of the Order of the Thistle for a book that we compiled. And she came out into the middle of the Balmoral estate, wearing the robes, and on the way out there was a family having a walk on one of the roads. It's really a track in the middle of the estate. And I was in the car in front, and the family stepped off the road and stared in at me, I think with incredulous surprise that somebody should suddenly appear on this track. And then the Queen was following behind, and when we stopped at the location, the photograph was going to be taken of her in robes in the middle of the Balmoral moor with all its beautiful heather and hills. I went to open the door and bowed to the Queen as she got out. And she indicated behind her and said, "They must think I'm mad." And I said, "I think people sometimes think you dress like this for dinner." And it just showed her sense of humour, dressed as she was in robes and wearing a tiara in the middle of the Balmoral estate. She just loved being in Aberdeenshire, and it is deeply appropriate that it was here that her life ended, with her family. The late Queen now comes into Banchory, where we will see the reaction of the people there as the hearse passes through the heart of the town. the River Dee, making its way past Banchory as the Queen now comes into this town. It's a large area, and as I was saying, a thriving community here at Banchory. The Queen often came to carry out engagements in Banchory, sometimes on her way in or out of her holiday here. And again, it was moderately affected, although not so badly, as Ballater, by some of the flooding. This river can, from time to time, create great challenge for those who live beside it, and yet it brings such beauty to the area. As I was mentioning, as the hearse comes by, chance to look at the Royal Standard of Scotland that lies across the late Queen, and also the wonderful flowers from the garden at Balmoral. A garden that the Queen would often, when she was able, walk around. In a famous documentary about the Queen called Elizabeth R, there were pictures of her walking with her then Prime Minister, Sir John Major, as they meandered through the garden. And one can imagine many a Prime Minister has walked with the Queen, going back to the time of Winston Churchill. And the greenhouse in the garden, which any visitors to Balmoral will have seen, will recall it. So they'll have a chance to look with respect at the Queen as she passes through Banchory. A wonderful salute from Banchory, quiet, gentle applause, and a few of them throwing flowers into the path of the hearse as a salute is given to the Queen. This very long cortege of cars following along behind both the hearse itself and the cars carrying the Princess Royal and Sir Tim Lawrence, and also the Minister of Crathy, who will accompany the coffin all the way to Holyrood House. The Minister, who had been there for the Queen, always when she was at Balmoral, seeing her all the way to Holyrood. And Banchory is set in this most beautiful countryside of Aberdeenshire as we look down from above, and the journey continues on its way to Aberdeen.
Tears and applause then from the people of Banchory, and watching these pictures with me from the Palace of Holyrood House in Edinburgh is the Deputy First Minister, John Swinney. And what have you made of the reaction that you've seen so far?
Today's an immensely poignant day. Her Majesty's last journey from her beloved Balmoral is so sad to witness. And I think the people that have come out are determined to pay respectful tribute to Her Majesty. She loved this particular part of Scotland in Deeside. She was very much part of it. She was part of the community. She had neighbours who counted the Queen as their neighbour. And it's lovely to see people coming out to pay that quiet, respectful tribute to Her Majesty.
And indeed, before Bankery, it was quiet, wasn't it? It was almost as everybody was having their own minute's silence as the cortege went past. But as you say, the response might be different nearer to Balmoral, where people, you know, saw the Queen going to the local butchers, for example.
People in the immediate area around Balmoral, particularly in Ballater, were accustomed to seeing the Queen out and about. She was very much part of the community, and people loved that, and they loved the Queen in that community, as people did right across the country. So the journey that the Queen is making today is a final journey through parts of the country that she knew well. The cortege will come through Aberdeen, down to the city of Dundee, through Perthshire, the community I have the privilege to represent, and down here into the capital city, to Holyrood Palace, where the Queen spent a large proportion of her time. She obviously relaxed at Balmoral. She worked very much here at Holyrood House. And the Queen was only here a few weeks ago for Holyrood Week, when she would spend a week here meeting people in Scotland. She had a really busy, demanding programme back in late June, early July. People loved seeing her. She was in great spirits, and we enjoyed having her as a visitor to the Scottish Parliament. She came to every session of our Parliament. She was here for the opening in 1999, a day of utter joy in Scotland. And at the heart of that joy was Her Majesty the Queen, being very much part of that joyful day.
Well, we're literally stood, aren't we, right by the Scottish Parliament, which faces the palace where we are now. And that will become part of the focus tomorrow, will it not, when King Charles arrives in the capital to be welcomed by the First Minister, Nicola Sturgeon.
That's right. Today is a day, a very solemn day, where the Queen's body will be brought to Holyrood Palace. Tomorrow, the Queen's coffin will process up to St Giles Cathedral for a service of thanksgiving for her life. And then later in the day, His Majesty the King will honour Parliament by making his first appearance there as our King. The King has been to Parliament on many occasions in the past, but he was there with the Queen just in October of last year. But it will be the King's first visit to Parliament, and it will be an opportunity for Parliament to express our condolences directly to him on the loss of the Queen, and to hear from the King for the first time.
Many people have taken solace that it was actually in Balmoral that the Queen passed away, somewhere that she absolutely adored and that adored her back. Do you see it like that? The sense of calmness she got from that environment.
The Queen spent a good part of the year, and actually in recent years an increasing part of the year, at Balmoral. She was extending her stay there. She loved being there. She loved being out in the outdoors. She would have seen in the last few weeks, frankly, the magisterial conditions of the Balmoral estate. The heather in Scotland this year has been exquisite, and Her Majesty will have seen that over the last few weeks at Balmoral. She will have seen Balmoral look at its finest, and she was very much at peace there. She enjoyed the countryside, she enjoyed being out and about in it, and she enjoyed being part of the community around Balmoral. And the community respected having the Queen as one of their neighbours, and respected how much of a contribution she made to the local community into the bargain.
Are there questions, do you think, about what happens to Balmoral now? And are there questions too about the monarchy in Scotland under, any of your hopes and ambitions in Scotland?
His Majesty the King has always been a very involved and engaged part of Scottish society. Indeed, His Majesty lives a large part of the year in the Balmoral estate as well, at Burke Hall, and is engaged very much in the life of Scotland. So I would expect His Majesty the King to take forward the same approach as the Queen took forward, of being involved in Scottish society, of being a big figure in Scottish society, of being close to us at moments of joy, such as the opening of the Parliament, and moments of tragedy, when the Queen has always been at our side. The Queen came to Scotland in the immediate aftermath of the tragedy of Dunblane in 1996. She was right at our side when we felt the greatest agony we have faced. And it will be, I expect King Charles to take the same approach and to be part of our society and our country, just as the Queen was.
And indeed, we're watching pictures there as we watch more bowed heads as the cortege makes its way along the River Dee towards Aberdeen. More quiet, contemplative response to this sight. Not the clapping we saw in Banchory necessarily, but again, many people lining the streets. But how was this route picked then on the way? Was it in order that most people or many people could see Her Majesty as she makes this journey?
It was always the intention of the royal household that as many people as possible could have the opportunity to pay their respects to Her Majesty, and the route that the cortege will follow comes through Royal Deeside, so intimately connected to the royal family, through the city of Aberdeen, where there is an opportunity for people to gather with the Lord Provost of Aberdeen to pay their respects to Her Majesty, to then come down to the city of Dundee, and again the Lord Provost of the city of Dundee will lead one of our great cities in its remembrance of Her Majesty. And then throughout this journey there will be opportunities for people to pay their respects as the cortege comes into the city of Edinburgh. The one thing I would ask people to do is to follow all of the advice that's around. There's going to be congestion, there's going to be lots of people around. I just ask people to be patient. We want everyone to have an opportunity to pay their respects, but to be able to do that in a safe manner. And that's what we've worked hard to make sure is the case, and to make it possible for people to pay their respects to a much-loved monarch.
You say the Queen was by your side, by Dunblane, the royal family there too. For Storm Frank in 2016, you were talking about the River Dee, but large parts of that were flooded very badly, and the community's very badly hit. And certainly we know the Duke of Edinburgh came up by sleeper train and came to look for himself at the damage that had been done and support the people there.
There have been many occasions where members of the royal family, and particularly Her Majesty the Queen, has come to support us in our time of need. The floods in Ballater and Deeside were, colossal in their impact, but particularly now King Charles acted with solidarity towards the people, supported the recovery as we worked with the community to enable the recovery of the community to take place. And I think that's an important part of what the King will be able to continue to do, to be at our side in our times of need and to work with us to make sure that good and positive things can happen for our communities.
There is so much history involved in all of this, isn't there? Not least when Her Majesty arrives in Edinburgh and we see the events of tomorrow with the royal family. You've got the extraordinary Royal Mile with all those historic buildings on them, St Giles Cathedral, the centre of the Reformation in Scotland as well, and all the history of the inheritance, the accession after Elizabeth I and James VI of Scotland. All of it, you can you have a sense of it here, don't you?
Very much so. I thought that also when I watched the Accession Council in London yesterday, because right at the heart of it was the significance of Scotland's place within the Union and the extraordinary significance that was attached to that in the declarations and commitments that the King made, and in the fact that the Secretary of State for Scotland, the First Minister of Scotland, the Lord Advocate of Scotland, the Lord President of the Court of Session in Scotland were signatories to the documents which essentially facilitate the accession. So that was a vivid reminder of Scotland's absolutely central constitutional position within the United Kingdom. But when you come to Edinburgh, right at the heart of our historic city, you see all of the symbols of Scotland's identity and our history. Just in a few moments' time, there will be a proclamation of King Charles at the Market Cross, up just beside St Giles Cathedral, before it moves on to the Castle Esplanade at Edinburgh Castle. And these are scenes and centres of enormous significance in the identity of Scotland, and it's important that at this important moment of transition they are properly reflected and observed within the accession.
And indeed King Charles having to make an oath specifically about the independence of the Church of Scotland as part of that? Because it was back in the time, I think, of Charles I, was it not, that he was trying to impose a different order in Scotland, which was such a central part of the Reformation, and so, you know, such strong Protestant values at that time.
Well, these are ancient elements of Scottish society, but they were clearly remain relevant because they were so central to the accession ceremony yesterday. So I think it's a really important point to remember, just the significance of those historic elements of the foundation of the United Kingdom go back to the agreements that were made at that time, and the fact that in 21st century society, the King is essentially giving that solemn affirmation that he will protect the independence of the Church of Scotland and many other aspects of the constitutional identity of Scotland.
Post boxes too, I suppose. E2R you see in England, do you not? You don't see them here because clearly this is Elizabeth II was the first Elizabethan era for Scotland too, if you think about what happened back then. But I mean, all of it's absolutely fascinating. And will we see that weaved in, do you think, the ceremonial part of that with the Palace of Holyrood House and also the Cathedral at St Giles? Will we start to see the history built up for that, do you think?
I think in the course of the next couple of days, the layout of Edinburgh lends itself to essentially telling that story. Her Majesty's cortege will process up the Johnston Terrace and onto the Lawn Market. The Lawn Market is right at the top of the Royal Mile beside Edinburgh Castle, and it will travel down the Royal Mile later on this afternoon to Holyrood Palace. It will pass the Scottish Parliament. The First Minister and the leaders of political parties will be there to pay their respects with our presiding officer of the Scottish Parliament later on this afternoon. And then tomorrow the journey will take place in reverse, where the Queen's coffin will be conveyed from Holyrood Palace up to St Giles Cathedral for the national service of thanksgiving for the life and the commitment of Her Majesty. So these are really central, significant parts of our society and of our capital city and of our country, and it's important that at the heart of the series of events that are now taking place.
And the Royal Mile, a Scots Mile, I was reminded by a tour guide I spoke to yesterday who told me it was, and you might correct me, 1,814 metres long. Is that right?
Well, I defer to the tour guides of Edinburgh who will know these facts, but it essentially tells the story. The palace down here, the Parliament, the castle at the top of the hill, and St Giles a good way up there, and it essentially captures that journey that around which so much is anchored in Scottish society, and a journey that the Queen's coffin will take today and tomorrow.
And will you get to speak to King Charles yourself tomorrow? And if so, what is it that you would like to convey to him?
King Charles is coming to Parliament tomorrow. Members of Parliament will be there, and there will be an opportunity to speak with King Charles. I think all of us feel, very much the same just now. We want to express our condolences to him on the loss of his mother. He is, for any of us who have lost our mother, we know how hard that is. And he also has to assume significant responsibilities as a consequence. And we'll want to encourage him in what he does and to give thanks for the astonishing, unchallengeable service given to the country by his mother.
And going back to Holyrood Week this year, when the Queen was here, end of June, what were the sorts of occasions that she, the events that she went to? What did she most enjoy doing while she was here?
Normally, on a normal Holyrood Week, the Queen would have a combination of events at Holyrood Palace, where she would, for example, have an audience, provide an audience for the First Minister. She would also have a large garden party. She would also travel around the country, so she would go to various parts of the country, whether it's the islands of Scotland or other parts of the mainland, to visit different events and organisations. This year it was slightly slimmed down. The Queen stayed at Holyrood. She undertook a number of events, more than we perhaps envisaged that she would take part in, but but she did them with energy. She looked great. She looked in great form, very strong, and she actually did more than most people thought she was going to do, and made a fantastic contribution as ever. And we're grateful for all that she contributed to Scottish society.
Over the very many years as well. John Swinney, Deputy First Minister, thank you so much for talking to us. Thank you. Well, we can speak now to Andrew Bowie, the Scottish Conservative MP whose constituency includes the Balmoral estate. Thank you for joining us, and I understand you watched the cortege pass at Ballater. How was that?
Hi, Anna. Yeah, it was a huge privilege. It is a huge privilege to represent Balmoral and be one of the Queen's members of Parliament, representing the estate and all the people that work on that estate, including Her Majesty. But to be present this morning when the cortege passed through Ballater alongside the 3 Lord Lieutenants for this part of the world was a huge privilege and an honour. And it was quite something to feel the sense of solemn, quiet reflection as the cortege passed through this village, a village that the Queen herself and the entire royal family indeed knew very well. You know, stories of the Queen popping into Ballater, being spotted in the butchers or in the queue at the newsagents, you know, are a legend. There isn't a person that lives in Ballater that hasn't come across the Queen or another member of the royal family. So it really meant a lot for the people of Ballater to be able to pay their respects to Her Majesty as she passed through this morning. And indeed, travelling down Deeside, a part of the world that knew her well and that knew her so well, so apt that she made her final journey from here today.
We saw applause and tears in Banchory. In Ballater, it seemed much quieter, more contemplative. Does it feel like a personal loss, do you think, to those people who lived so close to the Balmoral estate?
Yeah, very much so. I mean, the Queen was a part of life here in Ballater and Upper Deeside for over 8 decades. You know, George V was on the throne when she first visited Balmoral. The gates on at the Balmoral estate were erected in his honour and Queen Mary's honour, and it's quite something to think that they were put up as the Queen visited for the very first time. She is so well known, so well loved in this part of the world. And I heard Alistair Bruce earlier talk about, you know, her connection, her affinity to the countryside, to the land, to the people of this incredibly beautiful part of the world, who had a very unique relationship with Her Majesty and do with the royal family, and indeed continue to have with His Majesty King Charles III, who spends a large portion of his year here at Burke Hall in the Balmoral estate, very quietly, arriving without any fanfare, and that's actually why I think people up here felt so kindly and felt so much love and respect for the royal family and for Her Majesty the Queen in particular, because she thought very much a place where she could get away from the rigours of government in London. Balmoral was is a royal residence, unlike any of the others. It's a private home, not like Buckingham Palace or Windsor, where they are able to spend time to relax and enjoy the fantastic countryside we have here and be welcomed as a part of the community by the people of this part of the world. And so she will be greatly missed.
Well, we know that the Princess Royal and her husband, Admiral Sir Tim Lawrence, are in this cortege as it makes its way towards the coast and Aberdeen. We've just had confirmation that the Duke of York, the Earl and Countess of Wessex and Lady Louise have left Balmoral to head to Edinburgh, as have Beatrice, Eugenie and Zara. So the royal family are beginning to make their way to the Scottish capital for a series of events which will culminate in a procession from the Palace of Holyrood House up to St Giles Cathedral, where members of the public will be able to pay their respects to Her Majesty in a church setting. And this will be also extremely poignant, don't you think?
Yes, extremely poignant, and very poignant that she's being escorted on this journey by the Minister of Crathie Kirk. Quite apt that she is lying in rest in St Giles Cathedral, the High Kirk of Scotland in Edinburgh, because as well as being the titular head of the Church of England, Her Majesty was a member of the Church of Scotland, and we saw in those historic scenes yesterday His Majesty King Charles III, like his mother before him, pledging to defend the independence of the Church of Scotland, and that was very much central to her life when she came to Scotland, regularly attending church at Crathie, when she was in Edinburgh, regularly attending church there. And so I think to have final respects paid to her in Scotland, in one of our great churches in Edinburgh, I think is very fitting, and I think would be very much what she would have wanted.
She will lie and rest in St Giles Cathedral here in Edinburgh, but all of these cities that she'll pass through today, you know, beginning in Aberdeen, these are places she will have visited often, and, you know, many people will also feel that she was part of their community there too.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Aberdeen is a city that has long enjoyed a close relationship to Her Majesty the Queen. Great stories of her visiting in her early reign, hotels in Aberdeen for afternoon tea, escaping away from the press through underground tunnels into Union Terrace Gardens. So there are great stories about her connection to the cities across Scotland. Dundee, of course, a city she knows well. Let's not forget that her first Prime Minister, Winston Churchill, was a Member of Parliament for Dundee back in his early parliamentary career. So the connections to her across Scotland are great. And, of course, on her way south through Angus, on the way to Dundee and further to Edinburgh, she will pass Glamis, which, of course, was the childhood home of her mother, the Queen Mother. And so every step along the way, you will see connections to her family, which is very much carried on with Charles, who, as I said, is a great affinity to this part of the world. We saw that here in the constituency in West Aberdeenshire just a couple of weeks ago when Her Majesty, too frail to attend the Braemar gathering, was represented by then Prince Charles and the Princess Royal, who thoroughly enjoyed and, you know, do thoroughly enjoy their time here, relaxing, enjoying the unique traditions and atmosphere that we have, and that I'm privileged to represent in the House of Commons.
And is it your hope that the royal family will still choose to come to Balmoral for part of their summer holidays? Obviously, King Charles has Burke Hall nearby, does he not? Inherited, I believe, from Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother, and much loved by him. So he will be coming back to there. But what about the Balmoral castle itself? What do you think will happen to that?
Well, of course, that's very much a decision to be taken in the future by the now King. Yes, Charles is Burke Hall. He's had that for quite some time now. He's made it very much a home for himself and our Queen Consort, Camilla. It's where he comes to spend a large portion of the year. As I said, arrives without much fanfare, sometimes not even noticed by the local community that he's in residence. And so the connection to the royal family from this part of the world will indeed continue. Balmoral itself first became a royal castle back when it was purchased by Prince Albert and Queen Victoria. So we have a long association and connection with the royal family, and I'm sure that will endure and continue with King Charles and hopefully with William and his family when they grow up as well.
I mean, it draws so many tourists. It must boost the economy enormously, the association with the royals. And the First Minister, I don't know if you heard, or the Deputy First Minister, rather, John Swinney, telling me that the heather was resplendent this year, presumably because of the climate conditions we've seen, that the Queen would have looked out at banks and banks of purple hillsides around her, and it would have been quite beautiful.
It is. I mean, I'm standing here in the middle of Ballater now and surrounded by beautiful hillsides, you know, resplendent purple heather. And this year it has been extraordinary, presumably, well, definitely because of the quite remarkable weather that we've had this summer. And it's quite nice to think, and I hope of some comfort to people to think that some of the last views that the Queen would have looked out on in these last weeks and days would have been the beautiful hillsides of this part of the world, that she's, as I said, has known all of her life and has evidently loved being able to spend so much time, famous barbecues by the River Dee with Prince Philip, treks, hikes, yomps across the moors, up into the hills. You know, it's a part of the world that just, she has such a connection and will miss her so keenly. But yes, the hills looking resplendent this summer. And today, the weather having been incredibly dreich would be the Scots word to describe it in the latter part of the week. You almost felt that the weather was reflecting the mood of the nation. Today, the sun has come out and shone on Royal Deeside as she's passed through. And that's something I think that we can all be very thankful for. And hopefully paying a fitting tribute to her as she departs this part of the world for the very last time.
And the wreath of flowers picked from flowers in the garden of Balmoral, said to be the Queen's favourite. But any personal reflections from you of meeting Her Majesty and the experiences that you shared with her?
Yeah, I mean, being her MP, you frequently find yourself at functions and events with senior members of the royal family, including the Queen. Most recently, the last time I was in her presence was at the Balmoral gathering 3 years ago, actually, before the COVID pandemic. The thing about Balmoral is it's very much a private home. When they go behind the gates, they very much see themselves as retiring, as getting a time away from public life. So there are not so many public functions that there are in other royal residences. But my first recollection of actually seeing the Queen was on a school geography field trip up and around the hills here in Ballater. Growing up in Aberdeenshire, nearly every school kid has a story of being almost run over by a very fast-moving green Land Rover in the hills above Balmoral, and that very much is my story as well, having to dive out of the way as a Land Rover came zooming past, and all of us gawping as we saw the Queen in a headscarf at the wheel, followed very quickly by another Land Rover, which we thought was being driven by her close protection. And it's experiences like that people around here just saw the Queen as another member of the community, as a yes, of course, always treated with the deference and respect that she deserved as the Queen. But everybody around here has a story like that, and it's very, very sad to think that there will be no more opportunities to see Her Majesty. But an incredible privilege to be able to say goodbye to her from Royal Deeside this morning.
And just turning our attention to what will take place in the next 20 minutes or so after the Accession Council that we witnessed at St James's Palace yesterday. The proclamations continue in the realms, do they not? And not least here in the centre of Edinburgh.
Yes, of course, the centre of Edinburgh, the Market Cross, will be the proclamation of King Charles III's accession, but actually in Ballater at 12:35 there will be a proclamation of King Charles III's accession here outside Glenmick Parish Church, which is where we all gathered this morning as the cortege went past, because yes, he's becoming King Charles III, but he's also becoming Laird of the Balmoral estate as well. And so we observed that here when 12:35 this afternoon, just after the proclamation has been read in Edinburgh.
I'm just beginning to lose you slightly, but Andrew Bowie, Scottish Conservative, MP for West Aberdeenshire and Kincardine, which includes Balmoral. Thank you very much indeed for sharing your reflections of the Queen and the experience that you had today, stood there in Ballater as the Queen's cortege passed. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Thank you.
And Alistair, we still see those crowds coming out in these villages and towns that follow the River Dee on its way to one of those major cities, Aberdeen, that the Queen would have known so well.
It's been very mournful and very reflective, but my goodness, Scotland is looking beautiful today as the Queen makes her final journey through these roads on her way to Edinburgh. It's as though after the gloomy weather that the Queen mentioned to the photographer who was waiting to take the picture of the new Prime Minister being received and invited to form a government, recalled how the Queen said, gosh, look at the weather outside, and it was gathering terrible, terrible clouds at that time. And those who were at Balmoral to cover the really significant moment of the Queen inviting her 15th Prime Minister to form a government. Within 2 days, Her Majesty was dead, but in this, her last journey through Aberdeenshire, the sun is as warm as the hearts of those that express their grief for the Queen today. On the outskirts of Aberdeen now, across bridges that members of her family have opened in the development of this part of Scotland. Salutes from those who watch from roads and who've just taken time to see the woman who has been the head of state of the United Kingdom now for over 70 years pass by. Scotland always puts on the most beautiful appearance in the glorious sunshine, and the glinting River Dee that has been accompaniment for the Queen's journey, winding its way on to the sea. When still in commission, the Royal Yacht Britannia used to bring the Queen at the end of her summer round of responsibilities from Portsmouth on a journey around the United Kingdom, past Cornwall, up the Irish Sea and around into the lochs of Scotland. And she would stop at any number of places and go for a walk. And there's one wonderful story about when she was out on one of those walks. The yacht was obviously docked down in the loch below, and a lady came over the hill and said to the Queen, "Oh, I thought it was you." And she said, "Oh, well, I'm sorry if I've come at a bad time." And she's having a chat in the directness that the Scots always have. And then over the hill behind came this woman's husband, who shouted, "Leave that woman alone, she's on her holidays." And the Queen insisted on having a chat with them both in her headscarf and her blue serge trousers as she walked up the same hill that this happy Scots couple were enjoying. And it was a wonderful meeting between the monarch and the people of Scotland, who, as I have always said, have a much more direct relationship with kingship, which is because of the very nature of kingship in Scotland. The monarch was the chief of chiefs, the sort of head of the family of Scotland. And the title itself was never monarch of Scotland, but of Scots. And Robert the Bruce, King of Scots, Mary, Queen of Scots. And that relationship between the chief or monarch and her people reflected by those who have come out to see the Queen of Scots finally pass by. The Queen's headed past Peter Cooter and heading on down towards Stonehaven, circling around the edge of Aberdeen, and the very rich fields that were harvested not all that long ago in this warm sunshine. Another story I love of the Queen when she was on the Balmoral estate, driving back from a visit she'd made, told to me by one of her protection officers, that almost all over Scotland there are groups of 4 youngsters doing the Duke of Edinburgh award scheme. And she came across a group of youngsters doing the scheme that after all was named and organised by her husband. And she stopped the car and they were so surprised, and she started talking to them about what they were doing. And they didn't know whether to talk to her or take a photograph, but they talked to her, and then they rushed and scrabbled for their photographs to be taken as the Queen left. And the protection officer said to the Queen, "I feel sorry for them." And the Queen said, "Oh, why?" And the protection officer said, "Well, because nobody will ever believe them." Throughout Scotland, the Queen has enjoyed good and direct conversations with a number of Scots, and it's why she just loved being here. And she learnt so much about Scotland from her mother. And shortly the cortege will pass close by Glamis Castle, where her sister, Princess Margaret Rose, was born, and where her grandparents lived. and another of the locations that as a child, before the reality of the burden of coming sovereignty was to present itself, she had many wonderful holidays with her cousins and her family, and throughout the Queen's reign she's kept very close to her Bowes-Lyon relations, many of them living in very much the area she's passing through now, and down past Forfar and on to Dundee and through Perthshire. As this procession began from the main door of Balmoral Castle, a royal salute was given to the Queen by the Royal Guard at Ballater, formed by Balaclava Company of the Royal Regiment of Scotland, and the Queen was their Colonel-in-Chief. She was also Colonel-in-Chief of the Scots Guards and Colonel-in-Chief of the other great Scottish regiment, the Royal Scots Dragoon Guards, who evolved out of the Scots Greys. And as Colonel-in-Chief of all three of Scotland's primary regiments, she has taken enormous interest in their life and work. And it is from families who are lining these streets that the soldiers came to serve in those regiments or to serve in the Royal Navy, the Royal Air Force, the Royal Marines, or other regiments and corps in the army. And that link between the Queen and the armed forces we will see played out throughout the splendour of the funerary events that will take place and the lyings in state that are presented for the United Kingdom to say their final salute. But the Queen was always aware that it was the people who line the road now that she was there to serve. Sovereignty was not about her, but it was about serving. As we watch her now leave and make her way through these streets, and shortly in Edinburgh, the proclamation will take place of King Charles III, first of all at the Mercat Cross, and then at the gates of Edinburgh Castle. Meanwhile, in Belfast, and also in Cardiff, kings of arms and heralds will read out that Elizabeth II has died and we have a new king.
Well, a helicopter has just arrived in the grounds of the Palace of Holyrood House here in Edinburgh, carrying, we believe, the Duke of York, the Earl and Countess of Wessex and Lady Louise, who have travelled from Balmoral just a short time ago. Our understanding is that Beatrice, Eugenie and Zara are also travelling, but separately, making their way here to Edinburgh, the focus from this afternoon of the events surrounding the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, as we see the coast there and Aberdeen in all its glory. Aberdeen, the third largest city in Scotland, a population of about 200,000 people, and nicknamed the Granite City or the Silver City, from the granite which comes locally quarried, used to build many of Aberdeen's most famous buildings, and also shipped all around the UK and Europe for use in construction and monument work, including in London's Houses of Parliament, Trafalgar Square, Waterloo Bridge and the Thames Embankment. Famous, of course, for the oil, the industry in the North Sea, off the coast there. Once the oil capital of Europe, its prosperity really grown on this enlargement of the city over the years because of the development of North Sea oil and gas. And clearly the focus only this week of Liz Truss and her plans when she outlined her energy plan for the future, which seems already so long ago, does it not? And that was only on Thursday. There are, in fact, more than 30 places in the world called Aberdeen, in the United States of America, Australia, New Zealand, and even Hong Kong. And it's home to a record number of whisky distilleries too, and certainly a place that the Queen would oft visit on many royal occasions. She would be there to the coast. Again, a beautiful part of Scotland. Incredible spot for spotting dolphins, basking sharks, bottlenose, white-beaked dolphins too. And this beautiful countryside before the cortege will turn south and head through Angus to Dundee and on to Perth and then across the Queensferry crossing into Edinburgh, where she will be welcomed at Holyrood Palace, where she will lie and rest in order for the household staff to bid their own farewell. A helicopter here taking off once again, it appears, from the grounds of the palace, which is the official home of the royal family in Scotland. It was here where the Queen came towards the end of June for what they called Holyrood Week, where she would have so many visits, including too, as we heard from the Deputy First Minister, the Scottish Parliament too, which is where King Charles will head tomorrow after a procession of the cortege from the palace here up the Royal Mall to St Giles Cathedral, where the Queen will lie and rest. There will be a vigil with royal family members, but also it will be open to members of the public who will be able to pay their own respects to Her Majesty. And then on Tuesday, the body will be flown back to London for the days of rest there. This is a journey of some 6 hours, 100 miles, occasionally going at walking pace so people can pay their respects. And certainly in Banchory along the River Dee, we saw tears for Her Majesty. And we saw applause too, as people say thank you for this life well lived. As King Charles said in his national address, Queen Elizabeth's was a life well lived, a promise with destiny kept, and she is mourned most deeply in her passing.
The crown of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland is solely and rightfully come.
Then, and the proclamation.
Charles Philip Arthur George. We, therefore, the Lords Spiritual and Temporal of this realm, and members of the House of Commons, together with other members of Her late Majesty's Privy Council, and representatives of the realms and territories, aldermen and citizens of London and others, do now hereby with one voice and consent of tongue and heart publish and proclaim that the Prince Charles Philip Arthur George is now, by the death of our late sovereign, happy of memory, become our only lawful and rightful liege lord, Charles III, by the grace of God, of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and of his other realms and territories, King, Head of the Commonwealth, Defender of the Faith, to whom we do acknowledge all faith and obedience with humble affection, beseeching God, by whom kings and queens do reign, to bless his majesty with long and happy years to reign over us. Given at St. James's Palace on the 10th day of September and in the year of our Lord 2022.
The Lord Lion, King of Arms, from the Mercat Cross, giving the proclamation to Scotland as the state trumpeters reply with a fanfare, after which he will shout, "God save the King," and a royal salute of 21 guns will be fired from Edinburgh Castle.
God save the King! Now the King's Bodyguard for Scotland, the Royal Company of Archers and the Royal Regiment of Scotland forming the Guard will prepare to remove headdress in order to give 3 cheers to the new King. 3 cheers for His Majesty the King! Hip hip! Hooray! Hip hip! Hooray! Hip hip! Hooray!
Headdress will be recovered. And then the Lord Lion will be taken in procession up the Royal Mile to the castle to again proclaim the new King. The second position of it all is the state trumpeters first, followed by the heralds of the court of the Lord Lion. And Lord Lion himself, who is wearing the cocked hat and just gave the proclamation, is also walking with the Lord Provost of Edinburgh, who is the senior citizen and only took appointment earlier this year. And we can see beside this Mercat Cross the great High Kirk of St Giles, where tomorrow the late Queen will be brought to a service of thanksgiving for her life, and she will lie in state here for 24 hours in order to give those who wish in Scotland the chance to come and pay their respects to the Queen of Scots, Elizabeth II, who will be for 24 hours placed upon a catafalque at the centre of the cathedral.
Let's take you to the streets of Aberdeen, where the cortege is about to arrive, where the crowds have been gathering with the Union flag, waiting patiently. It's been on the move for 2 hours. The cortege now accompanied by the Princess Royal and her husband. As before, the outriders first and the cameras aloft as people await the cortege. Well, once again, the crowds are quiet as they watch the cortege pass. Babes in arms, many parents bringing their children so they can bear witness to this historic moment. The cortege will pass the King George VI Bridge over the River Dee in Aberdeen, the foundation stone of that bridge laid by the Lord Provost back in September 1938 and officially opened by Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother, in the presence of her husband, King George VI, on the 10th of December 1941. And today, the bridge carrying the Great Southern Road into Aberdeen from the south. And it is now that the cortege will begin to head south towards Stonehaven and then through Angus, Dundee to Perth, and then south on through across the Queensferry crossing, which has broken so many records, heading, as it will, towards Edinburgh, where now we know that members of the royal family have already arrived to take part in some of the commemorations and events which are scheduled today, tomorrow, and on Tuesday.
By Wales Herald of Arms, Thomas Lloyd, in the presence also in English of it being written and read by His Majesty's Lord Lieutenant for South Glamorgan as the guns are fired. Cardiff Castle, dominating the scene. .21 rounds being fired by 104 104th Regiment Royal Artillery. On conclusion of the gun salute, the officer commanding the Proclamation Guard will order the guard to remove headdress, and the Lord Lieutenant and Wales Herald in both English and Welsh will call for 3 cheers for His Majesty the King. First in Welsh and then in English. The Guard will respond to the Herald's declaration in the traditional manner. Gun salute concluded. They will now get into position for
Proclamation Guard will ground arms! Ground arms!
soldiers grounding arms to prepare to give their 3 cheers.
Proclamation Guard will remove headdress.
The 3rd Battalion, the Royal Welsh, preparing to give their salute to the King, who was Prince of Wales longer than any other.
3 cheers for His Majesty the King. Hip hip! Hooray! Hip hip! Hooray! Hip hip! Hooray!
Proclamation Guard will replace headdress. Replace headdress.
And that concludes the proclamation in Wales, the principal proclamation also in Scotland done, although a second will take place at Edinburgh Castle as the 3rd Battalion recover their arms. And the procession coming up onto the esplanade of Edinburgh Castle, where the dissembling of the stands that were here for the Royal Edinburgh Military Tattoo during August. And there the drawbridge gate of the castle and the escort of the Royal Company of Archers, the King's Bodyguard for Scotland, the State Trumpeters, and the Royal Regiment of Scotland, bringing Lord Lion and the heralds of the Court of Lord Lion to the main gate of the castle in order for the second of the proclamations here in Edinburgh. It's this one that is supposed to be for the people of Edinburgh. Sadly, as Governor of Edinburgh Castle, I was unable to be present, but I'm represented today by General Bill Wright, the General Officer of Scotland, who waits to receive Lord Lion, along with Lieutenant Colonel Lorne Campbell, the garrison commander.
You come to the podium.
Thank you.
Lord Lyon, welcomed by the General Officer of Scotland. He will now read out the proclamation for the second time. The Lord Lion is waiting for all those in the guard to be in position and for the King's bodyguard of the Royal Company of Archers to also be in the correct location as members of the public are brought into the area of the esplanade for the proclamation to be made. Behind the great fortress there that has really stood as a place of fortification for 1,000 years. It's been in different forms. It was knocked down by King Robert the Bruce in 1314 and rebuilt in part by his son, but much of what you see today was completed and adorned during Queen Victoria's reign. But the Queen first came to Edinburgh Castle quite soon after her coronation, and in St Giles High Kirk, which we saw this procession come from earlier on, was where she was presented the honours three. That's the crown, the sword and the sceptre of Scots that represent the nation's identity as a kingdom. They're the oldest crown jewels in the United Kingdom, made for Mary Queen of Scots' father, and in fact first used the crown to crown Mary Queen of Scots in 1543. And it's that crown that would be placed upon the coffin of the Queen when she lies in state. Lord Lion is a great officer of Scotland, and in such capacity represents the monarch of Scots and wears over his shoulder a collar or chain which is comprised of thistles and sprigs of rue alternately. The thistles represent the Scots and the sprigs of rue the Picts, who came together to form Scotland way back in our history. And of course they wear the Scottish Royal Standard, which at the moment in its flag form lies across Elizabeth II as she's conveyed here to the city of Edinburgh. So the Guard are being prepared now. Everything's in place for Lord Lyon to read the proclamation. Always hear the sound of the pipes making their way up from the Royal Mile. This is the second most visited tourist attraction in the United Kingdom. It's been closed recently because all royal palaces and fortresses have been closed at the point of court mourning beginning. But normally they can have up to 12,000 people here a day in the summer. As Governor of Edinburgh Castle, I had the privilege of being installed here as the Queen's Governor. I took on the appointment in 2019, and it was a great privilege to greet the Queen when she came to Scotland down at Holyrood as her Governor. Today it's the General Officer Scotland who stands in on my behalf. Say more about the honours three, the crown, the sword and the sceptre that are kept here. The sword and sceptre were given by popes to various Scottish monarchs as symbols of authority, and when Cromwell was seeking them out in order to destroy them as symbols of Scotland, they were taken away to Dunnottar Castle on the east coast and hidden there. And they were rescued because Cromwell's troops encircled the fortress on the coastline, pretty much where the Queen's procession is now passing on the coast on its way here to Edinburgh. And they were passed down from the castle walls to women who were collecting kelp along the seashore. And the crown was placed underneath the kelp, the sword was broken in two, placed in another basket, and the sceptre was unscrewed and hidden in a third. And very politely, the three women came up the hill and passed the soldiers they had every day, and no one checked the baskets. And so the greatest collection of crown jewels was protected and kept safe. When I go in and look at the Crown of Scots, which we will see because it'll be placed upon the coffin tomorrow in Holyrood, I like to think that the circlet could indeed be what many think as the circlet placed upon the head of Robert the Bruce in 1306 when he was crowned King of Scots. For him, this fortress was important too, so much so that he needed to remove King Edward of England's soldiers from it, and when he'd done so, he had it levelled to the ground. What our camera here can't see is the number of people being brought up the Royal Mile. Rather on the changing arms again, getting ready for the point that Lord Lyon speaks. It's difficult to know the precise time because it's important that members of the public get the chance to get into the esplanade. So the Queen was here in Edinburgh earlier this year during the summer, her last royal visit, and it was one where actually she felt more able to take part in events. She was received at the entrance of Holyrood House with a guard of honour, and she met the new Lord Provost of Edinburgh. She held audience with the First Minister, and also she received an act of loyalty from the armed forces in the garden at the back of Edinburgh Castle. Meanwhile, in Cardiff, the public who watched the first of the proclamations there are moving away, and we know that the guns need to be returned. The light guns, which will be driven away now by Royal Artillery, who also, the Royal Regiment of Artillery had the Queen as their Colonel-in-Chief, and this role will be taken on, I'm sure, by the King as they pull away. Cardiff Castle has a wonderful appearance within the city. And the armed forces throughout this coming week will play their part in the various events surrounding marking the death of the Queen and the start of the new reign. The soldiers who've completed the firing of the guns, who will return now to prepare these guns for other tasks. The Queen's visits to the castle itself have been many, really. The first time she came to the castle, as I was saying, just after her coronation in 1953, and the then Lord Lion made the challenge to all those gathered. The Guard of Honour is now sloping arms, ready for the second proclamation in Edinburgh. Has with him the heralds and pursuivants of the court of the Lord Lion. Each holding titles that represent elements of the sovereign's identity in Scotland, according to Scots tradition. Meanwhile, on the right-hand side, we see people passing away from the last proclamation.
Whereas it has pleased Almighty God to call to his mercy our late Sovereign Lady Queen Elizabeth II, of blessed and glorious memory, by whose demise the crown of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland is solely and rightfully come to the Prince Charles Philip Arthur George. We, therefore, the Lords spiritual and temporal of this land and realm, and members of the House of Commons, together with other members of Her late Majesty's Privy Council, and representatives of the realms and territories, aldermen and citizens of London and others, do now hereby with one voice and consent of tongue and heart publish and proclaim that the Prince Charles Philip Arthur George is now, by the death of our late Sovereign of happy memory, become our only lawful and rightful liege, Lord Charles III, by the grace of God of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and of all other realms and territories, King, Head of the Commonwealth, Defender of the Faith, to whom we do acknowledge all faith and obedience with humble affection, beseeching God, by whom kings and queens do reign, to bless His Majesty with long and happy years to reign over us. Given at St. James's Palace on the 10th day of September and in the year of our Lord 2022.
While the state trumpeters give their fanfare and a royal salute is given, followed by 3 cheers, it's perhaps worth looking at the proclamation that took place in Northern Ireland at 12 noon and recap on that when it was the chance for those And as the proclamation continues in Edinburgh, meanwhile, our thoughts go to the procession making its way from Balmoral back to the capital city of Scotland, Edinburgh.
Well, it was just after 10 o'clock this morning that we saw Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II's coffin leave Balmoral, seeing it for the first time as it made its way, now heading south in Aberdeenshire, on through towards Edinburgh, the capital of Scotland, where it will arrive mid-afternoon today for the beginnings of commemorations and services here, including with members of the royal family, some of whom have already arrived. And Rhiannon, we believe that the helicopter landed a short time ago carrying the Duke of York and the Earl and Countess of Wessex and their daughter. And this is part of the involvement of the royal family in the events in Edinburgh.
We've seen, haven't we, the proclamations again being carried out across the United Kingdom. But I think in the last 48 hours, we have constantly made clear that this is a family in mourning and a family who want to continue to support their mother, their grandmother, as she makes that final journey from Balmoral, stopping here in Edinburgh, and then will make that long trip down to London ahead of the state funeral. And it is difficult for the family. I understand that they didn't see this coming when it did, and you could see that in the fact that there was this rush, wasn't there, to Balmoral to be with her in those final moments. But I think as we look at the coffin being driven in the hearse away from Balmoral, for me, that this is a journey that really represents how the Queen split her life. And there was something particularly touching about the fact that she was there at Balmoral, a place where she enjoyed so much time with her family, and yet she is now heading here towards Edinburgh and the huge crowds that will gather, then down to London, and finally will be at Buckingham Palace, where all of the official work was carried out. and also where only a couple of months ago we saw her on the balcony surrounded by her family for the Platinum Jubilee. I think for many people it is still really hard to take in that it's happened, the sight of the coffin for the first time. Like when we lose any loved one, I think cements in people's minds that this has happened, and that we're having to adjust to having a new king, to saying farewell to a much-loved monarch, but also her family are as well.
It is often the first sight of a coffin where you feel that pain of loss most acutely, and I think many people watching will have felt that. But as King Charles said, his mother's was a life well lived, of a destiny that she pursued, and what a life she had. 96 years old, the longest serving monarch this country has ever seen. She will go down in history and in the memories of so many of her subjects.
And it's interesting you should mention those different records that she achieved throughout her reign, including becoming Britain's longest reigning monarch. And actually, that happened on the 9th of September, and it was a moment that she marked here in 2015. It was a moment that I remember travelling up to Scotland for, and then for her it was so important. She got on the train, she travelled around to share that moment with the public. And again, her family are picking up that mantle. And yesterday it was made very clear in the briefing, where we were given more details about what's going to happen in the next few days or so, that yes, for King Charles III, the state business continues. He's automatically taken on the mantle of being head of state and everything that comes with that. But for him, his priority is now to lead the country and his family in mourning, and to share a grief that he feels very deeply. And it was always going to be fascinating to see how, throughout this period, we saw the shift between the official and the proclamations, the Accession Council yesterday, and the family moments. And actually, I think yesterday, there is no doubt that really the most striking and poignant images were the ones that involved the family. For example, Zara and Eugenie in tears looking at the flowers that had been left. And then again, we saw King Charles wanting to get out and meet as many people as possible. And then, of course, that moment that I think everyone was taken by surprise by, where we saw that Prince William had, in a way, sent that olive branch to Prince Harry and said, look, let's do this together. And you had the Fab Four, as they were described when Harry and Meghan got married, back together. And also for them, I think putting to bed those questions about whether the Sussexes are welcome or not. There's going to be so many public moments where all the family are likely to be involved in some way. Questions about how, after the difficulties, the Sussexes might be involved. But ultimately, every member of that family wants this now to be about one woman. And however they describe her, Granny, Mama, and, of course, for us, the Queen. And I think they are hugely aware that this is a moment of shock, of mourning, and they want to share it with the public.
I have the quote of the Queen on September the 9th, 2015. You said you were there on becoming Britain's longest reigning monarch during a speech whilst opening a railway at the Scottish borders, you remember. And she said, many have kindly noted another significance attached to today, although it is not one to which I have ever aspired. Inevitably, a long life can pass many milestones. My own is no exception. So with a humble put down, effectively, to this extraordinary historic day. And then also at the COP Climate Summit in Glasgow, addressing world leaders there, acknowledging her own mortality, and saying to all of them, none of us will live forever, which we remember as well, which began an acknowledgement of her age, and her husband had already passed. He had retired before that too. So there was a sense of you know, these royals, they live a long time. If you think about the Queen Mother, 101. Yeah. You know, Duke of Edinburgh, just short of 100. And yet there was an acknowledgement there that she would not be here forever, and the monarchy must continue.
And ever so modest as ever when it came to those speeches. There was another wonderful one on her birthday, her 90th birthday, where she sort of talked about how she was hoping that people would stop reminding her that it was such a big birthday. But yeah, the fact that she always wanted to share those big milestones with people, but also I think increasingly over the last 12 months, of course, we were becoming increasingly aware of her age. And it might sound ridiculous, but I think we were so used to her being so well into her 90s. And people, in a way, were shocked when I said to them, well, she's 96 years old, because we'd been so used to her walking unaided, not having a walking stick, and simply getting on with that annual calendar of very busy engagements and constitutional duties. And yet in the last 12 months, there gradually was a slowing down. And actually what was lovely was earlier in the summer, actually, she probably had one of her busiest weeks here in Scotland for Holyrood Week. Every summer she would come here, spend the week here, and we saw her still carrying out that ceremony of the keys, which we will see the new King Charles take part in, where the ceremonial key is passed over to the arriving monarch. That moment had to be changed this time because she wasn't able to inspect the guard, but she still did it. And actually, as the week went on, there were various occasions where we were told, actually, Her Majesty does want to attend this. Her Majesty does want to be alongside her heir at the time, Prince Charles. And she was always beaming from ear to ear. I remember there was an event where she was at Edinburgh Castle, and she was there surrounded by the military, who she hugely loved and respected, and realised that her being there meant a great deal. But not in a showy sense, not because it was about her, but because she knew that that was what her life was about. And she knew that it was about bringing that sense of joy and being seen to be believed was what her mantra always was.
Rhiannon Mills, for the moment, thank you very much indeed. They're our royal correspondent. But let's take you to Balmoral and Greg Milam, who witnessed that first moment when we saw the coffin and the cortege. Greg.
Yes, and we're starting actually now to see the first members of the public who have come. I think 5,000 was the official figure yesterday. 5,000 people who've come and paid tributes, laid flowers, left messages, and that was paused this morning for that moment of the coffin carrying the Queen to leave here in Balmoral. 10 o'clock, the ceremony, if you like, started inside Balmoral Castle. And a poignant moment for a number of reasons. Of course, poignant for the royal family and the members of the royal family who were still here, but also for the estate workers, the staff, many of whom have worked for the royal household for many years, who were able to pay their respects to her inside the ballroom where the coffin sat for a couple of days. Important for them to be able to do that. And then those 6 gamekeepers, the symbolism of the members of the household staff taking part in the movement of the coffin, I think really important for those who work here, those who considered the Queen one of their community. Carrying the coffin, we have a piper playing now, as you can hear, with the Sovereign's piper played as that coffin was carried from the ballroom through the small dining room and then into the hearse, and then we saw it leave here from the gate, draped in the royal standard with flowers picked from the garden here at Balmoral, some of the Queen's favourite flowers in that wreath atop that coffin as it began its journey. They talked about quiet dignity, the quiet dignity of the last few days here for the royal family, the members of the royal family who remained and have now left and headed to Edinburgh themselves, but particularly those people local to here who either worked on the estate or would see the Queen in and around Ballater, who feel this is a very personal loss as well as the loss of a monarch.
Greg Milam joining us there from Balmoral, thank you. And we continue to watch this cortege heading south now towards Edinburgh, where it will rest at the Palace of Holyrood House before being taken for a vigil by both the royal family and indeed members of the public who will be able to pay their respects at St Giles Cathedral up the Royal Mall here in Edinburgh. Well, let's bring in now Lord Michael Howard, former Conservative Party leader, member of the Privy Council too, who would have taken part in those events at the Accession Council yesterday. And we really are witnessing history being made that so few people in this country will remember an event like this.
That is, of course, true, Anna, and it's all been incredibly moving. The scenes we're watching now are very moving. The ceremony yesterday, the same. A ceremony which really symbolized, I think, the continuity as well as the evolution of our constitutional arrangements, of the way in which we do things, of the way in which we have managed to achieve such tremendous stability in our country over such a long time. And of course,
and do you really believe
pervading
apologies for interrupting you. I was going to say, do you...
Well, I was going to say pervading everything, yes. Our enormous gratitude to someone we remember as our queen, as a friend, as she put it herself, as the country's servant, as the country's greatest and most faithful servant.
And I was going to say to you, do you really believe that it was the Queen that, you know, kept the nation steadfast? All those words we hear described about her kindness, her calmness, but above all, this sense that she gave this country stability. And in a sense, how did she do that? What was it that allowed that to happen? Was it the fact that the Prime Minister has a weekly audience and her wise counsel and raised eyebrows and questions were always there to keep things in check, if you like?
Well, she was a very great monarch. She was very good at her job. She provided leadership, inspirational leadership for our country, without ever trespassing on the realm of party politics, without ever putting a foot wrong. It was an extraordinary achievement, and we are all tremendously in her debt. We are all the beneficiaries of her sense of duty, of her devotion to service, and of her dedication to the well-being of her subjects.
Everyone talks about her kindness, how across her brief she was, and how in tune with people, that she put them at their ease so much. And I know you spent a night, did you not, with your wife at Windsor Castle when you were leader of the opposition. How did you find that?
Well, she was renowned for putting everyone at their ease. And one of the things I shall always remember is the trouble that had been taken when we went to the library at Windsor Castle they'd laid out a whole series of objects relating to my constituency of Folkestone and Hythe, objects which I never knew even existed, which I'd certainly never seen before. And it was just an example of the extent to which such trouble was taken to make people feel at ease. She was the world's greatest expert at that.
And you had a friend as well who'd been invited to the palace and had sat next to the Queen and in the middle of the lunch froze. What did she do then?
That was an extraordinary story because she just knew what to do. She sent for the corgis. And I think they went down to feed the corgis, and that was the answer. And he unfroze and was able to resume the conversation. But how many people would have known to do that? She was completely remarkable, quite unique.
The Houses of Parliament, as you know, took 2 days paying tribute to Her Majesty. What were the words you chose to mark how you knew her and your experience of this life, the longest-serving Queen, the longest-serving monarch that this country has seen? What did you say about her?
Well, I recounted the 2 anecdotes that I've just told you, Anna, but I ended with something which I always thought was tremendously significant. A lot's been said about the extent to which she was admired and respected and indeed loved far beyond our shores. And I was once in a Caribbean country where a new Governor-General had been appointed. And the local newspaper published some advice to him, an article giving him some advice. And it said, "You will have many difficult decisions to make. We suggest that when you come to make them, you ask yourself one question. What would Her Majesty do?" And I thought that was just tremendous.
The King, we know, later on will meet the Secretary-General of the Commonwealth and the High Commissioners too. I mean, do you hope that the monarch still has a head of state role in some of these nations, or do you get a sense that it will change now?
It's up to them. That's what the royal family have always said, and that's the case. It's entirely up to them. But whatever they decide, I don't think there's any question of their leaving the Commonwealth. So I think the Commonwealth will continue, I hope, to play a significant role in world affairs. And the role of the new king as head of the Commonwealth will be very significant.
Well, 2.5 billion people. There are those who are Francophone nations who are asking to join. So it still has great relevance and vibrancy to this day, does it not? But tell us about the Accession Council yesterday. We've had the proclamations, 2 of them here in Edinburgh, Cardiff, Belfast too. The flags were raised. This was supposed to be a moment of celebration. One can presume after 1 o'clock that the flags will be returned to half-mast as in tribute to Her Majesty the Queen. But for you, what an historic occasion to be there.
Indeed, a great privilege to be there. And a ceremony that goes back to Saxon times, more than 1,000 years, and really symbolises the continuity and the evolution and the sense of tradition of our constitutional arrangements, which have given us such stability, which are, I think, in many respects, the envy of the world. And I thought that ceremony yesterday symbolised that in the most moving and significant way.
What was the atmosphere in the room? No doubt a sense of sadness, but did people feel they were witnessing history?
Well, of course. I think everyone was completely aware of that. We were doing that. It was witnessing history. We are living through an enormously historical moment, which none of us will ever forget.
These are difficult times for the royal family too. This is such a personal loss. This grandmother, Mama, obviously, for King Charles. We know that some of the royal family are now here in the Palace of Holyrood House behind me. How will they, do you think, be seeking comfort now? We heard King Charles in his national address say that my mother's life was a life well lived.
Well, I hope they will derive some comfort at what must be a desperately difficult time for them from the outpouring of love, which has been demonstrated not only in our own country, but perhaps especially here, the crowds that have gathered in London and elsewhere, the crowds that are marking her funeral procession today. This should be, I hope, something which will be of some comfort to the family as they mourn, because I'm sure that their mourning, as our mourning, is infused with a deep sense of gratitude for everything she has done for us. We've been the beneficiaries of her devotion to service, her sense of duty, and her dedication to the well-being of her subjects.
Lord Howard, we really appreciate your time. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Well, Douglas Ross joins me now, leader of the Conservatives here in Scotland, and Lord Howard there suggesting that we are the beneficiaries, that everybody coming out on the streets today is expressing their gratitude. And certainly in Banchory we saw tears, but also applause as the cortege went through. What do you make of what we've seen so far of this journey?
Just incredible images of a country wanting to show their respects for the final time to a monarch who loved Scotland and was loved by Scotland. And it has been so touching just to see the size, the numbers of the crowds. I was looking just before I came on, there was a guard of honour by tractors as the cortege travelled through Aberdeenshire at one point. Just incredible scenes. And incredible scenes later, no doubt, here in Edinburgh as well. The cortege will make its way down the Royal Mile to the Palace of Holyrood House, where we are now.
And will people want to come and pay respects, do you think?
Absolutely. I was at the Proclamation earlier on at 12 o'clock, and the crowds were huge at that point. And I just think many of them will stay for hours to get a glimpse of the cortege travelling to Holyrood House, and of course to St Giles tomorrow for the service as well.
What did Her Majesty mean to Scotland then?
Well, she meant so much to so many people right across Scotland and the UK. I had an opportunity very briefly in the House of Commons this week to pay tribute on behalf of my constituents in Murray and people across Scotland, and I spoke about her smile, that radiant smile that just seemed to be every picture of the Queen. She looked so happy. She was celebrating her life here in Scotland. That final picture taken at Balmoral, while undoubtedly frail, but that smile and the sparkle in her eye was still there. I also spoke about her final visit to my constituency, which was back in 2014 with the late Duke of Edinburgh, and it was their 67th wedding anniversary, but still they put their duty to the public above their own private celebrations, and it was a fantastic occasion that people in Murray still speak about.
Everyone tells about Prince Philip, his comments of just get on with it,
Yeah.
you know, that sense of, you know, the show must go on. And clearly the Queen had mobility issues when she came here for Holyrood Week. But the number of engagements she has and, you know, continue to take a full part in all of the events here as well.
Yeah, and the mobility issues clearly got worse in recent months, but it was less than a year ago that she came to officially open the new session of the Scottish Parliament, where she walked unaided and gave an amazing speech to the new and returning members of the Scottish Parliament. And indeed, it's one of the pictures I've got with the Queen when I was introduced to her as a party leader, and I show it to my 1-year-old and 3-year-old, and you know, I'm just so proud to have got the opportunity to have met the Queen, and that story is told many times over by many people who have had that great opportunity to have had a small moment of time with Her Majesty the Queen.
And King Charles will make his way from London to Edinburgh tomorrow. He'll be met by the First Minister, Nicola Sturgeon, and then come here to the palace, where they have the ceremony of the keys as well, which is something the Queen has obviously always done, where the keys of the city are given over to the monarch. When will you get a chance to say hello to him, but also to pay your respects for the loss of his mother?
Yes, well, tomorrow all the party leaders will meet His Majesty the King and the Queen Consort, and they will then come into the debating chamber behind us tomorrow evening after the service at St Giles, and each party leader has a small amount of time to pay our tributes to the late Her Majesty the Queen, but also to provide our full support to the new King. And for me, you know, I've spoken in many debates for many years, but to do it in front of the new King will be a nerve-wracking experience. But one I know the Scottish Parliament will rise to in the same way the House of Commons and the House of Lords has done this week.
Do you know what you want to say?
Well, I've been asked for a copy of my speech, and I thought, well, I haven't quite finished it yet, so hopefully I get a little bit of time this afternoon to finish some remarks, pass it into the Palace and the presiding officer, and I hope, as I say, that the tributes we can give here at Holyrood can echo many of the tributes we've seen across the world.
The death of the Queen in Scotland has added many layers of, in a sense, you know, tradition and spectacle and commemoration here, and has really put Edinburgh very central to that, has it not?
Well, it's put Edinburgh central, but I think we have to remember Aberdeenshire as well, where the Queen started her final journey today, a part of Scotland she loved and adored. And I know you had my colleague Andrew Bowie on earlier on, who spoke very well about the connection to Balmoral, to Aberdeenshire, that the communities there have with the late Her Majesty the Queen. And I think that just shows, as the cortege makes its way down Scotland, down through Scotland today, we will see that replicated at every opportunity people have to express their sympathies and to show themselves their affection for the late Queen.
And do you hope that that relationship with Scotland stays strong? Obviously, King Charles has Birkhall, does he not, in Aberdeenshire still, and still enjoys the beautiful countryside, absolutely stunning countryside. You can see why, you know, the Queen enjoyed the tranquility and the wildness of that part of the world. But do you hope that relationship continues?
Well, I hope and I expect it to, because the King is a very regular visitor to Scotland. He's patron and has been patron to many charities here north of the border. He also loves, as you've said, the great outdoors. Again, in my own area, he's a fairly regular fisherman on the Spey. He loves that part of Scotland as well, and I expect to see the King back. And we saw from his own remarks, and indeed from the Accession Council yesterday, just how important a role Scotland and the Church of Scotland has in the accession of the new King.
Well, indeed, and having to guarantee the independence of the Church of Scotland.
Yeah.
I mean, the fascinating history that comes with all of this is remarkable, not least Scotland's role in the monarchy, in fact.
Absolutely, and you know, it is an important role, and I think we've seen from the crowds already gathering behind us here at Holyrood hours before the cortege will get here, and it will be the same tomorrow. Just that support that there is across Scotland for the new King, the royal family, and of course to join in the grieving across the country for the late Her Majesty the Queen.
Heading on to places like Dundee, famous for its fruit jams and indeed marmalade, which brings everyone to Paddington, does it not,
absolutely.
in that amazing video, home of marmalade.
Yeah.
And then on the Queensferry Crossing, which has broken records with extraordinary concrete pours. That itself will be quite a sight, don't you think, as the cortege passes?
It will, and of course there's three bridges there. There's the old Forth Road Bridge, there's the rail bridge, and it's an iconic image that people look across at Scotland, and to see the cortege going over there will be very moving for many, many people.
Douglas Ross, appreciate your time. Thank you very much indeed. And from the Queensferry Crossing, obviously on here to Edinburgh, events from here later on. But let's go back now to Alistair Bruce.
It's been a very slow and dignified journey from Balmoral. And as we watched the hills fall away and the flatlands of the East Coast take over, so the roads have become broader and the number of villages that have been gone through have been reduced. And now, leaving the larger roads and heading off, ultimately to get to Edinburgh this afternoon. The moving start of this procession at Balmoral, when very close members of the Queen's private household who nursed her in her final hours, doctors and those who have been at her side, were present to take leave as the hearse left the castle. Members of the royal family will have watched as Princess Anne, Princess Royal, went with her husband, Admiral Sir Tim Lawrence, out of those distant Aberdeenshire hills and to where we now see the cortege making its way gently along the coast. But it is in those hills where the memories of the Queen at her most relaxed, taking time off her role as head of state every August, being with her family and in the haven that she loved so much, ultimately losing her life. Meanwhile, back at central London, His Majesty the King coming down the Mall and making his way towards Buckingham Palace. Still large crowds waiting there to witness every moment of this sad time. And flags will have been returned in the last 4 minutes to half-mast across the United Kingdom, 1 hour after the final national proclamation. The King heading in through the garden gate to the private entrance at the side of the palace, and later on he will be receiving the Secretary-General of the Commonwealth, Baroness Scotland. He has a number of engagements today. He will have been receiving people at Clarence House from his own household earlier on this morning. But this afternoon he has a number of engagements, particularly meeting representatives of the realms and having his chance to further receive the compliments of those different nations through their representatives here in the United Kingdom as his reign begins. The area around Buckingham Palace has become a great pilgrimage point for a number of people who've come to just be a part of this story. Families bringing their children, perhaps some of them no idea what it is that they're witnessing, but with the King now inside the gardens of Buckingham Palace, he will go into the rooms where the Queen lived and which he would have known as a boy, and from there he will go to where he will be receiving, probably overlooking the gardens, in the 1844 room is where he's going to first hold his initial audience, and then with all the representatives of the realms in the bow room, literally at the back of the palace. And the police are regulating the enormous number of people who've come here with crossings along the Mall, according to the way they traditionally crowd manage. And I'm sure plans are being made for dealing with however many people wish to come and witness what is going to be quite a short ceremonial route, initially for the Queen's body when it has arrived here at the palace from Scotland, to then be taken from Buckingham Palace to Westminster Hall beside Parliament for the lying in state, which will happen later in the week. This was very much the centre of the Queen's life, Buckingham Palace. It's where she worked, and it had her own apartments. It was full of all the offices of her household, and obviously had all the staterooms where events could take place. In the distance, across from the roof of the palace on the right here, you can see Wellington Barracks, which will be the mounting station for most of the military taking part in the state funeral and the processions that lead up to it. And the park itself, absolutely beautiful, with this canopy of verdant green, St James's, which leads up towards Horse Guards Parade, where year after year we watched as Elizabeth II received her annual Queen's Birthday Parade, or Trooping the Colour. It was during the Queen's reign that the sentries were moved from outside the gates to within the forecourt of the palace. You can just see soldier there, the sentry on duty in front of the sentry box, beside the centre gate, looking through the central approach point of the palace. And over there, in the distance, you can see Lancaster House, and the white building is Clarence House, where His Majesty the King lived as Prince of Wales and remains for the moment as King. And to the right of that, the red brick St James's Palace, where yesterday the Accession Council took place.
Well, here outside Buckingham Palace, the crowds have been gathering since early this morning, patiently waiting for a glimpse of the new monarch. And they have, of course, just received what they've been waiting for. The shouts went up. We knew something was happening with the crowds all raising up their phones, and lots of excited chatter as the new king, King Charles III, made his way to Buckingham Palace, where he has a series of meetings this afternoon. The atmosphere until that point had been very quiet, respectful, an atmosphere of reflection. It was very quiet, but then, of course, that moment of excitement to see the new monarch arriving in the vehicle. And they certainly were repaid for the patience this morning. The car, of course, drove just outside here, turning into the garden entrance, as Alistair was just saying, where King Charles III is going to be hosting his first meeting at 2 p.m. today with the Commonwealth Secretary-General, Baroness of Scotland, in the 1844 room. It's named after the meeting that was held there with Russia's Tsar Nicholas III, but a room where they receive most distinguished visitors. Half an hour after that, he is going to be meeting High Commissioners and spouses from countries where the King is head of state. That will be in the Bow Room, named after the window running along one side, and access, of course, to that famous garden in Buckingham Palace. Be an interesting meeting because it does include the High Commissioner for Antigua and Barbuda, who have confirmed that they will be holding a referendum probably within the next 3 years on whether or not to become a republic. We're joined by Dominic Waghorn, who's been sort of reflecting here at Buckingham Palace too. Dominic, how do you think the meetings will go later on today?
Well, they're important meetings because the King, the new King, will be meeting the Secretary-General of the Commonwealth, Baroness of Scotland. So that's an important meeting in terms of connecting him with the 56 nation members of the Commonwealth, and it's going to be his first role as head of the Commonwealth. It's not an automatic assumption that he would have been the head of the Commonwealth, but we understand he now will be, and he will be the third head of the Commonwealth after his grandfather, George VI, and his mother, Queen Elizabeth II, of course. Now, the Commonwealth was the group of nations that effectively replaced empire, and it's become an extremely effective kind of networking group for these nations, diplomatically, politically, culturally, economically and commercially, very, very important. So popular, actually, that a number of non-former British Empire nations have joined it. Most recently, Gabon and Togo, which were former French colonies. Allows them to sort of hedge their bets. They have their French connection and the British connection. So it's an organisation that's remained very important, very relevant to today, and was hugely important to the Queen, King Charles's mother, of course, throughout her reign. And you get the impression they think he wants to modernise it, as he wants to modernise the monarchy, but wants to keep up that tradition of supporting the Commonwealth. Then he's going to be meeting the High Commissioners from the Commonwealth realms. Now, those are the countries who still hold the monarch, the British monarch, as their head of state. There's a dwindling number of nations that do. Of course, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, a number of Caribbean countries and some Pacific countries as well. And the number is dwindling. We had Barbados leave their number last year. We've heard now that Antigua and Barbuda will hold a referendum on independence within the next 3 years. Their Prime Minister has decided that. And Jamaica is also in the process of transitioning to an independent republic status. And I think it should be stressed that there's not a kind of rush for the exits for these countries because the Queen has died. Under her reign, she began with 32 countries recognising her as head of state and 17 left. So it's part of a process, if you like, of countries coming of age and for whatever reason deciding they don't want to have the British monarch as their head of state. And I think the more important point is that King Charles replaces his mother as head of the Commonwealth, which is a very powerful, as I say, group of countries that remains relevant. And most crucial, I think, for Britain, it cements the kind of position that the Queen enjoyed and promoting British soft power through the Commonwealth, which is hugely important.
Is it a challenge for King Charles III taking over from a monarch who was well respected for, as you say, that kind of soft power around the world? I remember the words of the famous Republican Australian Prime Minister Malcolm Turnbull, who said, even Republicans like myself can be strong Elizabethans. And now, of course, he perhaps needs to find his own way of negotiating a world where many are questioning, I guess, the role of having the Commonwealth realm and whether they do want to have a British head of state. Yes,
I think the challenge for Charles is that the Queen, soft power is hugely important, and for those who don't understand what soft power is, it's the non-military, the non-sort of heavyweight political wielding of power. It's the use of prestige and influence culturally and other ways where a country punches above its weight. And the Queen was a hugely powerful asset in terms of projecting soft power, sort of one-woman soft power superpower. And that was through her office, through the institutions she had, most importantly the Commonwealth, but also just through her strength of character. She did more than anyone else, and probably ever will do, so effortlessly and effectively to promote soft power. It's hard to imagine anybody, one individual, being as successful as she has been in promoting, improving the reputation, enhancing the prestige and power and influence of her country as much as the Queen did. And that was a lot of it. It was through her experience, her number of years on the throne, but through the force of her personality. The reason why so many people are here as well, drawn by the memory of the Queen. And Charles just doesn't simply have that. I mean, who does? So he's got to replace those very big boots.
Okay, thank you very much, Dominic. We'll have more from Dominic, of course, as those meetings take place. We're just looking at that lovely picture of the little boy in the Arsenal shirt waving the Union Jack flag outside the gates of Buckingham Palace. And really, there has been such a variety of people down here, young and old, all feeling the pull of the palace to pay their respects to a Queen who, of course, felt such a constant presence, and also the new King, King Charles III, who in the last few moments has entered Buckingham Palace, driving through those crowds. Well, let's go to Kamali Melbourne, shall we, who is out and about in those crowds. Kamali, what's the atmosphere like?
Hi, Sophie. Well, the atmosphere, as you can imagine, is really joyous, actually. People have been here waiting quite a while for the King to make his way into Buckingham Palace. But when he eventually did, we heard a roar from the crowd, and we also saw some moments of a little bit of connection with the King as he was making his way into the palace. I've got some people here who were right on the very front row as the King was making their way in. Melissa, Hayley. What's your name again?
Melissa.
Melissa.
Hayley.
Hayley.
Pauline.
Pauline.
Sonia.
Sonia. And Pauline.
I'm Pauline.
You said that he may have winked at you when you were waving.
I'm sure he winked at me. I was giving him the wave and giving him the nod, and I'm sure he winked at me. I am sure.
How long were you guys standing here waiting for him to make his way in?
We walked from the top there, and they said, anybody with flowers, go turn right, and we did. So we've only been there about half an hour, and we thought, well, somebody must be coming by because everybody's just stood still.
So we just stopped
so
and
we
waited.
Thought we would just stop as well.
Yeah.
You got a very, very good shot. So was he on this side of the car as you passed by?
No, he was on the far side. But he looked over this way.
But he looked over this way just as he came, just as he got to us, and then he waved. It was amazing.
I mean, that's a lovely bit of connection. I mean, what are your thoughts about King Charles III?
Oh, yes, absolutely amazing. And we've seen him. My daughter many years ago said that the Prince Charles waved at her, and she holds that title. And now I can go home and say King Charles has waved at me and winked.
Oh, winked.
And
which we're delighted about.
There's a definite wink. And, where have you travelled in from today to come and see him?
We've come from Leicester.
So it's not close, is it? You've had to get on the train or drive down?
On the train at 9 o'clock this morning, yes. And then we've walked from Euston to the train station and come here.
And why do you think it was important to come here to Buckingham Palace today?
I don't know, really. It's just something in history now, isn't it?
It's a lovely atmosphere, isn't it? People here, families, and lots of people here. Very.
I've got grandchildren that they've known the Queen, and now they will, have the King to support them and everything. Yeah.
Why do you think you came down here? What was the feeling like when you sort of arrived in? Because as I walked down, there were just so many people turning up, and as we can see, people are still turning up now, aren't they?
Mm-hmm. It's just for the amount of people that are here. It's so quiet, but it's just somewhere that we had to be, I think.
I mean, it's a quiet respect, isn't it? People are just sort of coming here and leaving their tributes. You've got flowers as well. Where are you going to put those, do you think?
Well, we were planning on putting them outside Buckingham Palace, but there's a really long wait. So I think we're going to go back through Green Park and then put them round somewhere like that. So
it's amazing. We've all got red roses, and we've only just met each other at the barrier. So.
And it was a lovely experience for all of you guys to get a wave and a wink.
Wave and a wink, definitely, definitely.
Such a special moment.
A historic moment.
Yeah,
definitely. Much so, yes.
And you think it's going to be a sombre moment, which it is, but actually seeing the King just made you look to the future and what the future's going to hold for us now with the King. So amazing, absolutely amazing meeting these ladies.
Thank you so much.
Good job.
we wish him all the very best, don't we? I mean, that is the sentiment as well, that we're looking now to the future, to King Charles III. He's inside Buckingham Palace now, and those guys we spoke to there were very, very happy to get a wave and a wink. Anna?
Yes, Kamali, thank you very much indeed. And certainly some people I heard earlier suggesting it was quite hard to get flowers in London right now. So, Kamali outside Buckingham Palace there, thank you. Well, let's just remind you of the events of the day so far. The Queen's coffin has left Balmoral for Edinburgh. The Princess Royal and her husband, Sir Tim Lawrence, are part of the procession, travelling directly behind the late monarch. Well, thousands lining the streets as the cortege travels through Scotland, through villages and towns, cities indeed. She's already been through Aberdeen as well, in what has been described by King Charles as his mother's last great journey. Well, the procession of cars left Balmoral just after 10 o'clock this morning, led by the hearse carrying the Queen's coffin. It had been carried to the hearse by 6 of the Queen's gamekeepers at Balmoral. Until now, the Queen had been at rest in the castle ballroom, so her estate workers could say their final farewells. The wreath on top of that coffin, made from some of her favourite flowers picked from the garden of Balmoral: phlox, dahlias, sweet peas, limonium, white heather and pine fir. And certainly we've been told by the local MP in the area that the heather has been quite resplendent this year, and certainly she would have enjoyed the view out of her windows at the castle. Well, the journey to Edinburgh expected to take around 6 hours. The Queen's only daughter, as I said, the Princess Royal, is accompanying the Queen's coffin, travelling with her husband, Admiral Sir Timothy Lawrence, in a limousine. The procession slowed as it drove through the nearby village of Balloter, where the Queen's neighbours lined the streets to pay their final respects, some of them throwing flowers. The Queen's journey then continuing through the beautiful Scottish countryside. The coffin arriving in Edinburgh later this afternoon, and there the River Dee. This is Royal Deeside. And those stood quietly watching as the cortege went past. Dozens lining the route as the procession passed through the village of Aboyne. And there was applause as the Queen's coffin was driven through the village of Banchory. Hundreds of people gathering there on the high street for a view of that cortege. Tears, too, for some of those there. Well, from there, the cortege swept through rural Aberdeenshire. Local farmers coming out, as you can see, to say goodbye. The tractors lined up in their own honour guard along the roadside. And hundreds were seen lining bridges as the hearse arrived on the outskirts of Aberdeen. And this was the scene as the hearse passed near Duthie Park in Aberdeen before crossing the King George VI Bridge across the River Dee. Well, meanwhile, thousands of people have gathered in the 4 nations of the United Kingdom to witness proclamations of King Charles III as the new monarch. He was formally proclaimed king at a ceremony in St James's Palace yesterday, you'll remember, and this has been followed today by ceremonies at Cardiff Castle, Hillsborough Castle, Windsor Castle and Edinburgh Castle.
do now hereby with one voice and consent of tongue and heart publish and proclaim that the Prince Charles Philip Arthur George is now, by the death of our late sovereign, happy of memory, become our only lawful and rightful liege lord, Charles III.
Three cheers for His Majesty the King. Hip hip! Hooray! Hip hip! Hooray! Hip hip! Hooray!
Rhoddwyd ym Mhalas St James, y degfed dydd o Fedi, ym mlwydd ein harglwydd 2022.
To whom we do acknowledge all faith and obedience with humble affection, beseeching God, by whom kings and queens do reign, to bless His Majesty with long and happy years to reign over us.
Do now hereby, with one voice and consent of tongue and heart, publish and proclaim that the Prince Charles Philip Arthur George is now, by the death of our late sovereign of happy memory, become our only lawful and rightful liege lord, Charles III. God save the King!
God save the King!
Well, the picture's there from Hillsborough, but one of those proclamations took place at the Mercat Cross on the Royal Mile here in Edinburgh, very near St Giles Cathedral, which is where Joe Pike is now. And you witnessed this extraordinary moment of history as well. The crowds there too, but also waiting, Joe, for the cortege of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II to come down the Royal Mile towards where I am at the Palace of Holyrood House.
Exactly, Anna. Earlier today, during that proclamation, crowds here, 6 to 8 people deep. Not as many people at the moment, but in a couple of hours that, of course, will change, as you say, when the cortege comes down the mile, down Canongate, towards where you are at the Palace of Holyrood House. At the centre of the mile, behind me, is, of course, St Giles Cathedral, the High Kirk of Edinburgh, this medieval parish church that will be at the heart of proceedings tomorrow, when the King will accompany his mother's hearse here. A service will take place, and then there will be that 24-hour vigil where people will be able to pay their respects. On the top of the cathedral, you may be able to see police marksmen making it clear, I think, quite how much of an effort Police Scotland have put in to keep this event, these series of events, secure.
a whole range of people attending. I spoke to a couple of women from Denmark who are here on a knitting tour and decided to join in. Also, Dan and Amy here, who are students at the university. Come forward, Amy. Tell us when you decided to come here.
So basically this morning we were having breakfast, and obviously it's a monumentous occasion. We decided to come down and got here quite early, and we've been here for about an hour now or so.
And you've come prepared?
Yes. Yeah, we've brought our snacks, brought our Pringles. Yeah.
And why did you want to come down?
I just thought obviously it's a massive occasion, probably once in a lifetime for us, and we come down to pay our respects and just see everything that's going on and take it all in.
Yeah, it's just on our doorstep as well, so it would be stupid if we didn't come along and see it.
Amy and Dan, thank you for joining us on Sky News. It's also perhaps worth pointing out, Anna, that the Queen did adapt her approach, her key constitutional role in Scotland, as Scotland has changed itself, certainly towards the start of a devolution in 1999. She was at the heart of the ceremony to open, or as some argue, reconvene the Scottish Parliament, forming relationships with Scotland's First Ministers. It wasn't just Prime Ministers who were invited for weekends at Balmoral, but First Ministers too, although to signify the difference, Prime Ministers for 2 nights and First Ministers for 1. And of course that continues to be a challenge for the new King. King Charles does know the key personalities here well in terms of politics, the key institutions, and he doubtless will remain at the heart of them. For now here, the crowds have a couple of hours to wait until the next key moment, that cortege with the Queen's coffin arriving here, moving down from the top of the mile where Edinburgh Castle is, down to the Parliament and the Palace of Holyrood House at the bottom.
Yes, and I stand in the middle of those two, in fact. Joe Pike, thank you very much indeed. Well, let's bring in now Louise Tate, the Queen's Scottish Press Secretary, worked in the Royal Household for very many years. And, you know, people there stood multiples deep, waiting for several hours to see the cortege, a sign that everybody wants to come and pay their respect here in Scotland today.
And I think that's true. And the Royal Mile actually is quite a tricky location. The pavements are not that deep. So it was always going to be a challenge to fit in as many people as possible. But thankfully, many people have been able to do it.
You were one of those people who'd been closely involved in these plans, were you not? Is it going how you'd expected it to? Are there parts that you're noticing that are different from the things you'd worked out?
Not substantially, no. Not that I can see it. What I'm grateful for is these positions work that we have for the media. There was a lot of people put a lot of work into making sure that everybody could get the pictures. Those people who can't be here in person or any of the other locations could see the pictures on their television screens. And we have a particular problem here at Holyrood House, and it's called Arthur's Seat. It's a great big lump of volcanic rock. And so I'm just pleased that technically it all works, because largely much of this is untested.
OK. The next point, of course, is that King Charles will come tomorrow. We know that members of the royal family have already arrived from Balmoral, and obviously the Princess Royal and her husband are travelling with the cortege too. They'll be back in this palace, won't they? How important is this palace to the royal family? What's its role?
Well, this is Her Majesty the Queen's official, His Majesty the King's official residence in Scotland, and it is a place where all the formalities happen. The audience with the First Minister, presiding officer, occasionally the moderator, or the Lord High Commissioner. I'm just trying to, and of course it was the location of a couple of state visits, including, I think it's Pope Benedict XIV. You're right, wrong about that. Forgive me if I am. But there was a papal visit here, and it's such a historic building, and Prince Albert and Queen Victoria are responsible for the fountain that is in the courtyard. It dates back to Mary Queen of Scots and her father. It's a very, very important building.
That's this end of the journey. The other end was Balmoral. And how poignant was it, do you think, for the staff who've worked there for so many years to say goodbye to Her Majesty?
I can only imagine how difficult the last few days have been for them. It is, as I said before, a very intimate castle, and the activities that the royal family enjoy, the outdoor pursuits, there's inevitably lots of gamekeepers and gillies, and there's people with the ponies. There's of course the Royal Guard as well, and it will have been a very surreal experience, but they will all be focused on doing their jobs to the best of their ability, and I can only imagine how those keepers felt.
Louise Tate, thank you very much indeed, and obviously we await King Charles tomorrow. He'll be met at Edinburgh Airport by the First Minister, Nicola Sturgeon. But here we are, the journey proceeding from Aberdeen down to Dundee and then on further south towards Edinburgh for the ceremonials that will happen today. Let's return now to Alistair Bruce. And Alistair, the beautiful Scottish countryside has been much on show today.
It certainly has, and certainly the weather when the Queen left Balmoral was unbelievably beautiful. It was as though that idyll that it is was completely wearing its best to see the Laird of Balmoral leave for the last time. And the journey has wended its way through, first of all, the most amazing highlands, and we saw the hills of Scotland, almost right up to Loch Nagar, which dominates the Balmoral scenery. And then you see the hills sort of fall away as the cortege made its way ultimately to the sea at Aberdeen and now making its way further south. But we're seeing the whole of the east coast of Scotland in that central area, and yet again more people in Dundee lined up to watch as the Queen is passed before them and taken to their capital city of Edinburgh. Each person there with a memory. Every one of them in their life have handed over currency with the Queen's face upon it. Every one of them has used post boxes with her crown and symbolism associated, and all the state apparatus that has associated with her as the Queen now comes through her people. That was the reaction as the Queen was conveyed through Banchory, watched by people who live nearby. Many of them had driven into the town in order to have this moment to pay their respects to their former sovereign. And then a line of tractors were lined up for a salute from farmers to another farmer, the Queen, who had farmed obviously at Balmoral and elsewhere around the United Kingdom. She understood tractors well, and in the war, of course, the royal estates were using horses. And in Aberdeen, as the Queen passed again by people from the city who'd come out, and the route was arranged so that as many people as possible over quite a long distance could have their chance to witness as the hearse passed by, followed, of course, by a royal car which carries the Queen's daughter, the Princess Royal. The reactions of people, very quiet and peaceful. Some have thrown flowers towards the hearse. Some have clapped. Many have just silently watched as the Queen goes by. wherever the Queen has passed, the chance to glimpse the Royal Standard of Scotland and the wreath of Balmoral flowers from the garden.
With me here in Edinburgh is the Scottish Labour Party leader, Anna Sawar. Very good to see you here as well. And some amazing pictures that we've seen from Balmoral, this journey through Aberdeen, now heading south. What have you made of it so far?
I think it's a perfect illustration of not just how much the Queen loved Scotland, but actually how much Scotland loved her back. She was a constant in so many of our lives. And, you know, as this talk about divides all the time, but actually she was the great unifier of our nation, and I think you can see that love from right across the political spectrum, from right across the communities across Scotland, paying tribute to this remarkable woman.
I know you were at one of those events which takes the monarchy forward, the Proclamation for King Charles III. What was that like, just a short distance from here?
Well, the most striking thing was singing God Save the King for the first time, which it was quite a different experience, but you know, you could tell you were part of a historic moment there. Of course, a historic recognition of the roles and responsibilities of Her Majesty the Queen, recognising the affection and the love that we had for her, but also that historic moment of King Charles III now being our head of state, and all that pressure that comes on his shoulders in terms of pulling our great nation together.
Pressure on his shoulders, that responsibility at a time of personal grief for him too. And I know you're amongst those people, the politicians of Scotland, who will be able to pay your respects tomorrow.
I think that's the most striking thing is, you know, of course there's the pomp and ceremony, of course there's the processes, but let's not forget ultimately that he's lost his mother, his sons have lost their grandmother, and his grandchildren have lost their great-grandmother. And to have to go through all the processes he's now going through in the accession of becoming our king, he still has to grieve the loss of someone, probably the most closest person to him in his entire life. And so for that, I think the bravery that's required, the emotional sacrifice that's required, I think is also recognised by people across the country.
And the Queen's coffin will rest here at the Palace of Holyrood House to allow staff to say their farewell as well. And then tomorrow, another one of those really poignant moments when it will leave here, excuse me, head up the Royal Mile towards St Giles Cathedral, to be followed by the Queen's children, and, you know, to witness them making that walk, saying goodbye to their mother in front of so many people who want to come and see. It's very difficult for the family, isn't it?
Well, absolutely really difficult, but in 70 years of service, Her Majesty gave this country. I was joking earlier on with another politician up the road when we were at the Proclamation, that in 70 years as head of state, she always seemed to say the right thing, do the right thing at the right time, something political leaders across the world would be so jealous of in order to try and get that same balance right. But you mentioned the staff at the palace. This was an individual who in 70 years of dedicated service must have come across thousands, if not tens of thousands of people over that 70 years, those emotional connections and relationships. And I hope when they do make that route up to St Giles tomorrow at that service, as they will see the coffin coming down to Holyrood Palace, I hope her family can see that of course she was someone special to them, but actually she was someone special to the entire country and beyond this country as well. And I hope that's a source of comfort for them.
And many people choosing to go to give thanks. And that was certainly a theme at the Platinum Jubilee as well, wasn't it? A way of the nation saying thank you for all those years of excuse me, dedication and service.
Well, if you think about Her Majesty the Queen, she was a comfort at times of national tragedy. You think about her words during the height of the pandemic. She was a unifier and brought joy at times of national pride, the Jubilee being a perfect example of that. She was thinking about times of challenge globally. She was the light in those moments of darkness for our country, and I think that is a great dedication to Her Majesty the Queen. 70 years, as I say, of dedicated service, and you can see the love from people. And I think it's also important to stress that not everyone might be natural royalists or monarchists, but I think even across that divide, people can recognise that this was perhaps the greatest public servant our country has ever seen. Someone who pulled our country together, and someone that we all had a great affection and love for.
Have you worked out what you will say to King Charles when you meet him tomorrow?
Well, first and foremost will be a condolence on the passing of his mother. And then after that, I'm not sure what I'll say. But look, I'm of course looking forward to have that opportunity to speak to him tomorrow. But I hope the sense he gets tomorrow is, yes, we're united in grief, but we're also united in our commitment to building a more prosperous country going forward, and that falls on his shoulders. Of course, his political shoulders that falls on, but as our constitutional monarch, some of that responsibility and pressure also falls on him, and I hope he can get the same love that his mother got from people right across this country. It was values I'm sure his mother taught him. If he's looking for a role model in how to do the job properly, he's got no greater role model than Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. If he follows that tradition, if he follows that model, he will be remembered as a remarkable king also.
And there are so many patronages, aren't there, and charities supported in all the realms of the UK, and including here in Scotland, that have to be shared out. You know, so a lot of charities will be wondering, you know, who will be their patron now the Queen is gone, and Prince Charles suggesting he will have to give some up and step aside from some because his role will change. This comes with a lot of change, doesn't it? This historic.
Well, I think about for example, you know, my own heritage around Pakistan and India, and I know the huge affection and love the royal family has there, the Queen in particular. I know the dedication that King Charles had when he was Prince Charles as the head of the British Asian Trust, looking to promote the responsibilities and the great talents of the British Asian community right across the country. That will probably now fall on somebody else's shoulders, but it demonstrates that, yes, of course, they have the ceremonial roles, yes, of course, they have these formal things that they do, but actually underneath that, there is lots of emotional attachment, lots of engagement, lots of great causes that they advocate for, that they champion, that they fundraise for, that helps change people's lives, yes, here, but also in other parts of the world as well.
Anna Sarwar, Labour leader here in Scotland. Thank you very much.
You.
Lovely to talk to you. Thank
You too,
you.
thank
And
you.
obviously, King Charles III that you mentioned there has important roles also this afternoon. So let's get the very latest on that and head to Sophie Ridge at Buckingham Palace.
Thanks very much, Anna. Good afternoon, live from Buckingham Palace, where people have continued to gather, feeling the pull of the palace, leaving flowers and, of course, trying to wait for a glimpse, not only of King Charles III, but his new Queen Consort as well, who has arrived in the last few moments to join her husband here at Buckingham Palace. You can see her there waving to the crowds of people who have phones aloft, waving back, cheering, happy to see the new Queen Consort there, driving into the palace to join King Charles III. He's going to be holding meetings in just over 10 minutes' time, the first one, with the Commonwealth Secretary-General, Baroness Scotland, and also then followed half an hour later with a meeting with High Commissioners and spouses from the countries where he is currently head of state. That will be in the Bow Room. Well, let's bring in Dominic Waghorn, shall we, who's been across proceedings here in Buckingham Palace today. When Queen Elizabeth took the throne, the number of countries where she was head of state was a lot fuller than it was today, isn't it? And are we expecting that number to be dwindling further?
Yes, it was 32. Yes, she was head of state for 32 realms of the Commonwealth, they're called. And then during her reign, 17 nations chose to move away from that constitutional arrangement and opt for independence, so became republics instead, or various arrangements that don't have her as the head of state. So Prince Charles inherits the position of being head of state for 14 nations, as well as Britain. And he'll be meeting the High Commissioners for most of those realms in half an hour or so after he's met with the Secretary-General of the Commonwealth. Now, what's been happening recently is that sort of process of attrition, if you like, dwindling down the number of realms regarding the monarch as the head of state, has continued and kind of speeded up recently. So Barbados has left that number. Jamaica's in the process of doing so. And in the wake of the Queen's death, Antigua and Barbuda's Prime Minister has indicated that he'll hold a referendum within 3 years. The Prime Minister of New Zealand, Jacinda Ardern, has said that she can't see New Zealand remaining in the same arrangement as it has been by the end of her lifetime. So there's a natural process, I think, moving away from that, and we'll probably see that continue under Prince Charles, but King Charles. But it's worth stressing that there's a kind of not a rush for the exit because the Queen's gone. It's just a process that began years ago and continues. And that's the realms. So that's distinct from the Commonwealth as such, which is a much bigger organisation that effectively replaced the British Empire. And that process of transitioning from Empire to Commonwealth was obviously a key part of the beginning of the Queen's reign, when nations chose independence and the Empire basically broke up. Now, the Commonwealth has 56 nations. It has, within those nations, 2.5 billion people. That's a third of the population of the world, and it covers a quarter of the world's landmass. So it's a huge organisation. It's a hugely powerful and influential organisation. And for that reason, countries who weren't actually imperial subjects of the British Empire, weren't British colonies. Some of them have joined as well, so Gabon and Togo. Former French colonies have joined as well, because they want to benefit from all the perks of being a member of that club as well. So King Charles, you have to keep checking yourself.
King Charles, getting used to it, aren't we?
Yes.
King Charles.
Yeah, exactly. But King Charles wasn't automatic he would be head of the Commonwealth, but he now becomes the third head of the Commonwealth, and that's really important to Britain because it's such an important mechanism for projecting British soft power through that huge organisation and that number of people.
Thank you very much, Dominic. So really important meetings there for King Charles. After that, at 4 p.m, he's going to be meeting the Dean of Windsor from St George's Chapel, which is the place of worship for the royal family. 10 former kings and queens buried there. And he, of course, is going to be conducting the committal service, which was when the Queen will be lowered into the royal vault to rest alongside her beloved husband, the Duke of Edinburgh. And I think that really perhaps sums up the mix of emotion that people are feeling here today at Buckingham Palace, the sort of mourning at the end of something, the end of the Elizabethan era, while also welcoming in the new king and the new Queen Consort as well. Let's go now, shall we, to Kamali Melbourne, who's been in the crowds, meeting people who have felt the pull of the palace today. Kamali, what's the atmosphere been like?
Thank you, Sophie. Yeah, the pull of the palace is a lovely way to describe it, because it's really been sort of a place of pilgrimage for people from all over the country, all over the world, really, to come here to try and be a part of the history that we're all witnessing. And as you said, in the sort of the past 45 minutes or so, we've seen King Charles III go in, and then we saw the car go away. People waved at the car, but it was empty. He was going to pick up, we think, of course, the Queen Consort, Camilla, who just entered in the past 10 minutes or so. And a family that have come down from St Albans just to kind of be a part of this moment and also pay their respects. Join me now. Thank you so much for waiting around to have a little conversation with us. And you missed the King, but you saw Camilla, didn't you?
We saw Camilla, yes. Yes,
and what was it like when you saw her going past? I mean, little buzz, wasn't there? The atmosphere kind of raised.
Yeah, the atmosphere raised a bit. There's quite a sombre atmosphere in general, but the atmosphere raised a bit when we saw Camilla go past. Yes.
Now, Kavita, why do you think it was important to come down here with your family today?
Well, the Queen was a stable presence in an ever-changing world. She was a reassuring presence, so we've come to pay our respects and to wish our new king well as well.
And Devin, I guess you'd echo a lot of that, wouldn't you?
Wait, what were you going to say?
Why did you decide to come down here today?
Because lots of people knew the Queen and she was the longest reigning monarch.
She certainly was. I mean, you know your facts about her, don't you? You said you weren't able to see Camilla because you were too little. Is that right?
Yeah.
But next time we're going to encourage you to climb on a barrier, won't we, safely?
Yeah.
Make sure you're the next one going in. And why did you think it was important to come down here, Jasmine?
Well, she reigned for 70 years and she was a really great role model in society.
Did you feel that as well? I mean, obviously you're a young woman and she hasn't been your queen for a long time, but you could still sense the fact that she was a role model for you.
Yes, 100%.
It's a lovely, lovely sentiment. Why did you think it was important to come down here today?
We thought we'd just bring the children down to pay their respects. We put some flowers down and take in what was going on.
And give us a sense of the atmosphere. I mean, it's a lovely family sort of feel about it, isn't it? There's loads of people. It's all very well organised. It's very sort of relaxed and sort of collegiate, isn't it?
There are lots of people. There's lots of waiting. Everybody's respecting each other, though. And yeah, it is a good atmosphere.
It really is. And thank you so much, you guys, for coming. And thoughts, Kavita, for King Charles III? I mean, we wish him well, don't we, of course?
We wish King Charles III well, and yeah, it's a new era, so we'll see what happens.
Certainly will. Okay, thank you very much, guys. I mean, that's just another flavour of the kind of people who are coming here today to try and pay their respects for the passing of Her Majesty the Queen, and also to welcome the new King, King Charles III.
Thank you very much indeed, Kamali. They're outside Buckingham Palace, mingling with some of those crowds. And as we were reflecting on it, it really does feel like a kind of mix of emotions for people today, paying their respects to the Queen, who many people felt was a real constant presence in our lives, but also looking ahead to King Charles III, the beginning of something new. Let's bring in Dominic Michael again, shall we? Because it's a challenging moment for the monarchy in many ways, isn't it? People, of course, having that immense amount of affection for Queen Elizabeth, but also, of course, questioning the role of the Commonwealth realm, questions about the family as well. How much of an in-tray do you think the new king has got?
Oh, a huge in-tray and a huge amount of challenges. But I think the immediate challenge for the monarchy and the institution that building is the sort of headquarters of is to reassure the people at a time which is emotionally very turbulent. I mean, we've seen extraordinary sort of ranges of emotions today, and a real sort of, I think, contrast between what we've seen in Scotland today, which has been very sombre, very moving. As one woman outside the palace said, she expects it to be heart-wrenching to see the hearse come out of Balmoral Castle, and I think many people will feel it was. And it's the first sort of tangible, concrete evidence that we have that this has actually happened, something that's still really hitting us, I think. And we've seen people breaking down in tears, dignitaries being interviewed in Scotland, unable to control their emotions. So very sombre, very moving feeling up there, whereas down here it's felt much lighter, more celebratory, more excited. And that's what we've seen the last few days. Even in the same breath, some people have been saying, I've been talking to people here, very, very upset, very sad, but also very excited. And the people I've spoken to earlier this morning here felt that they did feel reassured so far from what they've heard from the new monarch and what they've seen of the process.
I don't know if you agree with me, Dominic, but it felt to me that there was a shift in the atmosphere. When we kind of first walked in this morning, before King Charles entered the palace, it did feel very reflective, quite quiet. I remember overhearing a little girl asking her mum, how did she get up into the sky? It felt like that kind of period of mourning, I guess. But then almost as soon as that car drove along the Mall behind us here and through the gates, it felt as if it was almost something had lifted in the crowd slightly. Chattering began, their phones came out, and it was almost looking forward, I guess, to the new era.
Yeah, completely, which mirrors exactly what happened on Friday, where there was that feeling of, I think, stunned disbelief in the morning, and then it was very reflective. People were quiet. It was a very slightly eerie atmosphere. People said they felt it was very surreal. And then when Prince Charles's car arrived, having flown down from Scotland, actually the clouds parted as well. There was a bit of sunshine, which lifted the mood. But it changed very much from being more reflective and sombre to much more excited and optimistic. And I think we felt the same feeling here from those who've come here. And a lot of people, very real sense of expectancy. I think people came here to line the route, not really knowing what they'd expect to see, but hoping to see something.
Anything,
right, exactly. We weren't entirely sure what we were coming here to see. But they were held back and then allowed through just in time to see the King go past in his limousine, and then the Queen consorts as well shortly afterwards.
Yeah, ready for those all-important meetings. And I guess it also does feel, doesn't it, that after the kind of untethering moment of hearing the news about Queen Elizabeth, to suddenly the wheels kick into motion again, and things have moved quite quickly, it seems. The new King, imperceptibly, the crown immediately passes to him, and he's already got a full day of meetings. Yeah,
there's a lot of business now going underway in there as the King takes on his role as head of the Commonwealth, meets the Secretary-General of the Commonwealth, and meets those High Commissioners from the realms who remain loyal to seeing him as their new head of state, as well as the head of state for Britain.
Exactly. Really interesting to reflect on all of that here at Buckingham Palace as King Charles III arrives here to meet with the Commonwealth Secretary-General and also, of course, the High Commissioners of the countries where he is currently the head of state. Some important meetings for Charles, the constitutional meetings, the business meeting, and then perhaps the more personal meeting later at 4 o'clock, when, of course, he is going to be meeting with the man, the Dean of Windsor, who is going to be committing that very important committal service with the Queen, luring her to rest alongside her beloved husband. As always, with these royal stories, the mix of the constitutional and the personal clashing. And certainly, I think the people here are going to be very pleased to have got their glimpse of the new King.
It is 2 o'clock. This is Sky News live from the Palace of Holyrood House in Edinburgh. A last great journey. The Queen's coffin is seen for the first time as it leaves Balmoral for a slow journey to Edinburgh. The Queen's only daughter, the Princess Royal, and her husband are accompanying the coffin on the 6-hour journey. Crowds line the streets as the cortege passes through towns and villages in Aberdeenshire. The Duke of York, Earl and Countess of Wessex, and other members of the royal family arrive here at Holyrood House ahead of the Queen's cortege.
Here at Buckingham Palace, a busy afternoon in prospect for the new monarch. As proclamation ceremonies for King Charles III are held around the country. The King has arrived at Buckingham Palace for meetings with senior Commonwealth officials as the Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda says he will call for a referendum on becoming a republic. Here at Buckingham Palace, crowds are still gathering to pay their respects to the Queen.
Hello, good afternoon. I am live at the Queen's official Scottish residence in Edinburgh, where the Queen's coffin will arrive later this afternoon as the monarch begins the journey to her final resting place. The hearse left the Balmoral estate shortly after 10 o'clock this morning, with the Princess Royal and her husband, Admiral Sir Tim Lawrence, part of the procession travelling directly behind the late monarch. Well, thousands have lined the streets as the cortege travels through the Scottish towns and villages of Aberdeenshire and beyond. Well, our royal correspondent, Rhiannon Mills, is here with me now. And Rhiannon, certainly the first sight of the coffin, the moment when you realise it is true that the Queen has passed, always going to be a heartfelt and emotional time for people.
I think when anyone loses a loved one, it can take some time to sink in, can't it? And this does all feels very sudden that she died and now we have a new king. And so it was quite an arresting sight, wasn't it? Seeing the coffin being driven away from Balmoral. And I couldn't help but think about the fact that I was only there on Tuesday reporting on the fact that she had again carried out that key constitutional role. She had been very clear with her advisers that she wanted to be, again, responsible for handing over power between one Prime Minister and the next. And yet, within such a short space of time, we were then reporting her sad death. And I think for me, this journey that she will now make really encapsulates the divide sometimes between that private life, the time that she would spend with family, important time at the likes of Balmoral, Sandringham. She loved the countryside. She loved being surrounded by her dogs and her horses. Balmoral is a place of seclusion and actually a wonderful place where the family, at least over the last 48 hours, could have come together and taken some time to pause and spend their final moments with her. But now she is making that journey, the crowds lining the streets, paying their respects, the crowds out, as they so often were when she carried out all of those thousands of engagements throughout her reign. And she will gradually make her way to Edinburgh, where, again, you can see all of the barriers are going out. We've already got hundreds, thousands of people making sure that they are here with their flowers, with their union flags, to pay their respects and eventually make that final move down to Buckingham Palace, which I think for all of us will be such a symbolic moment. If you think only a few months ago, the crowds were there in front of Buckingham Palace, looking up at that balcony, as our 96-year-old monarch at the time made every effort to be there, leading her family for what was such a symbolic moment. And yet we will see the car with her coffin
head to Buckingham Palace for one final time. I think that will be an incredibly moving moment.
She's about to arrive in Dundee, the home of marmalade, and everyone relating it to Paddington as well. But there we are, and the toast out of the bag, or the marmalade sandwich out of the bag. That amazing sense of humour that she showed at that time too.
And that, I think, is something that really stands out over the last few days, as we've all been getting used to this news. Is yes, we were so used to the official side of the Queen, and we talked so much about her dedication to service, duty, the constitutional role. But now increasingly we're hearing from those who were so close to her, her family or those who worked alongside her. And it's those little flashes of sense of humour. Paddington Bear, I remember the night that we saw that video, it was completely out of the blue, completely unexpected, and just effortlessly acted. It was just spectacular. And for her, she just always wanted to make sure that she was able to connect. And for those that knew her very well, who worked with her, such kindness she would show to them in just little ways, in asking about their families, because she knew that they gave so much. And that is why I think it's been a lovely touch that the coffin was at Balmoral for some time. The coffin will be here at Holyrood House for 24 hours, so that royal household staff have their own private time to pay tribute, as we then wait amongst the crowds for those more public moments.
Yes, a place of quiet dignity is how Buckingham Palace described the scene at Balmoral in that ballroom. The same, as you say, will be repeated here at the Palace of Holyrood House. Rhiannon, thank you very much indeed. Well, let us go to Dundee then, that journey continuing. Adele Robinson is there for us. Adele.
Yes, within the last half an hour, 45 minutes, a few hundred people have gathered here. We're on the outskirts of Dundee, just by the side of the A90, the aptly named Kingsway, and it's just a few minutes from when we're expecting the Queen's coffin to arrive. It's a mixture of different things here today. From the people that I've spoken to, it's an amalgamation of emotion, for some people grief, for a lot of people it's the spectacle that they want to see, a moment in history, and for others it's a celebration of the Queen's life. I'll just bring in Gillian here, who's waiting to see the Queen's coffin. Thank you for joining us, Gillian. You're from Dundee yourself. Just give me a sense of why you felt you needed to be here for this.
Well, it's a part of history, so we've come down with the family and the grandchildren, and really to pay our respects to a well-loved Queen.
Do you have fairly strong feelings towards Queen Elizabeth II?
I've always been a monarchist, yes. I think she's the granny that you never had, and she's just lovely, and the conscience of the country, I think.
I was just saying there, it's a mixture of different emotions. Some people are here for the moment in history. Some people are here because they feel they need to grieve in their own way. Our second longest serving monarch in the world. For you, is it about Elizabeth II? Is it about the sense of occasion as well at the same time?
I think it's both, and I think it's because television is in our homes, you actually feel personally related in some sort of way, you know, and just, she was a lovely woman.
Do you feel emotional yourself about it?
Yeah, I do actually, yeah.
And a lot of people I've spoken to here today just said that she just reminds them of losing their own relatives as well. I think that sort of human side that we saw of the Queen, that's something that you found.
Yeah. She's had a great long life. She's guided the country well, and I think she will be sorely missed.
And as someone from Dundee, how would you describe the relationship that the Queen has had over the years with Dundee?
I think the Queen has had quite a bit to do with Dundee. The Queen Mother opened the Tay Road Bridge. I was there, my dad was on the bridge building that. And I just think with Catherine and William being at St Andrews, there is a close connection, really, because we're not far from St Andrews either. So yeah, I think we do feel part of it. And somebody on the news this morning said she was Queen of Scots, and I actually think that was well said.
Yeah, you feel that as a Scottish person that she had that special connection?
Yes, I really do. I just think she was a lovely woman, as was her mother, and I think she was properly brought up, you know, to serve the people. And I really don't think anybody could say that she hasn't done her full duty.
Thank you so much for your time, Gillian. We'll just pop over here just to show you the rest of the crowds who have gathered, and we'll speak to Bruce, who isn't from Dundee, but you're from Huntly, not too far away, and you're here on holiday. You actually live in Peterborough. So kind of good timing in a way for you to see this, to witness this?
Yeah, it's a shame it's had to happen, but yeah, it's a nice time to be here. See something that will never happen again in my lifetime, so yeah, it's nice to see.
Just tell me why you felt that you needed to come here, to be here in person for this.
Because the Queen, she's done so much for the country. She's been such an ambassador for the country everywhere she goes. She's done great for the country, and the support just for the family and things, maybe, I don't know, but just felt I had to be here and show my respects type thing.
It's about showing respect for you, and a lot of people, quite a few people that I've spoken to here today have felt quite emotional because with the passing of Queen Elizabeth II, they themselves related to their own lives and losing relatives. Is that something that you've felt when she passed?
Yeah, it's my grandparents when they passed, things like that, but yeah, it's just more for the royals, because they went through such a bad time themselves lately, had such bad publicity. The Queen, she's done so much for the country, just felt that you had to show support for the whole family, the whole royal family, really.
And do you think it's a special relationship? I was speaking to Gillian over there. A special relationship that Queen Elizabeth II had with Scotland. She saw Balmoral as a place where she could be most happy, for example.
Yeah, she loved it here. I used to work in Balmoral before, many years ago now, and it was always a great time when she was here. She was always... Loads of people came to see her. It was good for the tourist area. She was happy when she was here. So, yeah, she loved it in this area, and she'll be badly missed now by people in Balmoral and Crathy and around that area. So, yeah.
Were you ever anywhere in Scotland or elsewhere when she visited anywhere?
I've never been close when she'd been here, but they did go to my local town, Huntly. They went to the Dean shop breed and everything up there, so they had connections with my local town as well. So, yeah.
Thank you very much for your time, Bruce, and of course Gillian over there as well. And you can see all these spectators waiting to see the Queen's coffin. It's due here in the next few minutes, and really wanting to mark the end of what is the Elizabethan era, but also the era of what the people I've been speaking to here today see as a very special, a very unique monarch.
Adele, perhaps you could tell people there it's just under 20 minutes until they arrive where you are. The cortege has just travelled through Forfar. It's about 20 minutes or so away from Dundee now, and we were looking there. Let me bring in Louise Tate, the Queen's Scottish Press Secretary for 15 years. It looked like we were looking at the royal car there, and obviously we know that the Princess Royal and her husband are following on this 6-hour, 100-mile journey.
It's a long way, but I think I said earlier, it gladdens my heart that she's there, and I think the Princess Royal would be very determined that that was, in fact, the right thing to do. Feels right to me.
Take us back to what it would have been like in the ballroom before those 6 estate gamekeepers picked up the common and moved through the small dining room on the way to put the Queen's coffin in the hearse that we see now. A time for the family to say their own private goodbyes before, in a sense, they release it to the public.
Yes.
And we get to share this experience.
Yes, I can only imagine what moving scenes there must have been in the ballroom at Balmoral. And these gamekeepers, you know, she cared about her people. She knew exactly who people were, where they were meant to be, what their job is. And I can picture the livery that they would be wearing and just how emotional it must have been for them. What an honour it must be to see the Queen out of Balmoral Castle for the last time. And I would imagine they'd really work hard to hold it together and get that just right.
And no pictures of that moment, but she was quite firm about that.
I'm not sure. I don't know. It's a private residence, holiday home. And yes, it's visited by the public, but it's still, once the Queen's in residence, we try to preserve that sense of privacy and just that moment. It would have possibly felt slightly intrusive.
And it's not part of the Crown estate, is it? It is privately owned by the royal family and much loved, as we know, by the Queen. And many people taking solace that it was there that she passed away.
Well, I think that's true. I think that is actually true, that there was some solace that she was where many could say that she was happiest. No disrespect to any other residences, but it was such a free time, and I think it would have felt that she was at home. She had just done that last official moment with the outgoing and then incoming new Prime Minister, and I think that was her determination to see that moment through, and so typical of the woman.
Louise Tate, thank you very much indeed, and we will certainly remember that photograph, won't we, and that smile on Tuesday, just last week, of Her Majesty appointing the new Prime Minister. Alistair.
Anna, it's very special that the Queen has just passed by Forfar, and therefore very close to Glamis Castle. It's the closest that this procession will come to what was her mother's family home. In fact, shortly the Queen will pass by Craigowell Hill, which can be seen from the Glamis Castle parapets. And this is very much the area of Scotland that her mother, who taught her almost everything that started her love of Scotland off, all about. And interestingly, Forfar is also the name of the town which the Queen gave her youngest son as his Scottish title. Prince Edward is known as the Earl of Wessex and Forfar. So it underscores why it meant so much to the Queen that this part of Scotland has all the links to her family history through her mother. And Glamis Castle is itself one of the great bastions of Scotland's story. And the Bowes-Lyon family themselves have plenty of Stuart blood within them. And it is that Stuart connection that brought the King of Scots in 1603 at the death of the last Queen Elizabeth, when James VI of Scots came down with the Scottish royal inheritance to take, in addition, the crown of England. And in the new king, Charles III, we have an echo of that great Stuart family name. And both King Charles I and Charles II were from the House of Stuart. And the Bowes-Lyons descended from that Stuart royal house and its antecedent in Robert the Bruce. On the bridges, people gathering. And as we saw on that very busy road a few moments ago, people had parked their cars and were standing on either side of the carriageway to see the Queen pass by, followed by her daughter, the Princess Royal, who's accompanying her mother on this lonely journey out of the Highlands of Scotland. The signpost declaring the route to Dundee, on to Perth and to Edinburgh. It's a somnolent Sunday sight here in eastern Scotland. Cortege slowing down considerably here. progress is slightly delayed from the plan, but it is because the plan was to make sure that those who had wanted to pay their respects to the former Queen would get the chance. Perhaps it just might give us an indication of the crowds who are likely to want to visit St Giles High Kirk in Edinburgh when the Queen is placed at rest there and in state tomorrow for 24 hours. And also, too, when the Queen lies in state in Westminster Hall in London before her funeral. Flowers cast there. The lion rampant flag adorning the side of the road, which also enwraps the former Queen of Scots as she passes by so many of her Scots. She was 25 when she came to the throne. Young by any reckoning. No one had expected that her father would necessarily die quite so young, and I think, as she put it, it was all a tremendous taking on for her as she became Queen and took on the responsibilities of sovereignty. It was a different world, too, from the one we know today. But whilst there is rightly much less deference for institutions and grandeur and position for the sake of it, respect is enduring and it grows, and Scots have many differing views, but perhaps in this lady there has been a great union of respect for what she has delivered as head of state and the genuine love that she's held for Scotland. As she comes into Dundee.
Excuse me.
Slowly along the King's Way, with the carriageway on the opposite side completely stopped, with people who've climbed out to come and witness the Queen of Scots pass by. Never happier than when walking in a howling gale across Scotland's hills, wearing a tweed skirt and robust footwear and a stick. The Queen always enjoyed being up here amongst Scots and at Balmoral. And as she has reigned, the nation has grown. Development everywhere has been considerable, and so many of these houses that have been built perhaps during her reign. And the 70 years of the Elizabethan age here in Scotland, the first Elizabethan age for Scotland, has been one of immense technological advancement, unbelievable social change, cultural alterations, and attitudes have been different in so many ways from the way they were in 1952 when the young 25-year-old became Queen. When the Queen paid her first visit to Scotland after her coronation in 1953, her visit to Glasgow was marked by the terrible misfortune of a number of people in the crowd that had come to see her being trampled in a difficult moment of crowd management. And it's perhaps again a reminder that because she and her young husband were such a flash of youth and future opportunity for a post-war world, that she brought that additional zest to the start of her reign. Prince Philip always said, as those first tours of not only Scotland but of the realms and other parts of the Commonwealth at the beginning of the Queen's reign, they were mobbed almost everywhere they went. And the Duke said that if they had ever allowed themselves to think it was about them, it might have gone to their heads. But the Queen and the Duke always knew that any adulation that came towards them was owed to the institution and the crown that the Queen had the honour to serve, which belonged not to her, but to all the people of the United Kingdom and the respective nations. And perhaps as we see her taken through Scotland on this first of her last journeys, it is that guiding moral direction that has helped her find her way through kingship throughout a very long reign. Dundee salutes that Queen and that long reign of service.
Well, the Kingsway, Dundee's indispensable outer ring road, was originally meant to be a wide, tree-lined avenue, a long time in the planning. And the name, devised during the planning stages, was meant to commemorate the then current monarch, Edward VII, although the actual completion was in the reign of Victoria and Albert's grandson, George V. These infrastructure projects, as we know, take a long time. But Dundee, famous for other things, for jute, and for jam and for journalism, they say. Once known as Jutopolis, it produced so much of the world's jute. And in terms of jam, specifically the Dundee woman, Janet Keeler, inadvertently playing her role in the creating of the beloved children's character Paddington Bear by inventing marmalade in the city in the 1700s. The first radio message in the world was sent in Dundee in 1832, and it's also home to two historical ships, the Discovery, the ship that took Scott to the Antarctic, and the frigate Unicorn, the sixth oldest ship in the world. And I did wonder, Alistair, if that is why Operation Unicorn, the words Operation Unicorn came from, the code name for the plan if the Queen should die in Scotland, as she did indeed do so.
Anna the unicorn, which is the heraldic beast for Scotland and holds the shield bearing the lion rampant, but gives so many other links to the Scottish story and any other that links to the Queen's reign. And indeed, it is Operation Unicorn that is being carried out here to ensure that the Queen is recovered from Balmoral, where she died, brought to the capital city of Edinburgh, past the great castle, down to the palace, and to lie in state in the High Kirk of St Giles. The crowds are just everywhere, aren't they? It's extraordinary to see how many had filled that Kingsway today. The journey now carries on down along the Firth of the Tay, one of the other great rivers of Scotland, the Tay, which reaches also into the Cairngorms to draw its water down to the sea, and will come to the Great Bridge by Perth, and then the Queen will leave the Highlands of Scotland. And we've talked much of her love for the Highlands and not only the hills, but most particularly the people and the character of those Scots who live there and have made it such a vibrant and warm place to be. Leaving the Highlands for anybody who loves them is a tough thing to do, but this will be her last departure from the Highlands, from which so much of her family's ancestry have taken their home and idea of Scotland. She will leave it shortly when she passes by over the Tay and away from Perth.
Well, the work of the Royals goes on. Let's speak now to our royal correspondent, Rhiannon Mills, and the new Prince of Wales. What has happened?
It's still taking some getting used to, isn't it? Because, of course, we've known the now King Charles for so long as Prince of Wales, and that investiture for him was such a moment in his royal life. But yes, the new Prince of Wales spoke to the First Minister of Wales today, so Prince William. And it's quite rare for us to get a readout or a sense of those conversations. They're normally conversations between members of the royal family and political representatives are normally kept private. However, I think to mark the fact that this is such an important moment for the new Prince of Wales, they have released this joint statement in which they said His Royal Highness the Prince of Wales and the First Minister of Wales spoke by telephone earlier today. His Royal Highness thanked the First Minister for his fitting tribute on behalf of the people of Wales to Her Majesty the Queen. His Royal Highness expressed his and the Princess of Wales's honour, of course, Kate, now the Princess of Wales, in being asked by His Majesty the Queen to serve the Welsh people. They will do so with humility and great respect. He goes on to say the Prince acknowledged his and the Princess's deep affection for Wales, having made their first family home in Anglesey. Of course, he served with the air rescue service there, including during the earliest months of Prince George's life. The Prince and Princess will spend the months and years ahead deepening their relationship with communities across Wales. They want to do their part to support the aspirations of the Welsh people and to shine a spotlight on both the challenges and opportunities in front of them. The Prince and Princess look forward to celebrating Wales's proud history and traditions, as well as a future that is full of promise. They will seek to live up to the proud contribution that members of the royal family have made in years past. So that readout in terms of the conversation that was had between the new Prince of Wales and the First Minister, I think they're alluding to how much that his father has done over the years when it comes to cementing that relationship. Of course, today we are here in Scotland. We are reminded of the discussions about a united kingdom, the Queen's fondness for all nations, and now her family are continuing that tradition and making sure, I think, that every part of the United Kingdom feels involved in this moment. So Scotland today, of course, the crowds will be the first. They are to see Her Majesty's coffin. And we know that the new King Charles will subsequently travel here to Scotland tomorrow. He will then move on to Northern Ireland, and the new King will also travel to Wales at the end of the week.
Well, Dundee has its own slang, we are told, including a roundabout being called a circle, which seems simpler, although that's not quite a circle, I think, that they are going around now, the cortege there. But more details coming through also about the events of tomorrow and the fact that the Prime Minister will be accompanying King Charles on the way to Edinburgh.
Yeah, so this was something that has been announced in the last 24 hours, that Liz Truss is actually going to be making the journey that we know that the new King is very keen to make, to share this moment of grief with every corner of the United Kingdom. So as I said, Scotland, Northern Ireland and then Wales. But I think for some it might be a slight surprise that Prime Minister Liz Truss has also decided to make that journey with him. Apparently it's not something that has to be done from a constitutional perspective, but she has decided that because this is such a significant moment of national mourning, that she should be accompanying our new King. Of course, there will be some who will think, well, he is travelling to the different nations to meet other First Ministers, but she still wants to be there alongside him.
And once again, the cortege slowing down to a walking pace.
And I think it's been very important for the royal family to make sure that people feel involved in this moment, because it would be so easy for us to get lost in a way in the ceremonial, in the pageantry that we saw yesterday at the Accession Council. But I think there's been this overwhelming kind of sense that the royal family appreciate that this is a moment where, as so often the Queen managed to do, she has brought the country together in this moment of mourning. And so this slow journey that she is making through Scotland, the crowd's able to come out and pay their respects. And I was down in London yesterday. Of course, you've got people flocking to Buckingham Palace, monarchy HQ as many would describe it. But the fact that she died in Scotland, a place that she was so fond of, and people here fond of her, means that others across the United Kingdom can step out of their front doors and very easily pay their respects.
And there we see that beautiful scene, do we not? Dundee, a city on the Firth of Tay estuary in eastern Scotland, the fourth biggest city in Scotland, as the cortege continues its journey down to Edinburgh. Let's head now to Buckingham Palace and Mark Austin.
Thank you very much indeed, Anna. And as the Queen's coffin makes its way to Edinburgh here at Buckingham Palace in the past hour, King Charles III has arrived for meetings with the Secretary-General of the Commonwealth, as well as the High Commissioners from the countries where he is now head of state. Thousands of people have also been gathering in the four nations of the United Kingdom to witness proclamations of King Charles III as the new monarch. He was formally proclaimed king at a ceremony in St James's Palace yesterday, and today ceremonies were held at Cardiff Castle, Hillsborough in Northern Ireland, and at Windsor Castle, and also Edinburgh Castle.
Do now hereby with one voice and consent of tongue and heart publish and proclaim that the Prince Charles Philip Arthur George is now, by the death of our late sovereign, happy of memory, become our only lawful and rightful liege lord, Charles III. cheers for His Majesty the King. Hip hip! Hooray! Hip hip! Hooray! Hip hip! Hooray!
Rhoddwyd ym Mhalas St James, y degfed dydd o Fedi, ym mlwydd ein harglwydd 2020.
To whom we do acknowledge all faith and obedience with humble affection, beseeching God, by whom kings and queens do reign, to bless His Majesty with long and happy years to reign over us.
So proclamations continuing then around this nation, and as we continue to watch these pictures of the Queen's coffin continuing to make progress towards Edinburgh, let's speak to our International Affairs Editor, Dominic Waghorn, who is with me here at Buckingham Palace. And these meetings with the Secretary-General of the Commonwealth for the King, and now we think the heads of various Commonwealth or High Commissioners of various Commonwealth countries. This significant meetings because I guess there will be some countries who maybe see this as an opportunity for a reset of some sort in the relationship.
Yeah, it certainly could be a watershed moment for the Commonwealth. And what we're seeing at the moment is this sort of twin track process going on, a series of events north of the border that is laying or is heading towards the laying to rest of the past monarch, while the new monarch, King Charles III, is now getting down to business in Buckingham Palace. He's now already carrying out the duties of his office. And it's not coincidental that one of the first things he has to do is a Commonwealth, two pieces of Commonwealth business. He's got to meet the Secretary-General of the Commonwealth, who represents the 56 nations that form the Commonwealth. He's done that already, meeting Baroness Scotland, the Secretary-General, but as you say, he's now meeting the members or the High Commissioners of the realms of the Commonwealth, and those are the countries, 14 countries in addition to Britain, who still recognise him as head of state. And there's a process of attrition going on in that number. Before last year, Barbados applied and became an independent republic. And in the last 24 hours or so, in the wake of the Queen's death, the Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda said he's going to offer a referendum for independence, so that state could become fully independent and no longer recognise the monarch as head of state. Australia has said this isn't the time. The Prime Minister of Australia has told Sky News this isn't the time for Australia to do it. But there is a process, because that system whereby the monarch is the head of state for these countries is effectively a vestige of empire. So there's a process. And it has to be stressed, Mark, I think, that this isn't a sort of rush to the exits because of the Queen dying. Under her reign, she began with 32 nations recognising her as head of state and 17 left. But I think, as you say, I think it's an opportunity that will be seized on, as it has been already by the Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda, to reset relations and come up with a new constitutional arrangement. And I think to some extent they have waited for this moment, the end of Queen Elizabeth's reign, to then seize the opportunity.
It may be, of course, that Charles will see the modernising of the monarchy as a way of maybe preventing some of these countries doing what they maybe want to do.
Yeah, or he may see it as a natural part of that process of modernisation. He seemed pretty relaxed about it in Rwanda at the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting, when he said that individual countries have the right to choose and it should happen calmly and without rancour. So he seems pretty relaxed about the idea. I think he might be privately sad, but I think he will recognise it as part of a process that has been going on for decades and happened under his mother's reign as well.
Yeah, he said it was entirely up to the individual company, so he seems fairly relaxed about what's happening with the Commonwealth, though he will take it seriously. But important challenges ahead for the King diplomatically.
Yes, and I think it's important to mention, we talked about the realms of the Commonwealth, but the Commonwealth itself is in robust health. 56 nations, 2.5 billion people, that's a third of the population of the world, countries that cover a quarter of the land mass of the world. And it was decided some time ago he would be the head of the Commonwealth. I'm not sure if there's a formality required to confirm that, but he will be the head of the Commonwealth. And that cements his position and Britain's position at the heart of an organisation that is really important for the projection of soft power, British soft power around the world, something that his mother excelled at, of course.
OK, Dominic, thanks very much indeed. Let's bring in Simon Morgan, a former Royal Protection Officer to the Queen. Good afternoon, Simon. Thank you very much for being with us. And these are very moving scenes we're watching with the Queen's coffin moving slowly through Scotland.
Good afternoon, Mark. Yes, they are, and this was always part of the plan. Should the Queen pass away in Scotland, then she would go through Scotland from Balmoral down to Edinburgh, not just as a part of her constitutional role, but the fact that she saw herself very much as a Scottish resident, having spent the best part of a third of each year in Scotland.
And when you say well planned, this will be planned down to the finest detail, wouldn't it?
Absolutely. Without wishing to over-dramatise the situation, this has the potential to be the biggest policing operation UK policing has ever got involved in. Whilst the bridge's plans are well known and London Bridge has been looked at many times over the years, it's been tabletopped. Certain elements of it have been tested already with regards to events such as the Queen Mother's funeral and indeed the wedding of the now Prince and Princesses of Wales, the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge, at Westminster Abbey. So all this now is going from a plan to reality, but it's certainly a very big policing operation.
And on the more personal side, Simon, give us a sense of what the Queen was like to work for.
She was a fantastic principal. She fully understood what our role was as protection officers, why we were there. Had a great rapport, because without that rapport you don't get that element of trust, because the reality is they need to trust that you will do your job when you're required to do so. But a great principal. As much as we working in and around her, she would often work in and around us, because she was fully aware of what protection was all about, having had it all her life. She knew when we were uncomfortable with things and would work around us, which is a bizarre scenario if you think about it. But she kind of knew what we were doing and why we were there. But great principal, tremendous sense of humour, and someone that would engage you in conversation, which you are talking to the monarchy, and certainly when that happens for the first time, you do realise actually where you are and what your day job has just become.
I gather you were also close protection for the corgis.
Yes, very much so. On one particular trip to Scotland, to Balmoral, the Queen was out on one of the picnics, and as I opened the door for the Queen to get out of the car, she was telling her guests that actually they also count the corgis. And right on cue, one of my colleagues was counting the corgis out of the back of the car, 1, 2, 3 and 4. And she looked at her guest with a wry smile and said, I told you so. Almost as if the guest was unbelieving of that statement. So, yes, we did have responsibility for the corgis as well, something that we didn't want to do.
Everybody's got their lovely stories. What will be your abiding memory of the Queen?
I think someone who was very much a people person. She understood people, and that is quite a gift to have. She could talk to people at all levels, from heads of state all the way to the ordinary man in the street, and I think that is a particular gift that not many people have.
And of the new king, what do you think? What sort of king do you think he will be like?
I think he will carry on in his mother's vein. With regards to King Charles, it's a very tried and tested format, in so much as he's had a very long apprenticeship. He's seen what has worked and what hasn't worked during that time. I think he will be very much a man of the people. He will want to look to meet people, and as is his role, as it was when Prince of Wales, he will want to understand what people are going through, what their anxieties are. And he will go there and he will talk to people and he will engage, most probably even more so than the Queen. He was very much somebody that would go and shake hands, and he would take an interest in your issues. You know, and private secretaries are often passed notes back to, you know, find out what is going on with this particular village, with this particular project, you know, and he wanted updates around those as well. So I think he will carry on in some aspects what his mother was doing, but also he will be his own man around it as well.
One thought does occur to me with you know, walkabouts and close contact with the public are often a nightmare for close protection officers. There could be many more of them.
Very much so, very much so. And yes, you know, that is your pressure point part of the day when a senior member of the royal family wants to go and meet the public and shake hands. Certainly I wasn't in role when the modern phenomenon of the selfie took place, but no, that is something now that as protection officers you have to facilitate. You're looking into a crowd for what you expect to see and what you don't expect to see. But again, all these things you as a protection officer and a protection team have to make sure that happens and happens in a safe environment, because your principals are going to want to do this, and certainly King Charles is going to want to carry on in that vein that we often saw when he was the Prince of Wales.
OK, Simon Morgan, thank you very much for being with us this afternoon. Appreciate your time. Thank you. Well, let's go to Edinburgh now. Our correspondent Joe Pike is on the Royal Mile. Joe.
Mark, the Royal Mile is, of course, really a centre of tourism in this city, partly because of its rich history and the sheer international variety of those gathering here ahead of that cortege arriving in the city is pretty astonishing. Many are here by coincidence or have amended their holiday plans. And what is wonderful and quite striking is that some have, I suppose, today realised that history is not just something in the past, but something that is made in the present and can be witnessed in the present. St Giles Cathedral, the High Kirk of Edinburgh, this medieval parish church, is at the heart of a number of different events over the next day or so. Earlier we had the Scottish Proclamation at Mercat Cross. We had a procession past here. Later, the cortege will come down the mile towards the Palace of Holyrood House, the official residence of the Queen in Scotland, unlike Balmoral, which, of course, is a private residence. And then tomorrow, the King will join that procession with his mother's hearse before a service takes place at St Giles Cathedral, a place where John Knox was once minister, that central figure in the Scottish Reformation. Among those present here today, Graham and Laura, who have come from the United States, from Georgia. Why are you here on the Royal Mile?
Well, we actually retired in April, and we've been traveling nomadically. My mother is originally from Edinburgh, so we're here to just maybe look up some family ties and a little family history.
And you're also going to witness history in this country today, right?
Unfortunately, yes.
Yes.
It's not something that we ever expected.
No, we wanted to be here for his mom, since she can't be here, since she's still in the States. And like he said, she's 97. So.
And you think it's important to see this?
I think so, absolutely. It's a very important piece of history, and it's nice to be part of it, but it's sad to be part of it at the same time.
Graham and Laura, who've travelled from Georgia, thank you for joining us on Sky News. I think it's also perhaps worth reflecting, Mark, how the Queen changed and adapted her constitutional role north of the border as this country changed, of course, especially in the last 25 years, with devolution, with the start of the Scottish Parliament, with this new role of First Minister. She has had to adapt and change. She was determined to be at the heart of the ceremony to open, or as some argue, reconvene that Parliament in 1999, specially commissioning a Scottish designer to create a thistle-themed outfit, a green silk dress, a purple coat. Her speech and the presentation of a ceremonial mace was at the heart of that ceremony. But also, as the years progressed, the constitutional question of Scotland's future, potentially of independence, has also been discussed, although it's perhaps worth pointing out that under the most recent proposals, the monarch would remain the head of state, a bit like Canada or Australia. Certainly King Charles is aware of all these institutions and personalities. He was present last October at Holyrood in the Scottish Parliament in a Highland dress and a face mask because of the pandemic to witness the start of the 6th session of the Scottish Parliament, and he will be here tomorrow walking behind his mother's hearse ahead of that service in St Giles. Before that, in the next hour, that cortege that has been travelling down from Balmoral will reach the Royal Mile, coming past the castle and then down to Holyrood House and to the Scottish Parliament.
Joe Pike, thank you very much indeed, keeping us abreast of the situation there at St Giles Cathedral, which will play such a central role to the events of the next couple of days as we watch the cortege now on the A90 in Perthshire, heading towards Perth but not going into Perth as it makes its way towards Edinburgh. And alongside me now, our royal correspondent, Rhiannon Mills, and due to arrive around 4 o'clock, we think, in Edinburgh.
Yeah, it's making the most incredible journey, around 175 miles, due to take about 5 hours, 50 minutes, we're told, depending on the size of the crowds. And as you're reflecting, the likes of Dundee, people have come out, and even here along the main roads, people are stopping, getting out of their cars to pay their respects. I think for so many, this has all happened so fast. And as when we lose anyone that we feel fond of, I think the moment that it really hits home often is when you see the coffin. And it was such a poignant moment in the tranquility, the peace, the seclusion of Balmoral when we first of all saw the Queen's coffin being driven away from a home that she loved so much, from a place that she was able to get away from it all. You were there in Balmoral the other day, and I think only if you travel up there do you get a sense of why that place would be so important for the royal family. Tucked away amongst the trees and the hills, they could really escape, enjoy barbecues together. The Queen could enjoy her horses, and we were reflecting on this earlier, how they are so much seen as part of that community. They are so loved and respected, and really local people felt that she was one of their own. And that might sound slightly strange when you think about her dressed up in her finery and carrying out her constitutional duties, but for so many people who lived in Balmoral, they would see her out on a horse, they would see her in that tweed skirt and the cardigan and the headscarf, which of course is what we saw her dressed in only on Tuesday. It's less than a week since she carried out that important constitutional role. Here in Scotland, of the handover of power from one Prime Minister to the next. And on that day, people were reflecting on the fact that in some ways the Queen, yes, those arrangements had to be changed because she wasn't able to travel down to London. But in a way, the Queen probably would have enjoyed it, the fact that she was appointing the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom here in Scotland. And of course, there is still so much debate at the moment about Scotland potentially wanting independence. The Queen, of course, a woman who many said very rarely put her foot wrong. We very rarely knew how she felt, but there, of course, was that one moment outside Crathy Church where she would go and worship every Sunday during the run-up to the independence referendum, where she did apparently say to crowds, I hope people think carefully before they vote. And that was seen as probably a very rare intervention from the Queen. David Cameron saying that she raised an eyebrow he raised an eyebrow and purred at the result in the end.
But here we are, people standing on bridges, on grassy banks, on verges, in lay-bys, central reservation too, in fact, as we watch now. But as we look ahead to the events of the next couple of days, and certainly here in Edinburgh, amongst the more poignant moments again that we can anticipate is the Queen's 4 children walking behind this coffin from the palace here and up to St Giles Cathedral. And we know that the main lying in state will be in London, but here the Queen will be at rest in that cathedral. And for the first time, people will be able to go in a place of worship and pay their respects to her.
You can tell over the last few days how important it is for the royal family that people across the United Kingdom feel that they can share in this moment of mourning, grief, if they want to. And yesterday at a briefing we were told that, yes, for the new King Charles, the state business has to continue. He's immediately taken on those constitutional responsibilities. But for him, his primary focus is making sure that he is the one who is leading this country, the world, when it comes to that sense of mourning, that he is getting out and sharing in that grief, a grief that he feels so deeply, despite the fact that we know over the coming days, and we already saw it yesterday with the Accession Council, there is all of the ceremony and what may be seen as the celebration of his role as a new monarch. But also, of course, and as we saw with his mother, the family have a very important role in supporting him. And we saw that yesterday, didn't we, with the new Prince and Princess of Wales inviting the Duke and Duchess of Sussex to carry out a walkabout at Windsor, to see the piles of flowers that have already been left and to spend 45 minutes talking to people, which was quite incredible. Also, the King himself wanting to do another walkabout yesterday at Clarence House, and also other members of the family shedding tears as they saw flowers that had been left near to Balmoral. You can only imagine how the family are feeling, and it does make me reflect back on when they said goodbye to the Duke of Edinburgh. They're a family who at times may be depicted as having that stiff upper lip, and that distinctly wobbled around the death of Prince Philip. And in a similar way, we've already seen with the tributes that they are paying to the Queen, the terms that they're describing her in. So yesterday, Prince William calling her granny, the King in his message talking about his mama. Ultimately, she was a mother and a grandmother to them, as much as being that incredible and unique head of state.
Well, we're seeing the end of the Firth of Tay here. They will eventually cross the River Tay, just short of Perth, in fact, and head due south towards Edinburgh. But lots of cars, as you say, pulled over. How would you feel if you're on the other side of the road and you see this passing? It really is, quite an extraordinary moment, this, is it not? And how much of what we're seeing in terms of what the royal family are doing now, and specifically, I suppose, King Charles, about the securing the future of the monarchy? Yep. Because 70 years, everybody knew that everybody adored the Queen, but the future, it does look different, doesn't it?
It does, and as I was talking about, that sense of connecting with the public and meeting people. Look, I do think it is spontaneous. I've spent a lot of time following members of the royal family around on engagements, on overseas tours, and they have got this remarkable ability to put people at ease, to literally walk up to any crowd and start a conversation. They know that their presence matters. But these kind of ways that they're meeting people, they're looking at the flowers, they're allowing this to happen here, the fact that they want the Queen to be seen, I think, again, is that reflection of wanting to make sure that this is an institution that feels in touch. And I think that stood out yesterday. These events have been decades in the planning, and many of us have been given an insight previously into these plans. Yesterday, we thought was all going to be about the Accession Council. The first time that cameras were allowed in, the moment that the King was proclaimed. From a constitutional perspective, highly, highly significant. However, the pictures that, in the end, everyone ended up talking about were actually the Cambridges and the Sussexes walking side by side.
The cortege is crossing the River Tay. Alistair.
And with that crossing, the Queen has left the Highlands of Scotland. And she now heads into the journey due south. But I think with the Highlands behind her, it is symbolic of so much of what Rhiannon was talking about, her love of the Highlands and that part of her life which was always restored by Balmoral. But we see the Queen has now left the Highlands of Scotland and heads for Edinburgh.
Well, once again, as you can see, the bridges are crowded. People glimpsing a view from wherever they can. The difficulty now, these are A roads, motorways. It's hard to find places to stop, but the cars are parked up, the verges are full, the laybys too, as the Queen's cortege heads south. The journey into Edinburgh will skirt around the castle and into the Royal Mile as it makes its way down to the Palace of Holyrood House. And Joe Pike is on the Royal Mile there. Joe.
Yeah, Anna, in the next hour or so, we should see that cortege passing us here. The crowds are really gathering, very international in flavour. Among them, Terry and Cheryl, who are here from California. Tell us why you've decided to come to the Royal Mile today.
Well, we had a trip planned here for over 3 years that got cancelled. We finally made it here. We happened to be on the Britannia having high tea.
The Royal Yacht, which is docked at Leith on the edge of the city.
Yes. We were having tea looking at the Queen's family photos that she chose to display on the yacht when we heard about the Queen's illness. And by the time we disembarked from the yacht, we heard that she had passed.
And Cheryl, you then decided to change your holiday plans.
Yes, well, we were here in Edinburgh, staying right down the street, and we realized quickly that many of the things that we wanted to do were going to be canceled because of the Queen's death. And so we decided, well, why don't we just stay here and look at all the ceremony and all the different things that are happening.
This is historical, and we wanted to be a part of this. Everything else took a back seat to our plans took a back seat, and we're so happy to be part of this.
Yes.
And how do you feel about what you're about to see?
It's amazing. It's amazing.
You can't really put it in words. It's just you're part of the scene, and we feel the sorrow. It's tangible in the air from the people.
Mm-hmm. And we feel it as well.
Yes.
We're big fans of the royal family and everything.
The royal family.
I watch every show. I subscribe to BBC, so I can see everything about.
We love the royal family, and we're so proud and happy that we're here at this moment to be part of it with all of you.
Terry and Cheryl, thank you so much for joining us on Sky News. There won't be that much longer for this crowd to wait. We expect the cortege to arrive in the city at around 3:30 and get to the Palace of Holyrood House, the official home of the monarch in Scotland, at 4. Of course, Balmoral, in contrast, is a private residence. At the centre of the mile, with the castle at one end, the palace at the other, is St Giles Cathedral, the High Kirk of Edinburgh, this medieval parish church which has been adapted, added to, changed over the years. It will be at the centre of a lot of what we see in the next 24 hours, not just the cortege passing today, but tomorrow when King Charles joins the hearse containing his mother's coffin that will be brought here. A service will take place, and there will be that 24-hour vigil, allowing the people of Scotland and, of course, the visitors to this city to pay their respects.
Yeah, so that's my kind of official bit. I am a Privy Councillor, but I wasn't part of the Accession Council, so...
Well, I'm joined now by the former leader of the Scottish Conservatives, Baroness Ruth Davidson, who joins me now here. amazing scenes there as the cortege heads over the River Tay, leaves Perth, the environs of Perth behind, and heads south. People are grabbing whatever spot they can right now.
Do you know, it's been lovely, and as somebody who's spent, you know, a lifetime, first as a journalist and then as a politician, crisscrossing Scotland and knowing all of these roads intimately, I was chatting to someone, they were asking me where, and they said, oh, that looks like the start of the Kingsway in Dundee. And you know, to see the people that have come out in their hundreds and their thousands, both in Ballater and in Brechin and in Dundee and the outskirts of Perth, and we'll come down through Kinross to get to the Queensferry crossing and into Edinburgh through Fife as well. You know, it's been lovely, and to see people that have taken their horses to the side of the road to watch it, because she was such a fan of that. Those Aberdeenshire farmers that took their tractors out to line the route. You know, there was a real sense of people wanting to do their bit for somebody that did so much for so long.
Absolutely. And then here, obviously, the ceremonials begin too. We were just discussing the cortege coming down the Royal Mile to the building behind us, which is, you know, the seat of the monarchy in Scotland, if I can put it like that, the Palace of Holyrood House. Presumably you've been in there yourself, have you? Yeah.
Yes, indeed. It's the smallest of all the royal palaces, and it's the official residence of the monarch in Scotland. Balmoral is a private estate. That's where she goes for rest and recuperation. It's her downtime. It's where she enjoys holidaying and sort of recharging the batteries down the years. This is where the business took place. And you know, 20-odd years ago, there was a new neighbour that was put up, which is the Parliament, right across the road, 50 yards away. And she's always been a very hospitable neighbour to politicians within the devolved government and within the devolved Parliament. And when she's been down to open and do the state openings of Parliament, we've always been invited across the road after to speak in a more relaxed and a more private arena with her. And, you know, she's always taken a great interest in the political life of Scotland, not the people that shout at each other within the Parliament, but with how the work that we were doing affected the people of Scotland, and that was what she was interested in.
And we can see the royal car following the Queen's coffin there, accompanying her on this journey, the Princess Royal and her husband as well. How important is it, do you think, that members of the royal family, you know, stay close? And we're going to see this week, aren't we, how close they will be as they accompany their mother?
Well, indeed, we often associate the Princess Royal with Scotland. You know, she's a patron of a number of Scottish charities. We kind of think of her as ours out of the Royals. You know, she's the patron of the SRU, the Scottish Rugby Union. She goes to all the games. She's involved intimately with a number of organisations up here and spends a lot of time up here. Her daughter also was married just a few hundred yards from where we are at the Canongate Kirk. And I think it is important that we see not just the monarch herself, but also that she was a mother and a grandmother and a great-grandmother. And we've seen it so much. And tomorrow, as we see the coffin being moved from the Palace of Holyrood House up the Royal Mile for the lying in at St Giles, which is the cathedral for Scotland, the main cathedral here, Charles will be part of that as the new king, as the eldest son as well. And not just within his official title, but within his family title too. And you will see a lot of people line that route. I imagine a lot of Scots will want to come out and make sure it's done right. Because when it comes to a funeral, you want to make sure things are done right.
And her four children will follow the cortege, the coffin, as it makes its way up the hill to St Giles. As you say, it will be a really poignant moment. But beyond that, there are questions too, aren't there, about what happens to Scotland? There's questions of independence. How important is this, you know, for unionism, effectively?
Do you know, it's a funny one. I think you could speak to 1,000 Scots from each side of the divide, and they would tell you that there is absolutely a time and a place to discuss the future of Scotland within the United Kingdom, and this is not the time and this is not the place. People have put aside any competition or enmity. Everybody wants to make sure that this woman who's given so much is shown out the right way, that we do it right here. And there has been, as you've seen, no enmity on other sides. We've seen the SNP, First Minister of Scotland, taking her own part in the Accession Council in terms of ushering in the new king. We've seen opposition leaders here in Scotland making sure that they are conducting themselves in exactly the way in which we should. And I think possibly it's the only political question that's being asked right now, and people in Scotland don't want to ask right now because they want to do the same as everybody else across the rest of the United Kingdom and say goodbye to a woman who performed just a mighty service.
And what is your tribute to her and the work she did?
Do you know, I think it's hard to quantify somebody that's always been there. And I think what this week has shown is that this is an enormous period of history, and you can watch the television and you see the history happening. But almost everybody that I've spoken to has found it really personal. They've been surprised by the emotion of it, because she's such a good woman, because everything that we've seen about her service and her duty and all the things that we talk about, her humour, her ability to put people at their ease, her ability to reach out to people, it's just so thoroughly kind of wholesome. But it's also reminded people of the fact that it's been a tough few years, that we've all lost people, and this national mourning has reopened for many people a lot of wounds in their own personal life and their own personal mourning. And I think the way I would sum up this week is that it's brought out the best of us in the saddest of times.
Ruth Davidson, we much appreciate you joining us here. Thank you very much indeed. Alistair.
Watching the hearse now making its way a little further south towards Edinburgh and skirting around by the town of Dron and heading down towards Kinross. This is one of the main arterial roads of the east coast of Scotland, and it will deliver the Queen and this procession to enormous crowds as they wait on bridges or stop cars on the way, and the chance for anyone who wishes to, as the Queen is carried towards the capital city of Edinburgh, a chance to stop and look and take part in this moment. And many of the people who our reporters have spoken to along this route have had a chance to say why they came, what the Queen meant to them, the fact of her constancy and presence in national and world life. The number of presidents she met in the United States, for that lady who was on board the yacht, for instance, and was there having tea, just as the Queen, when she was on board the yacht, would have had tea every day at 5 o'clock, and heard that the Queen was unwell, and it led, of course, to the Queen's demise, and she changed her holiday plans. Everybody deals with news of this gravity to the life of somebody who has served and become known around the world in different ways. One of the roles of the Crown is to, as I often feel, is sometimes to give people an institution about which they can complain or be angry, or is there to earth the sentiments of anguish in a nation. The Queen certainly did that after the death of Diana, Princess of Wales, and managed it with the eloquence and care of somebody who I think always knew the national mood better than most of those who advised her. But her turn is over, and the King will take on that responsibility, having watched so much as the palace now.
Gemma, at some... So back to Buckingham Palace then. Let's just take a look at the pictures there. Looks like the Queen Consort is waving to the crowds, the thousands of people who have come to pay their respects. She, of course, has accompanied her husband, King Charles III, on many already of the occasions that we have seen him. The walkabout, first of all, the Accession Council too. But returning, it appears, to Buckingham Palace, as you can see. And the crowds are cheering, applauding, the flags waving too, as Camilla, Queen Consort, arrives back. Well, let's remind ourselves of pictures from a little earlier today. Farmers in Aberdeenshire lined their tractors along the road as a mark of respect as the Queen's coffin made its way along the road. One of those who joined in with her family, Grace Noble, who joined those Aberdeenshire farmers, as you can see, almost 50 tractors lined up together in a guard of honour for the Queen's cortege. Well, I'm pleased to say that Grace Noble joins me now, owner of Aberdeenshire Highland Cattle. And Grace, everybody, all the politicians I've spoken to today have picked up on your idea to line the tractors up. Who came up with the idea and why did you think of it?
Yeah, it wasn't actually myself that came up with the idea. It was one of my farming neighbours, Rodney Blackhall, who came up with the idea and rallied round all the neighbouring farming community to come along. We all attended a park on the route, which is tenanted by Alan Beaton off the Lays Estate, and that's where all the families congregated with their tractors to mark respects to a very special lady.
And how did you feel when the cortege passed?
It was very important to be a part, and it really brought the mood and the feeling for the whole community and the whole country, and in particular Royal Deeside. Living here, we've got very strong connections with the royal family and what they bring to the community and the economy as well here. So it was very important to pay tribute to the Queen and her service and the family at this time.
And she used to, of course, spend so much time walking in the hills, the fields, enjoying the River Dee. Were you amongst those people that, you know, caught a glimpse of her every now and then as she enjoyed her summer break in Balmoral?
Well, I didn't actually catch a glimpse of her, but being a farmer of Highland cattle, I have done business with her in the past, buying cattle from her, Highland cattle, every year from her estate at Balmoral. So we certainly have a connection there. And in COVID times as well, we had the interest from the Duke of Rothesay, who invited myself to Burke Hall for morning coffee, which was a real boost to people like myself and other producers that he also invited when we were going through challenging times. So it just shows how supporting they are in whatever way they can to farming and business in the region, which is just shows, it's just remarkable.
And give your tribute now while we have you on. You know, how would you like to remember Her Majesty?
Really fondly, a woman that was very passionate about Scotland and the rural community. You could clearly see that was her passion. Horses and the countryside and the rural living, which I think is lovely to think that was such a privilege and what she enjoyed being up here and choosing to spend her annual holiday here in Scotland. It's just really lovely and to feel connected. I also fondly remember when she used to sail in the Royal Yacht Britannia. I grew up on the Isle of Rathay next to the Isle of Skye, so we were used to seeing the Royal Yacht Britannia pass by our islands in our summer holidays, and thinking, wow, how special it was that she chose to come up to Scotland for our holidays with her family and make special memories for herself and her family.
Absolutely, yes. None of the foreign holidays or the Caribbean island beloved by her sister. For her, it was certainly a British holiday that she much preferred, was it not? Grace Noble, owner of Aberdeenshire Highland Cattle, one of those farmers, almost 50 tractors who lined up together facing the road on the side of the fields there as the Queen's cortege passed. Let's head now to Mark Austin.
Anna, thank you very much indeed. And wonderful stories emerging of farmers lining up their tractors, all sorts of people coming out, all ages. I'm joined now by the Royal Press Secretary, former Royal Press Secretary, Patrick Harrison. And Patrick, these have been just wonderful images.
Fantastic images, and another very poignant day, Mark. I think the moment when we saw the Queen's coffin for the first time this morning was another of those incredibly emotional moments that we've had over the past few days and will continue to have.
Yeah, and the people there on the flyovers, it just shows the affection in which she was held.
Absolutely, and you know, really important that everybody has an opportunity to express that emotion and to reflect on a wonderful reign where she was quite simply our guiding light for generations.
And all the planning that has taken place, that'll be all done, will it? I mean, you've worked for 14 years inside these palaces, down to the finest detail, no doubt. Give us a sense of the kind of planning. I mean, it's years.
Years of planning and meticulous planning. These 10 days, it's the balance of ceremonial, but also personal and public, and getting that balance right. I remember working on the plans, 10, 20 years ago, and they would have evolved over time. And I think we've seen in the proclamations today as well, the ceremonial aspect, but also an opportunity for people in Cardiff and Belfast and Edinburgh to be part of this as well. And of course, crowds here at Buckingham Palace and at Windsor Castle laying flowers. So lots of different moments of interaction for the public, which is an important part of this.
And you worked for the then Prince of Wales, now King Charles, for quite some time. Just give us a sense of what it was like to work for him.
Well, I've never worked for a more committed and dedicated and hard-working human being. Very, very passionate, very committed, as we know, to his causes and his initiatives, but also a great sense of public duty. He has already served 50 years in public life, and he takes that sense of public duty with him. But I think also a compassionate side to him as well. I witnessed when we did things away from the cameras, so visits to children's hospices or visiting the injured and that sort of thing, where the compassionate side of his personality came through, and I think we'll see that more in this unifying role as king.
Yes, and we just saw a few moments ago Camilla leaving Buckingham Palace and I think going to Clarence House. We have a picture as well, I think, of King Charles on his way from Clarence House to Buckingham Palace to meet Commonwealth leaders and high commissioners from the Commonwealth. He is straight down to business.
Absolutely, and we saw that with the first time that he received the Prime Minister. And now, of course, these meetings as well. And that is a key part of these 10 days as well, these first crucial meetings. And the fact that he's meeting the High Commissioners today shows the importance of that relationship.
And times change. It was clear and quite interesting that the Queen didn't do interviews. She never gave interviews. You worked on the press side for a long time. So do you expect the King to give interviews as monarch? He's obviously given several as the Prince of Wales. Do you expect him to give interviews as the monarch?
Well, I wouldn't rule that out, but the focus at the moment is on these first 10 days. And of course, we've already seen that personal touch in that very heartfelt address that he gave, which was absolutely the man I knew, and very much a speech that he would have written himself. And again, got that wonderful balance between public tribute to not only his mother, but other members of the family, and then that recommitment to public service. But yes, and we saw the walkabout that he did here on that first day as well. So I think we will see perhaps a little bit more of that personal touch come through as he's king. But as I say, the focus at the moment is leading the nation in remembrance of the late Queen over these 10 days.
And many people would say at the moment, he hasn't really put a foot wrong.
Absolutely. Many people have said pitch perfect, and I would absolutely agree with that. It's a gruelling schedule, and there's a lot that's going on over the next 10 days for both him and the Queen Consort.
Yes.
But so far, I think they've done brilliantly.
It is a gruelling schedule. Off to Scotland clearly tomorrow, and then Northern Ireland, subsequently Wales.
Yes.
And it is a very busy schedule. You say that he will have learnt from his mother, and of course he will. He had many, many years watching and listening and looking at how she did the job. But it will inevitably be a different style and a different monarchy.
It will inevitably be a little bit different because he's a different personality. But there will be an awful lot that is the same as well. You know, that sense of public duty, which he not only inherited from his mother, but he's been around it all his life. And as I say, he has spent already 50 years in public service. And don't forget, he's already been doing quite a lot of those head of state roles when the Queen was still alive, so investitures, state opening of Parliament, Commonwealth heads of government in Rwanda. So he's already done quite a lot of those roles already.
A slimmed-down monarchy, that will happen, do you think? I mean, it is happening, clearly, but that is something that he would want.
I think that's something that will be considered, but I think that's in the to-do on the to-do list for a bit further on beyond these initial days.
And from a press secretary point of view, those pictures yesterday of William and Harry coming out together, was that a good idea, do you think?
Yeah, I do. I think it was fantastic. And I think the King set the tone there by referencing his love for both his sons in that address. And I think that was very deliberate. And I think it was fantastic to see both of them with their wives doing that walkabout at Windsor yesterday. You know, this is a moment to come together. The King is leading the nation in mourning, leading the nation in remembering the late Queen, and he talked about the family of nations. He's leading the family of nations, but he's also leading his own family as well.
Patrick, thank you very much indeed. Let's go back up to Scotland and join Anna.
Yes, we are watching the funeral cortege make its way towards the Scottish capital, Edinburgh. Not much longer to go, in fact, for that, and the crowds already gathered on the Royal Mile. They were there earlier today too for the proclamation of King Charles III, and certainly they will be waiting to see the Queen's cortege go round Edinburgh Castle, down the Royal Mile, arriving here at the Palace of Holyrood House. Well, let's bring in now the Very Reverend Dr. Laura Hood, former moderator of the General Assembly of the Church of Scotland and former chaplain to the Queen. And these are important moments, are they not? History being made, time for people to pay their respects and their own tributes to Her Majesty the Queen.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, the streets are just absolutely lined. I had a text message from my son and my daughter, one's in Aberdeen, one's in Dundee, and they were already going out and they said the place is just mobbed round about here. People just waiting and watching. And it's history. It's history passing you on its way.
Well, it really is, isn't it? And it's something we've not witnessed for decades and decades. And most people alive in this country will not have remembered an occasion like this. But let's talk about the Queen's faith. We know it was sincerely held and very strong. How will she feel now, do you think? Or how would she have felt about, you know, the moment of her passing? What would her thoughts have been at this point?
I think she'll be very humbled at all the people who are out there, who are there to see her going past, to see her remains going past. Because of her Christian faith, then she would have that knowledge, that understanding that she was going home. Very much going home into the arms of a loving father who's been with her all her life, because her faith was very much part of her DNA. It's difficult to separate her faith and the Queen. They're one and the same thing. There's a lovely prayer that's been put up on the Church of Scotland website and resources, and it says that in your life she shaped her life. Under your sovereignty she fashioned her reign. In your loving heart she found wisdom and peace. And I think that sums it up. That was the guiding spirit of her life, the guiding spirit that gave her that strength, that compassion, and that assurance that what she was doing, that she was Queen, not because of some constitutional way, but she was Queen by the grace of God.
Well, the current moderator of the General Assembly of the Church of Scotland, the Right Reverend Dr. Ian Greenshields, was invited to stay with the Queen at Balmoral Castle only last weekend after being invited to hold a sermon at the church where Her Majesty worshipped while in Scotland. He said that he asked her what her favourite hymn was over lunch, but she refused to say and instead told him, "If I told you that, then that would be the hymn that everybody would think they had to have at a service." And then she just smiled and never divulged it. And he said that even at that time, she was reflecting on the afterlife with him and was in quite a contemplative state.
Yes, I mean, when you get to 96, I think that does tend to focus your mind a wee bit. Because at 96 she would be thinking of all that she had accomplished and all that she had done and working up until the end. And working up until the end because she didn't look on it as a job which she took up at a certain time and then retired from and laid down. She took it as something she had been called upon to do, and it wasn't hers. She'd been given that. It wasn't hers to lay down. It would only be laying down when she was called home to our Heavenly Father. And that's one of the joys of moderators and ministers in the Church of Scotland, royal chaplains, that you are invited to Balmoral and you spend the weekend with the Queen and the royal family who are there at that time. So you get that intimate detail and the discussions that you have with her, very intimate discussions. And you realise that her faith was so much part of her life. It was her life. And it was part of that DNA of her makeup.
And her humour was clear to see too. He also revealed she would make jokes and recalled, "It was funny, I was staying in what was called the Tower Suite. And what did the Queen say to me? That she was sending me to the Tower." So she was still very much finding that sense of humour, which no doubt you saw when you were chaplain to her. What are your fondest memories, if I can call them that, of the Queen?
Yes, in the humour side of things, I was being driven by the Queen to the barbecue out in one of the lodges. And so there you are. And first of all, you're thinking, I'm sitting in this Landau and the Queen is driving me. So she had just got a new car. So we were driving these very dark roads up to the barbecue. And let's just say that the Queen, she didn't dawdle when she was driving. So we're going through, and suddenly a deer came out of the bushes in front of us, and she very quickly braked, swerved, etc. And I said, "Oh, well done, ma'am." And she said, "Yes, it wouldn't do to have the moderator in a ditch, wouldn't it?" I said, "No, quite true."
Oh, that's not. You're not the first person to say that she drove quickly.
Okay, so. And in another occasion, I had been speaking at a big guild event before I was up at Balmoral, and I'd made some comment, shall I say, about position of women in the church and sometimes how that wasn't accepted by various people. And it made the Sunday papers the next morning. So when we came back in from church and she was flicking through the papers, I think on purpose, and she just turned around and she said, "Making the Sundays, I see, moderator." And I said, "Yes, ma'am." She went, twinkle in her eye. And then later on we discussed it. And she was very, very supportive of what I'd been saying, etc. But yes, there's just always that twinkle in her eye, that sense of humour, very, very quick-witted humour. And very often seeing her and Prince Philip vying with one another, the humour was it was a privilege to be there and to witness it.
Well, from what you're saying, they made the experience fun for you, didn't they? But returning to what King Charles said in his national address, as we look to the moment when she arrives in Edinburgh, he said, "I know that her death brings great sadness to so many of you, and I share that sense of loss beyond measure with you all. In a little over a week's time, we will come together as a nation, as a commonwealth, and indeed a global community, to lay my beloved mother to rest. In our sorrow," he said, "let us remember and draw strength from the light of her example." What for you was that example that she said?
That sense of duty, that sense of realisation that she was there for a purpose, that she'd been called by God. But alongside that, her example, her compassion, her forgiveness were also very much there. But just the simple fact that she realised who she was, she realised whom she was serving, and she did it to the very, very best of her ability. 96 and still carrying out her duties, and carrying them out with a smile. And another moderator emailed me just a very short time ago, and he was a past moderator, Lord Wallace, in fact, and he said he'd been there a couple of weeks ago, and although she was frail, her brain was still razor sharp, and she was still so interested in what was happening in the kirk, what was happening in the country at large. But just all that she was, and the faith that she proclaimed, and the faith that she lived out, because it wasn't just in words, it was what she was, and that will always remain with me.
Well, I think it was Queen Mary who said, we are royals, we never get tired, and we love hospitals. Did you ever see any sign of tiredness, or was it like, the Duke of Edinburgh, packing the day and living life to the full, as people describe?
Not aware of any times when she showed that she was bored with anything, it must have been. If you think about it, one of the things I said to people this morning, and imagine every weekend you go your holidays, but every weekend you've got guests. You never have that kind of time off. One of the ladies in waiting told me that when she had gone to United States, to New York after 9/11, and it was to pay tribute to the British people who had lost their lives in that setting. And she said she was only supposed to be there for a certain amount of time because the weather was so hot and so humid, but she was just determined that there was absolutely no way that she wasn't spending the time. And she spent much longer than she should have done because she wanted to show that she cared. And she accepted the heat and everything else. When everyone else was flagging round about her, she was carrying on because it meant so much. And she had that ability when she was speaking to someone to make them feel that they were important, and they were important in her life.
Well determined, resolute, steadfast, and carrying on, as you said. Very Reverend Dr. Lorna Hood, thank you very much indeed for joining us as we see the Queensferry crossing there in the distance, Alistair.
Yes, and the Queen is coming close now to leaving the Kingdom of Fife, and to the right of her cortege at the moment is the city of Dunfermline, where Dunfermline Abbey, the resting place of King Robert the Bruce, an abbey founded by a famous Scottish queen called St Margaret, who was an English princess who married the King of Scots. And we passed a little earlier the Loch Leven, where a very unhappy Queen of Scots, Mary Queen of Scots, was kept prisoner. And it has been through that history of Scotland that the Queen has been passing as she approaches now the Queensferry crossing. And the Queensferry crossing is where St Margaret used to have the boat that crossed to get her from one side to the other. And it was opened by the Queen not all that long ago. And it is one of the three great crossings of the Firth of Forth. And once Her Majesty crosses from the Kingdom of Fife, it's a short distance then to her capital city of Edinburgh. And you see the great rail bridge on the left, and the endless view that it's a bridge that once you finish painting it, you have to start again. And then in the middle, the first of the road bridges, which the Queen opened at an early point of her reign, and with the pressure of the requirements of traffic, the great Queensferry crossing, which Her Majesty will be conveyed across shortly. And as we go in to see that moment, we know that she's being followed in the car behind by the Princess Royal, and she is accompanied by her husband, Sir Tim Lawrence. We saw a photograph of the Princess Royal as she left Balmoral earlier today with the Queen at the start of this journey. And in that photograph, we saw the face of a daughter who was accompanying her mother on this journey and crossing that amazing bridge now. Again, traffic stopping, people gathering to watch this moment, and on the bridge perhaps too, people witnessing as she crosses away from the Kingdom of Fife. The traffic on the bridge, on the northerly lane, pretty much at a standstill to witness the Queen dominate the southbound avenues. And in the background, the royal dockyard of Rosyth, and looking into the Firth as it winds its way up into the heart of Scotland, this great wide firth of water, bringing us now to the central valley of Scotland, which at this end is dominated by the capital city of Edinburgh. And also a little further out to sea from this great bridge is where the Royal Yacht Britannia has been tied up alongside in Leith. So many memories that the Queen had. The Royal Yacht Britannia was designed and planned in the reign of her father, King George VI, to replace the Royal Yacht that the Queen would have remembered as a child and used before the war, which was the Victoria and Albert No. 3. But sadly, the King died, and it was for the Queen and Prince Philip to design the Royal Yacht Britannia. Nobody knew what it was going to be called, and when she gave it its name at its launching over on the other side of Scotland, in Clydebank, there was a great cheer when she said, "I name this ship Britannia, and God bless all who sail in her." And the Queen and Prince Philip travelled across the world. She is the most travelled of monarchs in our history, but perhaps no surprise after 70 years as our Queen. But once asked about the Royal Yacht and its decommissioning, she said if she had a choice, she'd love to just have it driven into a beach and live on it as just herself and not as Queen, perhaps, for the rest of her life. She loved it so much. One of the great ships to be built in Scotland, and still one of the most beautiful. The crowd's really forming here on these crossings and following the journey into Edinburgh itself. There's a point here where the roads will divide and the Queen's journey will then follow towards Edinburgh specifically. But look at the traffic on the other sides. If it's moving, it's crawling, as the awareness of this cortege has passed around and people seeing the blue flashing lights of the outriders at the head of the procession will alert people the late Queen is coming. The Queen came to Edinburgh in 1953, soon after she was crowned, and in St Giles High Kirk, where she will lie in state from tomorrow, she was presented the Honours 3 of Scotland, which were the crown, the sceptre and the sword, as we've temporarily lost pictures. It might be interesting to see where they're waiting now for the Queen's cortege to arrive. But she was presented the crown and took it from the Duke of Hamilton at the time, and it was quite heavy, and it was interesting, if you see the film, how she almost had to struggle to hold it. This young 26-year-old woman, as she then was, who'd recently been crowned Queen of the United Kingdom. It'll be a bit of time before the Queen arrives at this spot, but clearly we just lost the shots there from the helicopter. But returning to it now, it's perhaps worth remembering that the Queen is being accompanied on this journey by her daughter, the Princess Royal. And we have a photograph of Her Royal Highness and Sir Tim Lawrence, who were seen as they left Balmoral on that very sombre journey, a daughter accompanying her mother from the home of their family in the Highlands. And she's still in the car immediately behind the Queen as that cortege approaches the capital city and the Palace of Holyrood House. Crossing the Cramond Brig, there's a special tradition that goes back to one of the early King Jameses of Scotland, who liked to walk amongst his people unrecognised. But he fell amongst brigands who beat him up, and a farmer heard that somebody was in distress and came and chased off the brigands, had no idea that it was his king, and washed the king's wounds. Still not knowing who this person was, the farmer was asked what he most wanted, and he said he'd love to own the farm where he was working. And the man said, well, why don't you come and visit me? I'm going to be at the palace in Edinburgh. And so the family went down and they went in, and they had asked, how will we recognise you? And he said, oh, well, you'll see me because I'm going to be wearing a hat. And when they arrived, they were told only the king wears a hat. And they went in and they met the king. And the king gave the farmer his land on condition that once a reign, his descendants would wash the monarch's hands. And I met Mr. Huyston Crawford, who, as a young man of 10, had married King George VI's hands once. And then when he had the opportunity, he washed the young Queen's hands when she became sovereign. And I'm sure it'll be his grandson who will shortly be invited to carry out that tradition and wash the hands of the new King of Scots, Charles III.
Well, Alistair, you clearly know the castle here as governor of the castle. With me now is Louise Tate, the Queen's press secretary for Scotland for 15 years, and your office was at the palace, so you know the palace so well, and the Royal Mile falls between the two, does it not? Which this cortege will drive down. But talk us through what will happen at the palace, and much of what will happen there tonight will be to allow staff to pay their respects.
It will be that personal moment. The coffin will rest in the throne room, and at some point members of staff will be able to pay their respects. And a moment of high emotion, I am sure, for them. Clearly we all knew this was coming, but it is a real shock. And Holyrood House is not a big palace. It was the smallest of Her Majesty's official residences. But it was somewhere that she enjoyed very much spending time. And the garden parties that are hosted for over 8,000 people, incredible how she was able to meet so many people, right up until, obviously, the pandemic.
Including for those who were members of the Order of the Thistle, the highest order of chivalry in Scotland.
The Thistle Knights and the Thistle Lady Knights. Yes, that is the highest order of chivalry. It comes after the Garter in terms of rank.
And explain how the layout of the palace is. The oldest part is at the back, is it? And
the oldest part is on the north side, which is the Abbey. And that dates back to the 12th century. Then there's the tower, which was, I think I'm right in saying, was built by Mary Queen of Scots' father, James IV. I hope that's not wrong. My Royal Collection colleagues will be shouting at me. But then the other side of this east or south side of the palace is much newer. I think it dates to the 1600s. But it has had an interesting history. It was damaged by fire and fell into disrepair for a little while, but obviously it's come back as a real centre, especially since the Parliament is here now, to have those two things so close together, that juxtaposition of monarchy and government after devolution.
And certainly people are gathered here now outside the Parliament and the streets. There are stewards everywhere, barricades too, because just in front of us is where the cortege will come down and enter Holyrood.
Through Abbey Strand.
Through Abbey Strand,
Abbey Strand Gate,
and will enter Holyrood House. And as you say, the Queen will rest there tonight before making her way to St Giles Cathedral, doing the journey in reverse, effectively, and travelling up this historic road of the Royal Mile.
It's a very, it's got such a long history, the Royal Mile, you know, part of the old town of Edinburgh, and all those little alleyways and closes, and it's a real haven, or somewhere that tourists flock to, and during festival time, that location is, you can't move, and it's a real centre for celebration as well. It's a real focal point for Edinburgh.
And now the cortege, as you can see, once again, the pavements are packed with people who have been, no doubt, waiting patiently. This has been a long journey, waiting to get that glimpse. And before we've talked about, it's an almost tranquil moment for them. It feels like a moment of a silence for everybody as they see this cortege pass through.
I think it's that moment to reflect and have the reality dawn. You were asking me earlier about Balmoral, and I can only imagine the emotional anguish that they must have been feeling, and just trying to keep it together to as Ruth Davison said, to do this right. And people, I've often said, people didn't know, and other people have said it too, how strongly they were going to feel when this actually happened. And I think many, many people would be surprised. And surprised at what they were moved to do, to go and stand at the side of the road as they are now. And when you saw all the tractors and you saw everybody on the carriageways stopped to watch, you know, the world, it just felt like everything stands still when that cortege goes past.
Well, King Charles, in his national address, drawing on that broadcast from Cape Town that the Queen had made on her 21st birthday back in 1947, whether she promised to devote her life to the Commonwealth, whether it be short or long, and to the services of her peoples. He said then that was more than a promise. It was a profound personal commitment which defined her whole life. She made sacrifices for duty. Did you see that?
I didn't see the sacrifices. I couldn't comment specifically on those. But yes, she lived it. It was palpable in her that she always at the heart of what she wanted was this meeting people, you know, connecting and making that moment of connection with her easy for so many people in so many different situations, young and old. And she just had a great gift. And what I feel about that is just huge gratitude for that. She was we'll never see her like again, I'm pretty sure.
Well, he also said in her life of service, we saw that abiding love of tradition together with that fearless embrace of progress which make us great as nations. The affection, admiration and respect she inspired became the hallmark of her reign. And today we see that admiration and respect, but we also see the tradition too, which we know the Queen did enjoy.
Yes, and I think that's very, very important to reflect these traditions, and many of them have been seen for the first time, as we saw with the Accession Council yesterday. And it is part of the richness, the pageantry, it's part of culture, and I think I can certainly speak to how Scotland's ceremonial events are slightly different to other parts of the country, but they're all distinct. Each of the four nations has a different way of demonstrating their culture and their civic life.
We saw there the High Kirk, as you put it, St Giles Cathedral, and the Queen certainly made regular visits there herself, did she not, as Sovereign of the Order of the Thistle. It is where her coffin will go tomorrow, a procession which will go from the Palace of Holyrood House with her 4 children following on behind, solemnly walking behind her up the Royal Mile.
That's what we will see tomorrow. There will also be a small group of Royal Household staff, I believe, also walking up the Royal Mile. You know, it's a very... St Giles is just... I love St Giles. It's slightly not what one might expect, I guess, for a cathedral. It's Presbyterian, but it does feel a little bit more ornate to me, to my mind, and it's not. You know, it's very, very distinct, the High Kirk.
Well, dates back, what, 800 years or so, and I was speaking to one of the Edinburgh tour guides yesterday, and they were describing that it's had many incarnations as a school and as a prison, and they were telling me that beheadings took place outside. So the history of this place is truly fascinating, certainly, but really a strong part of the Reformation which took place in Scotland. And we heard, did we not, in that Accession Council yesterday, the separation of the Church of Scotland and the Church of England, and that King Charles had to swear the independence of the Church of Scotland, which really feels like it is centred on St Giles Cathedral.
Yes, I think that's fair to say. I think most people would perhaps think of St Giles. There are other wonderful cathedrals in Glasgow and other cities too. But that is the High Kirk, and it's around there that the General Assembly of the Church of Scotland meets each year. You spoke to Lorna Hood, and for many, many years, until the advent of devolution, it was said that the church was the most democratic institution in Scotland. But it was, I think it was 1707, the Act of Union, that meant that this was one of the conditions, the separation of Church of Scotland and monarchy. And that's demonstrated during Lord High Commissioner's Week, which is the Queen's representative to the General Assembly, when the monarch symbolically sits to the side and out, not in the body of the kirk, to symbolise that distinction.
Yes, and Scotland becoming a Protestant country in 1560, and St Giles is 400 years as a Catholic church coming to an end, the stained glass windows inside removed and all the old church silver melted down and sold to raise money for the redecoration. But more recently, the stained glass window as a mark to the national bard, Rabbi Burns, added to the cathedral in 1985, and possibly that is what we will see tomorrow when the family begin the service there. We know that Liz Truss, the Prime Minister, will now be joining them as well. And then there will be a vigil by the family, and it then will be time for members of the public to also enter the cathedral to pay their respects.
Yes, yes. That will be a very moving thing to witness, the vigil.
Queen Elizabeth II, in the centre of the Union flag, the children who've come out to witness history. The streets lined, as we have seen in other cities, that the cortege has made its way through Aberdeen, Dundee, And here in Edinburgh, Scotland's capital, as she makes her way to her official residence. Her body will rest overnight at the Palace of Holyrood House, and members of her household staff will pay their respects to the monarch for whom many have worked for years. Members of her family already arriving here, leaving Balmoral earlier today. The Duke of York, the Earl and Countess of Wessex, and their daughter arriving by helicopter to the grounds of the palace, taking part in the events of tomorrow, centred on that cathedral we saw on the Royal Mile. King Charles also flying up too, with the Queen Consort, the Prime Minister joining events here in Edinburgh tomorrow. There is almost a wonder, is there not, as people wait? Louise.
There is. That bridge that we're coming across now is the Dean Bridge. Just on the west side of the city.
And the route from there?
I wouldn't like to speculate exactly. There is an undersea royal route coming from the airport and so forth, but this is very close to the centre of town now, very close to the centre of Edinburgh. I think it'll be Princes Street and then up the Mound and down the
How
Royal
hard
Mile.
is this for you to watch?
It is difficult, and you know, we've seen these pictures, but until we perhaps see this over our shoulders here, we might not. I don't think it's sunk in yet, but you know, it's so grateful that so many people along that route have had the opportunity to see her one last time.
Louise Tate, thank you very much indeed. Well, let's head back to Alistair Bruce, who, as Governor of Edinburgh Castle, knows this area so well. Alistair.
Coming along Queen's Ferry Road, and we're about to cross Dean Bridge and into the new town. And this really is the Queen returning to the heart now of Edinburgh City, the city that she first came to as a crowned queen in 1953, to which she returned almost every year, apart from the period of COVID. And it was to the Palace of Holyrood House that she came at 11 o'clock on the 27th of June this year on her final royal visit to the capital of Scotland. It was quite soon after her Platinum Jubilee celebrations down in London. The nation had noticed how unable she had been to fulfil all the plans that had originally been put together, but she did attend at the beginning and at the end with balcony appearances. And so when she came to Edinburgh on the 27th of June, it was very heartening for those who wished her well to see her get out of the State Bentley, which is currently following her hearse with the Princess Royal inside. And she received the new Lord Provost of Edinburgh. She was accompanied by the Earl and Countess of Wessex and Forfar, who played their part in supporting the Queen's arrival. The Dean Bridge we look down at now, as Her Majesty now crosses Leith Water and comes into the new town. The new town itself was being built and was really an emblem of the revival of so much in Scotland after King George IV had come on his visit in 1822. And it was typical of the Queen that she wanted to mark the 200th anniversary of that visit by King George IV this year. Let's see her cross the bridge. The Queen returning to the city that was the name of the dukedom that King George VI gave her husband when she married him in 1947. And he was Duke of Edinburgh, and she was very proud to be his Duchess of Edinburgh. From Queensferry Road to Queensferry Street, and there, dead ahead, the castle and fortress of Edinburgh Castle and the old town of that great city, the Athens of the north, and the stronghold in that fortress of the symbols of the Scottish nation. The Queen's procession will come down to Princes Street and turn onto Lothian Road. The fortress where earlier today Lord Lyon, King of Arms, gave the second of two proclamations here in Edinburgh, that Elizabeth II is dead and King Charles III is the new king. And there at the top of the Royal Mile, we wait for the Queen's procession to come up and turn towards us. She first of all will skirt around the base of the fortress and come up Johnson Terrace. And only a few weeks ago, this area was a throng with the glories of celebration that is the Edinburgh Festival each year, where a profound quantity of youth, creativity and arts and culture come into this royal dukedom, the name of which she carried, and bring it to life. And just up the Castle Hill to the right of the church there, which is now known as the Hub, just up to the right there, the Castle Esplanade, where the Royal Edinburgh Military Tattoo takes place each year. All that seems a long way away, but the crowds fill now this most ancient of royal processional routes. There is no processional route older than the Royal Mile in Edinburgh. And the great tradition in Scotland was not a procession, but a riding. And the lover of equestrian things and horses that the Queen was would probably have seen some delight in her final journey down from the Highlands, ending up passing along where the great ridings of Scottish tradition, right back to when Mary, Queen of Scots, moved through this ancient city, being shouted at by John Knox. Always there is controversy in a vibrant city, and that is also true today. There's a hush in the crowd. Police Scotland holding the ground. A long journey for those in accompanying roles, particularly for the Princess Royal and Admiral Sir Tim Lawrence, who's kept his wife company on the journey from Balmoral. It's now 6 hours and 10 minutes since the Queen came out of Balmoral, leaving the clutches of her favourite home to make this journey to her royal palace here in Edinburgh. And the Queen makes her journey come to an end with this route down the Royal Mile. The Queen passes the High Kirk of St Giles, where tomorrow she will lie in state, and also the Mercat Cross, where in 1952 her father, the King's death, was announced and the start of her reign to her proclamation. And today we saw the proclamation of her son, the new King. The cobbled street of this Royal Mile, which will turn into the Canongate shortly, will bring the Queen to the Abbey Strand Gate into the forecourt of Holyrood Palace. Waiting for the late Queen there will be the Guard of Honour, provided by the Royal Regiment of Scotland, and the King's colour will be lowered in salute to the late Queen. No band will play. And when the hearse comes to a halt, the officer commanding the bearer party will move forward, and Her late Majesty will be lifted from the hearse and borne into the palace, along the colonnade inside the courtyard, and then up to the great stair and the coffin placed in the throne room of a palace that she left only at the end of June earlier this year. Looking up from the start of Abbey Strand Gate, up the hill, awaiting the Queen, being brought down past the Canongate Kirk, where, when she was in Edinburgh, she regularly again attended divine service, and where her granddaughter, Zara Phillips, was married. It is so difficult to believe that the sparkly-eyed, happy, enthusiastic, courteous Queen who came on that morning of the 27th of June this year to the very place where she will halt today is returned in this particular manner so soon. But Scotland has welcomed her home. She's passed through this long and interesting journey through the Highlands, and finally we see her come home to her palace, here, beside the Parliament building that was built in her reign, to be received and to rest in private overnight. The bearer party for their Colonel-in-Chief from the Royal Regiment of Scotland prepare to lift their precious burden and carry Her late Majesty into the palace. After more than 70 years as Queen of Scots, Elizabeth II is taken into the palace and will be placed in the throne room, peacefully at rest overnight, before the ceremonies begin tomorrow, and she's taken to the High Kirk of St Giles, where a service of thanksgiving for her life of service to Scotland will take place in the presence of His Majesty the King. The Queen is home.
The Guard of Honor will advance. Right, turn.
The Guard of Honour with the King's colour taking leave of this sad sight here at Holyrood. So different from when the Queen arrived, and many of these soldiers gave their own salute to the arrival of their Queen. But today they've shown their ultimate respect on the instructions of the new King to the late Queen as they now leave out towards Arthur's Seat and the glorious views that this great palace has of the hills that sit right within the heart of this city, as Scotland has brought home the late Queen from the Highlands here to the heart of Edinburgh. And tomorrow these soldiers will return. They will take their part in escorting the late Queen to the cathedral on the Royal Mile. And following the procession will be His Majesty the King and other members of the royal family. The constables of Holyrood taking their leave also from this scene. And with the courtyard once again empty and the sentry marching out his pace, this sad journey is at an end, and the Queen is at rest in Holyrood.
Well, the High Constables of Holyrood, the last to leave out of the South Gate. With me here, Louise Tate, former Press Secretary to Her Majesty the Queen, and our Royal Correspondent, Rhiannon Mills. And Louise, you watch on. This was your office, of course, was it not? The coffin taken now to the throne room for, you know, the household staff to pay their respects.
Yes, and for them to have that moment and for Her Majesty to spend a little bit more time in a place that she very much enjoyed being. It's incredibly moving. I think the palace looks wonderful, and I think she'd be delighted to see it, as she saw it just in the end of June this year.
And the applause, Rhiannon, as she was brought down through the Abbey Strand.
And this was the first time, really, that crowds in this number were able to pay their respects. And the contrast to where she left, 6 hours ago, could not have felt greater. The quiet seclusion of Balmoral, where her family were able to gather to mourn their mama, their grandma, in silence. And they are a family, however, who are very aware that they want to share this moment with the public. And that's what they were able to do as Princess Anne and her husband, Sir Tim Lawrence, were in the car behind the hearse carrying the coffin. And they would have witnessed the crowds as they came out throughout the Highlands, in Dundee, farmers with their tractors paying tribute. Scotland really coming out to pay their own respects to the Queen. And it was at this moment where we saw the coffin arriving at the Palace of Holyrood House, where we could see the Queen's children, Prince Andrew and Prince Edward, along with Prince Edward's wife, the Countess of Wessex, Sophie, standing there waiting to, no doubt, welcome and comfort the Princess Royal who'd followed the coffin. And as we've alluded to, it was only at the end of June that the Queen was here on the forecourt of the Palace of Holyrood to begin Holyrood Week, a time that she enjoyed so much, where she would commit herself to Scotland for the week to make sure that she could meet as many people as possible, so she could really submerge herself in everything that was going on in Scottish society. And this year was no different. Despite the fact that we knew she had those mobility issues, she still conducted the ceremony of the keys there on the forecourt. She still attended events that we didn't expect her to. And during those events, you could see the joy on her face, because this was a place that she loved. This, of course, her official residence, Balmoral, the place where she would take her family for some rest, some recuperation, and some time away from the cameras. But today, again, as she has always done throughout her reign, as she always did, there was an appreciation that she must be seen by her people. And today, Scotland came out in their thousands to pay their respects.
And bringing a little bit of the Balmoral garden with her, with that wreath. Her children with a bow and a curtsy as they saw the coffin arrive. And now to the throne room, and inside the throne room, a portrait of James VI of Scotland became James I Louis of England and Scotland after the death of Elizabeth. The history is steeped, is it not, in this building?
Oh yes, it's such this building is such a rich tapestry of different eras that have been blended together to look seamless. The Abbey, even the Abbey, is attached to that tower on the north side, and there has been other influences. Prince Albert, the fountain on the forecourt, is a replica of the one at Linlithgow Palace, but different monarchs have made their mark on Holyrood House, and perhaps there will be some change under the new king. But he was also very involved in the refurbishment of the Abbey Strand buildings, which I know the Queen was very well kept informed of those plans. And we can see that just there behind us.
And we're right next to, as you can see in that image there, the Scottish Parliament. And that will be part of the commemorations tomorrow, with King Charles going to meet those politicians who will be able to pay their respects, as we saw also in London.
Just standing here reminds me that it was literally about 13 months ago that I was here, standing virtually in this same position, watching the Queen leave the Parliament, as she had been there once again, front and centre, as part of that opening ceremony. And on that occasion, she was supported by the then Prince of Wales and the Duchess of Cornwall. But it was that enduring sense that she continued to want to serve. But I think what has also come out over the last few days, as we reflect on her remarkable service, is just how much she meant to those who served her. And Louise was one of them. And I think those heartwarming stories that the Queen, of course, she kept so much to herself of her own personality. But now, people like Louise here are able to share the most wonderful stories of her kindness. She was certainly a very warm individual.
Very warm, very caring person. After, I think I mentioned, I had a period of ill health and I missed Holyrood Week 1 year. And when I came back, she asked me to be a lady-in-waiting for the garden party. And after that, there was actually one evening when I just felt I need a minute, because we had a busy day, and I actually, quite a late hour, said to the master of the household, might I be excused dinner this evening? Which, of course, the answer came back, yes. But in the morning, I got a message saying the Queen was worried that I was doing too much. And I was so touched. I just felt I had to explain I needed him. And I dropped the biggest curtsy and gave her the biggest smile at the first engagement of the day to reassure her that I was actually fine.
Well, the crowds, we anticipate, will start to peel away as they have elsewhere. I can see over our shoulder those still lingering, looking through into the palace, through those main gates. But they'll be back, of course, tomorrow, won't they? Because the King will arrive along with the Queen Consort and the Prime Minister, and we will see the reverse journey of the cortege.
So tonight, it's the time for members of the royal household to pay their own private, quiet respects. But as you said, tomorrow, again, we will see the ceremony take to the streets as King Charles and the Queen Consort will arrive in Scotland. They will join the Queen's other children, and then we will see this procession up to St Giles Cathedral. We understand that the Queen's children, so the King and his siblings, and Sir Timothy Lawrence, will walk behind the hearse as the coffin is taken to the cathedral for this service of thanksgiving, and also the Queen Consort and the Council of Wessex will drive behind. And this will be a service where the whole of Scotland can come and pay their respects. This won't just be about politicians, the great and the good. We're told that this is going to be a chance for all sections of society here in Scotland to remember the Queen. And for those who won't be inside the cathedral, no doubt they will take their place once again on the streets here in Edinburgh, as we saw them in such numbers today.
And a final thought, Louise, from you for now. The Queen is home. We heard from Alistair Bruce. You were intimately involved in some of these plans we're seeing now, and the complexity of putting this all together. You know, was she involved too? Were these her choices?
You have to understand that there's a ceremonial plan, and we have the Earl Marshal and the Lord Lyon who are with overall responsibility. But within that, there is a media plan, because it is one of the only ways that people will be able to connect to what's happening, be able to actually see for themselves what's happening. There's so many agencies involved, so many aspects of the council, government, parliament, and they've all come together. And I've just been so impressed by what I've seen today. This was done at such short notice. We all got such a shock at the announcement, but all that we see here today to allow us to do this came together very, very quickly, and I'm very grateful for that, because we needed to see it. It's part of history, and it's part of our connection.
Well, rehearsals took place before dawn today, certainly for tomorrow's procession. There is so much organisation that goes behind an occasion like this, and it is a historic occasion which we have all witnessed here, the journey from her much-loved Balmoral Castle now to the official residence of the Queen in the building behind us, the Palace of Holyrood House. But the King remains still in London, so let's now go to Buckingham Palace.
Anna, thank you very much indeed. Just unbearably sad pictures there from Edinburgh this evening as the cortege along the Royal Mile across those cobblestones. Absolute silence. Then someone starts clapping, and then the applause just grew. But as Alistair Bruce says, the Queen is at rest again this evening at the Palace of Holyrood House. Now, what about here at Buckingham Palace? These are the latest pictures of the King alongside the Queen Consort. He had a day of receptions for guests, including the Foreign Secretary and various High Commissioners of Commonwealth nations. Outside the palace, thousands of people have gathered once again. Still they come in their thousands just to pay tribute, and around the country too to witness the proclamations of King Charles III as the new monarch. And as we speak, behind me here, horses and troops coming past the crowds who are here again, as I say, to lay their floral tributes. Here they are, and people have just come all day. They walk slowly down the Mall, they move slowly towards the palace gates, and then they move on to areas that have been created where they can leave their floral tributes, and they just stop and they just reflect. But it is the sheer numbers and all sorts of things going on, preparations going on in the background there, the building work, and these, no doubt, preparations for the formalities that are about to take place in the coming days. Well, I was talking about the proclamations. He was formally proclaimed king at a ceremony, of course, in St James's Palace yesterday, and today ceremonies were held at Cardiff Castle, Hillsborough in Northern Ireland, at Windsor Castle and at Edinburgh Castle.
do now hereby with one voice and consent of tongue and heart publish and proclaim that the Prince Charles Philip Arthur George is now, by the death of our late sovereign, happy of memory, become our only lawful and rightful liege lord, Charles III. Three cheers for His Majesty the King. Hip hip! Hooray! Hip hip! Hooray! Hip hip! Hooray!
Rhoddwyd am halas St James, a degfed dydd o fedi, y mlwydd ein harglwydd 2020.
To whom we do acknowledge all faith and obedience with humble affection, beseeching God, by whom kings and queens do reign, to bless His Majesty with long and happy years to reign over us.
Do now hereby, with one voice and consent of tongue and heart, publish and proclaim that the Prince Charles Philip Arthur George is now, by the death of our late sovereign of happy memory, become our only lawful and rightful liege lord, Charles III. God save the King!
God save the King!
Well, someone else seeing the King today was the Dean of Westminster, and he's been describing how it feels to be the officiant leading the service of the Queen's funeral, which is taking place, as we know, on Monday the 19th of September at Westminster Abbey.
I think the two things that strike me immediately is that it's a huge privilege and that it's a huge responsibility. But it's also, this is what the Abbey is for. This building and its long history, this is the Church of Coronation. This is the place where nation and Commonwealth gathers. So we're stepping into the role we're supposed to play. And all my colleagues in the Abbey, all of us share that sense of privilege and responsibility, and we'll do a good job.
Dean of Westminster there. Let's go up to our correspondent Joe Pike now, who is on the Royal Mile in Edinburgh. And Joe, extraordinarily moving scenes there.
Yes, Mark. A hushed crowd, 10 to 15 deep, as the Queen's cortege came past here, past St Giles Cathedral, the High Kirk of Edinburgh, a medieval parish church which will be at the centre of tomorrow's proceedings and ceremonies. Much of the crowd has now dispersed, walking one way down the mile, down the high street the Cannon Gate to Holyrood Palace, where the Queen's coffin now is, at the foot of the Salisbury Crags, and opposite, of course, the Scottish Parliament. This place will be at the centre of proceedings tomorrow, because we know there'll be procession with the King taking part on foot behind his mother's hearse to this historic church at almost a midpoint of the Royal Mile. There will be a ceremony, a service tomorrow before that 24-hour vigil where Scots and many visitors to the city will be able to pay their respects. And talking to the crowds here, it really is a mixture of locals but also many visitors, many tourists too, because the Mile, of course, is at the centre of the history and the tourism of this city. I've talked to people from America, from Japan, from Denmark, people for whom either were here on holiday and have changed their plans or have specifically decided to travel, talking to each other in the crowd, introducing themselves, a very warm atmosphere. And the rain did hold off until after the cortege had moved past. It's also worth reflecting at this point that Her Majesty did adapt throughout her reign as the constitution of this country shift. She was at the centre of some key moments, such as the start of devolution, the opening of the Scottish Parliament in 1999, and of course she formed close relationships with First Ministers as well as Prime Ministers. Prime Ministers being invited to Balmoral each summer for 2 nights, First Ministers for 1, because she understood, as her son, the King Charles, does, the importance of maintaining those relationships when, of course, Mark, the constitutional position of Scotland within this union still remains up for debate north of the border.
OK, Joe, thank you very much indeed. Well, what about here? As I was saying, the crowds are still coming. Sky's Kamali Melbourne is among them here at Buckingham Palace. Let's go and talk to Kamali.
Thank you, Mark. Yeah, and you're right, the crowds are still coming. There's still just tens of thousands of people over there on the Mall lining up, trying to get closer to the palace. The security guards here have been telling people there are no more royal movements yet. People are still lined up along the barriers, waiting, anticipating, hoping, of course, to get another glimpse of the royals. Of course, we know that King Charles is inside Buckingham Palace right now, and people are still waiting, even though, as I said, the security guards have told them that really it's time for them to move on. And people have been coming here all day. Mark, you're right, there's been just a steady stream of people. I've been here since very early in the morning, and it hasn't stopped. People have been coming, paying their tributes, leaving their flowers, and just being in this sort of family atmosphere. And there's a few people here that I want to just speak to. Hi guys, just quickly, we're live on Sky News. You're the first guys I've seen picnicking. You decided to bring a little snack as well. Hello, love.
Wait for us, but it's nice to be here. And it's a nice day as well. The weather held out for us, so it's lovely.
Why do you think it's important to come and pay your respects to the Queen and bring the family here as well?
I think we're just discussing as a family. Some of our parents weren't born here, but part of the Commonwealth. But our children are, and they're British citizens, and they wanted to come and lay flowers for the Queen, leave a note to commemorate her 70 years of reign. So we brought them here for the experience.
Do you want to say a little something about why you came? No, you don't. You got shy now. You were talking to me before. You at least wanted to be on telly before. Ma'am, would you like to say a few words as to why you think it's important to come here?
Born in Jamaica, part of the Commonwealth. I've lived here most of my years, but it's important to bring my children and my grandchildren to see the heritage. And it's such a sad day, you know, I'm feeling for the Queen. So we had to come and lay some flowers.
It's a lovely sentiment, and everyone's having a nice time, and you've had snacks. I might stop by as well because I'm a little hungry, and it's been a long day for me. Thank you very much for talking to us. So look, people have just been coming here all day. Let me just show you, there's been areas to lay sort of floral tributes, flowers, of course, and little messages for people. And here's one that has kind of spontaneously started to be used by people, because the security guards have been kind of moving away a lot of the flowers from various places. But you can see here people have just been gathering, leaving their flowers, leaving their messages, taking their pictures, of course, but really wanting to be here for this historic moment and spend time with like-minded people who've all come here for the same thing, to honour the Queen and wish the new King all the very best.
Kamali, thank you very much indeed. Well, the Labour leader, Sir Keir Starmer, has been speaking about the Queen's legacy and the future of the Commonwealth.
Well, I think across the Commonwealth it's very important to recognise that every country will evolve in its own way according to their tradition and their wishes. I think the King will be an incredible head of the Commonwealth and has an ability to bring people together. I know that he has a very, very deep commitment to the Commonwealth. So, of course, different countries will evolve in different ways, but I think that the King will strengthen that bond with the Commonwealth.
Let's bring in our chief political correspondent, John Craig. And John, I know that there's been a couple of days of tributes from politicians. What happens with the politics of all this now?
Well, before I tell you about that, Mark, let me just explain that Keir Starmer there was responding to some comments made by the Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda in the Caribbean. That is Gaston Brown, who was talking about the possibility of his country having a referendum on the country becoming independent in the next 3 years. Mr Brown said it's not a matter of hostility or differences between the countries of Antigua and Barbuda and the monarchy. He's talking about the final step to complete the circle of independence. Remember, this follows talks about independence in Jamaica after a visit by William and Kate, the new Prince and Princess of Wales. They were criticised for shaking hands with people through a mesh fence and also looking very colonial in an old Land Rover. Anyway, the better news on the countries becoming independent, of course, it came overnight in an interview with Sky News. The Prime Minister of Australia, the new Labour Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, told Sky News no independence moves there for 3 years. So that's that issue. Now, what's happening here? Further events over the next few days, Mark. Now, in about an hour's time, there's a service for MPs and peers in St Margaret's Church, just across the road from Parliament, the little church next door to Westminster Abbey. Then tomorrow, big event tomorrow, in the morning, the King and Queen consort, that's Charles and Camilla, are coming to Westminster Hall, where both Houses of Parliament, MPs and peers, are going to meet to express their condolences. The King will make his reply. What we are expecting is speeches, more pledges of loyalty, following the humble addresses in the Commons and the Lords yesterday. The Speaker of the House of Commons, Sir Lindsay Hoyle, will speak. Then the Lord Speaker, that's Lord McFall. Then the King will reply. Then, of course, the King and Queen are off to Scotland, where, among other things, they'll meet. They'll go to Scottish Parliament. They'll meet the First Minister. Number 10 have stressed today that unlike an announcement yesterday when they said the PM was joining the King and Queen, they're not accompanying them, and she's attending the church services. Some criticism after the announcement that the Prime Minister would be joining them on what was described as a tour, Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland. Then, of course, the lying of state here in Westminster starts on Wednesday, Westminster Hall. I can tell you there are massive preparations taking place in and around the Houses of Parliament for that. Massive crowds expected for that. That's the lying in state starting on Wednesday.
OK, John, thank you very much indeed. A busy week ahead. Clearly, it has been planned in the finest detail, and we now know that the events that will take place. But the event that took place today was truly moving. We have seen the Queen's cortege make its way to Edinburgh, a 175-mile journey, finally ending up in Edinburgh, wending its way through Aberdeenshire, through Angus and Tayside, before reaching the Palace of Holyrood House, you see there, where the Queen will lie at rest in the palace overnight. And on Monday, there will be a procession from the palace to St Giles Cathedral in Edinburgh, where the coffin will rest again, this time for 24 hours, and that will be to allow the people of that city, the people of Scotland, to pay the respects that they want to pay to their monarch.
Well, this is Sky News, live from the Palace of Holyrood House in Edinburgh. A last great journey. The Queen's coffin leaves Balmoral this morning for a slow route to Edinburgh. People lined the streets and roads as the hearse made its way across Scotland. Before eventually arriving at the Palace of Holyrood House in Edinburgh, where her children paid their respects.
And I'm live at Buckingham Palace this evening, where the new king has held meetings with the Commonwealth and the realm, as crowds gathered to get a glimpse of their king and the Queen consort, but also to pay tribute to the late Queen.
God save the King!
Earlier, proclamations for King Charles III held around the four nations. And the Queen is remembered around the world. And in an international exclusive, Australia's Prime Minister tells Sky News there'll be no break with the monarchy in the near future.
It will need to continue to move with the times. But the bigger questions about our Constitution are not ones for this current period.
Hello, good evening. You're watching Sky News at 5. People have had their final chance to say farewell to Elizabeth II today as her coffin took its final journey through Scotland. Leaving Balmoral this morning, the procession led by the hearse carrying the Queen's coffin, which was followed by the Princess Royal. It has now arrived in Edinburgh, where it will rest in the Palace of Holyrood House until tomorrow afternoon. Well, James Matthews has our first report of the Queen's final journey.
Through the gates of Balmoral, it was the quietest farewell. Rural Aberdeenshire, its birdsong and the rumble of the River Dee laid the soundtrack for a sight most saddening. The hearse carried the Queen's coffin wrapped in the Royal Standard of Scotland. The wreath on top was made from her favourite flowers, picked from the Balmoral garden. In the car behind, the Queen was escorted by her daughter, the Princess Royal, and her husband, Sir Tim Lawrence. The geography of circumstance had placed the Queen in Balmoral when she passed. At journey's end, there will be a state funeral, set-piece ceremony and all that. But between here and there, this was an informal farewell, an opportunity for the public to say their goodbyes. In Ballater, near Balmoral, they lined the streets. Here, they knew her as the Queen next door. Their village was her village.
We're so fond of this area. It's just a very, very sad day for us all.
Very emotional today and very proud to be part of the United Kingdom. So, yeah.
I cried. Everybody here, you'll see them all crying.
I just found it really emotional. It's almost like saying goodbye to a family member. It's just really, really upsetting.
Tractors were positioned by the side of the road, an agricultural guard of honour as the cortege wound a route through rural Scotland. Horse riders too formed up in a field by the roadside as it made its slow 6-hour journey south. This journey had been meticulously planned. Even if there was no public rehearsal, here in Banchory there was applause. Elsewhere there was silence. Everywhere there was respect and remembrance.
It was quite overwhelming, to be honest. I'm very, very proud to be here.
I've never come along to anything like this before, but just really felt that I wanted, it was important.
It's an honour, it's beautiful. Once in a lifetime, it's not going to happen again.
People lined dual carriageways linking Aberdeen, Dundee and Edinburgh beyond, and they looked on from walkways overhead. Closer to Edinburgh, the cortege crossed the Firth of Forth via the Queensferry Crossing, a bridge officially opened by the Queen in 2017. Members of the royal family had travelled ahead by helicopter to fulfil their duties. Once in Edinburgh, the Queen's coffin was driven through the streets towards Holyrood, in the city's old town. The Royal Regiment of Scotland formed a guard of honour at the Palace of Holyrood House, and the Queen's coffin was received with a royal salute. It's being placed in the throne room overnight to allow palace staff to pay their respects. As the Queen was carried inside, a daughter curtsied to her mother, her duty done. This was day one of the Queen's long goodbye, which will span a nation that grew with her, and having learned of her loss, is learning to live with it. James Matthews, Sky News, in Ballater.
Well, let's bring in our royal correspondent, Rhiannon Mills, and now the Queen's coffin at rest in the throne room in the palace behind us. Yeah. But leaving the tranquility and privacy of Balmoral, where her family effectively had to say goodbye before it was opened up to the public, effectively.
And you and I this week have both been at Balmoral for different reasons. I was there for the Prime Minister handover, and you were there after we heard of the Queen's death. And the thing that hits you there is the seclusion, the privacy. And I think for her family, it was the perfect place for them to try to, in some way, come to terms with what is a huge shock for so many. But they're also so conscious of the fact that this is a moment of grief, of mourning, that the public want to be able to share in. And that's what we saw today, as we saw the funeral, the coffin leaving Balmoral there. The heads of the police officers bowed. It was very quiet. And I think also as the coffin came here to Edinburgh, there were quiet ripples of applause, but also a silence, because I think it has also happened so quickly. And as we've spoken about today, often it is when you see a coffin that finally that news begins to sink in. But it was so striking, wasn't it, to see how many people had come out onto the streets of Edinburgh here, but also the likes of Dundee. We saw all of the farmers with their tractors as well, everyone wanting to pay their tribute. And the fact that she died here in Scotland has allowed another important part of her United Kingdom, what was her United Kingdom, to come out and pay their tribute. Of course, this evening, it's now the royal household who can quietly, peacefully pay their own private respects, as tomorrow we wait again to see the new king join his siblings who are already here in Edinburgh, as we saw as the Queen's coffin arrived, and we will see them attend that service of thanksgiving at St Giles.
Well, the cortege passing from Edinburgh Castle down the Royal Mile to here at the Palace of Holyrood House, and Joe Pike is at St Giles Cathedral, the High Kirk, and witnessed the cortege passing amidst the crowds there, Joe.
Yes, Anna, they were 10 to 15 people deep. Some had been waiting many hours. They were calm. The crowd was pretty hushed, introducing themselves to each other over the hours, starting this wait as strangers and ending it as not quite friends, but people who had shared quite a special moment. That spontaneous applause certainly touching for some. I'll step out of the way of the shot so you can see what the cortege passed, this stunning building, the Cathedral of St Giles, the High Kirk of Edinburgh, and standing in front of it, watching the hearse and the cortege come past, the statue of the 5th Duke of Buccleuch, a man who would have known a lot about these sort of ceremonies, because he played a key role in them, including the time of Queen Victoria. This is the place that will be at the centre of some of tomorrow's proceedings. That is when King Charles will follow his mother's hearse up the Royal Mile from the Palace of Holyrood House to St Giles. That service will take place, and then there will be a vigil for 24 hours, Anna, allowing the people of Scotland to pay their respects before the Queen's coffin is taken down to London.
Joe Pike, thank you very much indeed there. Joe stood there on the Royal Mile. Well, the Queen and the royal family have been dedicated to their faith, attending a special Christmas service at Sandringham every year. Today, of course, Sunday, and the Queen has been remembered in churches right across the country. Well, Caterina Vitozzi has been to a service in Liverpool and sent this report.
She is the only monarch most of us have ever known. And today, at Liverpool Parish Church, the late Queen was mourned by some like a member of family. This was a special requiem service, a chance to remember an extraordinary life.
We give you thanks for her love of family and her gift of friendship, for her devotion to this nation and the nations of the Commonwealth.
The Queen's passing brings global cultural change and a new national anthem with unfamiliar words. Arthur Speed, who's 77, remembers the previous king, but the late Queen became his constant.
She was a one-off, wasn't she? What a lovely, lovely lady. Lovely. And when I was at sea, every Friday, 7 o'clock, we used to toast the Queen. But we've got to look forward to King Charles. Hopefully he'll do as good as his mum. I'm sure he will.
Church services like this one held here today and those indeed across the country and the Commonwealth have given people a chance to pay tribute to the late Queen. But in many ways they also reflect the way in which Queen Elizabeth II lived her own life. At her coronation 70 years ago, the Queen pledged to lead the Church of England. But the public pageantry was matched by personal faith. Seen in times of celebration like Christmas Day trips to church, or more recently at the funeral of her late husband. Her role as defender of the faith will be remembered.
Her late Majesty taught us much, if not more, about God and grace, both in words and the actions that reinforce them, than any other contemporary figure.
That's lovely. The Queen once said her faith guided her through good times and bad. It feels then particularly poignant that places of worship like Lichfield Cathedral in Staffordshire have become such focal points during this time of national mourning.
She was just like the nation's grandma, weren't she? Everyone just loved her. There was nothing not to love about her, really.
She's really important for everyone, and a lot of people looked up to her and thought she was amazing, really, and I did as well.
It's a sense many share, a feeling many will miss. Caterina Vitozzi, Sky News.
Well, let's bring in our royal correspondent, Rhiannon Mills, once again. And certainly tomorrow, the focus will be on the church service we will see and the procession of members of the royal family from the palace here up the Royal Mile to St Giles Cathedral.
And I think, again, tomorrow, a reminder of how it was the Queen's personal faith that really sustained her throughout her reign. She didn't see that role as a chore. She saw it as a role that she was born to fulfil. And her personal religious faith, her Christianity, we always saw that within, for example, her Christmas messages. It was there to be seen. And tomorrow we will see this service of remembrance, of thanksgiving. And for everyone involved, yes, again, it's a time where we will see the royal family. So we will see them leave the Palace of Holyrood House the new king, King Charles III, will be here with his Queen Consort in the morning to join the Queen's other children and spouses who we've seen as the coffin arrived earlier. Some of them will walk behind the coffin, in which will be, I think, an incredibly touching moment, no doubt very resonant of when we saw them walking behind Prince Philip's coffin at his funeral. They will then pause, remember her at that service of thanksgiving. But I'm told that service is also about bringing Scotland together. It's very inclusive. It's not just the great and the good. It's not just political figures. It's making sure that every aspect of society is represented. And no doubt also members of the royal household who we know are now going to be central to the plans. And isn't it remarkable that so far the plans have run so smoothly? Nothing has gone wrong in terms of that procession coming here to Holyrood. And for them, no doubt, this is incredibly difficult. They are feeling deep mourning. They knew the Queen personally. They felt her kindness and her warmth. Now they want to do the right thing. They want this to be the most fitting tribute possible for her, as tonight, as Alistair Bruce said earlier, she is now home.
Rhiannon, thank you.
Well, good evening to you from Buckingham Palace. King Charles III has held meetings with the Secretary-General of the Commonwealth, as well as the High Commissioners from the countries where he is now head of state. Today's events are just the start of a list of duties for the King over the coming days. Sky's royal correspondent Laura Bundock has this report.
With flourish and fanfare, and from every corner of the United Kingdom,
3 cheers for His Majesty the King. Hip hip! Hooray! Hip hip! Hooray! Hip hip! Hooray!
the pageantry of Proclamation. And as his reign is confirmed, the new king already at work. Head of the Commonwealth and meeting its leaders. He is, for now, head of state in 14 realms, but knows some are already questioning their royal relationship. Supported by the Queen Consort, these are important moments for the new monarch. And on top, meetings too, finalising his mother's funeral.
It's an opportunity for us to grieve. It's an opportunity for us to try and put some of our gratitude and remembrance into words. It's an opportunity for us to pray for ourselves and for our new king and his family. And it's an opportunity, I think, for us all to have a focus for our grief.
Buckingham Palace now has this almost surreal dual role. On the one hand, it is a focal point for people mourning the Queen. But as they gather outside, inside, the King is just getting on with the job, with his new role and responsibilities. He is keen to reassure at this unsettling time, taking a tour of the nations. First stop Scotland, where there is a huge sense of expectancy.
I think he has been taught well by his mother. She's a great role model for him. And I honestly think we'll see a very compassionate king, a king who will look to unite the country.
I would hope he would continue along the path that she treads so well. I think he'll be a little bit more outspoken, I imagine, about environmental issues, because they're causes close to his heart. And I think he'll probably work to modernise the monarchy.
The King will also travel to Northern Ireland and Wales, creating connections and meeting people in the countries he now rules. Laura Bundock, Sky News, Buckingham Palace.
And Laura is with me now. So these are busy days for the new king.
They are. And what I think is striking is that while you have people here and big crowds gathering to mark the end of this era, at the same time, we don't get a transition period. The new era has begun and it is well underway. And the office, as Buckingham Palace is where the King is, you know, with another day of firsts. Yesterday was meeting political leaders. Today, the Commonwealth, this family of nations, a family he knows was so close to his mother's heart. And a family of nations that really, some would say, is a big part of her legacy. And he knows the meetings are important. These are difficult diplomatic and very delicate times. You know, the number of Commonwealth realms that he is now head of state for has been dwindling over the years, and he knows there are a lot of countries now very much considering and debating their own futures with him as head of state. So important meetings underway there. He was there, of course, when Barbados declared itself a republic last year. Others are in the pipeline as well. For now, though, I think it was a day of meetings, but important meetings regarding the funeral as well. So as well as that sort of side of the job, he's got this difficult job of planning his mother's funeral. It's been planned, obviously, for years and years, but he had an important meeting today, signing off some of those final details, and he will want to get it right. He will want to make sure he's been able to sign off those details. So it is a difficult time. And then, of course, this huge tour of the nation starting tomorrow with Scotland, then to Northern Ireland, then to Wales as well. Very much wanting to be out there, to be seen, to be able to, as he said, sort of share the grief of the people who he is now head of state for.
OK, Laura, thank you very much indeed. Well, joining me now is Tony Juniper, the chair of Natural England. Tony, thank you very much for being with us. And just first of all, I thought I'd ask you about the scenes that we've been witnessing today with the Queen's cortege heading towards Edinburgh, where it is now, and all the people coming out.
Well, Mark, just to say that I'm appearing this afternoon in a personal capacity, not as the chair of Natural England, and appearing as someone who's worked with the Prince of Wales for a long time on some of his environmental causes, and like everybody else, looking at the images coming through, deeply saddened and deeply touched by the way in which everyone's reacting to the passing of the Queen. It's an incredibly sad moment, and no sadder for anyone other than the Prince of Wales and his family, once Prince of Wales, now King Charles, and his family, as they come to face the coming period, including all the complexities of the handover, which your coverage was touching on a moment ago.
Yes, you mentioned environmental issues, and clearly these are issues that, he was the Prince of Wales, now King Charles, is passionate about.
Yes, indeed, and I was privileged to be able to work quite closely with him over a period of years on a variety of different subjects that he sought to make progress on: sustainable agriculture and food security, the huge question of climate change, deforestation in the tropical countries, the health of the marine environment. And the reason why he has been so devoted to doing something about all of those things is really because of the impact that an unhealthy environment has on people. And if you look at what he's been doing over the years, he's talked about farmers as much as he has about farming. And when it comes to the health of the marine environment, working and engaging with communities whose livelihoods had been hit by the collapse of fish stocks. And then when it came to the tropical rainforests, it wasn't only the wildlife that he was concerned about, but also the culture and the sustaining of the rainforest peoples who lived there. And the sense of empathy he's brought to all of this in terms of seeing how the people are being affected by these environmental changes really has been front and centre at what he's all about. And I think, you know, the service and devotion that he devoted to all of that, I think is an excellent sign of what he will do as king.
Well, that's an interesting point. I mean, he was clearly influential on these issues as the Prince of Wales. Will he find a way, do you think, to be as active on this, despite assuming the role of king?
Well, like everyone else, I listened to his address the other evening, and he was very clear that things will change. He will need to stand aside from some of the work that he's been doing with his charities and so on. And, you know, that is inevitable, and not apart from anything else. You know, the time we'll have available for those subjects is going to be considerably diminished. And just listening to some of the work that's on his hands already in terms of the Commonwealth and beyond, this is going to be an incredibly demanding role that he's acknowledged will need to change the way in which he works.
I mean, he also mentioned that he was looking to William to take some of this over. Do you think that he will, William will be active on this subject. After all, he's still, I mean, he's got already the Earthshot Prize, I think it is, William, isn't it?
Yes. Yes, Prince William has already been engaging on some of these environmental questions and has been for some years. And indeed, I remember a few years ago, the Duke of Edinburgh, the then Prince of Wales, and then the Duke of Cambridge working together on the illegal wildlife trade, bringing together an enormous global coalition of organisations to work on the scourge of continued hunting of animals like elephants. And, you know, it's already been there in his work, and the Earthshot you mentioned is another example of that. I was really struck on the day of the big Saturday celebration at the time of Her Majesty's Jubilee back in early June this year, and the evening speeches which were given by the then Prince of Wales and Duke of Cambridge. And it was really striking the extent to Prince William going on the environmental theme. It was really very powerfully put across by him, the need to be taking a different approach on sustaining the natural world and avoiding the worst of climate change. It was a message that could equally have come from his father. And I don't know if that was some kind of sense of the baton being handed on, but it did seem like that up to a point. And, you know, I think it's worth just reflecting on the extent to which, you know, that this has been an endeavour that hasn't only been the Prince of Wales in his previous incarnation. His father, as I say, was very, very strongly engaged with this work, including through being president of WWF International for a long time, alongside other work that he did, including being involved in the early days with the setting up of the Wildfowl and Wetlands Trust. So this is something that you can chart across the decades and across the family. And I wouldn't be at all surprised if we see a more prominent role now for Prince William in taking this discussion further.
OK, Tony Juniper, good to talk to you. Thanks for coming on.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Right, what about what's happening here? Sky's Kamali Melbourne is among the crowds of people still coming here, still gathering here to pay their respects to the Queen. Kamali.
Thank you, Mark. Yeah, and they are still gathering. I mean, people just keep walking along the Mall. I don't know if you can pick this up over there. It's about 10 people deep there, gathered along the railings, waiting here to pay their respects. Now, the security guards have told us there are no more royal movements today, and the security guards just here in front of us are trying to move the barriers forward to create more space because people keep arriving. I've been here since about 7 o'clock this morning, and there have been just tens of thousands of people coming. It's always hard to judge the crowd numbers, but the police were expecting there to be millions of people coming every single day. As you can see, they're making a bit more space because it's becoming a bit of a bottleneck. There are so many people who are coming here to try and pay their respects to the Queen, and obviously wish our new King the best of luck. And Katie has come in here. Hello,
Hiya.
Katie. Thank you so much for talking to us. Has come here with, are these your girls?
Yeah, they are my daughters.
Hello, girls. How are you? Why did you decide to come down here today, Katie?
To pay some respects. What she's done for our country is amazing. So if this is what we can do to say thank you, then it's a small price to pay, isn't it?
How long have you been waiting here to
We
sort
got
of
here
see
about
things?
1 o'clock this afternoon.
Did you get to see him drive in?
We didn't know because it was just too many people. It was just so many people. So we've come back this afternoon to try and hopefully get front row seats.
And you're just waiting, hoping that he comes out again?
Yeah, and then we've got flowers to lay in tribute. So
It's a really lovely thing to do, isn't it? What do you make of, like, the people you've been around
it's so
with?
overwhelming, so overwhelming. But it's a real calm, sort of sombre atmosphere. It's really lovely.
It's kind of quiet, isn't it? But, like, a really respectful sort of calm.
It is really respectful, like really calm, sort of, yeah, really comforting, really.
Yeah. I mean, it's really nice, and so many families here as well. I know you said you didn't want to talk to me. Do you want to say a little something? You're live on telly, all right? Your sister will say something. Why do you think it's important to come here to say something for the Queen?
She's done a lot for our country. I think the least we could do is pay a little bit of respect to her by laying flowers and greeting the new King.
You're happy to hang out here. You've been here for quite a few hours now. You might have to wait a little bit longer.
I know, my legs are hurting, but it's not too bad. It's worth it.
It shows the commitment that you've got and the respect that you've got for the royal family. Thank you so much, Katie.
Thank
Really
you.
lovely to speak to you. Have a good evening. I hope you have to wait too much longer. Hope he does come out. Look, people, as I said, just keep coming. There we go. Thousands here. I mean, as I said, the police are expecting there to be at least 2 million visitors every day, and that's the same thing that we hear from everyone. Katie telling us that it's worth the wait to try and show their respect and their love for the royal family, the passing of the Queen, and giving the best of starts to the new King.
Kamali, thank you very much indeed. With me now is the former Royal Press Secretary, Patrick Harrison. Thank you so much for being. Let's just talk about what Kamali was talking about. And this, I mean, it's an endless queue of people just patiently waiting, very slowly coming up to the palace.
Yes, indeed, and they want to be part of history, don't they? But I'm sure many of them also would have laid flowers and take a moment to reflect upon Her Majesty. And it's quite interesting. It's quite quiet for a very big crowd. It's quite quiet, isn't it? And then you get the occasional cheer as someone goes past or a car emerges. Yeah, and it's fascinating that they keep coming and will continue to do so.
And those images that we saw earlier, the people coming out to watch the very sad spectacle of the Queen's cortege,
yes.
That was, well, it was just overwhelming, wasn't it?
Well, it was incredibly moving, wasn't it? When we saw the coffin for the very first time emerge from Balmoral and start, as the King said, her last great journey, and people in towns, in villages, the farmers that you featured earlier, paying their respects quietly for most of the route, and then just a ripple of applause when the coffin finally came into Edinburgh.
Now, you worked for the then Prince of Wales, now King. What sort of king? I mean, if anything is to go by the first few days, it's going to suggest that he's going to be a very hard-working king.
Well, he's an incredibly hard-working man. I've never worked for anybody more hard-working than the Prince of Wales as he was, our king now. I remember a time when we were on a flight over to America on a commercial flight, and everybody in the entourage was watching one of the films, and there was only one person working, and that was the then Prince of Wales. Very, very committed. We know incredibly passionate about the issues and the charities as he was Prince of Wales, but also that great sense of public duty. He's been in public service for over 50 years, and it will be that sense of duty that will guide him now.
Well, I mean, we were listening to Tony Juniper there. He was talking about his passion for the environment and those other issues. And he's also got, other subjects like the Commonwealth to deal with, meeting the High Commissioners today. But on things like the environment, presumably he's now going to have to slightly rein things in.
Well, he made it very clear a couple of years ago that he clearly understood the difference between being Prince of Wales and being king, and he won't be able to do all the things that he did previously. In fact, a few years ago, his charities, some of his main charities, were put on a slightly more independent footing, in anticipation of today. But the environment is something that we all have consensus around now, and I, for one, am thrilled that we have a head of state who cares so deeply about an issue which affects all our lives.
Now, talk to me a bit about what will be going on in the palaces right now. Clearly, it's a very busy week, culminating with the funeral, but that will have been planned in the most minute detail already.
Meticulously, and I remember working on the plans of London Bridge as it's known, 15, 20 years ago. And of course they evolve over time, these plans, but yes, every detail meticulously covered, with a few final decisions to be made at the time. We're just seeing someone come through now. We've got an escort.
We hear the cheers first, and then we wait to see if we can...
I think this...
Yes, it's the...
I think...
Difficult to know whether it's King Charles or
I think
Camilla.
that might be King Charles.
Yes.
Coming past. And this, of course, is what the crowd has been waiting for a number of hours now, to get a glimpse... Yes, it is him. Get a glimpse of their new king as he goes past.
Is it? Yes. And they come past because he doesn't seem to be living at the palace. He's living at Clarence House, am I right in saying?
Yes, well, of course, Clarence House was up until Thursday his London residence, and so a lot of his personal effects, but also, of course, staff and offices are all operating still out of Clarence House, as well as Buckingham Palace.
And you were talking about the minute planning going into this. Would you say that things are going to plan?
Absolutely, 100% going to plan at the moment. And, various people have said that it's been pitch perfect to date, and I would definitely agree with that.
And what kind of funeral do you think we can expect? Clearly a state funeral.
Yes, a state funeral and a moment when the eyes of the world really are on this on this country. And we've got a number of really emotional moments before then, of course, not least the vigil at St Giles tomorrow, when the King will keep vigil by his mother's coffin. And then, of course, the funeral Monday week is the sort of climax of everything that leads up to that. And the eyes of the world very much on it. And we'll have, of course, representatives from countries all over the world at that event.
It's interesting, isn't it, meeting the Secretary General of the Commonwealth and the High Commissioners of the Commonwealth countries. He seems very relaxed about the Commonwealth. It obviously means a lot to him, but in terms of some countries, resetting the relationship, he says, look, these countries have to decide for themselves.
Absolutely. He's always said, I'm here to serve as long as you want me, basically. And that's his view. But you'll see how important it is to him, the fact that meeting the High Commissioners tonight, that's one of the priorities of his new reign. We're only in the third day of it, and already that's one of the key priorities.
Yeah, I'm told he has gone to Clarence House, so he's gone home for a while. So, just finally on William and Harry and those pictures yesterday, this is a difficult time for the brothers. Do you think they were right to do that?
Yeah, I absolutely think they were right to do it, and I think they took their cue from their father in that first address that he made to the nation, that wonderful, heartfelt address where he paid tribute to his mother, his wife Camilla, but also to both of his sons. I thought that was very significant, and I think they picked up on that, and I think it was wonderful to see them go out together with their wives.
All right, thank you very much indeed for now. We'll be back with you a little later. I'm joined now by a former Conservative minister, Sir Nicholas Soames, who's also the grandson of Sir Winston Churchill and a close friend, I should say, of King Charles. Good of you to join us today. And just first of all, the pictures that we have been witnessing today with the Queen's cortege, I wonder what you made of those.
Well, good evening, Mark. I thought they were deeply touching and very moving, and I was particularly struck with, I happened to switch on to see the Queen's, Her Majesty's, late Majesty's coffin going through Dundee, where there were enormous crowds. And then I thought the arrival in Edinburgh at the Palace of Holyrood was unbelievably dignified and sombre. These are very, very historic and sombre days, and the ritual and the procedure is being carried out absolutely perfectly. In my view, it's immaculate.
Yes, and the reaction in the last couple of days clearly shows the affection in which she was held across this country.
I don't think there's any doubt about that at all. And I think the crowds in London and elsewhere are absolute evidence of that. I think people find themselves much sadder, I think, than anyone sort of thought. It's interesting hearing the interviews with people, some of whom have never bothered to come to things like this before, who turned out to watch Her late Majesty go past. And I think it has commanded immense respect and affection. And of course, the fact that she died in Scotland, a place that she loved very, very much indeed, and is coming home to her royal palace at Holyrood in Edinburgh, I think is very symbolic.
And her final act, public duty, I should say, was to appoint a new Prime Minister, of course. Her first was your grandfather, and if reports are to be believed, he was her favourite.
Well, I don't know about that at all, but my grandfather had known the Queen since she was a child. You and I, Mark, I'm much older than you are, but frankly, we've only grown up with one sovereign. Churchill grew up in the reigns of 6 sovereigns and served 6 sovereigns in his lifetime. And he had the most profound reverence and respect for the Queen, who he had known since she was a little girl. And yes, he had great faith in her. And I think it's absolutely clear that all that marvellous new Elizabethan age he talked about was admirably fulfilled by 70 years of impeccable service by the Queen.
And what do you think was so special about the relationship between the Queen and your grandfather?
Well, I don't think it's possible to tell. I mean, I think the fact that obviously my grandfather had been her father's prime minister throughout the war, they strongly depended on each other. My grandfather drew great strength from the king, and I think the king, vice versa with the king, and they became very close. And the Queen will have known that. And of course, she inherited entirely the throne entirely by accident. I mean, her uncle abdicated. Her father died very young, really. And she inherited without, as she said, without any apprenticeship at all. And I think he was able to provide tremendous stability and experience for her. And I don't think he would ever have. I mean, he wouldn't have been thought as a patronizing figure. I think he was genuinely wise and sage, and I think she would have depended on him.
And Sir Nicholas, is your friend King Charles ready for what is to come?
Well, he has inherited the throne. The crown has passed to him. I think he is very ready. He served a very long time apprentice. He's sat at the feet of his mother, who must be one of the greatest monarchs this country has ever had. He's well aware of his duty and always has been. And I think his duty and service and loyalty to his people has been impeccable already. And he will now, I think, do this very well. But these are very sad days. And I think it's worth remembering that, you know, when you look at the royal family today, and those rather touching photographs of them yesterday looking at the flowers at Balmoral, one has to remember that, you know, they only lost Prince Philip 18 months ago, and now the Queen herself has died. And these are heavy days for them. And I think it's clear that the whole nation extends their sympathy to the royal family.
Indeed. And just finally, the very personal statements that we've had from King Charles and from his son yesterday, and all the walkabouts and the close contact with the public and the handshakes and the hugs, does this suggest to you a different monarchy emerging now?
Well, clearly it's a different monarch. So, and each monarch acts in the way that they think is best. But he's a younger monarch. He's well aware of the interests and the sensitivities of these people. He's extremely empathetic, the Prince of Wales. He understands very well people's feelings. And I think we saw the other night how strong is the connection. But these are very early days, and there are many, many bridges to negotiate. But I believe personally that this great machine of the British Constitution has seamlessly passed in a way that has been rather marvellous to watch. And I think it was very enlightened that the cameras filmed the Accession Council. I think that, you know, and I'm sure there'll be more of that too.
Sir Nicholas, it's good of you to come on. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Well, the Australian Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, has told Sky News that he will not hold a referendum on whether Australia should become a republic in his first term. In his first international interview since the Queen's death, Mr Albanese said this was a moment to show gratitude for the Queen's service. He was speaking to our correspondent Cordelia Lynch.
The sights, the sounds of a new sovereign, a ceremony for a new era in Australia, under a king. The Queen was adored here. In death, they honour her. Even those uncertain about the institution, the Prime Minister, a Republican himself, leading the tributes.
This is a land of cyclones, of floods, of natural disasters. And Queen Elizabeth always reached out to give that comfort to Australians at our time of need. And she was such a respected figure, regardless of where people stand on the political spectrum, that 70 years of public service, that devotion to duty, is something that holds her in such high regard.
Part of the success of Queen Elizabeth's reign here seems to be that people perceived her as being politically neutral. Do you think her son will be able to achieve that too?
I'm sure he's very conscious of the need to be above politics, and he certainly has always been that in terms of Australia. This, of course, is a substantial change. The only monarch that we have known in my lifetime and in the lifetime of most Australians has been Queen Elizabeth.
It's reignited a debate about a republic. Do you think in this moment that is appropriate or perhaps even opportunistic?
Well, I am of the personal view, and I've made it clear that now is the time for us to pay tribute to the life of Queen Elizabeth II, to give thanks for her service to Australia, to the Commonwealth and to the world, and that is the focus that I have.
When it comes to the monarchy, do you think, though, Australians want to see the institution evolve?
Well, of course, and it has evolved, and it will continue to evolve. It will need to continue to move with the times. But the bigger questions about our Constitution are not ones for this current period. This is a period in which we are showing the grief that so many Australians are feeling at the moment, showing our deep respect and admiration for the contribution of the Queen to Australia.
She certainly had a powerful connection, and we've witnessed that firsthand here in Australia. And just to confirm, though, no referendum in your first term?
No.
In recent days, some politicians have openly pushed for a second referendum. But the man running the country isn't ready, and neither are they. They just want the right words to say goodbye. Cordelia Lynch, Sky News, Canberra, Australia.
Well, throughout her life and her reign, the Queen held a unique position on the world stage as the head of state for 15 Commonwealth nations. But beyond the Commonwealth, the Queen also wielded soft power through her enduring international popularity and as a key tool of British diplomacy. Our international editor, Dominic Waghorn, reflects now on the Queen's global reach.
Her Majesty went ashore, accompanied by the Governor of Fiji.
She reinvented monarchy and took it to the world, from young Queen to global megastar.
She was incredibly popular. I mean, she was like this multimedia star.
Her lifetime of travels would circle the planet 40 times over. As the world changed beyond recognition, Queen Elizabeth remained constant, confidant and confessor to presidents and prime ministers.
What's quite extraordinary is the love and affection they had for her.
And champion of a Commonwealth of nations and its 2.5 billion people.
The ability to come to your level and tell you that you are doing a good work meant almost everything to me.
As Queen of Canada for nearly 6 decades, my pride in this country remains undimmed.
We've become used to seeing the Queen on the world stage, but it was a role she envisaged even before being crowned.
I declare before you all that my whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service and to the service of our great imperial family to which we all belong.
It was a promise she would honour from the very beginning, barely 6 months after her coronation, embarking on a tour of the Commonwealth. The royal couple drew enormous crowds.
Welcome was the word formed by some of the 17,000 children on Melbourne Cricket Ground. There was no doubt they meant it.
It was clear that this was going to be a very different kind of monarch.
The Queen, when she came to the throne, she was very young, but she had very clear ideas of how she wanted to shape her role. And definitively, travel and international collaboration and building an international community, and particularly the Commonwealth, was so important to her.
The Queen and Prince Philip toured the Commonwealth for 6 months, taking in its vast size and diversity. By the end, the young Queen was already becoming a global icon.
It was Lower Broadway that supplied the ticker-tape snowstorm.
The status cemented a few years later, when she took New York by storm. Americans came out in their thousands.
Inside the Great Assembly Hall, 2,500 delegates and their wives rose to greet the Queen.
When the Queen went on her visits in the early days, no one had any idea she'd be so popular. They had no idea there'd be thousands of people. The advisors were really quite surprised by the level of popularity, the level of fascination, the level of the fact that everyone seemed to be out there on the streets who wanted to see a glimpse of the Queen. And she was incredibly popular. I mean, she was like this multimedia star. She was like the ultimate celebrity, bigger than a Hollywood celebrity.
On the maintenance of understanding between us, the future of the free world depends.
She was already mastering the arts of soft power. Her personal chemistry with leader after leader would prove one of her most effective assets.
Saw her with leaders like President Yeltsin, and sort of, again, the level of conversation and confidence, ability to observe your discretions and secrets was very high, and I think, you know, got on well because he respected the Queen of having some enduring qualities that are not related to politics or the stage at which you're at politically.
Very few could claim to be on an equal footing with the Queen. Nelson Mandela was one.
I mean, she could speak very frankly with him because he was a prince in his own tribe, so in that sense he had an easy way with the Queen. He's the only head of state I've ever heard call the Queen Elizabeth.
At home, the Queen hosted world leaders, some of them less savoury than others, but treated them all with the same decorum and royal welcome. Her role was far from just ceremonial. She had a diplomatic importance with a global reach and depth politicians could only dream of.
We in Britain have often underestimated the immense impact that the Queen had on the whole of the world. With America, she'd met 14 US presidents. Nobody in the world, not even in America, has met 14 presidents. And then taken a place like Ireland. She was pivotal in bringing about that rapprochement between Britain and Ireland in 2011. So a hugely understated but very significant influence globally. The monarchy continues. The monarchy will always continue. That's what it's designed to do. But will anybody coming in now have that same clout, that same footprint on world history? Obviously not.
The Queen and Duke of Edinburgh...
Driving the Queen's ambition above all was a passion for the Commonwealth, to see something good rise out of the end of empire. Its Secretary-General says the Queen played a unique role for all of its leaders.
You could tell her anything, and she'd never talk about it, and she had the wisdom and the generosity to listen and then to give really sage, quiet advice. And so I think if you had the privilege, as a number of us have, of seeing her interact with them, what's quite extraordinary is the love and affection they had for her.
I commend the Queen's Young Leaders of 2018.
But the Queen's love for people extended far beyond leaders and politicians. She had a passion for the youth of the Commonwealth. Like Derek Omari, who set up a charity for disabled children in Ghana, aged 19, singled out by Her Majesty for the Queen's Youth Leader Awards.
It was a day that nobody ever thought about. I, knowing where I grew up, never ever thought of in my life that I'll even leave Ghana to the UK and then come all the way to the Buckingham Palace and be honoured. And one of the things that really left, that has gotten stuck with me was the chance to meet her in person, have a conversation with her, her humanness and her ability to come to your level and tell you that you are doing a good work. Keep doing it. Keep going on. And we are proud of you. Meant almost everything to me.
For Rihanna Patterson, recognised for setting up a dementia charity, the Queen was a personal inspiration.
She was a young person taking on this leadership role, and she had to kind of find herself in it quite quickly. You know, there was a lot of formalities, a lot of rules, a lot to take in, and it was something that was quite sudden. So I think she is relatable in that regard, like taking on a stance at a young age.
The woman who took on so much in her 20s will go on inspiring so many other young people like her for decades and carry on travelling for as long as her health would let her. The Queen transformed the monarchy, turning it into a globe-trotting multimedia phenomenon, years ahead of her time, letting Britain punch above its weight in the world and leading a commonwealth of nations. Her death leaves a void as she is mourned by hundreds of millions far beyond these shores. Dominic Waghorn, Sky News.
Well, the Labour leader, Sir Keir Starmer, has been speaking about the Queen's legacy and Antigua's plans to hold a referendum on becoming a republic. Let's bring in our chief political correspondent, John Craig. And John, Liz Truss off on this tour with the King. These political relationships very important for King Charles.
Yes, what's happening is that the Prime Minister's going to Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland with the Prime Minister, with the new King and Queen Consort this week. Sir Keir Starmer, meanwhile, was asked about comments by Gaston Brown. Now, he is the Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda, and he has talked about the possibility of a referendum on independence there within the next 3 years. He said this is not an act of hostility or difference between Antigua and Barbuda and the monarch. It's the final step, he said, to complete the circle of independence, as he called it. This was Sir Keir Starmer's response to a question about that.
Well, I think across the Commonwealth it's very important to recognise that every country will evolve in its own way according to their tradition and their wishes. I think the King will be an incredible head of the Commonwealth and has an ability to bring people together. I know that he has a very, very deep commitment to the Commonwealth. So, of course, different countries will evolve in different ways, but I think that the King will strengthen that bond with the Commonwealth.
So while Australia's new Prime Minister is saying no to an independence referendum there for 3 years or so, as well as Antigua and Barbuda in the Caribbean, there's talk of independence in Jamaica. There was criticism of William and Kate over their visit when they were criticised for shaking hands with the crowds behind YMS fences, giving a colonial impression by riding on an open-top jeep, which was considered not the right tone at all. So that is a challenge for the new monarch and indeed for the new Prime Minister. Now, this coming week in Westminster, there are many more events. In a few minutes' time, there's a service in Parliament's Church, King St Margaret's, just opposite the Palace of Westminster. Tomorrow, Charles and Camilla will be in the Westminster Hall, the old hall inside the Houses of Parliament, where they will receive speeches from the Speaker, Sir Lindsay Hoyle, Lord Speaker, the Lord Speaker the Lord Speaker there, and also then we've got this tour coming up later in the week, and then Wednesday, of course, the lying in state also in Westminster Hall of the Queen. And I can tell you that around Westminster there are massive preparations going on already for the huge crowds that are expected for that.
OK, John, thank you very much indeed. And here at Buckingham Palace, still the people come, just this endless stream of people. They were here all day yesterday, all day today, still they come. There's no sign of an end to it, all the way down the Mall. It's very carefully controlled, but they come very slowly down with their floral tributes to pay their respects to the Queen. It's been another remarkable day, and this is why the Queen's cortege, we've been watching that for much of the day, a 170-mile journey it has made through Aberdeenshire, Angus and Tayside, Fife, before reaching Edinburgh. And now the Queen is lying at rest in the palace of Holyrood House overnight.
It is 6 o'clock. This is Sky News live from Holyrood House in Edinburgh. A last great journey. The Queen's coffin leaves Balmoral for Scotland's capital. People lined the streets and roads as the hearse made its way across Scotland. Before eventually arriving in Edinburgh, where her children paid their respects.
To Buckingham Palace, where the new king has held meetings with the Commonwealth and the realm. As outside crowds gathered to get a glimpse of their king and the Queen consort, but also to pay tribute to the late Queen.
God save the King!
Also proclamations for King Charles III held around the four nations. And the Queen is remembered around the world. And in an international exclusive, Australia's Prime Minister tells Sky News there'll be no break with the monarchy in the near future.
It will need to continue to move with the times. But the bigger questions about our Constitution are not ones for this current period.
Hello, good evening. You're watching Sky News at 6, live from Edinburgh. People have had their final chance to say farewell to Elizabeth II as a hearse carrying her coffin took a final journey through Scotland. Leaving Balmoral this morning, the cortege included the Princess Royal and her husband, Sir Timothy Lawrence. Well, it has now arrived here in Edinburgh, where it will rest at the Palace of Holyrood House until tomorrow afternoon. Sky's James Matthews has this report.
Through the gates of Balmoral, it was the quietest farewell. Rural Aberdeenshire, its birdsong and the rumble of the River Dee laid the soundtrack for a sight most saddening. The hearse carried the Queen's coffin wrapped in the Royal Standard of Scotland. The wreath on top was made from her favourite flowers, picked from the Balmoral garden. In the car behind, the Queen was escorted by her daughter, the Princess Royal, and her husband, Sir Tim Lawrence. The geography of circumstance had placed the Queen in Balmoral when she passed. At journey's end, there will be a state funeral, set-piece ceremony and all that. But between here and there, this was an informal farewell, an opportunity for the public to say their goodbyes. In Ballater, near Balmoral, they lined the streets. Here, they knew her as the Queen next door. Their village was her village.
We're so fond of this area. It's just a very, very sad day for us all.
Very emotional today and very proud to be part of the United Kingdom. So, yeah.
It was so dignified, more than I thought it would have been. And the hush as she came through. And then you could hear the sobbing. I had a sniff myself.
Just found it really emotional. Just like, it's almost like saying goodbye to a family member. It's just really, really upsetting.
Tractors were positioned by the side of the road, an agricultural guard of honour as the cortege wound a route through rural Scotland. Horse riders too formed up in a field by the roadside, as it made its slow 6-hour journey south. This journey had been meticulously planned. Even if there was no public rehearsal, here in Banchory there was applause. Elsewhere there was silence. Everywhere there was respect and remembrance.
It was quite overwhelming, to be honest. I'm very, very proud to be here.
I've never come along to anything like this before, but just really felt that it was important.
It's an honour, and it's beautiful. Once in a lifetime, it's not going to happen again.
People lined dual carriageways linking Aberdeen, Dundee and Edinburgh beyond, and they looked on from walkways overhead. Closer to Edinburgh, the cortege crossed the Firth of Forth via the Queensferry Crossing, a bridge officially opened by the Queen in 2017. Members of the royal family had travelled ahead by helicopter to fulfil their duties. Once in Edinburgh, the Queen's coffin was driven through the streets towards Holyrood, in the city's old town. The Royal Regiment of Scotland formed a guard of honour at the Palace of Holyrood House, and the Queen's coffin was received with a royal salute. It's being placed in the throne room overnight to allow palace staff to pay their respects. As the Queen was carried inside, a daughter curtsied to her mother, her duty done. This was day one of the Queen's long goodbye, which will span a nation that grew with her, and having learned of her loss, is learning to live with it. James Matthews, Sky News, in Ballater.
Well, Joe Pike is at St Giles Cathedral, where crowds paid their respects to the Queen. And Joe, the rain holding off until moments after the Queen's coffin made it safely into the palace behind me. But for you, amidst the crowds there, as the cortege made its way down Edinburgh's Royal Mile.
Yes, Anna, the crowds were 10 to 15 people deep, calm, pretty hushed as they waited hour after hour for a glimpse of the cortege and of the Queen's coffin. A real range of people. I spoke to some freshers from university, one who had arrived in the city to start a new life in their education at university yesterday, and what an introduction to Scotland's capital. Others, tourists who changed their plans to witness some history happen in front of them. The cortege passed this big Edinburgh landmark behind me, St Giles Cathedral, the High Kirk of Edinburgh, a medieval parish church that has adapted and evolved over the years, just as the royal family, the monarchy has. In front of it, watching over that cortege and that hearse as it passed, this statue of the 5th Duke of Buccleuch, a significant figure of 19th century Scotland, and a man who would have recognised many of the traditions, the ceremonies we have seen and we've all witnessed in recent days, because in the 1800s he was a part of them. Tomorrow, this will be at the heart of the next stage of Scottish commemorations. The new king will join the procession from Holyrood House behind the cortege, behind his mother's hearse, before a church service takes place at this kirk, at St Giles Cathedral. Then, Anna, there will be that 24-hour vigil to give Scots the chance to pay tribute to their Queen.
Joe Pike, thank you very much indeed there from St Giles Cathedral, the High Kirk. Well, the Queen and the royal family have been and are dedicated to their faith, attending, of course, that special Christmas service at Sandringham every year. And, of course, today, Sunday, the Queen has been remembered in churches right across the country. Caterina Vitozzi has been to a service in Liverpool and has this report.
She is the only monarch most of us have ever known. And today, at Liverpool Parish Church, the late Queen was mourned by some like a member of family. This was a special requiem service, a chance to remember an extraordinary life.
We give you thanks for her love of family and her gift of friendship, for her devotion to this nation and the nations of the Commonwealth.
The Queen's passing brings global cultural change and a new national anthem with unfamiliar words. Arthur Speed, who's 77, remembers the previous king, but the late Queen became his constant.
She was a one-off, wasn't she? What a lovely, lovely lady. Lovely. And when I was at sea, every Friday, 7 o'clock, we used to toast the Queen. But we've got to look forward to King Charles. Hopefully he'll do as good as his mum. I'm sure he will.
Church services like this one held here today and those indeed across the country and the Commonwealth have given people a chance to pay tribute to the late Queen. But in many ways they also reflect the way in which Queen Elizabeth II lived her own life. At her coronation 70 years ago, the Queen pledged to lead the Church of England. But the public pageantry was matched by personal faith. Seen in times of celebration like Christmas Day trips to church, or more recently at the funeral of her late husband. Her role as defender of the faith will be remembered.
Her late Majesty taught us much, if not more, about God and grace, both in words and the actions that reinforce them, than any other contemporary figure.
That's lovely. The Queen once said her faith guided her through good times and bad. It feels then particularly poignant that places of worship like Lichfield Cathedral in Staffordshire have become such focal points during this time of national mourning.
She was just like the nation's grandma, weren't she? Everyone just loved her. There was nothing not to love about her, really.
She's really important for everyone, and a lot of people looked up to her and thought she was amazing, really, and I did as well.
It's a sense many share, a feeling many will miss. Katerina Vitozzi, Sky News.
Good evening then from Buckingham Palace. King Charles III has held meetings with the Secretary-General of the Commonwealth as well as the High Commissioners from the countries where he is now head of state. Today's events are just the start of a list of duties for the King over the coming days. Sky's royal correspondent Laura Bundock has this report.
With flourish and fanfare, and from every corner of the United Kingdom.
3 cheers for His Majesty the King. Hip hip! Hooray! Hip hip! Hooray! Hip hip! Hooray!
The pageantry of Proclamation, and as his reign is confirmed, the new king already at work, head of the Commonwealth and meeting its representatives. He is for now head of state in 14 realms, but knows some are already questioning their royal relationship. Supported by the Queen Consort, these are important moments for the new monarch. And on top, meetings too, finalising his mother's funeral.
It's an opportunity for us to grieve. It's an opportunity for us to try and put some of our gratitude and remembrance into words. It's an opportunity for us to pray for ourselves and for our new king and his family. And it's an opportunity, I think, for us all to have a focus for our grief.
Buckingham Palace now has this almost surreal dual role. On the one hand, it is a focal point for people mourning the Queen. But as they gather outside, inside, the King is just getting on with the job, with his new role and responsibilities. He is keen to reassure at this unsettling time, taking a tour of the nations. First stop Scotland, where there is a huge sense of expectancy.
I think he has been taught well by his mother. She's a great role model for him, and I honestly think we'll see a very compassionate king, a king who will look to unite the country.
I would hope he would continue along the path that she treads so well. I think he'll be a little bit more outspoken, I imagine, about environmental issues, because they're causes close to his heart. And I think he'll probably work to modernise the monarchy.
The King will also travel to Northern Ireland and Wales, creating connections and meeting people in the countries he now rules. Laura Bundock, Sky News, Buckingham Palace.
And Laura joins me now, so a busy start for the new King.
Absolutely. I think what's striking is that while the people here are gathered for what is the end of an era, let's not forget that the new era hasn't just begun, it is already well underway. And that's what we've been seeing as those trumpets were sounding out with the proclamations across the whole of the country. It was back to business as usual, and these important meetings now taking place. First up, of course, we'd had yesterday the political leaders coming to the palace, and today it was the turn of the Commonwealth. And the new King knows how important these meetings are. It was a cause incredibly close to his mother, as we know. But we also know there is a lot of feeling within some of those Commonwealth realms questioning, what their future is with the British monarchy. Do they want King Charles as head of state? And he will have been there, as we know, in Barbados last year, thinking exactly that. So it's very difficult, sort of diplomatic and a delicate meeting underway. And we're only a couple of days, obviously, into the job for him. And then, of course, meetings about his mother's funeral at the same time as well. So incredibly busy, incredibly important. And then moving on quickly to this tour of the nation. So Scotland, Northern Ireland, Wales in quick succession, wanting to be seen, to be out there. And I think you get a sense of how, on the one hand, all this is going on and the flowers are mounting up and people are coming to pay their respects, and no doubt these crowds will continue to build, particularly here in London with the lying in state. But also, there's a job to be done, and day by day, the new King is taking on and taking over the duties of that job.
And just briefly, are we learning a little bit each day about the style of this monarchy, what it may look like?
I think we are, and I think the walkabouts say an awful lot. That wanting to be there in the crowd, wanting to take the crowd with him on this journey as he takes over such a big and important role. So going to all the different nations, very much keen to be seen among the people. He obviously needs the support of the people. He needs their trust. He won't have the 7 decades that his mother had in the role, so he will want to do as much as he can. And I think the cheers when he kind of comes into the palace, when he left the palace just recently, will probably mean a lot. He knows he's preaching to the converted here with these crowds. But of course, going to Scotland, being in Northern Ireland, being in Wales, are big moments for him as he, as I say, takes on and visits these countries for the first time as their head of state.
Laura, thank you very much. Well, I'm joined now by the former Chief of the Defence Staff, Lord Dannatt. Thank you very much indeed for being with us. And I guess I'm asking this question of everybody, really. Just those images that we've been watching all day, Lord Dannatt, of the Queen's cortege moving through Aberdeenshire and on to Edinburgh and the people coming out. I just wonder what you made of those pictures.
Well, I think we're witnessing truly dramatic scenes at the present time. And as your report has been covering just in the last few minutes, there's really 2 stories running here. Of course, the nation is grieving, and quite properly grieving, for the late Queen Elizabeth II. And the images that have been on the screens all day today of the motor cortege moving slowly from Balmoral to Holyrood absolutely sum up this aspect of our beloved Queen's last journey. But then today, all around the country, following on from the proclamation in London yesterday, there have been proclamations of the new King all around the country. We've been involved here in Norfolk, up and down the county today, and so people are very much thinking in 2 directions. It's mourning the Queen, but actually also looking ahead with hope and anticipation to the new reign, to King Charles III. And forgive me for seeming at all presumptuous, but I think that having listened to the new King speaking on his first evening, it's been very reassuring to people that this extraordinary unwritten British Constitution is unfolding, one chapter ending and another chapter beginning in a very seamless sort of fashion. And I think this idea of continuity, I think, is very reassuring for people. Yes, we must mourn the Queen, and the state funeral will be really important on Monday. But there is a new chapter opening as well.
Absolutely, and for the armed forces, she was the Queen, clearly, but she was also Commander-in-Chief. How important was that?
Well, it's very important because all of us who have joined the Royal Navy, the Army, Royal Air Force, Royal Marines, we all, on our very first day, held a Bible in one hand and swore an oath of allegiance to the sovereign. Actually, what one forgot at the time was we were pledging our allegiance to the sovereign, her heirs and successors. So at the moment that Queen Elizabeth II breathed her last and passed away and died, that actually our allegiance moved to the new king straight away, because our oath was to the Queen, her heirs and successors. So our allegiance is transferred quickly to the new king, King Charles. So that's another aspect really important of continuity. And again, this is another really important aspect about the wonderful British Constitution. Those of us who serve in uniform risk life and limb for the nation. We don't do it for the government or the Prime Minister or the Secretary of State for Defence. We do it in the name of the sovereign and for the people of this country. And that's very special. And it's a really key and core part of the motivation that makes morale amongst the British Armed Forces so high, and our expertise, frankly, so good.
Yes, and just on a personal level, I gather you've met her a few times. Your wife, am I right in saying, was or is the Queen's representative in Norfolk, Lord Lieutenant? Is that right? So you've met them, met the Queen a few times. Give us a sense of what she was like.
Well, you're right. I mean, I've met the Queen a number of times, as was my wife. And you say my wife is Lord Lieutenant of Norfolk. I think the thing about it, when you first meet the Queen, and I met her when I was really quite a young man, like everybody meeting her for the first time, you're a little bit panic-struck. You're not quite sure what to say and what to do. But if you're fortunate enough to meet her on more than one occasion, then actually you can get through that sort of blind panic bit and actually realise that you've got a very human, very inquiring, very interesting, very sympathetic person. And actually, I've sat next to her at lunch on a couple of occasions, and you get to talk in an extended period of time, and you realise that you're talking to a very well-read, very well-informed, given the age difference, sort of grandmother-type figure. And that is a huge privilege and a huge pleasure. There was, I would say, nobody better informed about what was going on in this country than the late Queen, right up until her last day, last Thursday. You just see the pictures of saying goodbye to her 14th Prime Minister and welcoming her 15th last Tuesday. Absolutely on the ball, frail, but on the ball, and then died less than 48 hours later. That's real devotion to duty. That's what soldiers, sailors, airmen and Marines really, really respect. Someone who does their duty and earns the right, therefore, to lead us. Very happy to be led by her, as we will be happy to be led by King Charles III.
And Lord Danek, I wonder if I could just have a very brief word with you about events in Ukraine. And it seems there has been some potentially significant progress by the Ukrainian forces in the last, few days.
Well, yes. What we've actually seen over the last few days is a very clever operational level design for battle. If you recall, just very briefly, they've been talking about an offensive in the south around the area of Kherson, the gateway to Crimea. And that led the Russians to move quite a lot of their best troops from the Donbass area round to the south to reinforce around Kherson. But in fact, what the Ukrainians have done is carry out a major attack in the north around Kharkiv. They've pushed forward a long way. They've captured Kupiansk, which is a major logistics hub of the Russians, causing absolute mayhem for the Russians. 5 railway lines come in there. All that has now fallen to the Ukrainians. So the Ukrainians have actually pulled off what we would call an operational level coup. They've done extraordinarily well by threatening in the south and then attacking in the north. It's deceived everybody. All of us commentators were thinking they were going to counterattack in the south, but actually they've made a major counterattack in the north, and it's been very successful. Just lastly, of course, the morale is a major issue here. I think the Russians' morale will be rock bottom at the present moment, with the Ukrainians rushing at them, while the Ukrainians' morale is sky high.
And just finally, do you think it could be a turning point in this conflict, or is it too early to say that?
I think it's too early. It takes more than one swallow to make a summer, but this is a significant move by the Ukrainians. The question is whether they can back it up, whether they can follow it up. They will need more and more Western high-tech arms and ammunition. But as you know, we in the UK have been training hundreds, thousands of Ukrainian infantry. Well, these are now feeding back onto the front line. Their skill level is going up, their equipment capability is going up, whereas the Russians are struggling with manpower, old kit, a lot of it that doesn't work, and now they're on the back foot. And the Ukrainians' frontline troops are tearing into their lines of communication. Their doctors and hospitals and nurses are all being withdrawn. They're in a muddle, the Russians, at the present moment. Question, how far can the Ukrainians keep this up?
OK, Lord Dannett, thanks very much for being with us. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Mark.
Right, let's get back to events we're dealing with here, and the cortege of the Queen heading to Edinburgh today, and people here at Buckingham Palace still come in vast numbers to pay their respects. With me now is the former Royal Press Secretary Patrick Harrison, and just give me your sense of the day, I mean, here and those pictures from Scotland.
Well, they keep coming, don't they, Mark, as you said, and I'm struck by, we're now getting into the evening, it's dinner time for many people, but that doesn't seem to be the primary consideration. It's a very well-controlled operation. You can see them being held up there. They go all the way up the Mall, I think, and they're being let through gradually. And, of course, I remember when I helped to organise the wedding of Prince William back in 2011. What you're seeing just here outside Buckingham Palace is a number of different agencies all working together. The Royal Parks, the Metropolitan Police, the Palace authorities, and, of course, the media as well.
See here, these images, you really don't get a sense of the people who are on either side of the Mall.
Absolutely.
And there's this constant queue, and they come and they pay their respects, and then they move on and more come through.
Absolutely, which is wonderful. And earlier on today, of course, as we've been reflecting, the movement of the late Queen's coffin from Balmoral down to Edinburgh. That was a very, very poignant moment, wasn't it, when we saw the coffin for the very first time. And it was the moment where we see the transition of the coffin moving from just the family out to the general public, and the general public lining the streets and quietly reflecting as it goes past and into Edinburgh.
And the new king, you worked with him as Prince of Wales for a long time. Is he ready for this, do you think?
Absolutely, yes. I mean, we must remember that he has been in public service for over 50 years. And, of course, in recent years has been taking many of the duties of the late Queen. So investitures, of course, for a number of years, as does Prince William, but also the state opening of Parliament we saw recently. He obviously represented the late Queen at the Commonwealth Heads of Government in Rwanda as well. This is a man who has spent his life in public service and absolutely ready to be our king, as I think we've seen over the last few days.
And he's, as we see here, I mean, receptions today, meetings today here, the Secretary-General of the Commonwealth, High Commissioners and so forth. I mean, he's got off to it's an
incredibly busy schedule, but of course you have to remember these are all people that he knows well. This isn't somebody coming into a job who doesn't already have these relationships. He knows these people very well. He's travelled to many of the countries that they represent. And
it was the longest apprenticeship in the world. I heard someone say
yes, indeed. And of course he did all those public duties and those royal duties alongside his own interests as well as Prince of Wales. Those royal duties that he's done for many, many years continue as our king.
And this whole idea of William taking on some of the, I don't know whether he'll take on precisely the same issues as Charles, but he will move into that kind of space.
Yes, I mean, very quickly appointed Prince of Wales, and of course he's automatically the Duke of Cornwall, so now looking after the Duchy of Cornwall. And I think we can expect to see him also take on other duties in support of the king.
And finally, quick word, those images yesterday, William and Harry together. I mean, you know, it was on the front pages of all the papers. Yeah. I don't know how it was organised, who decided it should happen, but was it a good idea in your view?
I think it was a fantastic idea, and it was wonderful to see the two brothers with their wives chatting to the crowds there. And I think they took their cue from the King, who in that first heartfelt address not only paid tribute to his mother, but also reflected on his love for his wife and both his sons, William and Harry.
Yeah, Patrick, for now, thank you very much indeed. Well, throughout her life and her reign, the Queen held a unique position on the world stage as the head of state for 15 Commonwealth nations. But beyond the Commonwealth, the Queen also wielded soft power through her enduring international popularity and as a key tool of British diplomacy. International Affairs editor Dominic Waghorn reflects now on the Queen's global reach.
Her Majesty went ashore, accompanied by the governor of Fiji.
She reinvented monarchy and took it to the world, from young queen to global megastar.
She was incredibly popular. I mean, she was like this multimedia star.
Her lifetime of travels would circle the planet 40 times over. As the world changed beyond recognition, Queen Elizabeth remained constant, confidant and confessor to presidents and prime ministers.
What's quite extraordinary is the love and affection they had for her.
And champion of a Commonwealth of nations and its 2.5 billion people.
The ability to come to your level and tell you that you are doing a good work meant almost everything to me.
As Queen of Canada for nearly 6 decades, my pride in this country remains undimmed.
We've become used to seeing the Queen on the world stage, but it was a role she envisaged even before being crowned.
I declare before you all that my whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service and to the service of our great imperial family to which we all belong.
It was a promise she would honour from the very beginning, barely 6 months after her coronation, embarking on a tour of the Commonwealth. The royal couple drew enormous crowds.
Welcome was the word formed by some of the 17,000 children on Melbourne Cricket Ground. There was no doubt they meant it.
It was clear that this was going to be a very different kind of monarch.
The Queen, when she came to the throne, she was very young, but she had very clear ideas of how she wanted to shape her role, and definitively travel and international collaboration and building an international community, and particularly the Commonwealth, was so important to her.
The Queen and Prince Philip toured the Commonwealth for 6 months, taking in its vast size and diversity. By the end, the young Queen was already becoming a global icon.
It was Lower Broadway that supplied the ticker tape snowstorm.
The status cemented a few years later, when she took New York by storm. Americans came out in their thousands.
Inside the Great Assembly Hall, 2,500 delegates and their wives rose to greet the Queen.
When the Queen went on her visits in the early days, no one had any idea she'd be so popular. They had no idea there'd be thousands of people. The advisors were really quite surprised by the level of popularity, the level of fascination, the level of the fact that everyone seemed to be out there on the streets who wanted to see a glimpse of the Queen. And she was incredibly popular. I mean, she was like this multimedia star. She was like the ultimate celebrity, bigger than a Hollywood celebrity.
On the maintenance of understanding between us, the future of the free world depends.
She was already mastering the arts of soft power. Her personal chemistry with leader after leader would prove one of her most effective assets.
Saw her with leaders like President Yeltsin, and sort of, again, the level of conversation and confidence, ability to observe your discretions and secrets was very high, and I think, you know, got on well because he respected the Queen of having some enduring qualities that are not related to politics or the stage at which you're at politically.
Very few could claim to be on an equal footing with the Queen. Nelson Mandela was one.
I mean, she could speak very frankly with him because he was a prince in his own tribe, so in that sense he had an easy way with the Queen. He's the only head of state I've ever heard call the Queen Elizabeth.
At home, the Queen hosted world leaders, some of them less savoury than others, but treated them all with the same decorum and royal welcome. Her role was far from just ceremonial. She had a diplomatic importance with a global reach and depth politicians could only dream of.
We in Britain have often underestimated the immense impact that the Queen had on the whole of the world. With America, she'd met 14 US presidents. Nobody in the world, not even in America, has met 14 presidents. And then taken a place like Ireland. She was pivotal in bringing about that rapprochement between Britain and Ireland in 2011. So a hugely understated but very significant influence globally. The monarchy continues. The monarchy will always continue. That's what it's designed to do. But will anybody coming in now have that same clout, that same footprint on world history? Obviously not.
The Queen and Duke of Edinburgh.
Driving the Queen's ambition above all was a passion for the Commonwealth, to see something good rise out of the end of empire. Its Secretary-General says the Queen played a unique role for all of its leaders.
You could tell her anything, and she'd never talk about it, and she had the wisdom and the generosity to listen and then to give really sage, quiet advice. And so I think if you had the privilege, as a number of us have, of seeing her interact with them, what's quite extraordinary is the love and affection they had for her.
I commend the Queen's Young Leaders of 2018.
But the Queen's love for people extended far beyond leaders and politicians. She had a passion for the youth of the Commonwealth. Like Derek Omari, who set up a charity for disabled children in Ghana, aged 19, singled out by Her Majesty for the Queen's Youth Leader Awards.
It was a day that nobody ever thought about. I, knowing where I grew up, never ever thought of in my life that I'll even leave Ghana to the UK and then come all the way to the Buckingham Palace and be honoured. And one of the things that really left, that has gotten stuck with me was the chance to meet her in person, have a conversation with her, her humanness and her ability to come to your level and tell you that you are doing a good work. Keep doing it. Keep going on. And we are proud of you. Meant almost everything to me.
For Rihanna Patterson, recognised for setting up a dementia charity, the Queen was a personal inspiration.
She was a young person taking on this leadership role, and she had to kind of find herself in it quite quickly. You know, there was a lot of formalities, a lot of rules, a lot to take in, and it was something that was quite sudden. So I think she is relatable in that regard, like taking on a stance at a young age.
The woman who took on so much in her 20s will go on inspiring so many other young people like her for decades and carry on travelling for as long as her health would let her. The Queen transformed the monarchy, turning it into a globe-trotting multimedia phenomenon, years ahead of her time, letting Britain punch above its weight in the world and leading a commonwealth of nations. Her death leaves a void as she is mourned by hundreds of millions far beyond these shores. Dominic Waghorn, Sky News.
I'm joined now by the documentary filmmaker John Brigcutt, who has known and worked with King Charles for quite some time. John, thank you very much indeed. And we'll talk about the documentary, Charles at 60, a passionate prince, in a moment. But as I say, you've known him for 15 years or so. What kind of king do you think he'll be?
Well, I think we've already seen that he'll be quite an outstanding king, really. I mean, it's going to be a bit different. It's going to be the same and different at the same time. When he arrived at the palace gates and the way he got out of the car on the first day and shook hands with the crowd was quite extraordinary, I think. And the way that he wasn't worried about the number of hands he had to shake, the people who were kissing him from the crowd, and then the extraordinary address that he gave, which was both dignified but also very apt and very well thought through, I think, and clearly his own words. So I think it's going to be a personal reign, and quite a spontaneous one too.
And the documentary I mentioned, Charles at 60, A Passionate Prince, just tell us about that.
Well, this was for his 60th birthday in 2008. I did another one actually called Prince, Son and Heir for his 70th birthday. And this was really showing him at work. And I think people have not really appreciated the extent to which he really puts himself out for his charities. And he's got, we were listening just now to the amazing reach internationally that the Queen has had. And I think he will continue that because he's had so many decades of speaking to world leaders and being able to talk to them about big issues that concerned him, the environment and so on. So the documentaries that we did were looking at what it was like with him behind the scenes. And what struck me really was